Imagine you wake up and find out that you are the heir to the throne of a completely different country, as if you're flying through life at speed and not even trying. Look at our guy Aina, he's staring right at the magical stone of Dullahan, as if it is the last slice of pizza at the party. The king and some lush waifu in the background look worried, but the bro is completely different, ready to absorb that power. This is Maseki Gyurum, where the meta literally eats stones to get buff. If you thought protein powder was a cool thing, wait until you see what happens when you snack on monster loot. Everything starts in a white vacuum with this floating waifu goddess who, honestly, radiates top-level charm, and our guy just stands and watches, as if unsure whether he took a wrong turn into the afterlife. This divine waifu tells our host that his death was mediocre and pathetic, so she allows him to make a pull on a rare guaranteed gacha machine. Imagine, you die, and the first thing you see is a real loot box for your next life. Gacha addiction is real even in the spirit world. Bro can't even remember how he was baked in his past life, and the goddess says, "Don't worry about the lore, just pull the lever and hope for SSR." He is sweating, because in that life he clearly had no luck. You watch as the machine rattles and throws out a golden ball. Usually this means your account got top loot, and he goes crazy for a second with excitement, thinking he is about to become the coolest player on the server. Turns out he added toxin to composition X. Sounds like a blatant scam for a super rare drop. The goddess tries to praise it, saying it kills bacteria and neutralizes poisons, and our guy looks at her as if she gave him a pair of socks for Christmas. Without even giving him a chance to cancel his summon, she pushed him into a portal to a typical fantasy world full of monsters and magic. Good luck surviving with your hand sanitizer skill, King, you will still need it. Fast forward 5 years, our MC now lives in a real castle, which is a huge leap forward compared to when he was nobody. The atmosphere here is perfect, but in this giant hall it is incredibly lonely. Waking up after a nap, he barely gathers his thoughts. Was that meeting with the goddess just a fevered dream, or did he really end up in this privileged life, and now he is just a tiny guy trying to make out his new reality? Suddenly his head starts to throb, as if he ground ranked all night and lost every match. It seems using this skill gives a powerful physical backlash. Sipping water to recover, he explains that his skill, Toxin Decomposition X, is actually a very powerful immunity, and it is not at all the world-destroying power he hoped for when he saw that golden gacha ball. Our guy behaves like a real scientist, manipulating in a petri dish as if in a biological laboratory and trying to find any use for this power, even if it's just cleaning the bathroom. Realizing that melting mold gives him a terrible headache, he decides that this skill is complete trash and vows never to use it again. He just wants to live peacefully without feeling like his brain is exploding. Remembering that he has a fate meetinger just training with his dad, rushes out of the room because he is already late. Being a royal child means you can't just lounge around the room all day. In the courtyard, he starts swinging a training sword while a group of knights silently watches from the side. He devotes himself to training, but it is clear that his position pressures him. His father Lagas really praised his former rare victory for our guy, and Ain is simply happy to get even a crumb of recognition from the one in charge. This Logus is a pure macho, a great general of the largest kingdom on the continent, with a mustache that screams, "I am an authority," and a man who probably eats nails for breakfast without milk. Their family essentially rules the most influential port city in the kingdom. They have tons of gold and influence. If you ignore the family dramas, it's the perfect place to be born. Ain thought he hit the jackpot being born into the count's family, but then the second wife Camilla appears with his younger brother Grint. The family tree becomes more and more tangled, and the air already smells of sibling rivalry. Dad instantly shifts all his energy to Grint, calling him a born knight, while Ain stands nearby like an extra. It's painful to watch the biased attitude manifest right before your eyes. Logus tells Ain to continue basic swings while he takes the prodigy to real training. Disrespect is real. Is treated like the older brother is just part of the scenery. You see that pain in Ain's eyes when his younger brother throws him a smug look as if he is already the main character of this story. Grint is definitely the guy who always reminds the teacher about homework. Grint is only a year younger, but already a favorite because he is the son of the second wife, while Ain is somewhere in the background waving a sword, while the new family plays happy home. Everyone is delighted with Grint because he acquired the skill of the Holy Knight, while Ain got stuck with Toxin Breakdown, essentially a defeat in the world of skills. One becomes a legendary hero, the other merely avoids food poisoning. He is wildly disappointed. In the world of magic, being a human filter brings neither girls nor respect, and he is tired of being a failure in his own home. Looking at the iron armor, he feels a burning desire to prove that he is not just a background character, and seeks a way to surpass the limits of his current weakness. He looked at the armor again and thought, is he capable of denting that heavy metal shell even a little with bare effort? His inner monologue is raging now. He encourages himself and spins up determination. Although the guard says that a boy his age cannot damage iron, Ain still decides to try. He desperately seeks his father's recognition and believes that one powerful strike will change everything. Real disaster. His sword bounced off the iron. The wave of the blow passed through his hands and probably broke every bone in his wrists, while the guard just stands as if watching a funny sketch, while our boy lies on the floor and cries. Returning alone, he finally understands. Sitting and sighing will bring him neither a harem nor legendary status. He needs to find another way if he wants to catch up with his brother. Slamming books on the table, he decides, if he wasn't born a genius, he will simply outwork everyone. He tunes himself and starts his training arc earlier than before. Turning the library into his new dungeon, he begins hitting books harder than he ever hit that armor, determined to make a useless skill the most powerful thing in the world solely through knowledge. Look at our boy Ain. He doesn't sleep all night, as if cramming for finals at 2 a.m., fully engaged, breaking through books until dawn, because the mode of continuous work knows no sleep. Just as he is about to lose consciousness from that avalanche of knowledge, suddenly our old-school permanent butler appears and reminds him, even future legends have to have dinner. Getting scared is still mild. He looks like he was just caught because he was looking where he shouldn't, and he stands in the middle of a real mountain of books. The butler here is simply pouring compliments on the boy, calling his dedication a praiseworthy deed, as if he is already the MVP of the house. This old man really thinks that Ain will become a great scientist or a high-class general, and honestly, with such training, he is definitely preparing something special. As soon as Madame says she is finishing work, Ain's face instantly lights up. He is a true mama's boy and doesn't even try to hide it. When he hears about his mother, such a pure sparkle flashes in his eyes, it's just incredible. Right now, he radiates the most sincere, best boyish energy. Leaving the library behind, he rushes through the corridors as if racing against the clock, just to catch a glimpse of her before the dinner bell rings. Adjusting his collar because he has to look impeccable for the most important woman in his life, he politely knocks like a true gentleman. Here she is, Olivia, the perfect mom wife, who absolutely doesn't suit being so beautiful, and Ain understands that his memories from a past life make him see her more as a beautiful older sister. When you are immediately pulled into incredible hugs, you feel the atmosphere in this room is simply flawless. She just sniffs him like he is freshly baked cookies, says he smells like books, and strokes his head with those same caresses that every man secretly dreams of. Sitting down, she confides how she carries the whole merch association on her shoulders like a true boss. Realizing that his father is just a background character who doesn't help her with work at all, Ain begins to see who is really pulling the strings. Look at this guy, he swoons in front of his own mother, and the manga literally calls it a mother complex because the author definitely knows what they're doing with this dynamic. She reaches for a special surprise and tells him that he has finally arrived, and in his little eyes you can see the growing anticipation. Handing over the mysterious card, the time has finally come to find out if our guy is really built differently or just an average protagonist. This is a status card. Ain Roundheart is officially on the field. She has crazy skills like Toxin to Composition X, and a training gift that sounds simply broken. Humble as always, he isn't even sure if these numbers are good, and Mom just smiles because she knows her son is literally a cheat code. Dropping a bit of lore, she says that a normal 5-year-old has endurance of 10, but Ain has 55, so obviously he was training even in his mother's womb. Breaking down his training gift into components, it turns out he essentially doesn't feel pain and doesn't get tired, a true perpetual motion machine of pure progress. She knows about all those secret trainings he did alone, and you can feel it, only she truly understands his daily, exhausting routine. Just touched a mother who is cool and always supportive is basically the coolest advantage in an isekai. Having suggested a walk together after a quick errand for Grandma, Ain's face instantly jumped from 0 to 100. Embarrassed that the servant isn't doing hard work, he asks why Mom has to choose the tea herself, but she has that subtle, discerning look, a true iris. Doubting himself and feeling like a failure as the eldest son, Ain begins to get lost in his thoughts, thinking that he is the very reason why Mom has to work so hard. Calling him her wonderful knight to bring him to his senses, she asks if he will protect her in their little adventure. Accepting the quest without any hesitation, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. After all, he can finally become the Chad he was meant to be. They approach the tea merchant like true kings, and they are greeted by a guy who definitely knows who signs his paycheck. Ain watches as Mom does her thing and notices, out of the corner of her eye, something shiny that seems much more interesting than the tea leaves. Seeing the box with magical stones, you immediately know something strange is about to happen, because the baby looks at them as if they were forbidden treats. I was quickly taught a lesson. These stones are actually crystallized monster juice, and if they are of high quality, they can be extremely dangerous. He was handed a cheap but safe-to-touch trinket, and he didn't immediately realize it smelled like condensed honey, and for a hungry boy, such a thought is dangerous. He looks at this shining stone as if it were a legendary lollipop and wonders if it tastes as sweet as it smells. Fighting the crazy temptation to do something incredibly stupid, he knew that licking the magical stone was a direct path to the hospital, but the temptation was too strong. Pyro is actually liquidity. Sneakily, while no one is looking, he takes a bold sip, risking everything for the flavor profile. I scream inside because it's actually so cute. He sees colors he never even imagined. This is real cinema. When Mom noticed his strange grimace, he pretends to be calm and immediately asks to buy the stone, like a child who just found their new favorite toy. The merchant was so cool that he simply gave it to him for free as a gift of gratitude, not even suspecting that he had just fueled a new addiction in the boy. They go out for a walk, and Ein still tightly holds his new treasure, but the stone seems to start looking a little different. And noticing that the yellow magic stone had become completely colorless, Bro just licked it and literally sucked all the charge out of the stone. Fast forward to the next day, Ein is back on the training ground, swinging a wooden sword as if his life depended on it. Feeling a wild surge of strength, he ignores the guard's warning after all. Now he will show everyone what he is really capable of. He rushes forward at a speed that should be forbidden for a 5-year-old and makes a swing carrying the weight of a freight train. In a blurred burst of movement, he hit the target, and the very air seemed to howl from the impact. Raising a huge cloud of dust as if he had just thrown a grenade, Ein is thrilled this time he was not thrown back. He looked at his broken wooden sword and realized that maybe he had overdone it a bit. Standing there after the stunning bang, the guard in the background simply cannot believe his eyes. Look at the armor. The guy literally cut through a thick iron plate with a piece of wood. That's Chad-level energy at its highest. The guard loses his head, stammers he has just witnessed a kid commit a crime against the laws of physics. Cutting iron with wood is the coolest trick, and Ein just stands there looking confused, as if he hasn't just broken the server. Having checked the indicators one last time and seeing these huge power spikes, our guy is officially leveled up, but in the best possible way. And thirdly, like any well-mannered hero, the dearest dream of our boy Ein is to be pampered by his beautiful mother Olivia. Basically, I was reborn, but my mom is a complete starter pack baddie, and honestly, I respect her diligence. And we rolled into the capital in style, but someone forgot to check the mood. Olivia is just boiling. Saying that while trying to play peacemaker when stuck in a carriage with a time bomb is a bold move from our guy. Meanwhile, in the main carriage, there is pure Dad of the Year energy, while Lagos is preparing to announce his second Sumgrant heir. But he's only 4 years old, and they already want to pass him off as the Marquis's daughter. This kingdom is truly lost. Seeing Mom so sad makes Ein's blood boil, but he is holding back for now to avoid making a scene. Look at that face, guys. If you're not ready to defend that smile at any cost, you are official haters. Working even harder just to get the attention of a dad who clearly doesn't care. That's the peak of visible struggle, but we know, Ein is completely different. Stepping out of the carriage, Ein is still thinking about that strange incident when he licked a stone and got his powers. When you approach the Archduke's estate, you feel, this is a true 5-star resort for the elite of the elite. Check out this statue. The author definitely knew what they were doing with those curves. Real cinema. Logos sharply sends Ein and Olivia away. Go to the hall and don't disturb. I have important matters with my second wife. Watching his father leave with the family favorite is painful, but Ein holds herself like a true alpha. But when they slap a no-entry sign on your door for a nobleman, this is the most offensive insult. Turns out there's a rule at the party: only one child, and while Grint is already inside, Ein is officially not allowed into the hall. When Ein realized it was a complete setup by the evil stepmother Camilla, her inner monologue became one big brub moment. Seeing the receptionist sweating from embarrassment, Ein decides not to escalate and suggests another plan. I switch to a walk in the garden. Why bother with arrogant nobles when you can enjoy nature and a lush waifu? You have to respond to contempt like this, give an incredible smile that makes the staff practically bow at his feet. Calming his mother with words that the flowers are as beautiful as she is, he proved boundless charm is in his DNA. Holding hands and walking among the roses, this is almost a date. Don't argue with me. This is when Olivia hugs tightly in public, the true peak of the episode. Look at that sincere, motherly love. They were interrupted by the receptionist, who brought a special guidebook for their little walk among the greenery. Just looked at the bunny and it's already clear. In the war of Wi-Fi, a new contender bursts in. Returning in a slow anime slow-mo with a spark, our conductor looks like a real main heroine. She introduced herself as Clon, the granddaughter of the Archduke. Ein just hit the jackpot without even trying. He looks at her as if he has never seen a girl before. Ein is truly in love for the first time. He stammered during the introduction, like a typical nerd, but she seemed to like that mysterious charm that came from him. When he caught her gaze with that same, "Who is this guy?" expression, it was simply funny, she just can't figure him out. The clown took the initiative and suggested showing them the sights as a true princess. She has the same energy as the main girl. Walking in the garden with two beauties is the life I must live. Ain lives the dream. I notice glowing flowers as if they are from a fantasy role-playing game. This place is true magic. Admiring the landscape while the sun sets, the atmosphere becomes far too romantic for a 4-year-old. The clown girl begins to think about the rumors she heard about the Roundheart family and their worthless son. At the party, everyone was badmouthing him, saying that the eldest son, Arad, is an arrogant boor without manners. Having found out that the rumors are complete lies, Bikin behaves like a true gentleman Chad. And to casually say, "You are beautiful," to a girl he just met, that's a move of the highest level from our guy. He returns to the flowers to hide that he just blew her mind with that compliment. It turns out these blue fire roses are a real rarity, almost impossible to grow by ordinary means, warning him that these thorns carry such a deadly poison that in an instant they could take down 1,000 people. They say that from this poison the body seems to burn, hence the name, Blue Fire Rose. To learn that if the poison is drained, the flower turns into a real gemstone, that's an incredibly cool legend. Hearing that the process is almost impossible and consumes a lot of magical resources. We look at the star crystal, supposedly the most beautiful precious stone in the world, and it's already clear where this leads. To find out that to make even when you need to spend half of the annual taxes, that's pure madness. Remembered his broken skill of laying out poisons and realized that the time had finally come to show off. Preparing to do something completely reckless for the sake of daily struggle and for the girls. Asking Claude if she wants to see a dream come true here and now. Reaches out to touch the deadly rose while everyone around is shouting for him to stop. What a madman. Activated the skill and literally an aura of power appeared around me, one that even Goku would envy. Experiencing a mental trip, like a sip of icy Sprite on a hot summer day, pure refreshment. Realizing that this time his flaw won't affect him, bro, he has officially leveled up and is ready for anything. Olivia and Clone are going through a midlife crisis, watching him play with death as if it were a toy. This proves his ability is the last weapon against all the poisonous things in this world. Created a blinding flash, probably blinded everyone within a 3-mile radius, pure cinema. Waiting for the smoke to clear, and the girls are watching in pure shock and admiration. Popped out of the light and looked completely calm, like a boss who just finished his shift. Holding a real star crystal in bare hands, he really did it, this absolute madman. They scold him like a maniac, but the results speak for themselves. Look at that shine. He gets down on one knee, as if about to propose in the middle of the garden. This guy makes it look natural. He offers the legendary gem to Clon as if it were just an ordinary pebble he picked up from the ground. And when he asks her to accept the gift, his level of charisma just breaks the scale. With this absolute move, he left everyone speechless, and his mom is just losing her mind. He was quietly screaming inside when he realized how banal that phrase was. We've all been through that, bro. Waiting for her reaction, his heart does a somersault in his chest. Then he smiles through burning shame while she hesitates to take the treasure. Her heart pounds as she realizes this kid is a true legend being born. She stretched out trembling hands to take the crystal. Never before had she seen anything like it. Accepting the gift under the moonlight, this is basically a marriage proposal. Guys, take note. Look again at that detail of the dress. The author in this chapter is simply showing off their air art skills. He doubled his efforts and made another one for mom, so she wouldn't feel left out of Riz. I look at the moon after a night of complete chaos and risky jewelry making. After saying goodbye, the clone must go deal with boring speeches of nobles and party politics. When we were told to drop formalities and just call her Clone, it became clear in the race for waifu we have a winner. They are waiting for father, but something feels a bit off in the main hall. And then they found out that the dad of the year had already slipped off to another party without even warning them. The realization that dad didn't even bother to say goodbye was a real gut punch for our boy. Olivia felt sadness and jumped in to fire off a few painful truths about their situation. They ask the main question, do you really love your father? And the answer is obvious. Ong says directly, he cannot forgive how that old man treats his beautiful mom. Seeing Olivia glow with joy is the best ending to this chapter. She is so proud of her boy. At that very moment, they decided, enough of this toxic house and this trashy family. Leading him to an even more beautiful place, she looked like a true goddess in the moonlight. Returning to their real home, they leave that trashy family in the dust, where they belong. Honestly, Mom just dropped the bomb of the century, recalling her homeland while standing before that huge castle. Seeing her take off that ring, as if it meant nothing at all, made me doubt everything we knew about her. Suddenly, the ring in her hand just crumbles to dust, and my boyfriend Ain looks as if he just saw a ghost. At first, she radiates, enough pretending to be polite, and then she tells him straight that she doesn't need that junk anymore. Grabbing the earrings and smiling as if she is about to reclaim her throne, she tells Ain that it's time to return to the port. Relaxing in the carriage, our guy is simply happy that they are making quick progress, completely unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Passing those giant stone pillars, the air becomes so heavy it feels like it could crush a person. When Ain realizes the carriage is not stopping by the house, he starts to panic, and Mom just throws him the same smile as if to say, "Trust the process." I look out the window. The whole city is in wild noise, as if the local team just lost the championship. Frightened residents cry out for knights, and suddenly a real triple-barreled cannon appears before them, aimed straight at them. Holy Mother of Bastes, this huge futuristic battleship is just standing in the middle of the harbor, as if it owns the place. Looking at the colossal size of this thing, the crowd seems like ants next to this metal beast. Ein is calculating numbers like a nerd and comes to the conclusion: this ship is over 200 meters of pure intimidation. She steps into the crowd. Everyone immediately recognizes her as Lady Roundheart, and the excitement is about to explode. Seeing a whole army of knights in armor walking down the ramp makes you want to press Alt F4 on life itself. Standing there like true main characters, Mom and Ein faced a literal battalion of elite soldiers. He thinks he must protect Mom, and Ein decisively steps forward like a little macho before a female knight approaches them. Kneeling on one knee, this legendary knight introduces herself as Christina Vernestein, and her appearance is simply breathtaking. Looking at that armor and ponytail, we have officially found a new member of the Waifu Council. He is hopelessly in love. Looking at her, he thinks she is the most beautiful thing he has ever seen. It turns out Mom and Chris are practically best friends, and all this time they were planning this grand escape. Wait, did she just say that this ship is here to pick up Prince Aaliyah? Because my brain just short-circuited. Ein stands there like a confused Pikachu, and Mom promises to explain everything as soon as they are on board. Boarding the ship, Mom looks simply stunning in that dress, leading Ein into his new life. Switching to the Archduke's mansion behind closed doors, things are really heating up. Meeting with Count August's family, he is impressed. A 5-year-old child carried the entire plot. Clon is here, tightly holding the flower that Ein gave her, and looks like she's ready to risk everything for our guy. Grandpa sighs here because he knows the Roundheart family is about to be harshly torn apart for their mistakes. Telling Clon to keep this a secret is a classic move, but this gossip is too juicy to stay in the shadows. Explaining the geography, he says that in 2 days' journey, you can reach the most powerful continent on the map directly. Look at the United Nation of Ishtalik, a kingdom so advanced in technology and military power that no one else even stands a chance. Suddenly, he drops the most powerful bombshell of truth. Olivia is not just a merchant's daughter, she is the real daughter of the king. Greet the second princess of Ishtalik, it turns out Mom has secretly been from the royal family all along. Confirming her true identity, Archdiak actually says that Roundhearts contacted the wrong family. Ain and Clon looked as if they had just been blinded, and stunned that's how they reacted to the news. Mom gives us that sweet, innocent smile, and is clearly happy her secret has finally surfaced. Returning to the ship, she finally apologizes for keeping him in the dark while they sail towards greatness. Ain asks the most important question: why would the real princess marry a family of mediocre status like Roundhearts at all? Puffed up in the corner, Chris envies all the attention Ain gets because of Mom's wealth. Seeing Mom so relaxed and open is a real victory for all of us, especially after years of constant stress. Protecting that smile is now Ain's life mission, and honestly, I respect that persistence. When Christarts notices the star that Crystalline gave her, she starts sweating. It's not just a beautiful stone. As it turned out, giving one of these things to a girl is almost a marriage proposal, so Ain just accidentally enchanted the princess at 5 years old. Everyone looks at him as if he is the coolest player, while my boyfriend is just trying to survive this awkwardness. Plonka in the mansion is already mentally agreeing to the proposal, while completely lost. Trying to change the subject, Ain asks about the water train they will take immediately after landing. Explaining the mechanics of the steam engine like a true boss, Ain proves that knowledge from a past life is a real cheat code. Realizing that civilization in Ishtalika is light years ahead of his old home, he did not feel the excitement as if he had just received a PS5. Mom is so proud of her clever little one that she hugs him tightly, and the plot clearly thickens. Realizing he almost revealed his secret, Aim put on a calm smile to hide his nervousness, and Chris waved his hand and advised him to take a little nap. Sailing at night, the ship seems like a majestic beast cutting through the waves. First enjoying a five-star dinner, then going to bed with Mom, our boy lives the life we all dream of. Seeing this water train live is a real movie. It looks like a steampunk masterpiece on rails. Standing by the window and looking at the futuristic city, Ayn cannot believe it. Everything here is so huge and so advanced. When our boy sees those silly people walking around as if nothing happened, his eyes popped out. Learning that Ishtalika is a real melting pot of elves and beastmen, this kingdom immediately became a strong tent for me. Arriving at the place, Chris becomes serious. She is ready to return to her duties as a knight of the highest rank. From afar it is visible this capital is a true pinnacle of high fantasy architecture. Gliding between canals and gardens, the atmosphere is so flawless that I could actually cry. Announcing her return as a true girl boss, Chris tries to look cool in front of the palace gates. Immediately rummaging hastily in her bag, she stumbled over her own feet and ruined all that cool aura she had built all day. Mom just laughs at her, and Ayn understands that even elite knights can be complete clumsy fools. Walking through the majestic halls, you realize the palace is so huge that Round Heart Mansion looks like a garden shed. She admitted that she actually did not warn the king about their arrival. Chris quietly panics about how they will be received. Everyone was told to behave as usual, but you know the appearance of the long-lost princess will cause a huge commotion. As soon as you remember the head maid Marque Mom starts trembling in her boots, so it's clear, she is the true final boss. Imagining this incredible giant maid, Ayn realizes that Ishtalika is simply overflowing with powerful women. Standing before the huge doors of the conference hall, the moment of the great revelation has finally come. She bursts in as if she is the mistress here, and in fact she is. Mom shouts, "I'm home." Interrupting the entire council of old men is a true show of strength, and the silence in the hall is simply deafening. Ayn swallowed at what he saw. The man on the throne is a real mountain of aura. Standing face to face with the king of Ishtalika, pure Chad energy streams from him. Just that alone would be enough to finish the episode. Yo, we're up to our ears in adventure again. Our guy Ayn has finally reached his mother's lands, and I tell you, Olivia in that dress is just a bomb. Standing there like the final boss, Silvered radiates such thick pressure that it could be cut with a butter knife. Poor Ayn trembles like a leaf. He understands that he is facing the most powerful move. Fortunately, Olivia's mother is real. She is right here and gives him the needed emotional buff. With a deep breath, the guy finally introduced himself and did not forget to mention that his old surname is now, essentially, Trash. Looking at him intently, the king slowly realizes that his grandson has finally approached the cradle. Revealing that he is Silvered von Ishtalika, this burly giant officially declares himself the best grandfather. Suddenly, a warm smile appears on his face, and meanwhile, some huge knight begins to stomp here to join the party. Meet Lloyd Galesia, a true Chad and the chief marshal who looks like he eats boulders for breakfast. Shaking hands with the legend, Ayn tries to look calm while his grandfather makes a scene over the previous family surname. Olivia, without blinking, drops a nuclear bomb. She is officially divorced and will never return to that kingdom of poverty. The king is so shocked that he can't believe his ears and literally asks his buddy to punch him in the face to make sure it's real. Standing firm like a true queen, Olivia firmly says that Ayn's happiness is the only thing that truly matters. Realizing this is the highest quality tea, the king abruptly ends the public gathering and sternly orders everyone to shut up or else. Ordering his inner circle to assemble, he demands to hear the whole story behind this sudden change in his life. Veins bulged on his forehead. Disdain from the old lineage made him simply boil. In gathering around the round table, the squad prepares to spill a bunch of important and dangerous secrets. Lloyd snaps his fingers there, looking like he's about to send Ayn's father to the lobby for being a terrible dad. As the voice of reason, Olivia tells them to no longer waste energy on that mediocre country. Look at this cute cat girl who appeared out of nowhere. She is actually the first princess, the true pinnacle of culture. Warren, the prime minister, begins to explain that the whole marriage was essentially just an exchange for some shiny sea crystals. Scientists explain, these are not just beautiful stones, they are made from monster bones, and without them magical technology simply does not work. While other countries use fake crystals, Ishtalika has premium items that won't explode in your face. Resources are quickly depleting. They have almost completely mined everything on their lands. Essentially, they agreed simply, protection of Heim in exchange for crystals, and Ayn was to become duke. Danger is approaching. The sea dragon is now wandering around the outskirts like a hooligan. Radiating the energy of a confident businesswoman, Olivia reveals the truth. All this time, she was tirelessly working behind the scenes. Using her own secret network of merchants, she found a completely new supplier and proved she is a true genius. Warren looks at the report, not believing his own eyes. She discovered a place they completely missed. In this new place, crystals literally surface, and even the cat princess is going crazy. Realizing how hard his mother carried the team, Ain froze in pure admiration. Flashes of the past show, to people she was almost a saint, but to her husband just an annoying burden. Feeling the weight of her sacrifice, our guy struggles to hold back his emotions. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she quietly let him understand that everything she did was for his sake. All the council members, as one, look at Ain as if he were the chosen one, ready to lend him a shoulder. Olivia pulls him into an embrace, once again proving that she is unquestionably the best among manga moms. Everything led to this moment. She finally sees him happy and safe. Determined to repay her hard work, the king prepares to make a move that will change everything. Warren pulls out the legendary scroll, as if holding a contract for a top-level raid. "Sign this," says Silvered, and the room suddenly becomes incredibly serious. Everyone begins signing that document as if it were the Declaration of Independence for the future of our boy. Confused like a puppy, Ain watches as the big dogs complete the most important papers in his life. Standing upright, the king prepares to say words that will shake the whole world. Ain has just been officially granted royal status, and the king shouts about it at the top of his lungs. At first, recalling how he was once treated like trash, Ain realizes those days are now officially behind him. The entire squad looks at him only with respect and acknowledges that a legend was born. Appointing him heir to the throne, the king has just elevated Ain to the highest rung. Shocked but full of determination to start a new life, our guy has now officially become the main hero of this kingdom. Today we dive into the capital of EXILED. Here the atmosphere is flawless, and the architecture seems straight out of a blockbuster role-playing game. Rumors spread through the streets like wildfire. Supposedly, the beloved royal villain Olivia has returned with a secret son in tow. People are going crazy, guessing whether this new guy is a true contender for the crown or just some ordinary guy with good genes. Tension hits the ceiling. The whole city is preparing for an audience with the mysterious Prince Ain. Look at these guys acting like they're waiting for the release of a new iPhone, not the royal heir. The training arch is approaching. Our guy Ain is already training with a sword and looks like he's ready, like a true main hero, to overcome any obstacle. Facing blades with a true legend, Ain held his ground until a masterful parry sent him to the floor, and a compliment from the chief general after being beaten the perfect participation prize. But that's how we roll. Meet Lloyd, Galatia Grand Marshal, who looks like he eats dumbbells for breakfast and has more aura than the entire kingdom combined. But despite all the praise, Ain suffers from imposter syndrome because his younger brother at home was a real prodigy with the blade. Recalling his past life, our guy remembers how he tried with all his might to earn his father's approval, but in the end, he was taken by his top mom. Just look at Olivia in that shot. The author seems to have no idea what they were doing with the designs of these characters. Looking at his hands, he feels the weight of the crown becoming too heavy for a guy who was nobody just a week ago. Doubts creep in faster than a toxic ex and make him ask himself if he is truly worthy of the throne. Lloyd stands like a brick wall of support and seems to hesitate whether to encourage the guy with words or just order more push-ups. Noticing a tiny hole on the prince's shirt, the legendary general suddenly pulls out a sewing kit, like a grandmother on a mission. Don't move, boy, because the great marshal is about to show why he is the best at domestic affairs. Pulling the thread with the force of 1,000 suns, the man prepares for the most risky sewing in history. Absolute cinema, this man switches to speedster mode at full throttle. His hands move so fast they leave trails, and all this just to fix a sleeve. If you ever wondered what a level 99 tailor looks like in Isekai, this is the peak. Blinking in complete confusion, Ain realized that his clothes were already fixed before he could even comprehend what happened. This is not just sewing. This is a literal glitch in the Matrix. Swinging the needle like a legendary sword, Lloyd admits that his natural talent is actually just sewing. Imagine this. You are the most fearsome general of the land, and your secret weapon is a spool and silk. Rising to the rank of Grand Marshal thanks to a non-combat skill, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard, and it's clear from this. It's not about the cards you were dealt, but how you play them. Full Chad mentality. Grabbing Ain by the shoulders, Lloyd delivers old wisdom. True national wealth is effort, and that's the kind of motivation that makes you want to go to the gym at 3 in the morning. Just when the moment gets cute, Nine Yas' voice comes from the shadows, and this can only mean one thing: attention, Catgirl. She flies in hot, literally sliding in Catamasan, decides that personal space is a myth, and rushes to hug the prince. This Catgirl simply can't calm down and radiates 100 chaos, and I'm just thrilled by it. She drags the poor boy away like a new toy. May completely ignores the general because she needs to do science. Lloyd just stands there like, this is my life now. Entering the nerd's lair, you see a room filled with books and flasks more than a student during finals. Everything here looks like it belongs to a person with a very high IQ and almost no free time. Sitting opposite the whale scientist, Ein realizes that he was basically kidnapped, for examination rooms scattered like this are exactly how geniuses live. Winking, Kadima says that she is actually doing Olivia a favor, and our Ain is just trying to get out of this conversation alive and unscathed. Tea time with Waifu the cat girl is so cute, and Chris, created as an elf, serves drinks, so this is the room with the highest riz in the castle. Peeking into the status window, Ain notices his stats have skyrocketed compared to the last time. He has some strange absorbed skill, basically a cheat code for instant leveling up. Raising a big thumbs up, Kadima explains that his strange powers are actually proof that he is a dryad. Seriously, so our guy is literally a tree person. Imagining roots and leaves growing on him, Ain falls into a full life crisis, and Kadima laughs so hard her tail twitches. Being a forest spirit seems cool until you realize you might start craving fertilizer. Learning about the royal gaseous system is madness. It turns out, depending on how the DNA falls, you can be a Kitsuka person, a cat person, or a tree spirit. Now that's a genetic lottery. Diving into the statistics, Kadima notices that the ink growth far exceeds the usual curve. Something is clearly pushing his increase, and it's not just protein shakes. Dropping a bomb, she tells him straight that he was snacking on magic stones. Imagine your favorite candy, turning out to be a super powerful battery for monsters. Ordinary people would be completely poisoned by these stones, but Ain is completely different. He sits and wonders how she managed to figure out his secret snacks. Thanks to the X skill to break down poisons, he is basically a human air purifier, turning poison into power. Kadima suggests that he is the only one who can eat these things and actually get stronger. Returning to that time when he licked a magic stone, because it smelled like candy, he really got hooked on these stones, and the face he makes in the memory is pure comedic gold. Realizing something scandalous, the elven maid Chris starts blushing because she thinks Ain might have been absorbing her energy too. Chris explains that all demi-humans have magical stones inside them, and essentially reveals that Ain was involuntarily sucking hers out, which dangerously approaches a completely different genre of boys manga. Putting the facts together, Ain realizes that West was so tired during the carriage trip. He is literally an energy vampire here and doesn't even try. Deciding to test the theory, Kadima understood it's time for a live experiment. The same look ignited in her eyes, as if saying, "I'm about to do something expensive." She pulls out 2 boxes filled with magical stones, tells Ain to go to the city and eat the entire buffet. So many potential enhancements lie here. Boasting the kingdom's wealth, she declares that a top-grade stone costs 90,000 gold. This is the real pay-to-win mechanic, and Ain is about to pay for it. Starting with the cheapest, our guy devours the whole box as if it were a bag of chips, and when he says tasty, it's a clear warning bell about his taste. Moving on to the premium, the girl watches excitedly as the stone simply fades, and Ain wonders what the taste of the expensive one is, expecting wagyu, but getting something completely different. Suddenly everything changed. Ain grabbed his chest and seemed to already see the light, and the girls panicked. They realized they might have accidentally poisoned the prince. Sticking out his tongue in disgust, he says it tastes like walnuts. Dude, you just ate 90,000 gold and complain about the taste. Returning to a teacher's tone, Kadima explains that he also has limits. You can't just eat the whole mountain and become a god in one day. She takes chalk and excitedly explains the goal on the board. Different stones have different stat limits. Higher qualons raise the bar, so he'll have to keep hunting for that legendary prey. Unlocking the new skill, Thick Fog, Ain feels himself becoming less and less human by the minute, and Kadima just laughs. Being a monster hybrid for her turns out to be like an ordinary Tuesday. Wondering why he no longer has any mastic, the boy suddenly realizes that his body is beginning to adapt to the energy surges. Entering the room with the energy of the best mother, Olivia just managed to see the results. Look how they drew her. The artist is clearly a fan of the Aurora aesthetic. She immediately threw herself into an embrace. Olivia doesn't care who is watching. Ain is embarrassed, but honestly, who wouldn't want a hug from the legendary queen of the Dryads? She leads him to the next big event, and a mysterious smile plays on Olivia's face. Usually, this means that something crazy is about to happen. As soon as the king appeared in the corridor, the air instantly became heavy with tension. Grandpa looks as if he hasn't smiled since the beginning of the world. Standing before the huge, shining doors, the group prepares to enter the most protected part of the castle. The incredible carvings and fine details on them look as if they are holding back the final boss. Opening the treasury, the king said that they are not here just to look at gold coins. This is the heart of the kingdom's power. It thunders like an earthquake, and the doors finally part, revealing what is hidden inside. Darkness fills the gap before the real treasures appear. Walking past piles of loot and legendary weapons, Ein skeptically asks himself why all this is in the VIP section of the vault. Grandpa drops the news. Olivia asked for a special gift as a sign of apology for everything she had to endure, and everyone points to the pedestal that literally glows with ominous energy. Here it is, the magical Dullahan stone, a true national treasure. It looks as if it could power a small sun or destroy an entire civilization. Time of Legends. This stone comes from one of the strongest generals of the Demon Lord over 500 years ago. With one swing, his blade could cleave the sea, and now they expect Ein to just eat it. Reminding him that their ancestor is the very one who wrested victory from the Demon Lord, Olivia looks at Ein with complete confidence. The pressure is mounting, and our boy's heart is pounding 200 beats per minute. The warmth from the stone blazes in his chest and squeezes him as if his soul is trying to jump out. This is not just extra power, this is a moment of destiny. But grandfather still hesitates a little to give away the family jewels, and Olivia simply tells him to hush. When a mother wants the best for her son, you don't stand in her way. Ein steps onto the platform alone against the backdrop of this huge pedestal. She looks tiny, and the shot simply breathes real cinema. Warning Olivia not to come closer, the king feels the magical pressure becoming dangerously strong. Only Ein can approach closely without evaporating from the aura. Standing face to face with the legendary stone, the air crackled with pure energy. Now or never, boy. Touching the stone, Ein feels a power he has never felt in his life. The king is shocked the poison will disappear the very moment the boy touches it. A voice from the void whispered, "You have returned," and my eyes instantly widened. Was it a ghost or just some strange recording? The shock hasn't yet passed. He barely manages to react, and suddenly everything explodes. Something big is about to happen. The stone exploded into a huge black vortex and began reacting to Ein, as if a real hurricane had risen. Fear gripped the king and Olivia. They were almost blown away by that uncontrollable force. The power swirled around him like a living shadow. Being absorbed into him, it chooses him. This is some kind of chosen one's energy, if I have ever seen one. They shout for him to let go if it's too much. Grandfather really fears the child will be erased any moment now. Cracks appear on the floor. The pressure breaks all records. Closing his eyes, Ein accepts chaos instead of fighting it. He stands in the middle of the magical storm like a true fearless dude. Watching the vortex reach its peak, the spectators only cover their eyes. The room is flooded with blinding light, and energy pulses everywhere. Reaching the peak of transformation, the entire treasury was flooded with a flash, from which a flashbang grenade would look like a candle. Only pure power remained. Waiting for the dust to settle, the king and Olivia, holding their breath, watch to see if the prince survived the enhancement. For a moment, the room becomes quiet, but the air seems to change. Sparks literally dance on his boots. It is clear they are filled with static energy. Electricity crackles from him like a madman. Looking at the back of his head, you can see sparks running through his hair, as if he just plugged a fork into an outlet. Our guy is fully charged. Frozen in complete awe, Olivia and the king realize the guy who entered is no longer the one standing before them. The levels of aura are off the charts. Clenching his fist, Ein feels he can punch a hole in reality itself. He has that same "I am the main character" glow, which usually means villains are in for a very bad day. Glancing at the final status screen, Goalie Gaines saw that his magical power had jumped by more than 2,000 points. He unlocked the skill Black Knight and is now officially the most powerful heir to the throne in history. Returning to the kingdom of Heim, the moon shines over the place where Ein was once treated like trash, and nostalgia hits right in the heart. Holding a small stone and gazing at the moon, the girl he left swears to find him again. She doesn't even know that her childhood friend has just become a true god-level warrior. Look at Clon. She has completely lost her mind over our guy Ein, looking at that crystal as if it were the last slice of pizza on a Friday night, completely lost in feelings. She literally blushes because of the stone. Since he touched it, this is pure peak simp energy, but credit must be given to the efforts of the love-struck girl. The maid comes in to check the homework, probably thinks that Clon is really studying, while she is completely lost in dreams about her prince. My girlfriend finished a week's worth of work in just 2 days to stand proudly next to her boyfriend. This is a total Chad move and pure motivation. The maid is totally shocked, looking at that pile of papers as if she saw a ghost. Clon is in that Sigma grindset to level up the brain for Ein. Wow, the Grandmaster wants her to write a letter to the prince. Clon's heart does a somersault, and panic is visible in her eyes. She throws aside the homework like yesterday's junk, because only this note matters, decorated paper or nothing. She needs maximum charisma for this message. Poor girl has never written to a boy before, and is completely confused. Look at her embarrassed face. She is practically a walking tomato. And she, like a rocket, rushes to find the great master for some urgent advice, while the maid just stands and says, "Miss, please, he won't disappear into thin air." She walks through the corridors, carrying a bunch of things she wants to say, but has zero ideas how to put them on paper. It's true torture when you suffer so much because of someone. We see a beautiful shot of the moon, and she wonders what Ain is doing right now. Meanwhile, Ain is probably somewhere out there becoming even more powerful, as befits the main hero. Returning to the palace, Ain is sitting relaxed with his mother and the king, and the giant crystal in the middle of the room looks like a real tasty piece for our guy. The king is simply going crazy over Ain's status jump. This kid is now officially a walking cheat code. Olivia hugs him, and how cool it is to see such a lush mama wife support. Grandpa King reads him the familiar speech, "Don't get cocky," to keep him grounded. Ain just nods like a professional Chad, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly the atmosphere changes. The king asks Olivia if all this was part of her plan. Ain looks around as if watching a tense tennis match between kings. The king basically exposes her, saying, "You planned the divorce just to elevate Ain to such power," and Olivia just stands there with that mysterious energy and doesn't deny a word. She begins to pour out heavy secrets about the Roundheart family and explains why she was so afraid of the future. You can see her clenching her hands because she went through real trauma. Here comes the real bombshell. She didn't dare to encourage that loser Lagas. When he hears the truth, the king's face is pure cinema. Olivia confesses, Ain was born a dryad. It turns out she was pretending to be decent all this time. She regrets hiding the truth, but she had to protect her boy from that toxic family. The king has to talk to his daughter alone to process all this crazy chaos, so he sends Ain away. Ain is a bit confused, but he's a good guy and quietly leaves without protesting. Look at those castle spires reaching to the clouds. They seem to set the stage for heavy conversations, and this kingdom really radiates a cool vibe today. Now we're on the terrace, drinking tea with Ain, the king, and a cute cat girl named Kadama. This is exactly the kind of meeting I want to get invited to. The king admits that marrying Olivia off to those round heart bumps was a huge failure on their part. Kadama just sits relaxed with cat ears and looks cute while pouring tea. Ain is completely confused and asks what root really means here. He's about to get a lesson he definitely wasn't ready for. Kadama just blurted it out, "It means to make a baby," and the king just spat out his tea. Such a reaction is the height of comedy and the absolute peak of invention. She explains that dryads root themselves with only one person for life, and Ain looks as if his whole world has just been turned upside down by this biology lesson. But wait, if she doesn't come from his father, then how is Ain even standing here? Kadama explains that they once cloned themselves, and those clones were sickly, without any help from the opposite sex. Dude, Ain is literally made from a part of his mom's stump. He is 100 pure Olivia, so it's clear why he is such a natural Chad. Turns out she used some hypnotic dryad abilities to not satisfy her worthless husband for years. Olivia is officially the goat for pretending for so long to protect her lineage. Ain sighed with relief. Mom did not bind her soul to that fraud Lugus forever, and he is happy as long as she is safe, and did not have to give her life for that loser. The king bitterly says how those round hearts still broke the contract by not making in the head. They really blew the greatest talent in human history. All this talk about birth and fate for some reason made our guy very hungry. His stomach roared like a beast, perfectly breaking the serious atmosphere. The king says that in the throne hall there simply lies as decoration the magic stone of the demon king, and Ain, at the very thought of eating it, probably has dollar signs in his eyes. He can't believe that the first demon king's stone is just lying under their noses as if it were a trifle. It's like holding a nuclear warhead as a paperweight, just madness. Kadama warns to stay away if he gets too hungry. He might accidentally absorb everything. Imagine the chaos if during lunch he just absorbed the demon king's power. They talked about the first king, the true, absolute hero and champion of this world, and Ain listened as if enchanted, as if they were describing a god among men. Our guy fills with inspiration and clenches his fist with that legendary main hero's passion. He wants to be that strong. He wants to become the next great legend in the history books. The king confirms, every country in the world knows the glory of the first king, and Ain sits there thinking about how he will surpass this legacy. He sits and remembers how much his mother sacrificed over the years to keep him safe. Now he wants with all his might to repay her for all that love with his own success. Although he is now a prince, he still feels that he has not done enough to deserve his title. It is this humility that makes him a true king. He wants to show the open hearts exactly what they threw away when they treated his mother badly. Revenge is a dish best served with wild magical powers and a royal crown. Look at that determination on his face. He swears to match the power of the first king. He does not need second place. He is heading straight to the top. He literally stands up and shouts his goal to the whole world like a true boss, a real moment for the main hero. The hype is already off the charts. Then he realizes that he probably played a bit too much with the volume, blushes and becomes shy, and the king just says, "No, brother, that was insanely cool, don't even worry about it." Grandfather King offers to personally oversee his training from today, and Ain beams with joy finally. He is getting the best preparation he deserves. Kadima did not wait, she rushed at him to start analyzing him right now. This cat girl has no peace at all, and I am just thrilled by it. Ain just laughs, probably getting used to the chaos of his new life. Finally, he is in a place where people truly appreciate him. The king watches him leave and cannot get rid of the thought of how much Ain reminds him of the legend himself. The hints hit like a truck, and I am already ready for a time jump. Brief glance, the city is peaceful and lively under the summer sun, Ishtalik like a top resort if not for the monsters in the forest. 8 months passed and summer officially arrived in the magical Ishtalika. Ain was leveling up and already looked like a real young knight in his armor. He was in the forest with Chris and Lloyd in a real training session for monster hunting. These monsters don't hold back today, a true fight for survival. A giant rat jumped out of the bushes, so hungry it seemed like it hadn't eaten for 3 weeks, and Ain just stood there looking as if to say, "Is this the best challenge you could find for me?" Chris says it's just a forest rat, but Ain wants to deal with it himself. He's tired of always being protected and wants to show off his new skills. The rat growls and is ready to pounce, but it doesn't realize it's facing a hero with a cheat code for the poor rodent. This will be total annihilation. Chris encourages him like the best older sister and knight companion in the world. Ain remains focused, calmly watching those sharp claws and fangs. The rat lunged with a piercing squeak, but Ain was already in motion even before it got close. Look at that speed, he's almost a blurred shadow in the middle of the forest. He dodges the attack as if it's nothing, moving with that effortless grace. He has honed. The guy has clearly worked hard for the last 8 months. With one precise slash and the rat is completely cooked, sent back to the foyer. Ain just stands there as if it was a minor inconvenience in his day. But he doesn't stop there, he starts dealing with the rest of the monster pack. There's a real bloody slaughter in the forest right now as he cleans everything up. Look at that huge pile of monster bodies he created in seconds. Ain stands on it like a true boss, and Lloyd just laughs. Chris whispers not to relax, even if the first wave was easy. Suddenly something in the pile starts twitching and seems dangerous. Ain launches his phantom hand, and it's simultaneously terrifying and insanely cool, like a shadow whip that tears everything it touches. He swings that thing like a true pro, clearing the whole area in seconds. This Dullahan power is really broken, and I need it in a video game. He says this is the only skill of the Black Knight he has managed to master so far, and by simply controlling magic, he can change its length and strength. He stabs this shadow limb into another monster, and for the beast it's instant death, and the precision of this limb is just incredible. He calls his new move Black Straw, because it literally sucks the magic stone from living targets. It's some kind of dark heroic energy that would make anyone nervous. Ain says the stone tastes better if he licks it directly, and Chris's expression is priceless. She is clearly worried about his strange eating habits and the habit of licking monsters. Later they ride through the city in a carriage, and Ain notices an extremely interesting shop. That look is back in his eyes. He's definitely hunting for new stones. The famous Magilus Magic Stone Shop is exactly the place where the palace buys its elite supplies. Ain stands by the showcase looking like a child in a candy store. Chris can't go inside, her full armor would attract too much attention in public, so Ain threw on a cloak and sneaked inside like a little royal ninja. He peeks through the door and sees a very luxurious, expensive interior. Someone inside is waiting for him, and that person looks like a real character. Meet the shop owner. Here is the entrance. Pompous, bright, and simply spectacular. This man is drowning in jewels and has so much confidence it could light up the whole city. He winks at Ain and warmly welcomes her. This little client is a real vibe. The makeup is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, and I'm here for the drama. We start with a view of real giants and immediately dive into the peak aesthetics of this series. Just look at those muscles and the suspiciously missing shirt. You enter the shop and you meet him, the man, the myth, the legend Magile, in suspenders with such a vibe that you feel he definitely knows where the best parties are. The owner looks like a top-tier character from JoJo, and honestly, I'm here for it. Chris panics, trying to explain that the owner is not just a guy with strange tastes, but a truly famous professional, while the poor girl does a somersault to stay professional, even as her soul seems to leave her body from the audacity of his outfit. Majlis greets them with all the audacity in the world, wondering if Chris just came to joke with him today. Realizing he's dealing with a true prince, he turns on his charm faster than a streamer sees a Tier 3 subscription. And Ain is just a little guy rummaging around looking for shiny stones for a snack and isn't even fazed by the owner's energy. Bro is fully focused on business and wants to see what magical buffet this shop offers. Seeing the child's interest, Majlis lights up with that look as if he found a kindred spirit, ready to become our hero's best friend, because it turns out that the hobby of eating expensive stones is insanely cool. Even before shopping starts, the owner loudly warns, "Do not touch the goods with your hands, because the magical energy will burn you." It's all fun until some sea crystal decides to send you to the lobby forever. Looking around the room, you see prices that would make a crypto bro in his mom's basement cry 20,000 for one stone. These are truly gourmet prices, but Ain looks like he's ready to spend it all. Thanks to special training, our guy finally knows how to control his hunger, and his brain doesn't turn to mush from the smell of this power. He notices a stone for 45,000 and wonders if it's actually a disguised steak. Magile with his sharp eye notices and confirms that this is a magical stone of the white wyvern, the kind usually used to make the highest quad bets on monsters you can imagine. Imagine wanting to snack so badly that you start recognizing magical artifacts by their taste. Without hesitation for a second, Ain pulls the trigger and buys it immediately. Chris is just shocked because bro paid 30,000 GS faster than a simp donates to a VTuber. Explaining his financial situation, Ain admits that recently his grandfather gave him a huge pocket money sum, and Chris, realizing that this tiny whale can't be stopped, just asks the owner not to advertise that he is a prince. This shopping stroll instantly turns into a real spending spree. Ain starts pointing at everything as if in front of him is a buffet, and Majali's probably now sees dollars in his sleep after the bill jumped to 100,000 GS. Walking with a bag full of treats, Ain is insanely happy, eager to return to the castle and start his mukbang. Meanwhile, another thing catches his eye, radiating an aura screaming, "Important plot item." Hidden in a special corner lies a stone, as if belonging to the throne of the final boss. Its glow clearly says this is not just an ordinary treat. This thing is huge and looks like it contains so much power that it could wipe a small town off the face of the earth, just by looking at it the wrong way. McGillies approaches with a serious face and announces, "Cursed Gem," a name that, of course, does not look suspicious at all. Supposedly this stone is possessed and screams in the dreams of its owners, saying they are not the right person. This is some top-level hate, and all this comes from an ordinary stone. Even though the showcase keeps its power locked up, Modulized treats it as if it were a creepy urban legend not to be taken seriously. Most people would run away, but our hero is not one to flee. Thinking it over, Ain realized that the stone does not feel evil at all, and now wonders if his special connections can unravel the mystery of this cursed paperweight. Dropping the last bomb, he asks if the owner will sell the stone along with the box. Everyone in the room goes crazy. Buying a cursed item usually means the start of a horror movie. Chris almost begged him to stop so he wouldn't accidentally summon a demon or something. She was stressed out of her mind, and Majlis just stood there looking like he was about to make the deal of a lifetime. Sold for 300,000 GS, the deal is done, and Ain officially becomes the owner of the Phantom Stone. Bro pays in cash with a smile on his face, proving he is the coolest guy in this kingdom. Majlis asks him to return it if anything starts to get weird, and Chris just stands completely broken. She looks at him with a sad gaze because she knows she will have to explain everything to the king later. Not worrying about the drama, Ain simply bounces away to look at other stones, while the adults meanwhile are cleaning up the financial disaster he just caused. Majlis is truly impressed by how brave the new heir to the throne is, while Chris in the background is going through a complete existential crisis. Her face right now is a real movie. When Chris realized she accidentally said as if the king would approve, the owner called her a terrible liar. She dug her own grave, and now must lie in it. Chris, on the edge, feverishly begs to keep the secret. While the shop bells ring in the background, the matter is already settled, but the emotional scars on her career will remain forever. Leaving the shop, Ain is enjoying to the fullest, while Chris drags the bags like a broken bodyguard. The contrast between his joy and her trauma is simply a real comedy. Ain, looking at her red eyes, worries if everything is okay, but she just blames it on some dirt. We all know she definitely cried in the club because of that purchase for 300,000 G. Returning to the castle under the moonlight, our boy finally plops down on the bed. Being a cool player in the world of magical stones is incredibly exhausting. As soon as he finally gets comfortable, the maid Marcha knocks on the door. She came to help him change clothes. She enters with the energy of the best service and a smile that can heal 1,000 wounds. Ain tries to behave like an adult and change, but Marcia does not tolerate this. She takes her duty as his personal maid too seriously, especially since he is the son of her lady Olivia. She exudes a slightly tense aura, but calmly tells him not to worry while she does her job. This maid, under that cute exterior, is clearly in the "don't mess with me" category. Changing the subject, she hands over a mysterious letter, without a sender's name. A secret night letter is exactly what kicks off the plot. So March suddenly reveals the letter came from the noble house of Hema through another kingdom, and the atmosphere immediately becomes heavy because it was in Hema that all the poisonous drama began. When you look at the map, it immediately shows how much effort someone put in to bypass the fact that Ishtalika has no connections with Hame. this was not just a random message. It was a purposeful tactical delivery. Ein is skeptical and thinks this is again mockery from people who treated him like trash. He is ready to throw it in the trash, but something stops him. Suddenly, a sparkling memory of a beautiful girl with a flower in her hands emerges. This is that shoujo energy that unexpectedly hits straight to the soul. Realizing that only one person could have sent the flower, his heart started beating wildly. The realization hit him like a truck. This letter is from someone special. Look at this absolute waifu clone. She's like a real angel in the moonlight. If you're not rooting for her yet, then you're watching the wrong show. Ein blushes more than a romantic comedy hero. Reading what's written there, he completely forgot about all those stones he just bought. In the letter, she writes that when she arrives, she will finally say her name, but for now she keeps it a secret and teases a possible meeting. This is flirting of the highest grade by good old male. Ein is shocked to the core. He realizes that Clon is really going to Italica. This cliffhanger is pure cinema, and the hype for the next chapter is off the charts. Rarely like this, bro. Look how Ein reads the letter from Clon, as if he has some secret charm we didn't know about, deciding to reply, even though he fears international hostility. Purely a bro move. International travel can be a real headache for the Haim family, but Ein is just trying to be a good friend. He treats their mom and them well, and that's enough for him to keep the connection. Smiles everywhere because Warren-sama will definitely approve this tandem, and knowing that good relations with Olivia-sama make everything possible, our guy feels on top of the world. Ein looks at the moon like in a lo-fi hip-hop video, clearly deeply affected by the clone, and the night vibes are perfect as he prepares for what's next. Memories of cool times with the guys now hit the heart, and the hope to meet again is the strongest mood for everyone who had to leave behind their lush waifu. Time jumped forward, and suddenly autumn wafted in the air. A cold breeze wrapped the kingdom, and you know what that means. The training season has come for our little king. The yard is bustling with movement, and the top mom and pumpkin from the balcony pure hype. Ein here dodges and weaves as if playing Elden Ring. Without any fear, the knight rushes forward, thinking he will finally win over the prince. Bro puts his whole soul into this overhead strike. Saikyou, Ein makes a smooth tackle, knocking him down before he even manages to land. Brog is completely broken and falls to the floor right in front of the whole squad. Saying this, standing over the fallen knight and pressing the sword to his throat, Ein wins the easiest victory of his life, and the crowd goes wild. Our guy officially became a threat. He rushed straight to Mom Olivia for well-deserved pats on the head. This is the only way to end a fight, and she is already here calling him cool while he is still catching his breath. Chris and Lloyd quietly teared up, watching how the boy grew in just a year and a half, enough for an adult man to melt with admiration at his student's progress. Lloyd is a real troublemaker. Because they lost to some kid, he makes the other knights run laps until sunset, and Ein tries modestly to talk about the boost from the magic stone, but the teacher doesn't listen. Constantly babbling that the secret of training is hard work and grind set, Lloyd is a true gym bro. Ein didn't get strong by eating stones. He earned strength with sweat and tears. Everyone nods. The facts are too obvious to ignore. The team's synergy now looks like 10-10. Watching Lloyd give that eerily friendly smile and ask to spar the scariest thing I've seen today, and Ein's face shows everything. He knows he's about to be sent back to the lobby. Suddenly the ground shook, smoke rose from the castle like a scene from a disaster movie, and people on the streets lose their heads, thinking an earthquake just happened. Everywhere colossal destruction. The courtyard literally splits in half from a single exchange. Ein immediately surrenders because he knows when he is outmatched. Lloyd, brushing it off and laughing like a true Chad, is simply happy to see progress, and Chris offers water, saving our guy from dehydration. She is the real MVP. Staying behind to save Chris from accidentally absorbing her magical stones, a very smart move. Ein is actually a walking vacuum cleaner when tired. But shock and shame hit Chris like a truck when she realized she was being used as a battery, and her face now is pure comedy, completely confused by this mess. Olivia drove up to check the mood and heard that Ein is finally ready for the next level. Lloyd thinks he can handle it alone now, and that is the highest sign of approval. Announcing the news about the ENS Academy exam, Olivia glows like a proud mom, and Ein will turn 7 this winter, so it's time to start the school arc. She hugs him tightly, a true helicopter mom who doesn't want to part. Chris just stands and thinks how clingy she is. Its peak comedy. Ein is nervous that at school he will have to be the heir to the throne, and already imagines all the drama. Going to the academy, as royalty is basically giving every minor character a reason to challenge you. Appearing at the door looking like a real treat, Chris asks him if he wants to take a walk. We see you, Chris, trying to squeeze in this one-on-one meeting before his departure. Going to the secret beach behind the castle, which is usually an emergency exit, is a real flex of the highest order. This place looks like paradise hidden from the whole world. Discussing tactics for the entrance exam, Ein decides to switch to true swordsman mode. Chris and Lloyd are already proud, but the tension is clearly rising. To ask a forbidden question, could Lloyd beat his own father Logus, is a bold act. Even the crab on the sand leaned closer to hear the gossip about this family quarrel. If the bluntness of the question caught Chris off guard, he must pause for a second to process it. You don't just ask about the most powerful scale of strength in the kingdom, bro. Throwing the sword to the ground, Chris decides to show him Liv what real speed looks like. She tells him not to take his eyes off her, and honestly, I'm worried about him. The slow fall of the sword creates all the tension we need. Ein froze, his gaze fixed on the blade as if his life depended on it. Squint and you'll miss it. The sword hits the sand, and Chris literally vanished into thin air. Our guy stands there like a confused NPC. Teleporting behind him like a real boss, Chris lets him know she was here the whole time. Ein's expression of pure shock is worth $1,000. They explain that although Logus is a monster of strength, she is primarily about speed. Overall, the whole family is insanely strong, and Ein still has a lot to catch up on. The realization that he will have to surpass both of these monsters at once fell on him like a heavy burden. The path to becoming stronger than the first king suddenly became much more difficult. Gusts of wind roam the beach and create that classic atmosphere. Chris came out here to calm his thoughts before the big test. Ribbons rise in the wind, and before our eyes, Chris transforms into a true main heroine. This is pure cinema, the physics of hair working overtime. Chris is terribly confused trying to tie her hair, and suddenly realizes she overdid the tricks a bit. Ein just stands there blushing. He is clearly hooked on the sensei. Setting off to the capital on a huge steam train is pure steampunk. The train departs, and the excitement is real. Crowds of people fill the academic district, arriving one after another. It's like a huge festival where everyone is either a genius, a researcher, or a guard. Masked in full armor, Chris looks like a real boss, leading Ein through the chaos, and our guy's eyes widen seeing so many people in one place. Here it is, the Royal Kingsland Academy. It seems this place is worth more than all the taxes of Entangdom. It's huge, luxurious, and this is where the real story begins. She says her last words of support to him before he heads to the exam hall, and Ein peeks from behind the corner as if about to enter the boss's room. Thrown out of the hall like a real projectile summer kid, just failed the exam as painfully as possible. This is not a school, it's a battlefield. Crying on the floor while the commander's voice roars about motivation, the worst vibe in the world, and Ein realizes the examiner might be a real hater. The examiner enters a man who looks like he eats raw iron for breakfast. He tells the kids to go home to their moms, and it's just toxic. As if understanding that this trial is as much for the mind as for the body, and stays calm. Names are forbidden to keep everything fair and honestly. That's a really good rule. Calling everyone losers and humiliating them, the examiner simply burns the dreams of these kids, saying even the lowest monster will defeat them. Announcing that any skills are allowed as long as they are not thrown projectiles, the examiner prepares for the last student. Ein is the last one left in the hall. Stepping onto the arena with sword at the ready, Ein is prepared to prove his strength. He's not here to play, he's here to pass. The vibrations of David vs. Goliath hit right in the heart. As Ein stands before this mountain of a man, the height difference is incredible, but the redhead is even bigger. They incite him to rush forward like a brazen person, and the examiner doesn't even suspect what's coming at him. He has such a confident smile that you just want to wipe it off. He speeds like a rocket. Ein shortens the distance in the blink of an eye. In this first move, he doesn't hold back at all. In the clash with the enemy, Ein forces the giant to acknowledge his strength, and the examiner finally realizes this is no ordinary child. High-speed strikes land, sparks fly all over the hall. This is exactly why we made the subs. Pure cinema right in the examination room. Now only cuts and sparks remain. They rush at Mach speed. The examiner really starts to sweat. Slipping past the guards and using his small stature to confuse the giant, it was a cunning move, and Ein is looking for that one gap to put an end to this. Unable to predict the next move, the examiner is finally forced to try, and the difference in build becomes Ein's greatest weapon. Time for harsh truth. The examiner strikes Ein and says he relies too much on numbers. There is no specific technique in his movements. This is a real roasting. And now, officially declared a threat, the examiner shows that he is in a completely different league than the Royal Knights, and Ein begins to realize he is in deep trouble. Someone started slandering Ein's masters, calling them petty and bad teachers. Friend, you can insult the guy, but don't disgrace the legends who raised him. Telling Ein to leave while he still has dignity is absolute contempt. The examiner already thinks he has won the mental battle. Insulting the mother is the last straw, calling Olivia a stupid mother, and in an instant your subscription to life will be cancelled. He switches to dark mode and allows shadows to cover his eyes. His aura begins to change. You feel the black Air Force energy bursting from the page. He checks the rules one last time to make sure he can act to the fullest. If these aren't magical projectiles, then he can do whatever he wants, right? He says he can ignore insults directed at him, but touching his family is forbidden. Ain grips his sword so tightly the ground beneath him seems to tremble. Remembering the support of Olivia, Lloyd, and Chris, our guy touches something primal. The examiner today has contacted the wrong prince. Pillars of dark energy burst from Ain's body, shocking everyone in the room. The examiner's face became empty. I realized, I just corrupted the energy. Behind him, as the power reaches its peak, eerie manifestations emerge. This is not just a skill, this is a nightmare coming to life. Black Knight finally appears and next to him extends a phantom hand. Ain in the middle of the examination hall looks like a real demon Kending. This is the true peak of fantasy. The examiner trembles in his boots and demands an explanation for those giant monstrous hands, and Ain simply moves forward like a silent main character. Eyes glowing with judgment and an icy gaze, that's all the examiner gets in response. Ain says he doesn't remember any rule against demonic hands, so it's time to prepare for smoke. Look at that absolute determination on our guy's face as we begin. This chapter is literally called Awakening, so you already know it's going to get really tough. Ain stands straight before this huge examiner and is ready to show what he is capable of. The tension in the air is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Look at those massive shadowy tentacles growing from his back like some incomprehensible horror. The dude turned a simple entrance exam into a real boss battle. Instead of getting confused, this examiner simply laughed and called it an insect skill. Look how he lunges forward with that huge sword, as if he has something to prove. Voiding like a true god, the examiner makes those shadowy hands as if in slow motion, radiating the aura of the main character, although in reality he is here just to filter out a veteran very skillful at this. Right now, scratches on the floor and full-speed maneuvers rule the ball. Ain throws everything at him, except the kitchen sink. Stones and debris fly everywhere as the examiner shows his pure physical strength. This is no longer just a test, this is a real demolition derby. Panting as if he just ran a marathon, Ain realizes his current efforts simply don't measure up. Standing there and looking too relaxed for my taste, the examiner hasn't even sweated. Pouring his magical power directly into the skill itself, our guy decides, enough holding back. The atmosphere literally sparkles with his despair. When the hands become even more jagged and threatening, a smile appears on the giant's face. Surely, he thinks he finally found someone worthy of his time. Complete chaos ensues. The floor flies apart into real confetti, and you can see the examiner has to sweat because the speed sharply increased. The clash of steel and shadowy hands creates a whirlwind of destruction that would make even a construction crew cry. It must be admitted, the guy is fast, and the examiner is finally forced to truly engage. Jumping high into the air, Ain prepares for a vertical strike that seems capable of splitting a mountain. On his face, only concentration. Sparks fly as their weapons collide in a powerful burst of force. This is no longer just sparring, this is a battle of wills. Pressing down with all his strength, Ain uses those extra hands to pin the examiner's sword. Look at the shock on this big man's face as he realizes he is being overpowered. Asking if the examiner can use both hands is a real flex. Our guy is really trying to put the veteran in his place. Stones explode under the relentless pressure of their struggle. Gritting his teeth, the examiner is literally frying from a literal child. Blows and parries fly so fast that I barely keep up with the action. The veteran, screaming in despair, tries to regain control of the situation. Deflecting a powerful blow like a true alpha, Ain firmly holds his position against the veteran's onslaught. Shock is clearly written on the big guy's face in the corner. Groaning and straining, both are already at the limit of their strength. It's as if you can hear the earth itself crying for mercy. The last powerful blow sends a shockwave across the entire arena, and the dust raised by the explosion could hide an entire army. Standing in the ruins, Ain almost collapses from magical exhaustion, and the shadowy hands finally retreat after working hard. Sent straight into the wall like a human projectile, the examiner finally sees stars. Bro literally tore up the arena just to pass the test. Acknowledging the opponent's strength shows that Ain has the true heart of a warrior, too polite for someone who just smashed a wall with his body. Surveying the ruins, the examiner realized there's no going further. The training ground has turned into a disaster zone, and the scale of destruction for a 7-year-old child is simply incredible. Bowing and apologizing as if he just broke a window, pure comedy. Bro, you just sent a high-ranking adventurer through a brick wall, and you're worried about a noon class. Thinking he failed just because he lost self-control is such a typical move for the main character. He's nervously pacing there, and the examiner is just looking at him in admiration. The match is coming to an end, and we finally see the dust settling after this epic spectacle. Tapping him on the head with a certificate of completion is the highest form of respect. After all that violence, this moment is surprisingly heartfelt. The fact that he passed the exam, getting angry for the sake of others, is a true victory for Ain. the examiner, officially becoming his fan, gives the boy a huge triumph. Smiling as if he just found a new rival, the veteran tells him not to worry about arrogance. They exchange jabs, so everything is fine between them. Watching that giant walk away, Ein finally smiled with relief. Now he is officially a student of the academy, guys. Wide shots of the academy show all its grandeur, the perfect backdrop for a future drama with high stakes. I run back to look for Chris-san, and he is by no means eager to share the good news that he passed. After the slaughter, that childish innocence instantly awakened in him again. Facing a wall of pure fire and rage, Ein realizes that now he might be in much worse trouble than during the fight, and Chris is insanely angry that Ein showed everyone his secret skills. Angry over a broken promise, Chris looks like she is about to throw a fireball at his head because her premonition came true and she really does not like the attention he attracted. But the truth is, justifying your actions by saying you couldn't handle it when people talked about you is the purest move of Riza. This guy is a true natural-born charmer and doesn't even realize it. Chris turned as red as a tomato, completely lost her head, and started stuttering. Our guy conquered her with just one sentence. The conversation about the academy healers shows one thing. Here, it seems, Irregular Tuesday, they hurt examiners as if it's a usual thing. She tries to behave professionally again, but we all have seen that blush before. When you find out that the examiners are true world-class adventurers, Ain's victory looks even more impressive. He is truly made of different stuff, not like ordinary students. Warn him that the king will find out about it, and he starts sweating like a pig. You can survive a veteran adventurer, but you won't survive Grandpa's legendary lectures. After a few days, a tall and majestic royal palace appears before us. Finally, the time of reckoning has come. Getting a scolding from the king himself is a real nightmare. You sit as if on hot coals, and our boy stands aside watching his mother while he is being interrogated. Finally calming down, Grandpa decides to let it go for now. Calm returns, and the garden around gently sets the mood for conversation. Realizing that he is already 7, it became clear. Ain must take royal duties seriously, no more mischief in the mud and eating magical stones. A close-up of the king, it is clear that he has planned something big for the boy that will change his future. Sending the boy to Port Town Magna on public affairs is a huge step. This is where the real story begins to gain momentum. Seeing his mother so proud of him is the only motivation our boy needs to succeed. She, as always, is wonderful, supporting her son in his first official job. Thinking about the future, Ain looks into the distance with a serious gaze. He is ready to conquer the world one port town at a time. Seagulls soaring over the ocean fill the air with the anticipation of a great adventure, and we now feel only pure, perfect sensations. Sailing the sea, we see a majestic ship heading to its destination. For our young hero, the wind clearly brings change. The last frame, a mysterious girl with a glowing bracelet, and we are left with a huge cliffhanger. Who is she, and which promise shines brighter than the sea? Look at this loud show of power. Our guy Ein, the bad guy Chris, and Elder Warren are examining the sea might of the kingdom warships lined up like a foyer waiting for the duel to begin. Chapter 10 opens with a view of the fleet, and it becomes clear. Manish Talaka is not joking at all when it comes to their military presence. Our guy Ein is shocked, like Loki, at how many huge ships are docked at Magna's fleet base. Chris just stands there like a true leader, confidently explaining that these ships are the most reliable defense of the state. This port town is one of the 3 largest in the country, and every morning the market buzzes with fish and sailors. They didn't come for a snack, but to inspect the sea crystals that just arrived from Euro. Look at that crate, how huge it is when they drag it inside. Chris decides it's time to show the prince what she has, and reaches for the blade as if about to freestyle. Before Ein could even blink, she slashed the crate with insane speed and precision. Now that's a real vibe. Bro wonders, is this even legal, or is she just using aimbots because it was too fast to see? Inside we see sea crystals that almost resemble giant chunks of hardened salt, and Ein stands nearby touching the goods like a true connoisseur. After boring government work, Ein is finally free 5 minutes to just be a kid. Ein asked for a little more time, wanted to pick a souvenir for Mom Olivia, because she threw a real tantrum over not being able to come today. It turned out that the letter from grandfather instantly lifted her mood, and Ein wonders what the secret ingredient was. Since there is some free time, Ein decides to take a walk to the pier, watch the waves, and catch the atmosphere. Immediately Chris switches to overprotective mode, but Warren throws in legendary loot and saves the day. Warren gives him the Great Earth Ruby and explains, it is a magical item from the dragon's core that protects the wearer true top-tier gear. Putting on the legendary protective item, Chris finally allows him to go explore the pier on his own. Look at this atmosphere, clear sky and seagulls. For a child who has been in meetings all day, this is pure cinema. Feeling the warmth of the autumn sun, Ein almost decides to just nap here and now to quickly recharge. Noticing several crates that look like the perfect temporary bed, he begins to forge his cunning plan for the sweetest nap. Realizing that being a prince is a full-time job, he decides that a quiet sleep won't hurt anyone since no one is watching. Finding a spot in the shade, he is sure this is his last sip of peace before the announcement of the heir to the throne makes him famous worldwide. The man here literally sleeps on the job, and a seagull sits nearby watching his back like a feathered guardian. The sound of the waves sounds different, like a natural lo-fi beat to which you want to study and relax. Just as he begins to drown in memories of his old home, we see someone sneaking up to his secret sleeping spot. Dreaming of his mother and gathering gentle flowers in his imagination, Ain enjoys the best life in his head. Everything is so cute and cozy until in the dream world he starts sneezing wildly. Look at that little face, bro, how much he's suffering. Waking up, he felt something incredibly soft and wondered, did mom really come to joke with him? At first, everything is blurry, but that floral scent immediately reveals he is definitely not alone anymore. Wait, so is that a pillow on his knees? Bro really has the vibe of a main character, even when unconscious. This is Clon, she's here again, and shines like a precious gem, and Ain just raises his eyes and freezes in complete shock. This meeting hits right in the heart, and their eye contact is simply killer. Smiling and looking down at him, she seems to have been waiting for him to wake up an entire eternity. Shuddering to his very core, Ain finally realizes she is really here, and just throws him the phrase, "I want to meet you," and that's insanely cool. Both blush sincerely, and it's clear they both desperately want this moment. Meanwhile, the companions on the ship, like proud parents, watch the romantic comedy unfold and sit on the pier to discuss and catch up on everything that has happened since they were separated. Clon, confessing her surprise, told him how shocked she was that he moved to another continent and became a member of the royal family. Pointing to her grandfather, the former archduke, she shows Ain that she is not traveling alone. It turns out the old man did retire, and before the trip handed the family reins to Clown's father. We are instantly given a bunch of details about their journey and how Ain's mother secured a ship for them to Ushtalaka. Clon, burning with guilt for the trouble caused, tries to apologize, but Ain is simply happish rejoices that she can be close to her again. Chris finally approaches to meet the girl, who steals the prince's time for napping look at that polite greeting. Of course, she has to throw Ain that legendary killer look for slacking off in his duties and napping in public. Chris invites Clown to join their trip to Magna Cityan for our guy. This is simply a huge victory. Clon slips him an official request to accompany the heir to the throne, and just look at that dress. How it fans out, my mind is just going crazy with animation. She makes a full princess curtsy, and Ain tries hard to look like a brat and not break down. Let's move to the night end. Here is a luxurious tea party in a room that looks like it costs more than my entire life. Clon sincerely thanks Olivia for the shelter, is too polite, and Olivia simply blossoms in maternal tenderness. Look at the author's taste. Olivia is simply incredibly attractive, and she acts as the absolute wing mom for Clown. Discarding all formal princess titles, Olivia tells the girl to just call her Olivia herself, and instant connection forms between them. And then the atmosphere is so sincere and cozy, as if flowers are blooming in the background of the room. But then Olivia becomes serious and asks the very question on which it depends whether Clown is suitable for the role of a wife. She decisively places the cup of tea on the table, and you feel this conversation is about to deepen. Olivia, now that they are together again, eagerly wants to know exactly what Clown's plan for the future is. Clown is clearly nervous and suddenly realizes that she is actually being questioned by the most influential woman in the room. Olivia reminds her that they are alone, so there is no point in hiding true feelings and intentions. A flashback passed by. Warren had asked the same question earlier, and this shows that everyone is interested in this girl. To cross the sea just to meet Ain, that is a huge act, and Clown now is not afraid to admit it. And now Olivia asks the most important question: is she really going to stay in Ishtalika for her whole life? This is the decisive test. Without any hesitation, Clown declares that she has been ready for this since she left her estate that is true royal energy. Seeing that determination, Olivia lit up with a smile, a real movie moment. Without hesitation, she decides right here and now to send Clon to a strictly female academy run by the queen herself. Olivia wants to polish this gem so that she shines brighter than anyone in the kingdom. Essentially, she takes her into her inner circle, and the excitement around the future Clon is real. Overwhelmed with emotions, Clown suddenly realizes that she is truly accepted into the world of Ain. Olivia sincerely promises to help her become the best version of herself. We are so pleased to see wafers supporting each other. Between them, a poignant moment. Clon clutches her dress, clearly trying not to cry. Finally, tears of joy roll down her cheeks as she accepts the offer this is the beginning of a legendary journey for our girl. Deep in the library, we see a cute blonde girl casually wandering between the shelves and browsing books. She has such refined charm that it usually means either she is a princess or the most dangerous person in the room. Hidden in a corner, our boyan is buried under a pile of books. He is working tirelessly, harder than a professional gamer, rushing to rank 1 before the end of the season. You look at this huge library in the moonlight and immediately understand that this family is very wealthy. Just imagine, a personal space of this size just to do homework in the middle of the night. Working late, Ein lives only on tea and iron determination. His maid Marque worries that he is overworking himself, but my guy is on a mission to gain muscle. He scratches paper like a madman, and that focus in his eyes, it's eerie. Most of his peers play tag, but Ein instead tries to rewrite his entire fate. Sneaking up from behind, the clone decided it was the perfect time to scare him. Bro nearly jumped out of his skin, and honestly, a whisper from such a waifu would send anyone into a frenzy. Claude, smirking at his reaction, clearly gets way too much pleasure from it. She teases him for being so focused that he didn't even notice a whole person entering the room. She comes in to check how he's doing and is amazed how much he actually manages to get done. Ein is completely different, and even Clon has to admit that his diligence is top-notch. The clone smiles so brightly that her smile could probably end world hunger, and tells him that from now on she will work even harder. My guy Ein blushes so much that his heart literally does a somersault in his chest. Ein is nervous about his official status and isn't even sure if he can come to the Big Mom's party. Usually, such noble receptions are full of intrigues, and he doesn't want to become their prey. Talking about the bath is a bold move, especially when it's so cozy here. Clon tells him that the baths here are huge, and he definitely should go rest and relax his mind. Asking if he wants to go together, that's a level of riz I wasn't ready for today. It can't be that she just dropped that phrase with a stone face while my guy is fighting for his life. We step into the ballroom. The party is just buzzing. Everyone is dressed to the nines, and the air smells of old estates and expensive perfumes. Standing aside, Ein sees the fabric trembling, and that moment immediately grabs his attention. Someone is making a dramatic entrance, and I am dying of anticipation. She came out in a dress that's pure cinema. The clone literally looks like an angel. Ein stands there like a total simp, and honestly, I can't blame him for that. Complimenting each other's style is the only way to start such a night. They already look like a powerful couple, and the rest of the nobility will definitely envy them. Walking through the crowd, they overheard the local nobles talking about how crazy Eshtelica is, as if these people have never seen a working country. Riding on a water train and looking at the city lights for someone who came from a boring village, this is a real wonder. The landscapes in this kingdom are like a jewelry box that never ends.
Realizing her mistake, Paula collapses to the ground and bows deeply.
Ein explains that ordinary common sense hardly works here, tries to calm her down. He is already used to luxury, and for someone here for the first time, it is like a step onto another planet. But planning the future, they talk about when the big announcement will finally sound, and it seems that already next spring, when they enter the academy, everything will become truly hot. Ein, thinking about how to speak like a real king, suddenly realizes that he will probably have to change his soft manner of speaking, and Clon suggests finding a Chad role model, imitating it, and starting to radiate that same black Air Force energy. Some greasy, arrogant nobles noticed Arduo, and he has already become a target for gossip. They are annoyed that someone from such a dirty country as Heim was invited to the party. Whispering behind their backs like school teenagers, the crowd is already poisonous. You just know that someone is about to do something stupid and ruin the whole mood. Telling him not to worry, Clown shows her inner girl boss, staying positive, and a few haters will not stop her from enjoying exquisite food and music. Clon went for a snack, leaving Ein alone for just 2 seconds, a classic start of a disaster, and I am already worried about my guy. When an old man approached him, Ein heard that the king is really preparing a special gift for him, and although the old man looked proud, there was a heavy burden in his words. They looked at the king. He sits on the throne and sadly worries about how Ein was treated in his old home. How nice it is to see a king who finally has a heart. Discussing the time of the announcement, the old man suddenly realizes, maybe tonight is the perfect moment to drop that bomb. Ein looks a little nervous, and honestly I would be nervous too if I had to speak in front of a room full of haters. Suddenly, the crack of broken glass echoed down the corridor. Something just happened, and you can see on Ein's face these are definitely bad news. Standing over the mess, the tall nobleman looks at Clon as if he stepped on some filth. This guy really thinks he's the main character, but he'll soon find out he's just a side villain. Calling her a country bumpkin in front of everyone for this dude, it's a complete failure. He's really trying to humiliate the girl just because she's from another country. This bastard reaches out to grab her. He's clearly crossing the line. Clon looks terribly scared, and the crowd just stands and watches like soulless NPCs. He intervenes like a true Chad, grabs the guy by the arm and stops him. His face has an expression as if he's about to send this man to the shadow realm for touching his girl. Mocking Ain because she's just a guest, this arrogant nobleman still hasn't realized he's talking to the heir to the throne himself. He's sure he can just trample everyone he considers beneath him. Pouring even more poison about how everyone hates Heim, this guy is digging his own grave, talking about boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, while he's running full speed through them. Feeling the pressure of the crowd's whispers, Ain realizes that people are still judging his mother, the same old story again. People are humiliated simply because others consider themselves better. Remembering the days when he and his mother had no home, Ain's eyes darkened. This is no longer just about the party, but about all the contempt they had to swallow. Ain blames himself for not having the strength to make everyone recognize him, and he's already on the verge of a breakdown. He's tired of being that powerless boy who only watches from the sidelines. Grabbing the sleeve as if it's about to tear, he decides, this time everything will be different. With his own strength, he'll fight for a place at the top. Looking the enemy in the eyes with icy determination, the atmosphere in the room instantly changes. You literally feel the mana starting to drain from him. To tell the expert to direct all that hatred at him, not at the clone, simply a legendary move, and Ain steps forward to take all that heat upon himself like a true leader. Startled with surprise, the noble understands that this boy is not going to back down, and the grandfather in the background smiles because he knows a showdown is coming soon. Babbling about heritage and the supposedly lower country of Haim, the aristocrat still tries to justify his toxicity. He believes he is defending the kingdom's pride, but in reality, he is just a clown. With a single glance silencing the man, Ain pays no attention to his excuses. The nobleman's face is already turning into a complete meme because he lost the argument to a child. Remembering how his own father rejected and despised him, Ain finds strength within and realizes that the encounter with the clone gave him a chance to finally prove his worth to the world. Ain strides toward the huge magical stone, ignoring all the cries that it is deadly dangerous. The aristocrat thinks he is trying to kill himself, but Ain is only beginning. Touching the stone and releasing his power, he summons a colossal shockwave of energy. The visual effects are simply mind-blowing as the mana begins swirling around him. The spectators see the blue stone become completely transparent. The crowd goes wild. No one has ever seen anyone control a magical stone so naturally. Declaring that he will not yield to the forces of monsters, Ain raises the stone as proof of his bloodline. It is the platinum mark of the first king, and he wears it like a badge of honor. Challenging everyone in the hall is no problem if they still consider Ishtalika's pride a weakling. He stands in the middle of the ballroom like the master, and honestly, that's pretty much the case. Looking at his grandson in full admiration, the king suddenly realizes Ain is the spitting image of the legendary first king, and the resemblance is so strong that it sends shivers down his spine. Glowing with an aura that even a Super Saiyan would envy, Ain is the only thing everyone can look at. He has fully awakened his potential, and now there is no turning back. Having made the most epic mic drop in history, he finally reveals his full name, Ainvanish Talaka. The silence in the room is so loud you can hear a pin drop in the neighboring kingdom. Promising everyone that he is their new heir to the throne, Ain released a roar of pure power. This is the moment the whole story was leading to. Swearing to become the king who will lead the country just like the first, Ain looks like a true giant. If this isn't a Ched moment, then I don't know what is. The heir to the thrones and his majesty's cries swept through the crowd when the truth reached everyone, and the nobleman who had just rudely mocked looked as if he was about to have a heart attack. Grabbing Clon by the hand and asking everyone in the room to accept her, this is Riza's coolest move. He immediately uses his new status to protect his girl, and it's incredibly beautiful. He suddenly realizes he just blurted out everything he thought, and gets a bit embarrassed. So cute to see that he is still a child at heart, even after doing something legendary. Diving into deep silence, the entire ballroom held its breath and waited for the next move. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Everyone in the room bows simultaneously, each person acknowledging their new marks. The sound Bebo is like 1,000 egos crushed in one moment. You see even the king and the prime minister bow, and you immediately understand how much respect Ain earned tonight. Even a little girl with animal ears pays homage to the new boss. Looking to the future, Ain officially becomes the successor to the Ishtalika throne. A whole new era begins, and I am just burning with anticipation to see how he will prepare in the next arc. The scene opens in the royal library. We see our guy Aim studying hard, because being a prince is not just about eating magical stones and resting. Look at this cute cat girl explorer, who is putting all her effort with a giant magnifying glass, probably trying to understand how Ain's stomach doesn't just explode from all that loot. Fireworks explode over the city, and all the residents have gathered to witness the birth of a new legend. Waving to the crowd with the energy of the main, hero Ein officially becomes the heir to the throne of Ishtalika. When he hears ordinary people gossiping that he is a real macho for protecting a lady from across the sea, it is like gasoline for his vanity. Looking at the king, it is clear that the old man is simply basking in pride his grandson is a true walking victory. Sipping tea in the company of top waifus, Ein lives the dream after a successful public debut. Dropping a hard truth, the king admits that he will make an exception to the rules because the child has already been broken enough by her previous trashy family. Seeing a real glitch in the Matrix, Warren suddenly realized Ein's speech was a word-for-word copy of what the first king said several centuries ago. When the king realized that Ein somehow knew a speech that no one had ever recorded, he began to doubt, is this boy really a reincarnated god? Planning the future, the conversation slowly focuses on Claude, who is preparing to enter a prestigious women's academy in the spring. She was shown 3 different paths of study from gray paperwork to an influencer at the level of a queen. Interested in whether she has that dog spirit, the king leans closer to hear which path the young lady decided to take. Declaring his intentions with full confidence, Clown is not going to settle for just one boring career path. Choosing the final path, she decides to become an influential lady who can protect the king, the true pinnacle of devotion. The king, laughing out loud, understands that she simply chose everything at once. Why settle for less when you can have it all? Seeing that the next generation is so cool and invincible, everyone in the room felt the future of the kingdom is in reliable hands. The king, watching them leave, looks like a proud grandfather who just saw his grandchildren win the championship. Switching to the Sakura season, the atmosphere is perfect when the day of the Academy's entrance ceremony finally arrives. Checking the luggage and making sure the mood is perfect, Olivia in this panel looks like a true top mom. Stepping out in their new school uniforms, Ein and Clon look perfect and ready to start their senior high romantic comedy. Trying to be the perfect helicopter mom, Olivia wants to follow them to the school gates, but she is immediately stopped. Accompanying the prince is a serious matter, and it reminds everyone, if Olivia Shope appears in public, there will be a real commotion because she is too famous. Saying goodbye, Ein prepares to leave the nest and face the horrors of socializing with other aristocrats. Giving him that warm, motherly smile, Olivia sends him off with a blessing that could truly give anyone a permanent bonus to their stats. Arriving in the academic district, I was stunned by its scale. It looked as if it had burst straight out of a fantasy game trilogy. Pushing through huge crowds, it is clear that all the noble families of the country have sent their children here to grab some royal charm. Ein feels the pressure of the crowd and suddenly realizes surviving the journey might be harder than fighting a powerful monster. Doubting all this hype, our guy can't even imagine how to find peace in such a crowded place. Wide panoramic shots of the campus show architecture, like from a movie. It's clear that the tuition fee must be astronomical. From the plan, it is clear this is not just a school, but a real fortress for the highest elite. Seeing the fountains and clock towers, you immediately know a lot of drama will soon unfold around these places. Approaching the final gate boss, the two finally reach the entrance where the real journey begins. Passing the baton, says Chris, my escort shift is ending and a new guard is taking over. When the new guy was called, a mysterious silhouette with the heavy aura of the main opponent stepped onto the stage. Look closely at the details. The new character's uniform simply screams, I have a tragic story, and his stats are off the charts. When the newcomer meets the prince along with the polite Neil, he immediately shows who is the boss in this relationship. He introduced himself as Dill Galatia, and like thunder from a clear sky, revealed that he is the son of Lloyd and Marche, a truly loud revelation of famous names. Having learned that his parents have a huge height difference, Ein made the most legendary, what is even happening, face in manga history. Look at this absolute Chad Dill Gleiser. He walks in, as if he just came out of a fashion show for bodyguards, already radiating the energy of the main character without even opening his mouth. He kneels down as if about to propose, but in reality, it's pure nighttime devotion. Realizing his duty to protect the prince, he seems to say, I am your shield and sword for this entire semester. They met near the gates of the academy, and our guy Ein is already catching the strongest, piercing look from Chris, because it turns out this dude is the GOAT among the night students and far ahead of everyone his age, which essentially means he will carry. I'm trying to understand that his bodyguard is a real genius, and Chris just smiles as if the bait wasn't thrown at all. Look at her face, she definitely knows what elite talent she is giving to the prince. Wait a second, bro just found out that Lloyd and Marche are actually married, and his brain is doing a somersault right now. Imagine being the last person to find out that those you work with are a truly powerful couple, because it's just incredible how you cannot notice what's going on. He introduced himself with the most official thing you can throw, a crop, and it clearly shows that he is here on business, not to make friends. He has zero calm, and probably will become the most uptight roommate in the history of the academy.
A sudden surge of strength stunned the monsters and opened the way forward. Seizing the moment, the young man shouted to the leader, urging him to act next.
A crop, and it clearly extending his hand for a handshake like a true bro. Ain does everything to overcome the distance and keep everything simple. Seeing the prince so modest is a real pleasure, but you already know that Dill will definitely make everything awkward. Standing there like a statue, Dill looks like he's fighting the urge to remain completely still, and the prince is just cute. Bro is sweating because his brain is programmed for formality, and this casualness is causing him glitches. He accepts honors, placing his hand on his heart because he simply can't turn off night mode for a second. Such devotion is straight out of a movie, but someone needs to tell him to take a deep breath. He asks to be called simply Aim. He wants flawless vibes to reign at school. Most would grab the chance to address a royal person by name, but just look at how it backfires on them. Immediately refused after all, he is just a bodyguard and must keep a professional distance. This guy is a real mood killer. He chose the path of extreme formality and even refused to call the prince by his name, as if he had an allergy to simplicity. Ein thought he was too uptight and began to realize that school life might be more boring than he hoped, and that drop of sweat just hints he is already thinking whether to get a refund for this bodyguard. Waving goodbye as Chris sets off, she commandingly says not to dare return separately. She is like the group's mom here, watching to make sure the kids don't lose each other on the first day of school. Lane is clearly stressed now. His own bodyguard stands like a brick wall, and because of this he feels a bit helpless, while Dill just stands in the background like an NPC who forgot his line. We walk the corridors of this huge academy, and it is immediately clear the budget here must be insane. Other students pass by, probably all elite nobles, but only our guy has his own bodyguard who follows him like a shadow. Approaching the first classroom, even the doors seemed like from a boss battle arena, and Dill says this is the class for the best students, so the competition will be fierce. I stand admiring the huge doors. They are simply gigantic compared to all the other classrooms in the building. Only students with the best grades are allowed inside. It is like a VIP room for true geniuses. The philosophy of the Royal Kingsland Academy is simple and ruthless. Only your ability matters here, not social status. It is a complete meritocracy, which sounds great until you realize you really have to study to keep your place. Preparing for the academic trial, Ein focusedly gathers his thoughts before stepping into the lion's den. Dill says he will return later, and this is the first time he really gives the prince a break. Looking for the door handle, but there is none. This school already lives in the future with magical technologies. Suddenly, the floor lights up, and we are about to see a real magical show. I watch as the doors slide aside by themselves, as if he just entered a futuristic mall in the middle of a fantasy world. Our room really has super modern automatic doors installed, just to show off how much mana they can waste for no reason. Entered the room, it looks more like a coliseum than a place where they teach math and history. The seats are arranged in tiers, and the atmosphere is oppressive, as if the future leaders of the world have gathered here. Looking around the room, we see different people, a sleepy boy and a few not very clever ones, who still look ready for action. The class is small, so there is nowhere to hide if the teacher calls on you. You understand, if he doesn't get along with these few people, his social life is practically ruined. He is glad everyone is here, but social anxiety is clearly creeping in. I meet the cool homeroom teacher Ruka. He looks like he hasn't slept for 3 years and feeds only on anger and magical engineering, and he enters with that classic cool teacher calm, as if he is the most relaxed person in the building. He adjusted his glasses and explaining that he wasn't even supposed to be their teacher. The previous one supposedly retired or something like that. Asked not to get into details because only one thing matters to him, and this tension is just killing us. This man came in for 30 seconds, threw out a simple but powerful truth, just show the result, and immediately dismissed the class, then disappeared like a true legend. And falling silent after the shortest speech in the history of education, this is the real mood, and I think we all would like our teachers to be just as straightforward and to the point. Looking around in complete amazement, because the lesson lasted about as long as a YouTube ad. Everyone just sits and wonders whether they learned anything at all or if it's better to go to the cafeteria. I'll jump in for a moment to say, you don't even have to attend classes here if you pass the midterm tests. A real paradise for those who hate sitting at a desk all day. A wolfish guy named Roland approaches us, so sweet and a bit naive that he seems like the most sincere person in the world. He says he passed the magical engineering test to get here and is already trying to befriend our guy. He said he passed the fencing exam, and Roland immediately wagged his tail with delight. It's a real treat for the spectators. He will definitely become a favorite. Realizing that Ain is actually the same guy from the rumors, whose name spreads through the academy like wildfire, Roland's eyes literally sparkle with admiration because he is standing next to a living legend. The rumors that the examiner beat a high-level adventurer and literally destroyed the trial arena are incredible, and Ain just stands and asks, "Stop it," because all this attention makes him want to disappear. He tries to pass it off as a misunderstanding, saying the examiner just got the better of him in the heat of the moment, but Roland is not buying it. He doesn't believe it and considers Ain the most amazing person he has ever met. Interrupting this brotherly moment, Dill returns to the room and looks as if he is about to arrest someone. The atmosphere instantly changes because the son of the chief marshal has entered the chat. The students tremble as Dill passes by. His reputation in this school precedes him. He goes straight to Ain, and Roland is probably worried about whether he will pay for talking to the prince. They offer to show the prince the academy because he forgot that the first year is basically just free time for studying, and Roland's face in the corner is a real comedy because he just realized he accidentally got into high politics. He extends his hand to guide him, while the other students in the background literally tremble with fear. Dill has such an aura that seems to scream, "Don't touch me or the one I protect and it will be very bad." Ain formally introduces himself to Roland when the wolf boy suddenly realizes that he has been talking to the heir to the throne all along, and Ain behaves like a real macho, trying to maintain a friendly atmosphere despite his bodyguard completely killing the mood. He makes a sharp dash trying to escape, says he has some papers because it is clear he is too scared to stay, and trembles as he retreats. The pressure from Dill is simply unbearable. Realizing that he just vibed with a royal person, Roland at 15 experiences a midlife crisis. He is just shocked that the prince is so down to earth, and his bodyguard looks like the final boss. We look around the territory and see this academy is a real city within a city. The architecture is impressive, so it is clear why everyone wants to get in here. Looking up, I see the library, a real vertical labyrinth of books that probably contains all the forbidden knowledge of the world. You can get lost here for a week, and no one will find you. After finishing the tour with Ain, he held his breath. The school was impressive in size, like a royal castle itself, and he asked Dill if he would be by his side all the time or if he had his own life. He assures that the prince's safety is above all else, but tries to minimize the time he spends on his own training. Dill is so tense that Ain literally makes a face as if dealing with a robot. He notices several girls hanging out on the lawn like a scene from an everyday anime, and this is the perfect chance for our guy to start a conversation, break the ice, and learn something personal. They ask the most important question of all time: what taste do women have for this legendary night? Ain is doing a good deed here, trying to find out if Dill is also a man of taste. Watching Dill suddenly become sullen is just funny. He clearly did not expect to be interrogated about his love life. Ain is determined to shorten the distance between them, even if he has to resort to the most awkward topics. He admits that he likes a woman stronger than himself, a fairly basic thought for a young man. Most guys want to be protectors, but Dill is looking for someone who could lift him in the bench press. They immediately thought of Chris, the strongest woman they know. She really fits this description, and Ain puts the pieces together and realizes that Dill seems to be head over heels in love with that legendary night lady. Stating specific requirements, at least 190 cm, and a pumped, muscular body, he is not just looking for a girl. He is looking for a true Amodian goddess, and pure shock freezes on Ain's face. They encourage him, although they understand that finding a 190 centimeter pumped mom will be as impossible as finding a shiny Pokemon in the wild, and Dill is grateful for this support because his friends usually just say it's impossible. He smiles for the first time because finally someone understood his very specific tastes. This is their first real connection, and all thanks to the power of being a man of culture. As if the distance between them finally disappeared, they shared a moment of true sincerity. Ain is delighted because he finally found a way to make this stern guard behave like a human. He suggests going for a snack because talks about pumped wafers really whet the appetite. Dill agrees, and it seems they are finally on the way to becoming true bros. He realized that reality is not at all like in his imagination. Dill is just standing guard while Ain eats alone, and Bro stands like a stone gargoyle while the girls at the next table whisper about how weird they are. We shift our gaze to the lead female academy, no less prestigious and luxurious than the school for boys. It is here in this chapter that the true waifu energy will be focused. We are shown a close-up of a smiling girl, in whom the purest and most innocent soul in the world is visible. She will definitely become a key figure, and her design is already at the highest level. A crowd of other girls swarmed her, all trying to catch her attention and introduce her to brothers and cousins. She is clearly the most popular in school, and everyone wants a piece of that top charisma. She remains modest, although everyone admiringly looks at her beauty and whispers about a connection with the Prime Minister. She says she is simple, but the other girls don't believe it. She looks like a princess. She mentally hopes that they will manage to get along without losing that flawless public image. She plays the social game at the highest level, and it is clear that behind the beautiful face hides something more. The polite smile of that other girl sounded like a scream of joy. She is truly that charismatic. This girl is a natural leader, and in a week she will be running this school. Leaving with her entourage, she says she won't stay long at this academy, so she must cherish every second she has a mission, and nothing will stop her on the way to her goal. She vows to do everything she can right now, walking into the light like a true heroine. The determination in her eyes is real, and we will definitely soon see how she crosses paths with Ein. We move to the outskirts of the capital at night. It is about to become much darker and more serious here. The night station under the full moon looks very eerie. Something is clearly wrong. In the empty cell, they found only a bucket in a maximum security prison. This is never a good sign. Someone escaped, and the guards have a very bad night ahead. Panic overwhelms them when it becomes clear that they have a prisoner in their hands, and the captain is going crazy. Sweat is visible on his face. Losing an influential prisoner is a direct path to dismissal. They say these doors cannot be opened without a special magical key, yet they are wide open. The knights are shocked. No one noticed anything suspicious, meaning they were dealing with a pro. He ordered his men to contact the castle and demand a list of everyone who was there recently. They need to find out if it was an inside job or if the prisoner is just that beast. They show a wanted poster for the vile criminal named Freud Lazy, a rare vampire and sinister man who killed many people for money and is now free again. Looking over the city under the howling wind, they know this monster must be caught as soon as possible. A vampire on the loose is a nightmare for any city, and the stakes have just risen. I observe a dark silhouette sitting on the very top of the tower and surrounded by bats, like a true creature of the night. He waves his cloak and looks down at his next prey with that menacing energy.
Ignoring everyone's shock, he begins to cut and cook the meat, telling everyone, just watch.
It's possible. A vampire. Again with our Ain, he lives to the fullest at the Royal Academy, and at the same time is unraveling the mystery of some cursed stone. It seems he is finally settling into the school rhythm and throwing himself wholeheartedly into studying along with his new classmates. Walking through the beautiful campus, our hero is already like a Stervrion is looking at him. Having said goodbye to his friend for today, Ein enthusiastically started talking with the guard Dill about the latest school drama. It turns out the teacher for the first class was simply fired at the last minute. In complete shock, Ein learns that the man is a total fraud who had no right to teach anyone. Diving into tea, it turned out that this Wolf Magnus was a real headache who simply adored discriminating against commoners. When they found out that he was sent to take care of the night piece instead of teaching children for the school, this is a real win. Seeing how passionately Dill defends justice, our guy realized he has a real cool dude backing him up. Having stated that those at the crown should not use their status to trample others, Ein proves that he has the energy of a main character. Dill looks at Ein with complete admiration and clearly understands. His boss is in a completely different league. Asking Dill to drop the formalities and speak plainly immediately backfired. He is too devoted, even to his own detriment. Suddenly, the beautiful Olivia drives up and says she needs to go talk to the patrol officers. Having ordered Anat to move an inch, she leaves him standing like a lost puppy in the middle of the crowd. Feeling completely alien in the city, Ein tries with all his might to stand still while everyone is watching him. Noticing a group of girls in the same uniform as his sister, who were being bullied, Ein realized he could not just stand and watch. These banal thugs wander here, pretending to be guards for the girls who clearly want nothing to do with them. Ein, entering like a true king, politely asked them to stop behaving like scoundrels. Mocking him for pretending to be a prince in front of the ladies, the thugs have no idea that they are about to be torn apart. Then when this burly man swung his fist, it became his last mistake. He grabbed the fist, twisted it like a pretzel, and reminded him that he was the one who attacked first. Seeing their boss taken down, the other two panicked and noticed that our guy was in the Royal Academy uniform. Suddenly pretending to be shy and apologizing, Amy puts on a masterclass in teasing these losers. Laughing because they think he's scared, the bullies prepare to attack the boy like true cowards. Before they could even blink, the thugs were completely destroyed and learned not to joke with Olivia. He looked just like a demon from a horror movie. Olivia was insanely angry that Ain didn't stay where she told him. Realizing he really messed up, Ong just sweats while his fierce guard prepares to report to the king. Quickly fast-forwarding to the palace treasury, it literally drips with gold and is bursting with legendary trophies, more than a high-level raid. Walking through the vault, we notice the whole team gathered to inspect the national treasures. After receiving a light pat on the head and a lecture about his 50-page essay reflection, Ain clearly feels the consequences of his actions. Queen Ishtalika appears, Laurel a dark elf with such charisma that time stands still. Calling him cool and winking, she decides that her grandson deserves a special gift from the treasury. She pulls out a deep black dagger that looks like it's straight from a legendary adventure. The excitement in the room is off the charts. Ain doubts whether it is worth taking such a national treasure, but he is urged to take it in his hands to feel if it suits him. Raising the weapon, it was like a real movie. The black blade gleamed in his hand. He feels as if the dagger is literally an extension of his hand. Ain understands that this is not just an ordinary piece of steel. Throwing a smile that could melt the heart of a stone giant, he thanks his grandmother for the wonderful gift. Two beauties from his life simply overwhelm him. With double hugs, our guy is truly winning in life. Showing off his new outfit, the dagger looks perfect hanging at his side. Returning to the laboratory, the cat teacher Magalik sharply breaks the calm and gets to work. She points to the cursed magical stone he bought earlier and explains with anxiety, this stone is much more dangerous than they thought. They are forced to admit, even in the Royal Academy library, there is no information about this item. The squad realizes they are stuck in the mud. Mocking Ain for being a useless heir makes him grab her by the ears like a mischievous kitten. Pulling on the sensitive cat ears, the teacher screamed, begged for mercy, and everyone else just stood and watched the chaos. Sitting down to think again, the group realized they only had one crazy option left. To say Ain tried to suck the stone a little is the craziest phrase that has ever sounded in this manga. Realizing that Majolica called him here precisely because of his magical ability Gourmet, Ain knows there is no retreat. Asking the girls to step back in case something goes wrong, he tensely prepares to break the seal from the cursed stone. As soon as the glass case is lifted, dark energy begins to leak out like from a burst pipe. Suddenly something is wrong. Ain's eyes open wide, and the room begins to shake. Standing a second in silence when nothing happens and everyone feels a bit awkward. Suddenly the stone begins to pulse like a heart, and Ain cannot resist. He reaches out to grab it. A creepy voice in his head whispering, "I found you," is the biggest red flag. Screaming for him to put it back in the box, the girls realize they made a huge mistake. Suddenly huge ghostly hands burst out from Ain's back and began tearing the whole room apart. As soon as he realizes there are as many as 4 such ghostly limbs, our guy completely loses control over his power. Ignoring the cries of his friends, Ain physically cannot let go of the stone. Grasping the stone with all his might, he realizes that his body is acting on its own. Having swallowed the cursed magical stone against his will, Ain literally vibrates with dark energy. The room turns into complete chaos. The cat teacher flies backward and tries to grab him, but she is blown away and spun around. Breaking through the bookshelves and leaving a complete mess behind, the surge of tension finally begins to subside. Coughing through a cloud of dust, Ain feels as if his body weighs a ton. Noticing the frightened expressions on the girls' faces, he understands they are looking at his right hand. Looking down, Ain sees that he has officially evolved and acquired insanely cool demonic armor. Sitting amid the ruins with a huge black glove, he had no idea what had just happened to him. Frozen in complete silence, the girls stood in shock at this transformation. Looking at the empty display case, we remain guessing what kind of beast our guy just turned into. Yo, we're back with our guy Ain, and everything is already on fire. Bro woke up with a new cool accessory attached to his hand, realized body just bit through the magical stone without permission, and everyone started panicking because of the resonance of these items. Turned out that unique magical stones behave like soulmates, desperately wanting to merge into one great power, and our friend the merchant with half-colored hair says that this is not just a random system glitch, but fate itself. Look at his face, he definitely knows what chaos he just sold to a literal child, and is enjoying every second. He warns the prince to be careful, because these stones actually have a mind of their own and greedily crave connection. Looking at that cursed magical stone in the box, Ain realizes he is essentially a walking magnet for all the dangerous artifacts of the kingdom, and the fact that the stone caught his eye was not just a coincidence, it was as if it was calling his soul. That ominous stone stands as if ready to end someone's career, and Ain tries to comprehend his new life as a magical vacuum cleaner. And just when it seemed the tension couldn't rise any further, there was a knock on the door so loud it was like the FBI was conducting a raid. Panic immediately sets in. Chris is outside, and she definitely heard that loud noise from the room. Kadima loses her head and growls cat's lange because they are about to be caught red-handed. The attempt to hide the evidence completely failed. The clone wasted time in vain, but Chris today is completely impatient and broken anyway. The room was in chaos, books flying everywhere, and Ain looked like he had just survived a tornado. The team stands as if they were just caught in 4K, hoping Chris won't notice the armor that literally fused with Ain's arm, An awkward silence fell that could be cut with a knife, and everyone held their breath. Chris throws them an incredibly sideways glance. She knows. These kids definitely planned something suspicious again. Ein just stands there, his heart pounding, and he prays the armor remains invisible for at least 5 more minutes. Fortunately, she just came to deliver a package to Kadima, who starts tearing the box apart as if she found legendary loot, and the cat girl is thrilled because her special order finally arrived after months of waiting.
The plants densely covered the field, and the group froze in surprise. They could not believe how quickly the land was engulfed in greenery. Everything was simply explained. The fertilizer made from bat guano stone.
Kadima awkwardly pretends to be cool and calm, asks Chris to deal with some man who is leaving while she prepares to dive into her new treasure, and Chris just sighs and agrees, probably already used to these kids and their expensive hobbies. Ein and Loki are shocked that one book can be so expensive, and Kadima smiles as if she just won the lottery. She saved for this forever and won't let a little thing like bankruptcy stop her. Turns out this masterpiece is entirely about the Demon Lord, written by an elf who devoted his whole life as an ancient fan. It is basically the definitive biography of the coolest guy in history. When he hears this name, our guy Ein starts sweating. He already has plenty of problems, and here are ancient demon kings, and he looks at the book with curiosity and outright horror. The fascination instantly turns into a loud failure when Kadima opens the first page and sees that she doesn't understand a single symbol. She was all excited about the lore, but the universe quickly put her in her place. Bro is totally screwed because the entire text is written in ancient Elvish, so for her this is basically a very expensive paperweight. The disappointment is boundless, and her day is officially ruined. Looking for a translator is the next step in the plan, but suddenly Ein sees a portrait in the book that makes him freeze. They momentarily divert their attention from the text and stare at the illustration. Wow, the art in this world is just top-notch. Look at this absolute macho in the portrait. He looks like he could single-handedly conquer the whole kingdom with that massive black saber. He radiates the pure energy of a main hero. Long hair and a cloak, he stands there like the final boss. Face suspiciously resembling Dullahan throws the group into a whirl of theories, and Kadima decides that waiting any longer is impossible. She runs out of the room to find someone who really knows how to speak Elvish. Chris stays behind to clean up the mess and carry the heavy burden that Kadima dumped on her before fleeing, and watches as the kids leave, not believing how her life became a nanny service for these chaotic kings. Seeing the expensive book on the table lying like some junk, Chris can't resist and decides to sneak a peek herself. She can't believe Kadima could just leave such a precious thing unattended in this cluttered room. Reading the biography of the Demon Lord and his assistants ignites her curiosity more than she is ready to admit. She starts flipping through the pages, eager to find out what secrets this ancient text hides. She finds a portrait of a woman, a true embodiment of a lush waifu, and even Chris has to admit that she is beautiful. She looks around to make sure no one is watching, and only then dives deeper into the fanservice. Seeing this elderlick so cool is a real movie moment. The author clearly knew what he wanted to show. This is not some dusty skeleton, but a top villain any simp would go crazy for. Suddenly remembering she still has things to do, Chris sharply slams the book shut and panics out of the room. She almost forgot about the package she had to send, proving that even the most reserved characters sometimes have their moments. In the academy, the professor stands behind the podium and throws out news about a huge district competition, explaining the details to the students with a look as if he is tired of this job. Ein just sits confused, clearly having missed the announcement about the school Olympiad. Stares at the paper as if it were written in ancient Elvish II, trying to understand what is even happening. His feline friend Dill explains that it is an annual event that brings schools together, is everything from magic to sword fights, but the main twist is that their class is not allowed to participate at all. Turns out the difference between the top classes and the rest is so huge that it wouldn't even be a fair fight. In other words, Ein and his friends are too mediocre for the big stage, and this is a real humiliation. Accepting defeat this time, Ein decides to go to the training ground to relieve tension and work out. He says goodbye to Dill, who goes off to do research while our guy prepares for physical labor. Walking to the arena, Ein hears the clanging of armor and swords filling the air as students tirelessly hone their skills for experience. He approaches the instructor, ready to take on any training waiting for him today. Meet the instructor Kaiser, a real muscle man who looks like he eats protein for breakfast and breaks boulders for fun. He calls Ein a brat, but it is clear he quietly respects how hard she tries. Recalling how awkward everything was at first, Ein realized that Kaiser was actually the examiner at his entrance test, and now they are back in action, and today's task is to fight the red bison from the challenge platform. Putting on light armor, Ein notices that beneath that rough exterior Kaiser is actually a caring mentor. He checks if Ein is warmed up to show that he didn't just come to watch a kid get broken. Turning on the high-tech challenge circle, the instructor prepares the beast for a short one-on-one with the seals. The panel glows with magical energy, and the system initiates the monster's appearance. Lights flicker everywhere. Magic casts its spells and pulls the creature from the void right into the arena. Here is a real light show, and you feel that something huge is about to appear. Look at the size of this real machine. The red bison looks like it could bench press a mountain and still have room left for a desert. It has giant horns and a gaze that says, "I am about to destroy this guy's entire career." Kaiser warns that the bison can throw shock waves and send him flying, but Ian already has another plan. He has defeated this beast before, and today he wants to take a risk and try something new. The bison charges at full speed, like a real freight train rushing straight at him, and at the moment when most would jump back, our guy just stands like a statue. Kaiser even gapes. He is amazed. This guy stands still instead of running. He has no survival instinct at all, and the bison lets out a loud roar and is ready to trample Ian into the ground once and for all. Grabbing the horns like a real boss, Ian prepares for a literal tug-of-war with a 2-ton beast. This is pure energy peak. He goes head-on without even blinking. Watching this showdown of strength is insane. Ian literally pulls the bison back while its hooves slide across the floor. He gives the beast strength for strength, proving that he is made differently. Every muscle in him screams as he tries to hold the monster more powerful than a tank. The bison struggles and trembles, realizing it has finally met someone crazier than itself. Releasing his inner beast, Ian throws the entire bison across the room like a plush toy, a real get-out-of-my-hall moment. The massive animal flies through the air. Out of breath and gasping, our guy feels invincible after that real movie moment. In the training hall, the bison lies knocked out, and Ian is just glad he wasn't crushed into a pancake. Kaiser slaps him on the head for being a reckless fool, and that's exactly the wake-up call for his overconfidence. The instructor yells at him for trying to stop the attack with bare hands, which for anyone else would have been a suicide mission. Kaiser yells at him to turn on his brain and come up with real plans instead of just swinging fists, and the neighbors probably heard it lakeys from afar, while Ian gets a lecture on basic common sense. Later we find Ian in a cafe. He calms down, probably trying to forget the huge headache the teacher just gave him. He sips tea, finally getting a moment of peace after fighting the demonic cow. Talking with a sweet clone, he sadly says it's a pity he won't participate in the big school competition, and she, as always, incredibly sweet, cheers him up and praises him for the hard work in training. They said Dill got a showcase match, and Ain is just thrilled he's going to come cheer for his brother on this big day, but his mood instantly changes when he notices a group of girls approaching the cafe. 3 schoolgirls enter the cafe, and one of them is the very girl Ain recently saved from those hooligans. She looks around, completely unaware that the man of her dreams is sitting right next to her. Hiding behind a bush in a rush is totally simp behavior. Clon is clearly pouting because of his strange prank and whispers to him that he is a weirdo, while Ain is just trying to avoid a loud scene. The universe decided to tease him. The girls sat at a table right next door, separated only by a thin hedge, and now Ain is forced to sit there silently while they start talking about him in the third person. Listening to them talk about the mysterious handsome prince who saved them is pure comedy for the audience. The girl remembers the exact place of the event, and her friends tiptoe waiting for juicy details. They plead with Clon to tell them about the crown prince, not even suspecting that the man himself is standing literally a few inches behind their backs, and Ainshart's heart beats like a drum. He tries to stay unnoticed while his girl is being interrogated. The clown started showering him with compliments, calling him brave and kind, someone who cares about others, though a bit of a troublemaker, and Ain behind the bushes is dying of cringe, but he can't even move. He would be noticed immediately. And she tells the girls how happy she is to be next to the prince. It's such a pure waifu moment that almost justifies all the cringe. On her face is the sincerest, warmest smile, and Ain just stares into his cup of tea, depressed. The other girls start screaming like at a concert, and Ain, blushing with embarrassment, covers his face. He understands she did it on purpose to see him squirm, and this is a truly top-level move. Finally showing up to stop their gawking, Ain leaves the girls completely stunned and frozen in place. He asks them to stop talking about him, as if he were a legend while standing right here. The girl he saved is crazy about him and thanks him again for the help, while the others just stand and look in admiration. Ain tries to pretend to be calm, as if it's no big deal, but the atmosphere becomes extremely awkward. Reaching out to Clon and leaving together for the castle is the simplest and most beautiful way to exit the scene. He is tired of cafe drama and just wants to take his girl home before things get even weirder. Seal the deal by holding hands. Pure cinema. Clone asks if this is his way of apologizing for hiding, and Ain just gently smiles at her, proving that he is a natural Rizzler when it really matters. While the other girls are still frozen in surprise, our royal couple walks away a true triumphant march. They leave the cafe as if heading towards a happy ending, but the story is not over yet. Meanwhile, some ordinary student is walking around the academy grounds and suddenly feels something is very wrong here. In the distance, he notices a mysterious figure, and it immediately becomes clear trouble is brewing in the shadows. Seeing a creepy guy with an eye patch and a crazy smile is a warning signal before the next arc. It looks like he is about to start a long villain monologue, and he definitely didn't come here for tea. The student senses danger and starts looking for the reasons, while the hooded figure wanders near the academy walls. Something is definitely happening, and part of the school is about to be torn to pieces. And when he sees the whole gang of villains lined up on the wall, it's clear. The fight is about to turn into real hell. This is a chaotic premonition of the future, and our guy Ein has no idea what's coming at him. Of Rabbers, welcome back to Academy Boys. The arena is just huge. The mood is at its peak before the district competition. Everyone is crazy with anticipation of the fight of the century, and fireworks are already exploding, setting the atmosphere. Look at this giant stadium. It probably costs more than my entire gamer setup, and the crowd is already going wild over the first clashes. People are banging swords as if their lives depend on it, and the commentator is trying to calm the crowd. Our guy just soaks in everything around, imagining whether the whole fortress would fit in this place because, apparently, he has big dreams. Dill is nearby but looks a bit less confident than our main Chad. Badly trying to be a good bro, Ein wishes Dill luck in the showcase match, and it's clear something is gnawing at him. Dill has grabbed his uniform as if he is the final boss without any medkits. Noticing that his buddy is trembling in his boots, Ein immediately puts him in his place. Why are you nervous if you're pretending to be a prince? The guy is sweating. He accidentally showed the boss his weakness. Instead of hating, Ong just smiles and says it actually relieved him to see him normal at least once, and Dill is trying his best to save his professional charm, but right now, he is clearly failing the vibe check. Surrendering in conversation, Dill steps back, and Ein simply watches him go with that mysterious aura of "I know something you don't know." You rarely see such a reserved man break his mask even for a moment, even if it lasted only a second. Just as everything quieted down, Chris Sam arrived, looking like a true queen and ready to escort our guy to his seat. She is happy that the guys are getting along, but she doesn't suspect that they are actually bonding through shared pre-match nerves. Suddenly remembering that he is terribly clumsy, Ein realized he left his grandfather's special pen in the classroom, told Chris he would be right back, and dashed off at the speed of a main character because he can't lose his talisman. Walking through the empty academy, you feel like you're in a level of storage rooms no soul in sight, and every step echoes in the corridor, making the whole place much bigger and creepier than usual. Looking at the terrace, it seems calm, but we all know manga is just code that trouble is about to happen. The fountain babbles, the sun shines brightly, and the flags of death flutter high. Catching a strange smell in the air, Ein froze in placid smells as if an entire chemical laboratory exploded. Something is definitely moving in the bushes, and it's not just the wind playing tricks on him. Entering the room, he sees a complete psycho in a cloak, literally using a poor little fox boy as a fool, and this villain grumbles about students being on vacation while doing everything possible to look like a typical villain. Roland begs for his life, saying he just wanted his things, and this psycho in a mask only smiles as if he just found legendary loot in his eyes is a look that screams. He needs a therapist and to be banned from approaching. Changing his mind faster than a toxic ex, the villain decides that Roland is not just a nuisance but real prey. The poor boy's end is near when he realizes this guy is not joking. Feeling the pressure, Roland lets out a terrified scream as the villain moves in to finish him. Tension is so thick it can be cut with a butter knife, and for our friend the fox, everything looks very bad. In revealing his true nature, this scoundrel admits he is a vampire and hasn't drunk for weeks, looking at Roland like a five-star dish, wondering if the blood of a battle wolf tastes like premium wagyu or cheap soda. Switching to demon mode, the vampire screams that he can't control himself and might suck the child dry. That face is the very essence of nightmare, and I'm almost sure he hasn't been to the dentist for centuries. Laughing like a madman, he holds the bound Roland in the air and laughs at his sick jokes. This guy enjoys the villain role so much that it gives me goosebumps. Just as he was about to bite, the door creaked and Ein entered the room with absolute confidence. He instantly put two and two together and realized that this weirdo is the reason something is off at the academy today. Standing there without any fear, Ein looks at the vampire with the cold eyes of a main character. He didn't even sweat, although his friend is now a human juice box. Demanding to know what the hell is going on, Ein gets straight to the point. Don't touch this man's friends if you don't want a one-way ticket to the hall. The vampire looks at Ein like a lost child and wonders where the guards outside have gone. He's still gripping Roland by the neck, thinking he is the boss here. Dropping the news like a true boss, Ein says he has already dealt with all the thugs outside because they tried to block his way, and calmly admits another victory as if it were just a morning jog. Irritated that some kid is giving him trouble, the vampire nervously scratches his head. He hates when things get complicated, but he will soon realize that Ein is the real problem. Completely losing it, the villain lets out a wild roar, blood splattering everywhere. He is losing his mind. He is tired of boredom and ready to turn this classroom into a crime scene. Ein, calm even under pressure, prepares for battle, while the vampire refuses to return to prison. Our guy reaches for his weapon, ready to show this bloodsucker why the prince should never be underestimated. With a mad dash forward, Ein immediately launches an attack. He moves so fast that the vampire barely keeps up, and the first strike is already flying. Jumping down and with one smooth motion grabbing Roland, Ein tears his friend from the vampire's claws. This is the true peak bodyguard, Riz saving his buddy while dodging a deadly attack. Ein stands still with his blade drawn and grimly demands to know what their main plan regarding the academy is. He feels this is not just a random intrusion. Something much bigger and more insidious is hiding here. Licking blood from his hand like a complete weirdo, the vampire confesses that he was hired by some vindictive nobleman, and he has that same, "I'm just doing my job" energy. Honestly, that's the scariest type of villain. The villain threw up a smoke screen, creating a huge dust explosion to cover his escape. Ein found himself in a cloud, squinting through the haze, trying to find his target. Sneaking from the shadows, the former adventurer vampire tries to catch Ein off guard, boasting about his experience and thinking that a little smoke would be enough to win the fight. Realizing that without any visibility he is at a disadvantage, Ein begins to feel the pressure. The vampire glides through the fog like a ghost, and the situation looks increasingly grim. Recalling training in Chrysan's advice, Ein knows, you can't use your powers thoughtlessly, you have to act precisely, but seeing a friend in pain is too hard to stay calm. Seeing Roland's frightened face, blood boils in Ein from the pure rage of the main hero. The rules no longer matter to him. Harm the squad, and you'll get your hands slapped. Emerging from the smoke with a crazy look, the vampire lunged at Ein's neck, shouting that he would drink every drop of blood and acting as if he had already won the duel. The counterattack he didn't see simply smashed the villain's face. Blood splattered across the room as Ein finally unleashed his secret move. Summoning the phantom hand, Ein reveals a huge spectral claw, as if straight out of a supernatural horror movie. This is pure cinema, guys. The power just shot through the roof. Ein swung that giant ghostly hand and blasted the vampire across the room so hard, it seemed he broke the sound barrier. The hit was so powerful, it was almost a guaranteed knockout. Smashing the set and scattering debris everywhere, the phantom hand showed this is the perfect way to shake off. The vampire was buried under a pile of rubble, and the room looked like after a demolition. Walking through the dust like a cold-blooded dude, Ein tells the villain that he'll catch him right here. The vampire, still bleeding and pretending to be cool, grumbles, "Don't get cocky just because you hit once." Grabbing a huge piece of the floor, the villain tries to use the surroundings, but he is following the adults are better path, which in manga almost always means a one-way ticket to defeat. Easily breaking through flying stones, Ein shows that he doesn't need to play by the vampire's rules. He shortens the distance, and the expression on his face says the talks are over. The one who just screamed falls dead. The vampire makes a last desperate lunge. He has become completely savage, and in his eyes fear and madness have merged. Stopping him in place with a second phantom hand, Ein shows he has more than one trick up his sleeve. The vampire's face instantly changes from "I'm the boss here" to "I really messed up" in a matter of seconds. Unleashing a merciless barrage, several phantom hands rush through the air and pounce on the target. This is no longer even a fight, but a one-sided massacre of epic proportions. The phantom assault literally scorches him. The vampire screams in pain as he is slammed to the ground, and finally admits that this guy causes far more trouble than he ever cost. Out of breath from the effort, Ein stands over the fallen villain, while the phantom hands dissolve into the air. The threat is neutralized, but who sent him still hangs in the air. Checking Roland, Ein confirms the guy is still breathing, and asks not to worry. They begin discussing the nobleman who hired this freak, and everything becomes increasingly suspicious. Putting the pieces together in his head, Ein felt a chill. The strange smell earlier and the nobleman's caustic comment mean something big is coming. He remembered the scent from the terrace and realized the real organizer is still at large. Realizing the danger, Ein's eyes opened wide. The puzzle pieces finally fit together, and he knew exactly where to go to stop the real threat before it was too late. Running off to find Chrysan, Ein rolls to safety to evacuate the gates. He rushes with urgent battle speed because time is running out. Reaching the terrace, the scene changes. There sits a more dignified but no less sinister figure calmly sipping tea while the academy is effectively under siege. Confronting the man, Ein calls him by name, former teacher Wolf Magnus. This dude looks like he's about to give a lecture on why being a villain is actually cool. Being the first to recognize the crown prince, Magnus froze in surprise. He couldn't believe some kid had figured out his grand plan, while he himself sat cross-legged like the master of this place, completely ignoring Ein's presence. Standing firm, Ein says he followed his instincts and is sure Magnus is up to something bad. The tension rises, and it's clear that a big clash of ideals is about to explode between them. Pointing at the lake, Ein admits he knows about the magical stones under the water. He has figured out the whole scheme, and it's way more explosive than we thought. Ein explains the magical stones will make the tools go crazy, they will get out of control and blow everything up. It's a real ticking bomb hidden right under their noses. Magnus, smiling like a madman, realizes his secret is revealed, but he doesn't care. The same self-satisfied, too late now, smile that all legendary haters wear is frozen on his face. Magnus begins his villain monologue, asking the prince if he doesn't think the government and academy are rotten, because he has serious problems with his father and huge resentment towards the whole system. Delivering a tirade about the boundary between nobility and commoners being erased, Magnus shows who he really is, an elitist who wants to destroy everything because he can't stand a world where everyone is equal. Shouting about his father and the Glacier family, Magnus completely loses his mind. Obsessed with showing everyone who is worthless, his face distorts into something truly demonic. The light fades, the chest remains empty. A message appears in his head. He has acquired the skill evaluation, and he freezes, staring at the empty chest with a puzzled expression. Sighing that Ein understands nothing, Magnus says this whole venture cost him his fortune. He looks at the mass disaster as a business investment, villain behavior at the highest level. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the arena. A black column of smoke rose into the sky, and Ein only watches in horror as the first part of the plan really works. Standing tall against the backdrop of a burning world behind him, Magnus laughs. Today he will destroy everything to build a new country. He has become a true megalomaniac, and the scale of this upheaval is finally visible. In a close-up of his crazy eyes, Magnus calls the prince one last time. This is a revolutionary moment, and the real fight for the future of the academy is just beginning. Look at this wolf clown. He barks about revolution as if there is some real dog inside him, stands with open arms thinking he is the main character, but in reality just an average guy, a seasonal villain. Rolling and falling from the ceiling like a real demon, our Ein does not let this monologue end because he knows time is money and people are about to be roasted. Suddenly everything around starts exploding like Michael Bay's film set, and Ein dodges shockwaves as if playing bullet hell at the highest difficulty. Warning Ein about the explosion is crazy when you are the one who said it, but our guy just looks at him with that emotionless gaze and says he will not die today. Bragging that his magical ornament gives a cheat code for invincibility is the most beta move I have ever seen. This dude really thinks his drip will save him from a kid named Ein. Cutting through those ornaments like butter, Ein proves that no magical ice can stop a man on a mission. Look at the real horror on Wolf's face when his fence is completely destroyed. Breaking through smoke and flames, Ein doesn't even sweat, while the villain screams begging for his life. This is what happens when you try to stage a coup against a guy with limitless potential. Now running away is pure cowardice, but there is nowhere to hide when the host has targeted you. Grabbing the man by the hand and preparing to deliver a slap that will go down in history, Ein shows him why you shouldn't joke with the heir to the throne. Stabbing him with a dagger and leaving him amazed at how quickly he folded. This is real cinema. Wolf seems to have just realized that he is not made for this world. Completely dominate in battle, while the villain cries and asks where this power came from. This is the most powerful move. Ein just looks at him condescendingly, as if he is an insect that needs to be crushed. Tie him up like a festive pie and leave him on the floor, the only way to deal with a traitor. Now Ein has to tackle the real problem before the whole academy explodes. Dives into the lake like a professional Olympic swimmer, submerges and heads straight into danger. His water charm works while he searches for the source of the problem. Finding a huge box with glowing magical stones at the bottom of the lake is definitely not what you want to see on a Sunday morning. This thing is packed with so much energy that it could send an entire city flying. Realizing that he can't disarm the magical bomb with his bare hands, Ein decides to do the craziest thing he could imagine. Instead of panicking, he decides to just treat those magical stones like a buffet. Take as much as you want. Absorbs pure magical energy like a 5-course dinner. This is the coolest main character energy I've seen this week. He literally eats the explosion before it even happens. Complaining about the taste while his body absorbs so much power, it could level a mountain. Now that's a real flex. He surfaces, gasping for air, but for now has officially saved the day. Falls onto the deck like a legend, and is greeted by the best waifu Christina, who looks like she's having a heart attack. She probably lost her mind seeing him shirtless and soaking wet after saving the world. Telling her that he's just tired of the taste of magical stones is the calmest way to handle a life-or-death situation, and Christina is just glad her prince wasn't turned into fish food. Even the villain tied up in the background stands and looks impressed by this guy's audacity. you know you're the real GOAT when even the one who tried to kill you is mesmerized by your show. Watching the trash being taken out while Ain lays out the entire coup conspiracy feels like a big victory, but something still gnaws at our guy, and in his eyes is the same look that says the drama isn't over yet. Deeply pondering the logic of the attack, Ain realizes that the bomb in the lake actually misses the target. If you want to remove the big players, you go where the crowd is. Having analyzed the map and realized that the true goal is the arena, he was breathless. The tournament is the place where everyone gathered, and it is there that the real tragedy is planned. And when you understand that there is another bomb somewhere, the spectators' hearts suddenly leap with horror, and Ain knows that his family and friends are sitting right on a ticking bomb. Glance back at the villain, who even with a gag in his mouth is still smiling pure evil. This guy really thought he had a backup plan to have the last laugh. He laughs like a madman and says they won't make it. This is a classic villain trope. He really thinks he has them, but forgot who he's dealing with. Demanding to know where they are while Christina tries to calm him down, the tension is at its limit. Ain knows, if they don't move now, it will be the end for everyone in the arena. Anna, imagining how his grandfather and his friends are at the epicenter of the explosion, gives Ain the motivation that pushes him beyond the possible. He will not let anyone die while he is nearby. They rush to the arena, Christina breathing down his neck. They look like they are about to set a world record in sprinting, and they need to find that bomb before the last bell rings. Meanwhile, in the arena, Dill is fighting the battle of his life. In the tournament, he is pushed to the limit, and his best friend is literally saving the city. In the royal box, the king and Lloyd watch and do not understand why Dill is suffering so much. They have no idea that a literal nuclear bomb is hidden nearby. Hearing the crowd roar with excitement is tense when you know what will happen next. The atmosphere is electric, but for all the wrong reasons. It is precisely noticing the empty seats where Ain and Christina should be sitting that the tension grows even stronger. It is like the silence before a very loud and fiery storm. Believing that Ain will eventually appear is the only thing holding the agreement, and he knows for sure his brother will not miss this match for anything in the world. The start of the third round of the fight means that the countdown to 0 begins, and every clash of blades makes the explosion closer. Exchanging blows at a crazy speed, these two put on a spectacle that will be remembered for a long time. It's just a pity that the arena might shatter into pieces if Ain doesn't hurry. Pushing through the huge crowd near the arena, Ain and Christina make their way through the chaos, watching the back gates for any suspicious movements. Quite logical, the back gates are the only quiet enough place to set up a huge bomb, and our guy is both a detective and a warrior at the same time. Learning about the bronze statue of the first king, Ain gets the last piece of the puzzle. It's the perfect landmark to hide a weapon of mass destruction. Finding a bomb burning red under the statue is a real, oh no, everything's lost moment. It's already starting to detonate, and they are standing right in the blast zone. Seeing the energy build up like a tiny sun is enough to make anyone want to run away. The very power coming from it is just insane. When you realize they are too far to stop it by hand, it's a complete nightmare. It seems the revolution might actually happen. All the screams and despair as the light grows brighter just tear the heart apart. They were so close, but it seems they didn't make it in time. Not giving up even at the last moment, Ain looks for one more miracle. In his eyes is the same look that says he's about to do something crazy. Christina launches Ain into the air with a powerful blast of wind magic, playing the role of perfect support. This is true teamwork when together, dreams become reality. Praying for his luck as he flies toward the explosion, Christina puts all her faith in her prince. This is a true waifu moment. Rushing through the air like a human rocket, Ain stretches out his hand towards the shining pile of magical stones. He literally dives headfirst into the disaster. He pulls out all his strength. He is ready to stop the explosion or die trying. This is the highest peak of fantasy. Disappearing in a dazzling flash of white light, the scene cuts off right at the peak of energy. The tension is really killing me now. Hearing the huge rumble echoing around, everyone freezes. This is the sound that changes fate. Sliding across the arena floor, Dill is still fighting with all his heart. Despite the chaos around, he thinks only about victory, even if the world is falling apart. Loudly declaring that today he will finally win, Dill showed his determination. He had been looking at the empty seats all the time, but now he is fully focused. The crowd, shouting his name at the top of their lungs, goes crazy. The match is reaching its climax, and the excitement is off the charts. Suddenly noticing a figure on the balcony, the characters froze and stared, not believing their eyes. Someone arrived just in time to see the finale. You raise your eyes and see Ain standing there like a true master. It is a huge relief. He is a bit battered, but alive and well. Standing on the balcony next to Christina, Ain has officially returned from the edge of the abyss, and the heroes have already gathered to witness his final victory. Supporting his brother from the stands, and giving Dill that last boost of motivation, he needs brotherhood in this manga. is truly at the highest level. Delivering the final blow and sending the opponent's sword flying, Dill wins in the most spectacular way. This is exactly how Chad finishes the fight. Looking back at the joyful crowd, he saw that everyone was safe and sound, all thanks to the prince's secret deeds. They have no idea how close they were to being prepared. The winner is announced, and when Dill Glacier does it, the arena explodes with joy. This is a well-deserved victory for the hardworking bro. Watching the family celebrate in the royal box is a real delight after a tense day. The king radiates pride, and all the tension has finally disappeared. After the match, laughing and patting each other on the head, two friends prove that their bond is unbreakable. This is the kind of sincere, warm feeling we live for. Gazing at the still water under the sunset, it seems that peace has finally returned to the kingdom, but we all know, in such manga, it's never that simple. Seeing a dark shadow approaching underwater is a real cliffhanger. Just when you think it's over, a new monster emerges and ruins the whole mood. We start in EXILED. The scenery there is just like in the movies, and you immediately catch a full fantasy vibe. Shopping with two beauties might sound like a dream, but Ain understands here. Being a prince means your wallet is about to run dry. Walking through this coastal town, you suddenly realize how much work went into creating the world, even if our guy is just trying to survive a shopping marathon. Discussing the national economy while shopping is a strange flex, but Ain's real problem is the sea breeze trying to blow him into the lobby. Seeing the girls so worried that he's cold is such genuine warmth that gives me strength, but Chris looks like he's plotting something. Caught red-handed in 4K, Chris is definitely acting suspicious. He's rustling something in a notebook and pretending to be indifferent. Pointing at the strange shape of the harbor, she says the coastline doesn't just happen to resemble a crescent moon. Turns out that long ago, a huge monster attack literally reshaped the continent. That's some epic lore. But this was not a team effort either. It was all done by one beast named King of the Seas, and his body is bigger than the entire Navy fleet. Here is the sea dragon, a real monster, as if it came straight out of a nightmare to ruin everyone's day. Looking at this thing, it was immediately clear why Ein and Clon are now doubting their life choices. This creature sent tens of thousands of people to the shadow world, so it is actually the second most dangerous in history, right after the Demon Lord. In the entire long history of EXILED, nothing caused as many casualties as this giant lizard. When you learn that this monster appears once every century or two, the mood instantly changes, especially when you realize that it's our turn now. Clon has every right to be scared, and honestly, if I saw a dragon that could swallow a battleship, my heart would also tighten. Walking out confidently like a true alpha, Chris assures that the country's technology is upgraded enough to protect them this time. Apologizing for the spoiled mood, Chris tries to bring back the joy of shopping because no one wants to talk about death during a walk. Clon immediately notices the store she wants to pop into, and you see admiration bloom on her face again. Clon winked at Ein, hinting that Chris also has some secret purchases, and I feel that arc with gifts is coming. Look at Riz in this showcase, with jewelry and shoes that probably cost more than my entire life. Leaving Ein downstairs to take care of his own affairs, the girls go up to the second floor to indulge themselves a bit with some solo shopping. Approaching the shopkeeper with this, I am on a mission look, Ein is clearly searching for something special. Let's move to the night. The castle glows like a Christmas tree, because the time for the grand celebration has finally come. Look at this huge banquet hall. The royal family definitely knows how to throw a party and doesn't spare any money. Grandpa is having a blast and enjoying himself, a rarity for him, as he usually looks like he's ready to start a war. Wishing Ein a happy 8th birthday, his mother Olivia and the clone are ready to shower him with gifts. Getting a fancy pen and a silver bracelet is a huge win, and Ein's face lights up as if he just pulled a legendary card from a booster. Looking around the room, Ein notices that his personal knight Chris is nowhere to be seen, and that's terribly suspicious. Yes, Olivia inadvertently hints that beneath that stern facade, Chris is actually shy and sweet like a cinnamon bun, and that's just adorable. With feminine intuition, Olivia orders Aim to go out alone onto the balcony, and we all know what will happen next. Standing in the middle of the snow, and suddenly Chris appears, clearly trying to look cool but completely failing. Fidgeting like a schoolgirl, Chris is clearly out of his element when it's not about swinging a sword. She tried to lie that she helped prepare the party, but Ein instantly exposed her. She's a terrible actress. When I see her doing it, I freeze. Her face is pure gold. She is too pure for this world. Grabbing her by the collar and hesitating, Chris finally musters the courage to give him her gift. Wrapping a warm scarf around Ein's neck, she finally completes the mission that made her nervous all day. She blushes redder than a tomato, whispers "Happy birthday," and my heart just melts. His gaze caught the glowing magic circle on the floor, the exit from his long imprisonment, and with a realizing she can no longer hide the secrets of her shopping trips, Chris blushes and gets confused when Ayn says she saw her in the store. She says she was too nervous to catch the right moment and looks like she's about to burst into flames. Turning the tables, Ayn laughed and pulled out a gift for her, proving he has innate charm. Throwing a beautiful necklace on her, Ayn has now officially become the legendary main hero. He explained that he wanted her to get it first because she takes the best care of him, and Ayn here is a real sweetheart. Chris, in a mad panic, shouts that it's unfair that the prince gives such a heavy gift to a simple knight. Finally accepts the gift with a loud exclamation. She is bursting with joy, and it is the sweetest thing in the world. Glancing at the necklace, you know for sure, she will cherish it more than any sword she ever had. Ending the chapter with a smile that could power an entire city, Chris tries to blame the red cheeks on the cold, but we all know she is hopelessly in love with our guy. Absolute cinema. Glad to see you again on the channel. Guys, once again diving into the life of our guy Ayn, who is going on a little excursion from the academy, but you already know, this will by no means be a simple vacation. Right in the heat of events, we see someone soaked to the bone, trying to settle matters on the island. Monsters are already jumping out of the bushes, forcing the squad to immediately rush into battle. Delivering a powerful blow, our guy Leonardo finishes off the beast with a move so majestic it's almost showing off. Everyone just stands around and teases each other after the fight. That's how it goes among friends. Landing on a deserted island near the continent of Ishtal sounds like a vacation, but for the four of them, it's just another school day. A month ago, Professor Rook, the kind who seems to live in the gym, laid out everything about this exciting event for them. But the task is to cross this giant island in just 3 days, and the path looks like a real nightmare for those whose endurance is not at the maximum. Dropping a real bombshell, the professor announces that food, water, or tools cannot be brought from home. In other words, the school says, either toughen up or starve to death. Ayn is going through a midlife crisis because of who will be on his team, probably praying not to run into any mediocre players. Forming a true dream team, our guy Ayn is joined by Roland Batts and the legendary Leonardo himself. Walking through the forest, the squad feels calm and confident they have the best grades in class, so this survival hike seems just like a walk in the park. They are kept under control by Dill Glacier, the escort, who today seems to have not a single minute for nonsense. While the sun sets, the first priority is to set up camp. Otherwise, the night predators will make them dinner. Leonardo steps forward to show off his incredible charm and prepares a barrier skill that is about to make their camp the safest place on the island. Activating the barrier raises a huge protective dome. Honestly, it looks just like a movie. Looking at the dead rabbit and murky water, Ayn realizes surviving on instincts alone will no longer work. Roland, a true macho cat boy, boasts that he can purify the water and even suggests making a magical device right here. Roland, slicing through monster stones with the precision of a true master, shows why he is so valued in the squad. God, seeing water turn from solid mud into sparkling, mineral-rich purity is enough to make anyone believe in Roland's genius. Ayn and Dill stood stunned, not believing their ice could creating high-level magical tools really be this simple. Having distributed the tasks, Batson and Ayn rushed to the vanguard, while the support team stayed behind to constantly provide buffs. You look at this company and you would think they are on a luxurious vacation, not on a survival test, but that is exactly the strength of a balanced team. Pulling out some strangely looking fruits, Leonardo said they looked incredibly poisonous and probably tasted like regret. Dill says there is a safe version of this fruit, but distinguishing them is almost like flipping a coin where your life is at stake. Ayn decides to use his broken poison dissolution skill and reaches out to check whether these snacks are really edible or just a one-way ticket to the lobby. Having confirmed that these fruits are safe, Ayn stunned the whole team. It turned out he was a real walking encyclopedia of survival. The mood is off the charts. The team finally realized that there is now plenty of food, and honestly, our guy Ayn is literally carrying the fighting spirit of the entire team on his shoulders right now. Preparing for the feast, everyone buzzes with anticipation as the sun finally disappears behind the mountains. It sizzles over the fire, looks so delicious that I quietly start getting hungry just telling about it. Inviting Dill to the party is purely a cool move, but the serious guard stubbornly clings to his boring rations. Convincing the man is a trifle when you have a whole roasted rabbit and a company of friends insisting, join the mood. Giving in to peer pressure, Dill finally gives in and agrees to spend the night with them as a guest. Pulling out tea leaves like a true gentleman, Dill proves, even in the wild one must remain refined. Questioning the legality of tea leaves during a survival hike is true Leonardo, but Dill says the academy doesn't mind a little leaf water. Loudly celebrating their small victory against the rules, the squad decides to simply enjoy the moment and forget about grades a bit. Dill, suddenly dropping a huge bombshell, announces that Leonardo's engagement partner has already been chosen, and the reaction is exactly as expected. Teasing a member of the royal family about their upcoming wedding is the best way to spend a night in the forest, even if Leonardo blushes redder than a tomato. They dine together under the stars. This group feels more like family than a school team, and it's so nice to see. Morning light strikes the island, the second day begins, and the coziness fades away. Yes, they pack their backpacks and set off. The team is ready to fight whatever the island throws at them next. Then they peer into the fog, so thick it could be cut with a knife, and everyone understands. If they don't want to get lost, they must stick together. Visibility drops to 0, and poor Roland is already gasping for air as if he just ran a marathon in a sauna. Slipping on the wet ground, the catboy almost fell off a very steep cliff, the kind of place with no return. Grabbing Roland's hand at the last moment, Ein saves him from a treacherous fall and once again shows why he is the leader. Holding their breath, the team suddenly realizes this fog is much more dangerous than any monster they have faced so far. Realizing that Dill has completely vanished into the fog, Ein looks around and a cold shiver runs down his spine. Shouting to the guards is useless, and the silence of the forest begins to become truly eerie. Ein feels that something is terribly wrong and shouts to the others to stop. Maybe they are already too late to save their guide. And surrounded by glowing eyes in the fog, the squad realizes they have walked right into a trap. Emerging from the fog, these crow moths are monsters that definitely should not be on this island, so someone is clearly messing with the script. And not retreating, the squad prepares for a battle that has just turned this excursion into a real nightmare. See you in the next chapter, guys. Riffron, look at these huge creatures hovering in the air as if they are the masters. Here are Ein and his squad stare into the eyes of a swarm of crow moths, and believe me, this is nothing like a fun picnic. Even if you understand that these bugs are just mediocre trash compared to the red bison, it doesn't help when there are thousands of them, because the dude says they act like a swarm, and it's basically a cheat code for average mobs. The mobs line up for battle, and Ein is already thinking 3 steps ahead like a true grandmaster. Using the illusion move is probably the only chance not to let these oversized moths completely tear us apart. It's said that these creatures lay eggs inside you if they catch you. A pure nightmare, dude. The team dodges such stories as if playing bullet hell on the hardest difficulty. The only logical move is to break away and run if they don't want to become incubators for the moths. Ein and the guys rush away before they get surrounded and driven back into the lobby. Finding a hideout under the cliff is a life-saving victory for the team's survival. Finally, they get a moment to catch their breath and stop this cardio from hell. Out of breath as if they just ran a marathon, the squad finally got rid of the persistent swarm. Ein regrets losing his composure, but honestly, who wouldn't panic when giant insects try to lay eggs inside them? Noticing that these monsters shouldn't be on this island at all is a huge warning sign. Dill Senpai is the strongest student, but even he might not have enough strength if the entire ecosystem is corrupted. Isn't the high-ranking waifu Christina-sama secretly a waiver for them? A very reasonable question. Ein says she is on a mission, but we all know how these stories go. She is definitely sneaking up. You pull out the map to plan the next move and realize, these kids are not stupid. They have already crossed half the island, but ahead is the fog where butterflies rule, and that's a serious failure. At his command, armed adventurers grab their weapons and form a circle around Kiska. The chief stands aside and watches, thinking that thing climbing rocks and pushing through bushes. This calm doesn't last long. Those piercing sounds say the butterflies have found them again, and they are incredibly persistent. As if reaching the limit of endurance, the squad holds on by their last strength. Even Foxboy looks like he's about to faint right in the dust. Seeing a cave seems like a great idea until the local expert points out suspicious gravel. Staying in some random hole in the wall usually ends up like a horror movie. The explanation that the purple molten stones indicate the presence of miasma inside is a real salvation. This cave is not a shelter, but a literal chamber of poisonous gas just waiting for disaster to happen. Learning that the miasma is poisonous to practically everything that breathes turns this island into an even deadlier trap. Ein looks at the cave as if it were a giant forbidden treat. Boasting about his luxurious education, Ein explains why he was waving around an encyclopedia about monsters. The team is impressed, but let's be honest, he's just the main character doing what main characters do. Setting up camp in the middle of the forest, where monsters swarm, requires considerable courage. They lit a fire and try to nap a little before the next disaster strikes. Staring into the fire, Ein can't stop turning over in his head how Dill Senpai could have lost sight of them so easily. Something's fishy here, and it's definitely not dinner. When they found out that the safety of this excursion was supposed to be guaranteed, the whole story with the butterfly became even stranger. A professional would never miss something so dangerous. Suspecting that the problem is not the island, but their own situation that's just an explosive insight, and Ein begins slowly piecing together the scenario of this crazy experiment in his head. In the darkness, Ein feels something his instincts scream. He's on alert, while the rest of the group is just catching flies. Looking towards the trees, he realized, out there they are not alone. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Woke Roland in the middle of the night, he has some crazy idea. Ein is preparing something, and I'm sure it's going to be a real movie. Asking about that magical thing Roland created, that's the first step of our cunning plan. If it can store water, maybe it can store something a bit spicier too. When it was confirmed that the device can store miasma, Ein's eyes lit up. This guy is literally planning to turn poisonous gas into a weapon, like a real madman. Borrowing the magic orb and telling Foxboy to rest a bit, Ein heads into that poisonous cave for some night shopping. Seeing the sun rise over the island could be beautiful if we didn't know chaos lurks in the bushes. Day 2 starts, and the mood is already rotten. When a swarm of butterflies attacks you first thing in the morning, that's the worst way to wake up. They returned in full force and look hungrier than ever. Cutting through the air, the squad desperately tries to keep the insects at bay. Ein begins to ask Leonardo if his barrier can handle this. To check whether the barrier can stop the poison is a very specific and incredibly terrifying question. Leonardo is confused, and Ein is clearly about to do something reckless. Step back and let others lead is not what is expected from a leader. The team is in shock and thinks Bro is finally giving up the game. Demanding a barrier right now, Ein looks as if about to drop a tactical nuclear bomb. Butterflies are closing in, and the tension is off the charts. Leonardo sets up the barrier as quickly as possible, putting his whole soul into it. They need a few more seconds of protection. Planning something based on the story he heard yesterday, Ein is going to show his high IQ. He has the same look in his eyes, and he says, "Look." Watching Leonardo get caught in the butterfly's tail is a real oh moment. The stingers have already appeared, and it seems like it's game over for our guy. Saving his partner at the last moment, Ein takes the hit himself, but keeps going like a true machisays. His limbs are tingling, but still has the energy of the main hero. Activating the barrier at the very moment the swarm descends is perfect timing. The butterflies beat against the shield, as if storming a Black Friday sale. Seeing that incredible number of creatures behind the dome, screaming piercingly, is terrifying. It is a real wall of wings and death. Smiling together and holding a magic orb, Ein tells the team to stay put and drink. He is going beyond the safe zone to personally handle the matter. Dives headfirst into the swarm, as if wishing for death. Ein literally surrounds himself with monsters. He hears his friends shouting his name as he disappears into a cloud of bugs. This is either the most brilliant move of all time or the biggest failure in history. Breaking the magic sphere right in the middle of the swarm and shouting, "Eat this," he finally releases the gathered miasma. First of all, the explosion that scattered a massive cloud of poisonous gas didn't just turn the entire area into a graveyard. It's a true peak of strategy, bro. I hear the butterflies screeching as they inhale the concentrated poison. They're just being roasted by their own natural enemy. Watching monsters fall from the sky like flies is just bliss. The ground is literally covered with fallen insects. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the squad anxiously searches for even the smallest trace of their leader. They are horrified at the thought that he poisoned himself with the gas along with the monsters. He jumps out of the smoke and gives a thumbs up as if it's just another Tuesday. Ain't officially the coolest on this tour. The fact that he has poison resistance skill makes him practically invulnerable to his own trap. He bathes in the poisonous haze as if it's a spa day. The classic post-battle trope: the team scolds you for almost giving them a heart attack. They were terribly worried, and Ein is just enjoying it. Moving on. Probably, there's nothing left to kill in this forest anymore. Ein walks ahead completely carefree. Arriving at the target cape, the squad finally thinks they can relax, but the looks on their faces say the surprise isn't over yet. But seeing Dill Senpai waiting for them is a real plot twist. He praises their teamwork, but we all know, most likely he was just eating popcorn and watching them suffer. Turned out that Christina-sama had been hiding nearby and secretly accompanying them all this time, and the whole journey was arranged by the elders to make them grow up. Look at Ain's face. It's clear that being a lab rat is not fun for him at all, and the betrayal hits him hard. I watch the team sweat while Amy looks disdainfully at the elders. The atmosphere instantly dropped from 100 to 0. They asked real questions: how much they really bothered him. Ain is not angry because of the danger. He is angry because he is not trusted. Then she promised that next time she would be nearby under any circumstances. Ain now truly radiates serious leadership charisma. And now, refusing to become an adult who treats people like pawns, he clenches his fist because he wants to be a better leader. They forced a promise out of him never to do that again. Ain's heart was pounding in his throat the whole time, and he won't let it go unpunished. Seeing Dill really humbled before the younger student is rare. Finally, he felt the weight of the anxiety he caused. Instantly changing the mood, Ain asked Dill to call him by name to apologize. Bro is a true master of social engineering. I watch Dill struggle with the very thought of being so casual, while Ain just laughs, knowing he has the moral advantage. He insists that this request comes from His Majesty himself. It's hard to refuse a royal order, even if they just ask to become friends. When he finally said Ain Sama, the bond was sealed. Dill officially became part of the inner circle. Focusing on every detail of this moment, you feel the tension completely dissolve at such a warm victory for the team. God, how embarrassed and blushed he was when his name was called like that. Ain may be macho, but deep down he is still a child. I stand stunned as reality sinks and the tour is officially over, and everyone survived. And everyone's laughter together is the perfect finale to this arc. Even the reserved Christina in the back barely smiles. Wiping away a tear, everything turned out so anticlimactic, but very touching. Ain is a big, gentle, kind soul under that armor. They shake hands and make peace after all this drama. This is exactly the character development we love to see. Looking together at the ocean, the mood is finally perfect. They have become stronger and closer, and that was the whole point. Returning home after a long and exhausting journey, Christina Sama in this shot looks like a true queen. They board a huge ship heading to the capital. They leave the island behind, but the ocean has prepared another surprise. On the deck, I catch Christina for her ability to keep watch. She pretends everything is under control, but guilt is literally written on her face. He blushes terribly because Ain says he smelled her magic stone. It's some kind of accidental higher-level charisma from our guy. The ship shuddered as a huge kraken emerged from the depths, just when you thought it was safe to return to the water. I notice the kraken and feel something is very wrong with this scene. It is huge, but behaves as if it is being hunted. Having ordered the cannons to be loaded, Christina is ready for a clash, while Ain looks completely elsewhere, gripped by pure horror. I watched as the kraken was simply torn apart with one blow. Something much bigger just decided that the octopus is on the menu. You look at the giant tentacle, and it is cut off as if it is nothing. The scale of forces has just soared beyond all charts in one panel. Noticing that a bite created a hole in the kraken, it became obvious. Whoever did this is now officially the final boss of the ocean. The frame zooms in on those huge, sharp fangs that could crush Shinwon Go. This is a danger straight from prehistoric times. Creating a giant whirlpool that drags the kraken into the abyss, Christina looks as if she has seen a ghost. You watch the appearance of the sea dragon, the undisputed ruler of the depths. This is real cinema, and the ship is in the splash zone. I stand and watch as the dragon grabs the kraken and eats it like a light snack, and the size of this monster makes everything else look like ants. Roaring into the sky, while the ship tears away at full speed, every person on that deck is praying to survive. Realizing that while the dragon is occupied with its meal, they might have a chance to slip away, Ain froze with fear. Racing toward the horizon while the titans of the sea settle their ancient feud, this ship has never sailed so fast in its life. Grasping the handrail and trembling, Aink understands that he has just seen the king of the sea. This is a key memory that will haunt him in his dreams. Later came news of unrest in the capital, but the dragon never appeared again. For now, this nightmare is over. Sichide, time flies when you are the main character. 6 months have already passed since that huge dragon decided to settle on the coast and constantly reincarnate there, and lately everything has been calm. Studying and training routine, but you know that in such stories peace does not last long. Look at our guy Inkan. He is enjoying himself with the team after a long day. When he was the best student, friends are already gathering to leave, but it feels like something big is brewing because the atmosphere is just too heartfelt. Just look at his face. He has no idea about the absolute chaos that is about to ruin his entire afternoon. He considers himself just another boy in a fantasy world, but his plot armor is starting to itch. Bro is officially 9 years old and already in 3rd grade, and it shows he has academic charisma and no problems. He waves goodbye as if there is no threat lurking nearby that could destroy the world. The best girl, Christina, enters a true perfect knight mentor we all dream of. Ink tries to pull a trick and sneak off to practice with the Sword of the Void, but Christina stops it faster than a mod in a Twitch chat. This is real cinema. She leaned in close to fix his crookedly tied tie, and our guy completely lost his head. Look at that blush. His pulse is probably already off the charts over 100, and she just radiates coolness. She has such a top-tier waifu smile that could cure a deadly disease, and Aink is barely holding on. He manages to whisper, "Thank you," probably imagining their wedding, but all that sweet atmosphere is about to be ruined. Suddenly, a couple of knights appear, looking as if they just ran a marathon and failed a cardio test. The mood instantly shifts from romantic comedy to real panic. One of the knights whispers the most secret news. Christina looks as if she just saw a ghost, and when the strongest girl in the room loses her composure, it means it's really serious. Turning on commander mode to the fullest, Christina didn't even hesitate. She dropped training due to an urgent matter and left Ink with a bunch of some guards, and the kid clearly feels like he's missing something. Despite rushing to save the world, she also reminds him that detours are still forbidden. This iron discipline doesn't let the boy wander while she becomes a legend. Not used to sitting in the dark, Ein demands answers from the guards, who look like they're about to spill the whole script. They tremble in their boots, because they know this news is a real curse. Turns out a monster of National Crisis class has just appeared, and Christine was sent to the front line to handle it herself. On Ein's face was written, "This is his wife, and if something goes wrong, she might be sent to the lobby." Castle looks peaceful from the outside, but inside the higher ranks are probably up to their ears in panic, always that calm before the storm, which hits hardest in such places. Ein rushes to the castle as if his life depends on it, and finds out the king is locked in an extremely important meeting. No one wants to tell the boy the details, but he doesn't accept no for an answer. Look at the maids, they seem about to cry, and the guards look completely hopeless. There are few knights, meaning everyone who can wield a sword is already there and dying. He kicks down the door like a true main hero. Ein demands to know what the hell is going on. He's tired of being a secondary character while the world burns. The military headquarters is packed with all the most influential players. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a legendary sword. This is where real decisions are made, and Ein just crashed this party. Seeing his mother, Olivia, completely broken was the last straw for our boy. She is the embodiment of a magnificent queen in distress, and the king looks like he hasn't slept for a week. Maintaining that royal, unwavering confidence, the king tells the council to ignore the child and continue the meeting. Attempts to keep the family from falling apart clearly exhaust him. Here comes the Lord. A sea dragon burst into Magnaport and caused total devastation. Ein is shocked, but he definitely knows how dangerous these creatures are. Logic doesn't work here. Ein says they knew about this dragon for 6 months already, but the king's face says their strategy has just been completely outsmarted. Prepare for the most powerful plot twist. There are not one, but 2 dragons, a 2-1 situation, and the kingdom is definitely not ready for this level of griefing. Look at this absolute chaos in the flashback. The dragon is just mocking the giant octopus, and Ein looks like he's about to faint from the very thought of the incredible power of these creatures. If they don't start acting quickly, the whole city will end up in Davy Jones' locker. Simply put, they will all perish. Christina was sent because she is the only one with the necessary characteristics to even have a chance. He is overwhelmed by Ein's screams at the king for sending Christina alone against 2 raid bosses. Concern for her safety is the only thing he is thinking about right now, and honestly, who can blame him for that? They threw everything, the fleet, adventurers, and 90% of the knights. It's all or nothing, but Ein knows. Numbers mean nothing when the enemy is literally a god-level monster. Lloyd is forced to guard the main base in case things get worse, and at the same time he puts on his most "trust me, brother" act. Ein is told to just sit and believe, but that's not in his blood. Deep down, Ein is terrified because the memory of the dragon's power literally paralyzes his legs. He knows he is weak, but the thought of losing his knight, waifu, boils his blood. Part of him just wants to run away and hide under the blanket like a normal 9-year-old boy, but when he looks at his grandfather, a sense of duty slowly awakens in him. Memories of all the times Christina covered for him flood his mind. She was his support, and he can't just let her be sent to the Shadow Realm while he stands aside and only watches. Just look at this angelic shot. She is too pure to become dragon prey. Determination grows, and we all know he is about to do something incredibly reckless. Drops explosive news. Ein announces he's going Magna to fight the sea dragon himself. This is the peak energy of the main hero, even though he is actually level 10 trying to raid level 100. Silence fell in the room. Everyone realized this kid is really serious about his suicidal mission. Olivia looks like her heart just stopped, and the king is probably thinking about where he went wrong. Entering into rage, the king calls him a fool and asks what one boy can do against a catastrophe. Trying to persuade him is the only move left, but Ains has blind faith in the main hero. Lloyd intervenes and reminds him that as the heir to the throne, his life is not his own but the state's. This is the classic cliché, "You are too important to die," that every prince hates to hear. Ains sharply retorts with historical charisma. He says the first king would not have hidden, would have fought. Our guy is not just a prince, he strives to be as cool as his ancestors. Firmly holding him, Olivia begs him not to go. She cannot lose her son because of some overgrown lizards, and seeing this proud queen so upset truly breaks my heart. The king plays on guilt, asking if he really intends to leave while his mother literally kneels and sobs. It's a nasty trick, but they desperately want to protect him. With absolute steel determination in his eyes, Ain insists even more and says he must save Chrysanth. Boy is officially down bad, but in the most heroic way possible. For a moment it seems the king actually respects his persistence and will let him go. The room is silent, tension at the limitan, then bam. Out of nowhere, a hand drops on his neck like a guillotine. He didn't even have time to blink, just got the most powerful move that instantly sends him to sleep. Catching him before he falls to the floor, Lloyd proves that being a guard means taking on the dirty work, declaring a tactical nap was the king's only way to restrain the boy from excessive heroism. Olivia picks up her unconscious son and looks at her own father in horror. After this betrayal, the family dinner will be incredibly awkward. She explodes, yelling at the king for raising his hand against his own grandson. You don't want to provoke a mama bear, especially when she is so emotional. No Game's king orders the maids to take Olivia to her room and entrusts Lloyd to take Ain away, because putting the whole family under house arrest is his only way to protect them while the world burns. Don't let them out, he shouts, looking like a real villain, though in fact he is just trying to save them. Today is a hard day for the royal family, and the atmosphere is officially stale. Lloyd carries the sleeping prince, and the tale reminds us that duty is a heavy burden, but you and I both know for sure. This is not the end, yet Ainkun will not remain locked away for long. Knocks on the door like a madman. Ain is completely upset because Chris is fighting for his life there, and he is stuck in a timeout. Outside, trying to summon his phantom hands, as if he were fighting a boss from Elden Ring, the guy realizes that the magic doesn't work, and he is truly panicking. Clenching his fist because the sea dragons are about to turn his friends into land, and Catamath Cat Girl tells him to calm down, but we all know, our guy doesn't know how to calm down at all when his waifus are in danger. Turns out the room is sealed with the highest rank seal, one that even a demon lord would have trouble with, so this library resembles a maximum security prison cell. Now completely exhausted, Ain is about to lose his mind, and Ilkadima just stands and watches him go through it. Honestly, it's pretty harsh. Pray to the heavens, for he needs a miracle, and suddenly a ghostly hand begins to point the way, as if someone from the beyond is literally carrying him forward. Ain jumped up as if he saw a ghost and realized his ghostly mother was actually hinting to him how to pass the level, pointing to a shiny stone as if to a secret treasure. Look at this cursed magic stone. It stands like a sinister threat in a small glass box, and most people would rush to run away. When Kadima shouts at the top of his lungs, Ain steps up to the strike and is ready to become a real monster. But grabbing that stone as if it were the last chicken wing at a party, he ignores Kadima, who is literally begging him on the floor to stop. Pure cinema, those phantom hands explode like a kraken on steroids, proving that bro is officially made differently. Kadima is in shock. She can't believe that magic works inside a seal that was supposed to be impenetrable, and Ain ignores the rules when he has the energy of the main character. Just look at the face of this cat. It's the face of someone who just realized he's no longer a secondary character. Trying to move, but the body feels stuck like with 999 ping, and the pressure coming from Ain just crushes to madness. I'm squeezed by a ghostly embrace while he sucks the life out of that stone. This is pure, mom, it's my turn on Xbox energy, but with powers that can destroy the world. Squeezing everything out of the stone until it becomes transparent like ice, Ain feels that soft, warm motherly glow while he's busy destroying reality. Hugging the giant crystal, because it feels like home, this is officially the calm before the storm. Throws the stone like it's trash, while Kadima literally has a nervous breakdown, and he shows that he's just getting started. Points with his hand as if about to release the harshest track of the century. Sits all right is such a Chad thing before causing a lot of property damage. Breaking the entire seal and door at once is pure show of strength and pure cinema. Looking back with that cold gaze while the dust settles, he walks away, leaving Kadima trying to comprehend the god at her feet she just saw. Screaming from absurdity, Kadima realizes Ain just gained so much power that he's now basically playing in creative mode. Now the prince steps out, as if he owns this place, leaving Kadima in the dust, and she wonders whether to update her resume. Running into Clon in the corridor, our guy remembered, the waifu in this manga is honestly top-notch. Later, asking important questions, Claude wants to know if he is really leaving, while she clutches her dress, clearly in despair. Promising her he will return with that classic hero's smile, bro accumulates death flags as if collecting trading cards. Suddenly kissing him on the cheek, Clon got the same W riz for finally daring to take a step while the world is ending. Standing rooted to the spot, completely stunned and blushing like a tomato, without the goddess's blessing and not knowing what to do. Wished him a safe journey, because Angelic's smile is the only motivation he needs to go out and win. Running away at full speed, while Claude was left crying on the floor, this scene hits right in the heart. Praying for his safety in the empty corridor, the silence after all that noise really weighs down. Sliding to a stop before a massive armor wall, Ain instantly realizes that getting out of here is not so simple. Standing opposite Lloyd and the entire squad of knights, he sees eyes sharp, vigilant, ready to send him back to the room. Close up on Lloyd, we see a man who is a real tank and definitely won't budge for anyone. They ask Ain where he thinks he is going with that. Oi, Energy Lloyd is playing the final boss of the strict dad simulator. They just stand and the ground and walls crack. The pressure from them is such that the knight is covered in sweat, like droplets. In the courtyard, they stare intently into each other's eyes, the meeting of the old guard, and the new generation explodes with wild energy. When Ong says he has to go, Lloyd stops him and calls him a treasure. It's just code. You are too valuable to let you die. Drawing his sword, because it's time to check if Ain's new power really works, Lloyd is about to show us why he is a legend. Rushing faster than the eye can notice, he ambushes him to intercept, but falls into a trap. The whole team froze in place, and Lloyd's face is pure shock. The body does not move a millimeter after the lag switch was pressed on him. Ain shines like a Super Saiyan. With active overflow, he has reached such a level that just his existence makes the people around fall. Lloyd, realizing that he cannot stop this unstoppable machine, finally gives up and tells Ain, "Go and do whatever you want." Nodding like a true Chad and sprinting to the exit, Ain leaves Lloyd looking like a simultaneously proud and scared father. He sighs because he knows he has just unleashed a literal hurricane. He struggles to even breathe under that relentless pressure. Lloyd breathes heavily and barely stays on his feet. Breaking free from the aura with a loud scream, he almost ended up in the forehead just for being in the same room. When Lloyd tells his people that they can move again only when the prince is far enough away, he proves Ain's passive aura is actually crazy. Smiling because he knows Ain is an exceptional monster, the old man is simply amazed by the sheer audacity. Gasping near the castle walls, Ain proves that even with seemingly godly powers, cardio is still hard. He hesitated whether to run the whole way or steal a horse, and suddenly heard a familiar voice. Coming to the rescue on a horse at the most needed moment, Dill proves that he is a true buddy who shows up exactly when needed. Worrying about Dill's career, Ain knows helping him escape is almost a one-way ticket to getting her killed. Throwing out the most obvious from the chapter, Dill directly says that he primarily serves Ain personally. Such devotion is simply at the highest level. Setting off into the sunset, like two outlaws, Dill is even ready to be fired just to ride alongside his prince. Planning the next step, they need to catch the water train to Magna before everything goes downhill. Realizing that the king blocked all paths for the prince, the old regime again covered the kingdom with a lockdown. Looking for a loophole, Dill suggests another way, and Ain listens carefully as if not to miss a single word. Explaining the order in the royal family, which is actually the admin team that can rewrite royal decrees, Dill boasts about his enormous intellect. Warning him that this power has a huge catch. We understand. You can't just throw royal decrees around without consequences. If the decree is deemed inappropriate, you face trial, and that's definitely not just a light punishment. Being expelled from the royal family is the worst scenario. For Ain, it would mean losing home and family. Dill is not sure if it's worth the risk, and as a true friend tries to dissuade him. Without hesitating for a second, Ain is ready to give up his entire future to save his friend's pure Chad energy. Smiling and thanking Dill for the information, our guy made his choice, and there is no turning back. They start the engines of the water train, steam pulses, and officially, time to depart. We rush to Magna like a bullet. The hype is real, the next stop pure hell. The whole country is rallying along with the fleet. It's going to get hot soon. Look at this mobilization. They really brought everyone from the lobby to fight the boss. This sea dragon is no joke. It looks like a blatant threat from the depths. This is true kaiju energy. Here ships just fold like paper. The crew screams for rescue, and our girl Chris tries not to panic and shouts that the weak spot is right on the forehead. The team is gathering now. It's a matter of life and death. Chris leads the attack like a true boss, shouting to everyone, "Hold on or you'll be sent to the realm of shadows." Even after all these efforts, they barely scratched one of these things. Military might looks completely defeated, and morale drops to a record low. Everyone is preparing heavy artillery because if this drags on, it's the end of the game. They are deploying magic circles and trying to deceive the boss by spamming him from afar. Them seeing the monster dive again is a complete nightmare. It moves too fast for such a large creature, honestly. Chris gives the order to open fire fully, and the cannons start barking. This is absolute cinema, guys. A powerful explosion shook the dragon's dome. As the shells hit the target, there you have a precise hit. The beast's head looks completely smashed after that direct blow. Blood everywhere. It seems the plan is indeed working. Bro lets out such a scream that even a villain from a horror movie would envy. Now it definitely feels the heat. The soldiers are already celebrating as if they won the World Cup, but Chris knows better. Never celebrate until the prey falls, otherwise you will be quickly put in your place. And just as they thought they were safe, the dragon suddenly decided to bite into their boat. Imagine, you're on that boat and see those teeth. I would immediately press Alt F4. The ship is simply torn in half, the waves are raging, and these poor extras are washed away like yesterday's junk. Giant tsunamis overturn boats like toy ducks in a bathtub. This is a real disaster zone. Look at the size of this absolute machine stretched across the ocean. The developers really need to nerf the hitboxes of this thing. Even dying, this monster sows complete chaos, taking as many people with it as possible. People are torn to pieces, and the sea turns into a cemetery for the Sunday morning red. This is already too dark. Chris looks like she saw a ghost. Another one is just arriving at the party. One was already a horror, and two is officially a disaster. The second dragon stands right in her face and lets out a roar that probably smells of rotten fish and despair for the local team. This is the end. Accepting his fate, Chris prepares for the final assault, thinking about his beloved boyfriend. If you're going out, go out fighting like a true macho. Suddenly, a thick fog rolled in from somewhere and covered the entire battlefield. Somyeon had just thrown a smoke grenade, and it was working as it should. Chris stands and does not understand what the hell is happening while the dragon becomes disoriented, and the timing of this is too suspicious. Bok Ein appears with the incredible energy of the main character, and his style is impeccable. Look at that hand movement, he has silent charisma. Instead of running away, Ein starts explaining his skills as if reading patch notes, and Chris quite reasonably loses his mind. We should a prince end up in the middle of a battlefield. Our guy throws down the card, Royal Family, and makes everyone fall silent. When that sharp look appears in his eyes, it means business is serious. Standing proudly, he demands reinforcements because he intends to handle this boss on his own. The audacity of this guy is simply inspiring. Telling the guard to just follow orders is an incredibly cool move. He's no longer a child but the heir to the throne, and it's better to admit it. Chris sees that look in his eyes and understands. A dog instinct has awakened in him. She again remembers why she is even following him. Ein ordered the rest of the fleet to stay behind while the dragon prepares to strike. This is a one-on-one fight we've all been waiting for. But he immediately rushes into battle and shouts that now he is the opponent, just madness. Ein releases those phantom hands. They look like they broke out straight from the coolest fantasy anime. This is not just magic, this is a statement. And he literally grabs the dragon's snout with his magical tentacles. Bro is playing God of War in real life. Even the soldiers are impressed. The child is restraining a real sea god. The power level in this series has just soared to unprecedented heights. Looking the monster in the eyes as if it were just an oversized lizard, Ein is him, guys. Panting like a true pro, he thanks his instructor for the training that made this possible. Chris just stands there, stunned like all of us. Ein jumped into the air, using his magic as a platform. His mobility is just broken. He is literally riding on the dragon's head right now while it tries to shake him off, and most would cling to Sapphires, going for the finishing blow. Finding that very magic stone is the only chance to end this nightmare, and he moves in slow motion, like in the Matrix. He pulls out a straw of darkness. Sounds like the most disrespectful way to kill a dragon. He is literally going to suck the life out of this thing. The dragon screams in pain. Its mana is being sucked out. This is the peak. I'm not trapped here with you. You are trapped here with me. That's the energy. Tries to flee, dives into the ocean, and drags Ein with it. Chris shouts his name, but he is already fully in character. But the fight under the waves is a completely different story. Ein fights, but still sucks that magic like a pro. Now it's a battle of endurance. Who falls to 0 HP first. Look at that intensity in his eyes. He is fully focused. The water churns as the beast writhes, trying to shake off its tiny parasite. This is a real clash where everything is at stake. There's almost no oxygen left, and the pressure starts to burn him. Even Chad has his limits. Yes, the magic fades and his strength slips away. Will this run end here? Instead of giving up, he decided to rework the magic he just sucked out. That's a real 200 IQ move. The sucking sounds don't stop as he forcibly returns the energy back into the body, like drinking mana potion while the boss hits you. He screams for even more power because he's not done yet. That's the shonen hero energy we live for. The dragon lets out one last underwater scream of pure terror. It knows it messed with the wrong prince. From the depths bursts a huge flash of light. The final blow hit, and the sea dragon is finished. Ein was blown away by the explosion. He looks completely exhausted. He gave everything for the squad. And suddenly in the darkness, a mysterious medallion shone with bright light. Plot armor or hidden power, you decide. He sees the faces of everyone who cares about him and receives that classic surge of friendship power. That's exactly why we watch anime, friends. The light hit him in the face, and he returned to the game with incredible fury. Never underestimate the main hero. He pulls out a knife for the last, desperate strike. This is for all the bros. The magic stone finally cracked under the pressure of his blade. If this isn't a critical hit, then what is? Magical energy splashed everywhere. The dragon's power faded. Forever Bragot was completely roasted and thrown out of the fight. The last roar echoes over the ocean. The threat is finally neutralized. We're back, and how? The soldiers on the deck hear the silence and begin to realize the nightmare is over. Chris just sighed with relief. Her son is okay. The whole city is rejoicing today. They won't become dragon food. A great victory for the kingdom. Chris tightly hugs Aine, and it's clear she has completely lost her mind over our hero. Look at that smile. It's real cinema. And I am in the fur coat. Look at our guy Aine finally waking up after that insanely cool fight with the raid boss. Waking up in a cozy bed while the ship hauls back his trophies. That's pure flex. Meanwhile, Chris and Dill look at him as if he has completely lost his mind, and their faces literally scream, "Bro, what's wrong with you?" Chris cannot stand this. It's just empty talk, and he instantly switches to total defense mode. Honestly, when a flamboyant knight lady scolds you, that's a reward in itself, let's be honest. Suddenly our hero noticed that the drip had broken the earthly ruby he had taken earlier, shattered into pieces, painfully showing how close he was to the forehead. Turns out that tiny pebble was the only thing holding his soul in his body, and only now does he realize that he was almost deleted from the server. Seeing him alive and well, Chris simply loses her head. Tears stream down her face, and she grabs his hand as if she never wants to let go. Just look at this pure movie. She begs him to stop being reckless, crazy. If a girl looks at you like that after you almost died, you'd better put a ring on her. Trying to set the mood, Aine starts babbling that the sea dragon stone tasted like a concentrated buffet, and then completely prioritizes work and food. Both are simply stunned by this strange surge of self-preservation instinct, while Dill sighs here and practically babysits the chaotic baby with the strength of a god. Fortunately, the tension finally burst, and they burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Laughter is truly the best medicine, especially after just surviving the god of the sea. Duty calls. They are soon entering the capital. Aine is again trying to behave like a professional prince, and Dill watches with that "here is my brother" smile. Walking the corridors, Dill is fully prepared to be roasted for disobedience. This absolute chat accepts the death sentence because it is loyal to the end. In his eyes, Aine's help was worth any price. Such brotherly friendship is the essence of this culture. You step onto the deck and see a crowd so huge, like a festival. The whole city is here, thrilled by the prince who saved their lives. They are greeted at home by a royal escort and a carriage worthy of a true hero. It's time to meet the final boss. Grandpa is the king. Arriving at the castle, you immediately feel the weight of the situation. The castle is huge, but the pressure inside is even stronger. When you enter the throne room, it's like stepping into a tense cutscene. Everyone lines up to see the boy who truly defeated the dragon himself. Grandpa is terribly serious, eyes closed, as if about to deliver bad news. The room is so silent you could hear a pin drop. Six starts clapping and praising Aine for simply pulling everyone through, and the whole room rises. Our guy just won the greatest victory in the kingdom's history. Look at his embarrassed face. While everyone applauds him, our hero is probably thinking, "Wait, I'm not in trouble." Listening to these numbers is madness. He defeated a dragon whose carcass is worth 20 times more than the national budget. This is a true endless money glitch. When the king calls you a hero, that's the highest recognition. This is the real peak of coolness. And now for the bad news. The king says Aine Bay destroyed the royal train and the ice ship. The property is truly damaged, and the bill promises to be very serious. Dill steps forward to take the blame. Like a true one, this legend is ready for any punishment to protect his prince. Shouting "wait" to the king is a bold move, but Aine won't let his comrade burn alone. To show his charisma, Aine says he used his royal authority to force Dill, and this guy literally tells his friend to shut up so he can take all the heat himself. Even Grand Marshal Dill's father looks worried about this drama. Family dinners after this will be incredibly awkward. Bowing, the marshal begged to be punished for failing to stop the chaos, and the loyalty in this room is simply off the charts. To ease the tension, the king suddenly started laughing like a madman, and the old man mostly thinks these guys are overdramatizing. Asking everyone to calm down, the king admits he actually has no intention of punishing Dill, and the mood is saved. Giving Aine 2 months of house arrest in a truly luxurious castle is the meanest punishment in the world. Oh no, he'll have to stay in his room and eat exquisite food. What a nightmare. Promoting Chris to marshal and making Lloyd his sole escort is an insanely powerful move, and after this mission, everyone will get a serious upgrade. Letting everyone go just because he's tired now, that's the mood. But wait, the advisor hints that the real trial still awaits Aine. When he realizes that the judges are actually waifus, Aine's soul leaves his body. Our guy survived a dragon, but will he stand before an angry mom and a crying girl? And finding a clone on the balcony under the stars' pure aesthetics, The girl waited there all this time just to make sure he was real. Pretending not to have cried classic, but red eyes don't lie. Clon is just happy her husband didn't become dragon prey. Really, calling him a fool during hugs is the truest "I love you" in anime language. This scene is pure cinema, bro. Having apologized for worrying everyone, Ain finally goes to meet the final boss of the castle. Better pray for him because next awaits Mama Olivia. Then he knocks on the door, tail wagging, but actually he is nervous entering, and seeing Mom is always the scariest part of coming home late. Seeing the room literally filled with giant tree roots is a huge warning sign. Living, dried forces are out of control because she was very tense. Next, crawling out from under the roots, Olivia looks like she has been through hell, and it is clear that the only thing she really cares about now is that her son is not a ghost. Her embarrassment over the plants suddenly going out of control honestly looked very cute. Mom fully switched to nature mode because she was terribly scared and worried. Demon King, the female voice cut through his thoughts and confirmed the incredible. She introduced herself as Hero Allegion. When Ain looked into Mom's eyes, his tough guy act finally crumbled, tears flowed because he finally felt safe. When he realizes he is crying, he feels somehow strange, but it's just trauma coming out of the body. The boy had held it inside for so long. Pulling him into a hug, Olivia shows why she is the best mom in the series, the comfort that only a hardened queen can give. Telling him he no longer needs to hold back is exactly what he needed to hear. Now Ain is not a hero or a prince, but just a child who needs hugs. The fact that they are alone makes this moment even more precious. There are no witnesses to their tears, only sincere family warmth. Close this chapter with a gentle embrace that melts the heart, a perfect finale. Our guy Ain has fulfilled his duty and can finally rest now. We start with top-level service. Watch how our beloved cat girl Kachima-san gently touches Ain's hand, but don't rejoice too soon. This is not a date, she's just patching him up after his last stunt. Kachima-san is just boiling during work, scolding Ain for daring to suck that cursed magic stone as if it were a Capri Sundae. Our guy just sits covered in nervous sweat, knowing that the person grilling him truly understands how dangerous that act was. Feeling like a completely new person, Ain clenches his hand and realizes healing really works wonders. He is already ready to rush into battle, but Kachima quickly reminds him that he was lucky to even stand after that reckless recharge. Grease is clearly head over heels in love with the prince. She jumped up and declared she would be his personal nurse until he fully recovers. I can't help teasing her for clumsiness, but we all know it's just an excuse to stick to his side. Curiosity finally killed the cat. Kachima demands to see Ain's status card to see what kind of monster he has become, and everyone leans closer after eating 2 national-class stones. His stats are about to become unrealistically strong. Looking at this card is like seeing a cheat code. Ain's magical power is already over 7,000, his rank literally became named, and the skill list is longer than a receipt and includes everything from powerful sorcery to ocean currents. Both girls look at the card with dropped jaws. These numbers are physically impossible for a human, and the growth rate deviated so much from the norm that Ain is no longer even playing the same game as everyone else. Ain even allows himself to look disappointed, thinking that after all those efforts his numbers should be even higher, and Kachima gives him a cold shower. Do you think that if you eat a kilogram of meat, you immediately gain a kilogram? The question about his new official rank leads to a rather scary revelation from the local genius. Being nameless usually doesn't work for people. It's a classification reserved only for high-rank monsters. Realizing that he is now effectively a monster in human form, Ain begins to tremble, and Kachima wonders if he is even of the same race, and they start studying his ability to control ocean currents, a direct gift of the sea dragon he just defeated. Suddenly, powerful magic arises, and Kachima's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. This is not just sorcery, but a signature move of an ancient lick, a legendary monster thought to be extinct. Connecting all the dots, a terrible truth emerges. The Kerchik stone, which did not absorb, actually turned out to be the core of a powerful witch, and our guy just coolly swallowed the legendary undead like a snack, and now he is paying for it. Chris reveals significant antiquity. If this skill is great magic, its first owner must have been an ancient lick. Kadama is stunned that Chris knows this after all. These are ancient knowledge hidden in elven texts that no one can read. Transforming into a true chaotic gremlin, Kadama starts screeching when Chris admits that she just flipped through the ancient books out of nostalgia. Our cat girl scientist loses her mind because she had been trying to decipher these texts for years, while Chris just skimmed them for fun. Watching Kadama rapidly sink into deep depression, honestly, it's funny when she realizes that all her hard work was in vain. Chris bows and apologizes that he is a natural genius, and Ain just stands there thinking about how his life became a comedy act. As soon as the book was opened, its true form appeared before their eyes, a lick in a hood with long hair, a real villainess. It turned out that she was an important figure who supported the Demon Lord along with her husband, Dullahan. When all the pieces came together, everyone realized that those two cursed stones that Ain found were actually a married couple. It's a bit creepy when you think about it, but our team is more focused on the insane power boost Ain received from their reunion. Kadam found this dagger in ancient illustrations, and it is exactly the same as the one Ain carried with him. It is not just a weapon, it is a legendary artifact forged personally by the Elder Lick as a gift for her husband. When they learned that the dagger was made from the very core of the Lick, everything became clear. It killed a sea dragon with one strike. This thing has power equal to the Demon Lord's attack, so Ain is now the most dangerous kid on the planet. Kadama says that the dagger and stones eventually reunited again, thanks to the residual power of Dullahan, and it resembles a tragic love story. Only in the end, the young prince absorbs their souls for stat points. Reflecting that he carries the legacy of the couple with him, Ang got a little emotional. He recalled all the moments when he used the stone's power and realized that those voices in his head meant much more than he imagined. Flashes of a mysterious voice whispering "Welcome back" echo in his head and make it clear. The soul of the Lick may still be there. This is a true cinematic moment when the weight of his new powers finally begins to sink in. Standing confused, Ain wonders whether the voice he heard when absorbing the stone was real or just a hallucination, while the girls watch him closely, probably thinking whether he will start another midlife crisis at 12 years old. Mid-deep thoughts, a voice behind the door breaks the silence and asks if Chris-sama is here. It's time to return to reality. Duty calls, and peace is about to be shattered by urgent news. Kadama looks at the door to the relentless knocking, her cat ears twitching from the sudden arrival, and the tension in the room instantly shifts from ancient legends to urgent royal matters. Having invited the guest, Kadama discovers it's Clon. She looks a bit tense. She didn't come for company. Something big is happening in the harbor, and they urgently need heavy guys ASAP. Clon runs into the room and apologizes for the disturbance, but sees that the treatment is already finished. She has a message that cannot wait, and from her facial expression, it's clearly not a birthday greeting. She brings the news and with obvious anxiety says that the messenger from the August company insists Chris and Lloyd must immediately head to the port. This is a direct challenge, so something seriously went wrong with the corpse of the sea dragon. Chris is embarrassed. The company was supposed to handle the dragon themselves. She clenches her hand on her chest and anxiously feels that what they found in that huge lizard will turn into a problem. Clon dropped the shocking news. Something resembling an egg was found inside the sea dragon's body, and the expressions on Ain and Chris's faces said it all. This is no longer just cleanup, but a biological threat. The scene shifts to the harbor. A colossal operation unfolds, the sun blazing over the water, a perfect day for a disaster, and the entire kingdom holds its breath, waiting to see what will hatch. Workers swarm over the massive dragon skeleton, cranes lift heavy bones, and Lloyd the absolute Chad is finally on site, looking as if he's ready to send everything that comes out of those eggs to another dimension with a punch. Standing before a small army of knights, Lloyd and Chris prepare to face the unknown. The air is filled with tension because everyone understands. Even a dead dragon can bring huge trouble to the kingdom. Greeting the royal retinue, the messenger sighed with relief seeing that the prince came personally. Ain pretends to be indifferent, but he definitely knows. If things go wrong, he will be the one to clean up the mess. Leading them to the find, the messenger honestly admits he has no idea what he's looking at and needs an expert's opinion. Chris and Lloyd walk side by side, hands on their sword hilts just in case those eggs decide to bite. When they finally showed the prize, two huge, glowing, white eggs lay in the middle of the harbor. There were not one, but two of them, and they looked as if in 5 seconds they would arrange a very loud breakfast. A crack spread like a spiderweb over the surface of the eggs, and a piercing squeak pierced the air. Chris did not waste a second. She shouted at the knights to draw their swords, because she would not joke with dragon offspring. Lloyd orders Chris to stay behind and cover Ain, while he himself goes to the front line like a true boss. Ain tries to assure that he is fine, but everyone has already dived into protecting the prince, and meanwhile the eggs continue to crack. Shouting that it is coming, the knights grip their weapons and prepare for a battle with a monster of epic proportions, and the shells finally give way, and for a moment it seems that complete chaos will explode in the middle of the harbor. But suddenly a tiny squeak sounded throughout the area, more like a rubber duck than the roar of a legendary sea monster. It was the most disappointing sound in history, and it completely caught everyone by surprise. From under the shell peeked two of the cutest dragonlings you have ever seen in your life. They are not fire-breathing horrors, but simply small, soft creatures looking around with big, confused eyes. Everyone froze with open mouths. They expected a boss fight, but instead ended up in a kindergarten, and now they do not even know whether to keep their swords ready or start looking for dragon food. Making cute pee-pee sounds, the babies begin to wiggle and look for support. This is a complete turnaround from the tense minute earlier, and honestly, it is real cinema. Lloyd is still pretending to be cool, asking if they really intend to just rent out the monsters alive, and Chris hesitates, but knows well that even little dragons can grow into a threat that will destroy the kingdom if not tamed. Looking at the frightened little faces of the dragons, he feels something special. He understands that they are terrified, and cannot help but feel a connection with them that other soldiers simply would not understand. And approaching the babies directly despite the warnings, Ein shows his royal charm and warmly smiles at them, and the little dragons stop trembling and look at him, with eyes so bright that they could light up a small town. Lifting them both as if he were the youngest lonely dad in the world, Ein looks like the happiest child on earth. He has found himself two new best friends, and the tiny dragons are already cuddling up to him as if he were their savior. Ein explaining his guests shocked the crowd. The little ones consider him their father. He absorbed the magical stone of their real mother, so by dragon laws he essentially became their guardian. Lloyd asks if it wouldn't be easier to just finish them off here, and now he is not wrong. With one breath they could be buried, and Chris is torn, looking at the knights and then at the prince, whom the sea monsters are now using as a climbing frame. Smiling like a madman, Ein asks Lloyd to give him until tomorrow to figure things out. A plan is already maturing in his human monster brain, and he will have to explain a lot to the old man. Promising to hold them back if he can, Ein poses with his new favorites for an epic to be continued shot. He will have to persuade the king to allow two literal dragons to live in the castle, but with such charisma, how could he be refused? Ventress, look at this, a real Chad from the first minute, feeding sea dragons as if they were his dried goldfish. Our Ein is living the dream with his own water team. Walking through the castle gardens, the scale of this place is just unreal. It's the kind of expensive setting that immediately makes you understand. The local nobility is truly a different breed. Feeding these huge lizards seems to be a full-time job. They just devour those magical stones, and Ein just relaxes and probably wonders if he'll get some of that XP. Memory from the throne room shows that the king actually allowed Ein to keep these legendary creatures. Imagine an old man so cool that he lets you keep sea monsters as pets. Meet the new family members, L, the older sister, and L, the younger brother. Giving names to sea dragons is the true vibe of the main character, and honestly, they are strangely cute for creatures that could sink a fleet. Sylvia approaches and also starts feeding them, looking like an angel, and Ein just stands and watches, probably feeling that he has the highest risk and doesn't even try. Just look at this luxurious waifu glowing and among sea dragons. If this isn't absolute cinema, then I don't know what is, and the author is clearly creating a miracle with these visuals. Ein blushes like a sweet cinnamon roll, clearly feeling the heat from such sincere energy. Bro is totally hooked on these vibes, and honestly, who would judge him for that? Unexpectedly, she hands him his own magic stone, and the expression on his face is priceless, as if she is rewarding him for being a good boy, and this is the highest level of affectionate attention. Gnawing on that magic stone like a lollipop, Ein proves that he is a real glutton. Most people would probably break their teeth, but our guy eats power-ups for breakfast. Night falls over the castle, setting the scene for a serious family bonding. You just know something big is about to be announced in this fancy study. Olivia, undeniably the best mom in manga history, is brushing Ein's hair, and the king watches, seeing the legendary hero being pampered like a baby is exactly the contrast we live for. Ein tries to look grown-up and says he can handle things on his own, but Olivia doesn't give up. She has a full RR vibe and holds her dear son tightly. Smiling and stating her intentions outright, she makes it clear that spoiling Ein is her favorite hobby. If you're not already a fan of Olivia, then you're watching the wrong adaptation. Even the king couldn't resist, and jokingly said that even the hero who defeated the sea dragon can't compare to Mov. It's so sincere, so cool, the perfect family dynamic. Switching to a serious tone, the king says that Ein's house arrest is finally over, but nothing comes for free. A new mission is already looming on the horizon. Sending Ein to Euro as his official representative is a real leap forward for our young prince. This is Bro's first official trip abroad, and the pressure on him is now incredible. Explaining the importance of trading sea crystals, the king plainly says it's for leisure. These crystals are the lifeblood of magical tools, and Euro is the place where all the big deals are made. Realizing his role as heir to the throne, Ein begins to see the bigger picture of international affairs. For a child, this is a heavy burden, but we all know he is a natural leader. Discussing security, the king assures that elite guards like Chris and Dill will watch over Ein's safety above all when you carry the future of the kingdom on your shoulders. Mocking his son for the last time, Olivia warns him not to do such foolish deeds as with the sea dragon, and Ein's face in the background is a whole story. Pure my own motherly energy is burning me up. With a lifted mood, Ein looks out the window and dreams about what Euro will be like, but he cannot even imagine that he is about to get caught in a real whirlpool of chaos. Deep in the library, someone is finally dozing among piles of ancient volumes. The silence before the inevitable storm of knowledge. Hetty, the cat girl, persistently flips through books with the same focused look of a librarian. When her cat ears start to tremble, you know some serious ancient secret is about to surface. Looking at the illustration of the demonic King Ashi, we see a gothic, modest waifu who, it turns out, was once a real nightmare. If the enemy looks like that, some of you will definitely switch to his side. Examining the drawings, Ketty can hardly believe that this girl is the monster who lost faith in humanity. Clearly, a secret is brewing here, and it smells like a huge plot twist. Reading about the fierce massacre of the Demon King, the book suggests a single betrayal, a classic misunderstood setup, and I'm here for the drama. Silhouettes of the legendary battle show the defeat of the Demon King's strongest generals Dullahan and the Elder Lick, and it is clear that it was an epic duel that took too many lives. Doubts begin to arise. Why did the Demon King's closest allies not act more aggressively, as if they did not even try to win the war, and that is damn suspicious. Records questioning the Lick's inaction say that he was more concerned with people than exterminating them. Something is wrong here, and Ketty is already searching for the truth. Looking back at the war, it becomes clear. If the monsters had really tried, they would have simply roasted the humans. The lack of a killing intent is the biggest red flag in the whole story. Recalling another mysterious figure, legends lead to the third ally, about whom history has almost forgotten, and this is where everything becomes truly spicy for legend fans. The silhouette of a humanoid monster, known as the Red Fox, emerges her first glimpse of the probable puppeteer mistress. She sounds as if she pulled all the strings herself. Describing her life full of pleasures, the book says she enchanted others and completely changed the character of the Demon King. Here we have the true spirit of the fox, which sows global chaos. This is pure fantasy. Putting together all the clues, Katie realizes that this red fox probably provoked the Demon King to rage quit. Ones should always be feared. Remembering that such a name was respected in Europe, Katie begins to sweat because Ein is heading there, and this mission has just rapidly turned from a trade deal into a potential horror movie. Waking up from a nap, the clown is startled to find Katie still working late. Katie, like a truly responsible older sister, tells her to go home and rest. When Katie asks about the upcoming trip, she learns that Clon is really going to Euro. With Einsamon, the expression on her face says it all. She knows that Bro is walking straight into a trap. Watching Clon walk away, Katie is truly worried about what awaits them in that city. If even the cat girl is so anxious, know that the atmosphere there is officially cursed. Ominous shots of the distant tower set the mood for the next part of the story. We leave the safe castle behind and step straight into the unknown. Welcome to Hardland, a neutral trading city where everything can be bought and everyone has a secret in their soul. The architecture gives a strong desert mood, and it seems that something is always happening here. The roar of the crowd in the huge arena thunders proof that some things never change. No matter what world you are in, people still throw themselves at each other and beat mercilessly. In the center of the ring, swords clash as two experienced warriors give fans a true masterclass. This is not some novice skirmish, this is a fight of the highest level. Moving at a dazzling speed, one of the fighters manages to avoid a heavy blow and instantly change position. The choreography of this fight is simply fire, a true demonstration of combat skill. During a short pause in the battle, Logus and Edward exchange words, two cool old-school guys showing mutual respect. Ed says his opponent has become much stronger over the last 3 years. With a roar, he throws himself back into the fight. The younger-looking fighter is not ready to give up yet and puts all his strength into this next exchange, hoping to find a gap in Edward's defense. Edward rises into the air with a spear and in the moonlight looks like a true boss. He has the aura of a final boss, making it clear he is probably the strongest in the room. Delivering a devastating strike from above, Edward simply crashes through the ground and his enemy, and the blow is so powerful you can almost feel it through the page. Coughing and spitting, gasping for air, Logos realizes he has just been completely smashed by the stronger warrior Kaya. Bro will definitely feel this in the morning. Announcing Edward the winner, the announcer raises the crowd into a frenzy. This man just proved he is still the king of the arena and did it with style. Shaking hands like true athletes, the two fighters show that after a good fight there is no blood, only respect, which you see only among the strongest warriors. Standing on the balcony, this slightly bitter-looking boy with a shining round heart is clearly not happy with the result. He is boiling over his father's defeat and already swears revenge, like a typical shonen opponent. Lena, Glint's mother, looks with a sly smile that seems to speak for itself. She is the one whispering poison into his ear. This woman is clearly plotting something bad and using her son as a pawn. Praising the power of her son's holy knight, she reminds him that he is chosen and has a bright future, even mentioning his fiancée Shannon, because it turns out this boy is already collecting wafus. Inside, he was torn between two truths about Lady Judith possibly a vampire, but at the same time his dear patron. When Canaria urged them on, a wave of relief swept over him, except for the fact banging his fist on the table, Prince Tegel throws a complete tantrum because they still haven't found that very someone. he can't calm down at all and has even less patience. Releasing anger on subordinates, Tiger loses his head because Clon is still missing. Bro is the very essence of a high-status simp, and honestly, watching this is quite pathetic. Harley, Clon's father, stands completely calm while the prince throws a tantrum. It's funny to watch the composed dad endure the spoiled prince's whims. Harley says he must be strong as the head of the household, and despite the situation, puts on a brave face. He plays his role perfect like keeps the prince on a short leash, and the prince doesn't even suspect. Assuming the clone will actually be safe in Estelica, Harley subtly nudges the conversation, is playing four-dimensional chess while the prince plays checkers. Flashback with a determined face. Clon shows that she is ready for anything to be close. She has the same energy of together until the end that makes her a true top heroine. Prince Tajil is still emotional and looks like he is about to cry. The boy should go outside and finally understand that he has no chance against Arbin. Suddenly a guard bursts in and shouts that the targets are heading to Euro. It is then that all the plot threads finally merge into one big chaotic mess. Turning the search up to full, Tiger is ready to chase them like a tracking dog. Blinded by his obsession, he does not see the danger he is heading into. Enthralled by the news, the prince is convinced that a grand reunion with his beloved is about to happen. Is lost in his illusion, and I can't wait for him to be brought to reason. Harley bows and thanks the prince for the help, but you can see in his eyes that he is just putting up with this guy. He is using the prince's resources to find his daughter, a pure pro-gamer move. Tiger stated that as soon as they find the clone, he will make her his wife and laughed ominously. Bro is literally the embodiment of down bad, and it has already reached a critical level of cringe. Harley just goes for it, probably thinking about how quickly Ein will throw this clown in the forehead, a subtle disdain, but stunningly cruel. The prince decided to personally go to Eurotime for a short trip to retrieve his trophy. He walks straight into the lion's den and considers himself the supreme predator. Calling Glint to accompany him, the prince gathers a squad of Ains's Hatterses if a reunion tour of the Losers Club, and the destination is disaster. Dreaming of an imaginary image of the clone, the prince promises to find her at any cost. Bro literally sees sparks and clenches his fist. This is pure gold of comedy, and Ain is just sitting, looking innocent and completely unaware that a pack of offended rivals is about to crash his business trip. The contrast between his calm and their hatred is simply ridiculous. Heading to Euro, finally everything is ready for a massive clash between all these different factions. Three groups that don't get along are about to gather in one city, and it will be a real movie. Approaching the Duchy of Euro, and you already feel it. The atmosphere is impeccable because we are immersing ourselves in this meeting with extraordinarily high stakes. Look at these old men. They tremble in their boots because they feel something huge is approaching their harbor. Here is absolute cinema. The king's favorite deity, the White King, appears as the highest show-off before everyone watching. Duke Amel fusses, adjusts his outfit and sweats profusely, lost in thought whether he looks decent enough for that legendary royal majesty who is about to disembark from the ship. The guards lined up flawlessly, forming a path for the hero of the evening so he could make his solemn entrance. Hearing those heavy steps clattering dully on the ramp, the Duke swallowed his fear like a true sycophant before power. Comes out with the peak energy of the main character. Our guy, Ein van Istelika, appears as a true Chad in royal attire. Shaking hands and maintaining professionalism, Ein is ready to start the meeting, while Herzog is trying with his last strength to keep calm. Walking towards the castle, advisor Edo already feels that something is definitely wrong with this boy. When Edo realized that standing before Ein was like facing a giant monster the size of a mountain, he understood. If something goes wrong, their team is doomed. They whisper that Ein might be stronger than Marshall in battles, with monsters, a wild thought that shows how much aura radiates from him. Smiling as if no power that could destroy the world hides behind his eyes, Ein keeps them guessing as he steps inside. They prepare the stage for the meeting. Everyone takes their seats, but you feel with such tension in the air, this performance won't last long. They burst into the reception like a pack of uninvited trolls. Prince Tajil and his squad appear with no respect for diplomacy. Behaving as if he owns the place, Tiger starts grumbling that he was made to wait while he was busy doing something completely lacking charisma. Throwing his father's name like a golden ticket, he insists that this is an official visit and hands over a letter from King Chame. Noticing a familiar face in the crowd, Ein met the gaze of a boy who looked as if he had just seen a ghost from his past. Standing with a scroll in his hand, it's Glint himself, and it's clear that he is not happy to see his older brother thriving. Glint, raising a finger as if about to drop the loudest revelation of the century, begins shouting at the royals in the room. Zooming in on that contemptuous finger, the audacity of this guy is just off the charts. Showing everyone Ains's pass, Glint shouted that he is a runaway from the Roundheart family and has no place here. Ain responds by waving with the coolest energy, casually saying long time no see, and moves on like a boss. Holding back his guards, who are ready to send these fools to the hall, he reminds them that he will not allow them to attack first. Watching the chaos unfold, the Duke could not understand how his peaceful meeting turned into a family nightmare. Barking orders and trying to look cool, Tiger reminds everyone that he is the third Prince of Hema, as if anyone cares. Ain seemed to drop a logical bomb right on these clowns, explaining that the heir to the throne is much higher in the food chain than a mere third prince. With a look that would make even a dragon cry, he silences him for a moment and shows everyone who the real boss is here. Returning to the very essence of this trip, silence fell in the room. The tension was on the verge of explosion for everyone. Loudly shouting about his missing wife, Tajil admits he is head over heels in love with Clon and demands to know where she is hiding. Recalling that beautiful clone girl and her grandfather, it becomes clear she escaped great trouble by breaking free from this loser. Accusing the Duchy of Euro of selling people as if it were a human trafficking scheme just for favors, that's simply madness. The Duke and his advisor were in complete shock. They could not believe how much this guy is lying right now. Rejecting the accusations immediately, they firmly stated that Euro would never engage in such a disgusting trade at any cost. To take on diplomacy, Chancellor Willen Lark steps forward and introduces himself, radiating that legendary elderly wisdom. Insisting on an immediate investigation of this matter, Tadril thinks he can command the Chancellor of a much more powerful country. Explaining the concept of mutual concessions, Willen clearly makes it understood their dramatic ties are now dead and buried. Not believing a single word of the Haim royal family, Willen reminds how they burned all their bridges. Asking a price that may seem too high, he emphasizes, if you want information, some may have to lay down their heads. When Woolen demanded the head of General Lagas, Tajil began to lose his mind and realized the negotiations are completely broken. Turning his attention to his miserable brother, Aintel looked in such a way that a sparkle flashed in his eyes, showing the brother's abilities are small and pathetic compared to what is coming. When he is slandered as a decorative prince, Ainscard Chris sharply intervenes and reminds everyone that our guy is a true hero who kills dragons. Glint, a hero who does not believe his brother could ever become a hero, stands like a true hater while the adults talk about their affairs. Challenging the haters to a duel, Dill is ready to prove Ain's greatness with cold steel if necessary. Seeing how the room turns into a powder keg, the Duke panics, and Woolen just leans back and enjoys the spectacle. Having proposed a contest to settle the score once and for all, Woolen decided, it's time to act and break this deadlock. Realizing that everything suddenly jumped from 0 to 100, Ain watches as the situation becomes absolutely explosive. Yo, look at this huge castle, where a drama at the highest stakes is about to unfold. We immediately jump into action. Our team watches the sparring, which so far looks more like a light warm-up until someone takes it seriously. Looking at the arena, we see our waifu knight as always charming, next to a wise elder, and our Guy just relaxes. In the pit, Clint is barely alive, fighting for his life, while Dill just stands there like a true Chad. Everyone keeps saying that Dill is actually an ace, and lately, he's been going to the gym constantly. Realizing that compared to this kid, he is almost a god, Ain just sighs with relief. He's glad he didn't accidentally send the boy to the shadow world. Returning to the fight, Clint tries to find a chance, but it's clear the problem is in his skills. Unwilling to admit defeat, Clint got angry and demanded another round like a true gamer. Suddenly, the heir seems to freeze. This man just activated the skill, Holy Knight, to try to save his dignity. Shouting that he is serious now, he rushed forward like a rocket seeking warmth. Flying through the air without any grace, trying to hit, but Dill is just made of different stuff. Bang, a huge cloud of dust covered the field, and we began to wonder if someone had actually collapsed. Through the smoke clouds, the spectators look as if they have just seen a ghost. Finishing the fight effortlessly, Dill sheathes his blade, while Clint sits looking completely broken. And turning to Ain, Dill seems to flatter his victory and offers it like a loyal dog. He kneeled as if making a proposal honestly. His loyalty is top-level risk. Analyzing the results, the team realizes, although Clint is a rookie, he still has some potential compared to the average knight. When he remembered the rank of Heavenly Knight, Ong was fired up with curiosity. What does the true peak of sword mastery look like? Clapping like a proud grandfather, the old man is simply happy to see that the youth are not complete failures for once. When the conversation shifted to boring politics, Dukamal wanted to finish the meeting quickly, perhaps to go have lunch. Thinking about what to say to the third prince, Wellinson meanwhile plays the long game with the male. Laughing at all this absurdity, the squad is basically one big happy family until trauma begins. Floor, when the dust settled, Canaria exclaimed with relief, Your Majesty, Auk also. Screaming into the void, someone breaks down over a girl named Clony. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the adults sit at the table pretending to be busy with important matters. Walking through the city, Ein and his knight waifu seem like they are on a date, and I'm not even angry. Explaining his clever moves, Ein tells her that the country's flaws are visible only by how ordinary people live. Analyzing the grain situation, he realized, this place depends too much on imports from Haim. Taking out a four-dimensional chessboard, our guy plans to flood the grain market with fair prices to completely destroy Haim's monopoly. Planning a total economic collapse for his enemies, Ein has a look in his eyes that truly frightens. Watching her prince turn into a cold-blooded capitalist, waifu Loki trembles at his audacity. I stand and admire the sunset, a beautiful view of the town that doesn't even suspect its economy is about to be turned upside down. They inspect new equipment. A giant battleship arrives with a gift for Prince Ein. And this man, smiling like a snake, extends a statuette of a guardian spirit from which evil seems to emanate. Sailing into the distance, and that ship looks as if it came straight from a steampunk nightmare page. Unpacking the gift, they find a bright red statuette of a fox, and the old man's heart skips a beat not from joy at all. Recognizing the silhouette, Ein experiences a severe PTSD flashback. This fox is real trouble. Confirming the worst, Woolen-san admits that this is indeed the Red Fox, the legendary harbinger of chaos. Telling a bit of legend, the waifu says that this fox was actually the right hand of the demon lord and unleashed true chaos. Grabbing his head in pain, Ein begins to panic, remembering how this thing plays with people's lives. When he realized he had become a complete simp, believing that person he shouldn't have, his mind starts to crack. Seeing their prince lose control, the team panicked and had no idea what was happening. The wife froze in pure horror when she realized something ancient and terrifying is awakening. Feeling her body freeze, she wonders, is it some kind of magic binding her or just fear preventing her from moving? Confirming her pure, unadulterated fear, the atmosphere in the room became so heavy it could crush a person. Exploding with dark energy, the room begins to shine with a power that should not exist. At first, pulling a huge black sword from the air, Ein seems ready to erase the entire continent. Grabbing the fox statuette, he decides, enough contempt sharply kicks it into the air. Swinging the blade with a force that would split atoms, the screen literally plunged into black. Cleanly cutting the statue in half, the force of the blow did not stop there. Rushing all the way to the harbor, the shockwave covers that huge battleship and causes a complete explosion. Watching as the pride of the fleet is simply blown to smithereens, the spectators are in complete shock. Realizing that he just destroyed a literal fortress with one blow, everyone looks at Ein as if he is the final boss. Falling onto the ruins, blood dripped from his mouth. Our guy Ein is completely exhausted. He gave everything for this truly cinematic moment. We start with our guy Ein. He looks like he's about to release the hardest album of the year, but in reality, he is just drowning in his feelings. Suddenly, we seem to enter a dream, where he comfortably settled on the lap of a mysterious long-haired waifu. She is undoubtedly top tier. This lush goddess literally sings to him, magical notes fly around, and honestly, if I were in Ein's place, I would never want to wake up. Whispering that next time she will deal with him herself, she gets up and leaves our hero more confused than a lovesick fool at a free concert. Just as he tries to ask who she is, she begins to dissolve as if Thanos just snapped his fingers. Woke up with a frightened breath. Looks like this bro just realized he forgot to turn off the oven. Looking around, he realized he is back in his room in the castle, but something is clearly wrong here. Suddenly, memories of his business trip to Eurostart flooded in, but after that main event, everything turned into a complete blur. Looking at his right hand, he understands. It is wrapped in bandages and covered in ancient seals that seem to scream about the main hero's leveling up. Thinking too hard for someone who just woke up, he tries to piece the puzzle together. Realizing he needs answers right now, he rings the bell to call his team like a true macho. The door just exploded open as Olivia and Chris flew inside as if they saw a ghost. As always confused, Ein tells them he doesn't remember at all how he even got back to the castle. Without a word, the ladies pounced on him and hugged him so tightly that I wonder how his ribs haven't turned to dust yet. But sobbing loudly, they start shouting his name as if they found themselves in a lavish drama. Even Grandma and Grandpa joined the party. With relief on their faces, their golden boy really did not become a vegetable. As soon as everything calmed down a bit, and like thunder from a clear sky, they announced that the brother had been in a coma for 6 months. Learning that he had essentially missed half a year of life, Ein looked as if his brain had just thrown a 404 error. Grandpa intervenes and asks the girls to calm down. The man needs to give his eyes a rest. Left alone with his thoughts, Ein got stuck in memories of the statue of the red fox and wonders what has become of him. Looking at the night sky, he clenches his fist. He knows that what happened in Euro changed him forever. Fast forward a bit, and we see our guy being wheeled around like a king because his legs are temporarily in the foyer. The whole team gathered in the auditorium, and among them Katama, our favorite cat scientist, who always brings the best energy. Rolling into the hall, Ein asks what all the fuss is about, and Katama simply tells him to keep himself together. Suddenly, the wheelchair feels like it weighs 10 tons, and Chris struggles with it as if trying to move a mountain. As if an invisible person is walking nearby, and Edema watches all this with burning curiosity. Suddenly, a terrifying voice shouted for him to step back, and a huge magical circle exploded in the middle of the room. Everyone turned completely pale, as if they had just seen that their bank accounts had zero balances. This magical stone behaves like a toxic X, emitting pure energy of rejection. A beam of light shot out, and the mood in the room instantly jumped from 0 to 100. Calling Chris to pull Aina away from the throne, Katama felt the situation had become so dangerous it resembled a scene from a movie. Chris grabs Aina and rushes with her to the side. At that very moment, the magic goes wild. Gasping, that still doesn't explain what that voice was, and the king looks as if he is finally ready to reveal the whole truth. Katama explains that the voice belonged to the demon Lord Ashi, and it's just a crazy show of power for the first day after the coma. It turns out the magical stone in the hall simply rejected AIN, like a defective credit card. Katama hands him a huge book and explains that while he was dozing, she seriously worked on the homework. According to legend, the demon Lord Ashi was actually a shy and inexperienced queen, which sounds like a true waifu bait. She had 2 relatives ready to go through fire and water with her, a doula hand and an old lick, essentially her guards. Once these 3 legends founded a small settlement, which later grew into a huge demon city. Eventually it became a full-fledged country, but everything went downhill faster than a crypto scam. The country collapsed, and the Lord of Demons went on a wild rampage, through which even the world boss looked like a joke. Katama, with a spark in her voice, pointed out, thanks to Ein, they now have proof the Red Fox was pulling the strings behind the scenes. From the scheme it is clear, when Ein absorbed those magical stones, a terrifying connection arose between her and the Lord of Demons. So it turns out that the entire catastrophe was not the fault of the Demon Lord, it was a massive trap set by that fox. Reviewing his status card to confirm her theories, Kama looks a bit worried about what she found. And Ein just stands puzzled, probably wondering if he is still dreaming. Staring at his card, he sees that his job is now listed as named, and the text begins to corrupt, as if in a glitchy Ubisoft game. Realizing that he might turn into a monster, our guy starts feeling depressed and ashamed of his humanity. The council argues whether Euro betrayed them, but in the end they decide Ein's health is the most important right now. Katama officially calls it monsterification. It sounds like a cool upgrade until you realize you might lose your mind. She tells him that for the research she will have to touch him and consult with him personally. Honestly, Katama definitely knows what she's doing with that Riz. Grandfather assures him, you don't need to apologize for being a beast. But looking at his family, Ein realizes he has the most reliable support behind him. A month later, we see him in a carriage. He is traveling, exhausted after all the trials. Chris happily greets him. He passed the promotion exams, although he was out of commission for a long time. They head to Majorica's shop for the most powerful magical instruments to conceal his monster energy. Approaching the shop, I felt a suspicious silence. Ain peeked inside and realized, not a soul around, no customers at all. Out of nowhere, Majorica jumped up and scared him, whispered in his ear like a true muscular mom. Chris tells her, stop being weird and quit those bizarre poses. Sitting down to talk, Majorica notes that they haven't seen the prince for a long time. She looks him in the eyes and directly asks if he is still human or has completely turned to the dark side. Ein nervously smiles and says that he is more or less human, and that is the most deceitful answer ever. Majorica sees right through him. He seems to her a monster who grew up devouring magical stones. Confessing, Ein tells her that he really has that power and explains what happened in Euro. Majorica puffs her pipe and compares him to the world tree in their world. It is almost a deity. She suggests going either to the magic city Isto or to the adventurer's city Balto. Isto is a true sacred land for studying magical instruments, so it is the ideal place to find the needed information. Balto, on the other hand, sprawled near the body of a giant monster, and here towers the old castle of the former demon lord. Ein's eyes lit up as soon as the word castle was spoken, but Chris instantly muted that joy like a strict mother. She remembers this place as absolutely cursed and does not want her husband to even approach it. Choosing Isto, Majorica gladly agrees to write them an introductory letter to help. They need cloaks that hide from sight so that Ein is not hunted just for fun. Majorica drops the price to $15,000, and Ein almost chokes on his own saliva. She says she is doing Chris a huge favor, and Ein begins to wonder if there was something spicy between them. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Majoric, as the older sister, was once in the same group with Chris and Kaiser. As soon as Chris admits that her sister is actually stronger than Lloyd, she starts to sweat. And begging him to stop talking about her sister, Chris looks as if she has serious PTSD. Later, we see Ein relaxing on the beach together, with Clon the true waifu of this series. Clon pouted like a pro because her beloved is leaving for Isto so soon after waking up. She reminds him that she was by his side every day while he was unconscious. This is peak devotion. Winking at him playfully, she admits that she was just teasing him to see him blush. They excitedly talk about their sea monster pets, Elenal, who grew up to 5 meters long. The clown girl asks how long he will be gone, looking as if she already misses him. Pulling from the box, she hands him a messenger bird, a fantasy analog of the iPhone. It's a new model, paid for by her grandfather. It allows them to stay in touch, even when there are kilometers between them. Ein looks her in the eyes and asks a deep question. What will she do if he really turns into a monster? He looks truly depressed, thinking that he is losing his humanity. The clone just looks at him with such sincere surprise, as if the answer lies on the surface. She tells him that whoever he becomes, he is still only aimed at her. But seeing him still nervous, she decides to promise so that he calms down. She walks towards him against the backdrop of the sunset, like a true goddess. She smiled and told him that if he ever becomes a monster, he just needs to give her another star crystal. But holding hands, they sealed the agreement with a promise purer than mountain water. With a new promise in his heart, our guy is ready to head to Isto to find out the truth about his new power. He burst into action landing in Chapter 30, and the hype around that magical city is just crazy. The clock tower ticks as if hinting that it's time for a serious plot twist and probably a snack of high-grade magical stones. Walking onto the platform, the water train is already preparing to depart. Everyone is bustling as if it's very important to be somewhere on time, and below we see the very legend gently caressed with the softest strokes on the head, because honestly, who wouldn't want to pamper such a cat girl? Comfortably settled on the train, Ain looks completely puzzled, because Katamasan decided to make a pro-gamer signature move and sneak into the trip quietly, purring like a real engine during the caresses, living to the fullest, and the rest of the team just wonders how she even ended up here. Revealing her master plan, Katama admits she used her huge collection of books about the Demon Lord as a trump card to secure a spot on the team. She even cuddled the luggage to herself like a real troublemaker, showing that her cat-like stealth is at maximum. When she takes out a magical device to hide her identity, fans of glasses-wearing waifus are simply delighted with those glasses. She looks like a real genius, and honestly, her style is just perfect for a secret mission. Discussing the route, the group realizes they will arrive only in the morning, so it's time to relax and prepare for the sacred land of explorers. Ein tries to calm everyone, but you can see how anxiety quietly begins to simmer beneath the surface. Rushing across the bridge, the train like a beast rolls toward the horizon, and Katamu gets it for acting wild like a child. She threw a bit of a tantrum because her nephew treats her like a baby, and honestly, with that energy, she's lucky they didn't put her in a carrier. Finally getting off the train, hooded, they look like they are preparing to sneak into an almost impregnable safe, and the huge buildings around make the capital look like a small town. Here is the magical city in all its glory, like a steampunk fever dream mixed with high fantasy aesthetics. The air is thick with mana, and the buildings loom over the streets as if reaching for the sky. Realizing that this place is a completely different level, automatic Einspot turnstiles based on magical technologies he had never seen before, he understood this city literally lives in the future, while everyone else is still playing with sticks and stones. Looking at the sky, the Tower of Wisdom dominates the horizon like an absolute global skyscraper. This 50-story giant is a symbol of Ista and officially taller than the royal castle, which is pure show-off before the monarchy. When you see the massive pipes stretching from the tower and supplying energy from the magic stone to the whole city, you realize this is the pinnacle of the universe, essentially an industrial revolution on magic, and the scale of the network would excite any mage. Learning about the strict selection in the tower, Ein discovers that renting the highest magical instruments is allowed only to a few elite researchers. This is the true Ivy League of magic, and if your mana stats aren't juicy, they won't even let you near the door. Standing in the shadow of the tower, the group discusses how the city spends an incredible amount of sea crystals on research. Even the highest leaders of the country have no influence over this facility's work, so it is a true neutral force. Thinking about his mother's sacrifice for those sea crystals, Ein begins to feel bitterness. They are used here like tap water. This is a hard moment for the boy. The blood and sweat of his family are just fuel for someone else's scientific experiments. When he suddenly changed mood, a comrade cast him a silent, anxious look that said more than words. Tension hung in the air as they walked through the city, burdened by the weight of their hidden lives and the upcoming mission. Deciding to first go inside to drop off their gear, the group prepares for action and contact with their local contact. Ein is already about to write to Clon, because he is clearly completely down and needs emotional support to get through the day. Here is only a small excerpt of their journey as they make their way through the winding streets of the magic hub. Every corner of this city seems to hide some secret or powerful magical item. Holding a glowing communication device in his hands, Ein finally contacts his girlfriend to say that he has safely arrived at the icy city of Ishit. He praises the Tower of Wisdom, but we all know he just needs an excuse to hear her voice. Ein received a strict warning to keep his hood up if his identity is revealed. The entire mission will be compromised, so they need to move like ghosts in the city of geniuses to avoid a huge political scandal. Walking through the crowded streets, the variety of researchers and mages is simply insane. Everyone looks like they have a doctorate in everything or can turn lead into gold, and the atmosphere here is purely academic but with much higher stakes. Rereading the letter from Majorica, the group wanders this urban labyrinth in search of the exact address, and Kedama leads them ahead with a big smile. It's clear she is finally happy to get out of that suitcase. When I arrived at the academy at the Eastern Magical University, it immediately became clear the building looks more like a fortress than a school. It radiates the same proud, "Don't even dare look at me" aura that only the most elite institutions can give. Guards stopped the squad at the gates and immediately began treating them like suspicious adventurers. They take their job too seriously and look like they might jab someone with their spears at any moment. They whisper among themselves, and the group instantly understands. The guards are too vigilant, all in hoods and also with a cat girl. It looks very suspicious if you don't know the context, so you can't blame the game characters for being wary. Passing the directions, the guard looked skeptically and grumbled that adventurers always try to sneak in with forgeries, then began carefully checking the contents of the letter with an expression as if he was about to send you straight to the hall. Seeing the name in the letter, the guard's face literally dropped. He realized he was dealing with someone from the very top, started shouting to his comrades to immediately call the chief, Professor Oz, and the panic in his voice was simply ridiculous. The guard bent so low he almost kissed the ground, apologized for his behavior, and begged them to wait a moment. What a complete 180-degree turn. The power of name-dropping in this world is truly legendary. Watching the guard rush away, gasping as if he just ran a marathon, Ein wonders how much influence Majorica really has. The man changed his tone faster than a speedrunner, and the squad just stands there blushing with shame for him. As if out of nowhere, Professor Oz appears and introduces himself with the gleam that only main characters have, with messy hair and glasses, a look that screams, "At night I do science, but I still look like Chad." Greeting them with open arms, Oz is genuinely surprised and delighted that they came on the recommendation of the respected Majorica. He treats them like VIP guests, and this is a huge relief after that awkward confrontation at the front gates. When he heard that Majorica was called a respected professor, Ein was completely shocked. He was used to her chaotic mentorship, so seeing her honored as a magical goddess was a real blow to his sense of reality. When you step over the threshold of the office, there are so many books and magical stones that any librarian would faint. It is a cozy but cluttered den of knowledge where real research happens away from the prying eyes of the public. Oz immediately dropped a bomb. He outright revealed who Ein is, the heir to the throne. The secret mission can be forgotten because it turns out the strongest mages in the city have eyes everywhere. Apologizing for his previous frivolity, Oz explains that while they were in public, he had to keep up appearances. He knows how to play along, but now it's time for the squad to drop the act and properly introduce themselves. Christina and Dill step forward and state their titles, Christina as Marshal of the Knights, Dill as an apprentice guard. Their formidable duo clearly impresses the professor. Switching into royal mode, Kadama calls herself the first princess with a background literally strewn with flowers. She so fully embraces her princess energy that it almost blinds and shows the side of herself we rarely see. Looking at Ein's face, he completely loses his head. He can't believe how quickly she transformed from a noisy cat diva into an elegant aristocrat. Her acting skills are 10 out of 10, and our guy is totally stunned. Like a love-struck fan, Professor Oz is delighted for him. It is an honor to personally meet the brain of the capital. Kidama plays him like a violin, pretending to be modest and saying she is only here to help her nephew who got into a bit of trouble. Oz finally gets down to business and directly asks what they really need his help with. He is ready to share his knowledge, and the atmosphere in the room finally shifts from introductions to the heart of the problem. Ein, with a stone expression, explains that his visit is about his body and the secret of the red fox. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Finally, we will get answers about the strange things happening to our main character's body. When the change was noticed in the room, everyone fell silent. Ein was preparing to reveal the details of his condition, and Oz listened intently, like a person about to discover a new element. Oz, who specializes in the energy of magical stones, understands. This case is right up his alley, and no one can handle it better than him. He is fascinated by the incredible strength and endurance in him, as if he just found the perfect subject for research. Oz is shocked that Ein absorbed both the Dullahan and the magical stone of the ancient lick. He begins to realize he is dealing with a real monster. Most people would have exploded, but Ein just took it as a midday snack. Walking to the table, Oz decides it's time to show them something special that he has kept secret. The tension rises as he approaches the locked container, and you know what's inside will change the game. Professor takes out a beautifully decorated box and instantly draws all eyes. Everyone wonders if another high-level magical stone is hidden inside. Christina is on alert, feeling the heavy energy emanating from the box. Oz explains that Majorica herself sealed this box and the entire room, and reassuring them, says that nothing will break free here. This is an ultra-strong security system for something that could clearly cause destruction if it ever got loose. When Oz tells Ein that this is exactly the information he has been searching for so long, he prepares to open the box. Ein's heart pounds in his chest. He feels that he will soon face the source of his troubles face to face. Ein, tightly squeezing his hand, watches breathlessly as the lid of the shackles opens. The tension is at its peak, and even the air in the room seems to vibrate with ancient power. When the contents were revealed, two dark, pulsating crystals appeared before us, the magical stones of the Red Fox. Wow, a real movie, friends. The hunt for the fox just got much more real. Professor Oz in those glasses looks like a real macho ready to unleash forbidden knowledge. We dive straight into Chapter 30, when things are about to get really hot. Look at our favorite catgirl Katama standing there and just radiating mood while the professor prepares for a serious conversation. This duo is really cool, and I'm totally for it. Everyone is staring at these magical stones of the Red Fox as if they just discovered the secret of boundless charm. The tension in the room is higher than my credit card debt after a gacha binge. Ein behaves like a true gentleman and calms Chris down because she is clearly stressed. The way he holds her hand just drives the shippers crazy. When I listen to Oz explain how these stones work, I realize our guy Ein is completely different. Even with this crazy energy right in front of him, he is calm, like a real boss. Requesting a medical examination is a smart move because Ain's body is like a time bomb filled with power. Oz is fully for the research because he is a man of science and culture. Waiting a few days while the data compiles is the perfect time for a side quest. The group is ready to hang out in the city while the main genius does his thing. Refusing the reward because the story itself is already enough of a prize is Chad's peak from Professor Dow's. The bro really said, "I'm doing this for the story," and honestly respect. Chris stubbornly insists on the reward. That way she doesn't let anyone even doubt that she abuses royal power. She keeps everything professional, and at the same time, as always, looks like a true top wife. Well then, when the reward is no longer just a bag of gold, it's clear. Oz has something much more important on his mind, and the mood instantly changed from cozy research to something much more serious. Hearing that children are being kidnapped and all that, and the mood immediately gets completely ruined. Professor Dow's really looks like it hurts him to talk about the dark side of the city. Learning that the authorities don't care because the victims are just orphans from the slums is simply disgusting. The world is cold, but our heroes are not going to just accept it. When you see Oz clenching his fists because he can't solve this alone, you understand that he is real. He is begging the heir to the throne for at least some justice. Bowing and asking the knights to intervene is a heavy request, and everyone in the room felt that this just turned into a high-stakes investigation. The thought of how kind he is simply inspires Ein. We adore a hero who cares for ordinary people and uses his status to do good. Agreeing to talk to the knights, Ein is just beginning to take matters into his own hands. Determination to clear these streets is visible in his eyes. Announcing that he will personally join the search is real cinema. Brosant doesn't just delegate work to others, he takes on the task himself. Chris fears for his safety and tries to dissuade him, but Ein doesn't listen. He has the energy of a main character, as if saying, "I am the one who knocks." Throwing away attempts to stop him, Chris only sighs. She knows. Her prince, the stubborn Chad, will not change. The whole team has simply come to accept his chaotic kindness. It's funny to realize that such recklessness is an everyday thing for Ein. Oz just stands and marvels at the wildly royal family he has had to deal with. With a handshake, the deal becomes official. It's time to instantly transform from researchers into detectives. Wearing robes to be inconspicuous is a classic stealth move, but even in hoods, this squad has too much aura to remain unnoticed for long. Oz says goodbye with a final gift, handing over secret documents that were supposed to remain in the dark, and this might be the key to prevent Ein from losing his humanity. Leading the royal retinue, the guards have no idea they just passed by the future kingdom. Ein clutches that envelope as if his life depends on it. Receiving a mysterious letter, just as they leave, is wildly suspicious. Professor Oz definitely hides some deep secret in his closet. Looking at that letter with a serious face, Oz knows the finale is near. While the children go off to play heroes, the old man fights real demons. You stand by the window and think that the time has come, and this is the very moment that keeps you tense. Whatever is in that letter, it will probably turn everything upside down. Walking through the yard, the group finally found themselves under the open sky. The mission officially began, and the stakes could not be higher. Dragging Lloyd shopping is pure Katama behavior. She really said, "I am a princess. I need my shopping therapy, Nea." Leaving Aina and Chris alone to go to the tavern is a true comrade's act. Chris worries about Katama, but we all know she is fine. I watch the clouds slowly drift, and the sun sets after a long day full of plot twists. The calm before the storm is always the most beautiful part of the episode. I approach the tavern, and there's some loud nobleman threw a tantrum. Some people really think the place belongs to them just because of their title. Looking at this angry NPC face, I immediately want to skip the dialogue he is boiling, as if he just lost a 1v1 in Rust. First of all, demanding the staff to kick people out of their room just because he wanted to. That's incredible audacity, and Chris just stands there, imagining how she will tear him to shreds now. The aristocrat slammed the door, not getting his way, and behaves like a real clown. Imagine getting so nervous over a hotel room. When the aristocrat passed by the group, he was still huffing and breathing heavily. Chris stands in front of Ian like a real shield, which she truly is. Bragging about having a wyvern and a kraken is the biggest of the small pretensions I've ever heard, and Aina just looks at him like, "Bro, I eat them for breakfast." Chris, recognizing him as Viscount Seiji, tells about his declining family. It turns out he is actually just a desperate nobleman trying to look grand. To find out that some nobles keep monsters as pets is a strange way to show off, but okay, everything is fun and funny until your pet kraken eats the neighbor's cow. Now that it is clear his money is rapidly disappearing, he looks like the main suspect in something suspicious. Desperate people do desperate things, and this guy is drowning in debt. You watch him fade into the distance, and you just know we have not yet seen the last of this loser. He is clearly a second-rate villain. Moving on to the night scene, Katama in pajamas looks so cozy, and even sleepy. She is still the smartest cat in the room. We talk late into the night about the mission, and the mood becomes a bit more intimate. This nighttime atmosphere when all secrets come to light. But seeing Chris sleeping on Ein's lap is pure cinema, guys. Our guy on a horse, and she gets the same premium royal pillow. Teasing him about this situation, Katama perfectly understands what is happening. Chris passed out after an exhausting day as a top-class bodyguard. Asking about the forbidden documents that Oz gave them, Kadama becomes serious again. The frivolity is over. The time for dark truth has come. Reading about experiments on humans and artificial demon rulers is like watching a horror movie. These studies are much more cursed than we thought. To find out that they were melting magical stones to force people to become stronger by power is complete madness. They were actually turning people into monsters against their will. When you learn that foreigners were once only considered monsters and experiments were conducted on them, you open a horror. The history of this world is darker than Discord's night mode. Seeing that 9 of the test subjects died, Ein realized his power is a double-edged sword because essentially he does the same, only he survives. Imagining oneself as a monster who kills everyone he loves is a real nightmare. The fear in his eyes is genuine, and it hits very hard. In reaching out her hand to calm him, Katama shows why she is the best aunt. She will not let him fall into despair over some old papers. Asking him what the real downside of being a monster is sounds like an honest, brave thought. Katama really looks at it from a completely different perspective. The explanation that he would not simply turn into a brainless beast was exactly the reassurance he lacked. Was too cool to lose his mind so easily. When they say that high-level monsters look like humans, it's a strong argument. If you can still dress and talk, are you really a monster? Telling him to simply re-register his race if he evolves is the most cosmic, brilliant move. Katama lives in 3024, and we are all stuck in the past. But laughing at all this absurdity, Ain finally feels the burden lift from his shoulders, and that is exactly why you need a catgirl in life to keep everything grounded. He goes to the restroom to freshen up and leaves the young ladies alone. With their secrets, tension disappeared, and the atmosphere became warm and kind again. Sipping tea while Chris finally wakes up from drowsiness, the realization is about to hit her like a truck. When Katama asks Chris not to talk about that incident with the pillow on the lap, she's a true partner who takes on keeping the secret for the sake of the plot. When Chris realized that Katama knew she hadn't actually been asleep the whole time, she was just dying of embarrassment, was pretending to rest her head on Riz's knees. Panics and blushes like a tomato. Chris is crazy about her prince. She is terrified that the king might find out she was slacking off at work. Kedama, muttering mischievously and suggesting a simple solution, is about to show royal power. She has the ultimate cheat code for this situation. Standing proudly and proclaiming a royal decree is the true pinnacle of a princess's energy. When Kedama speaks, everyone listens, even if she is in pajamas. Forbidding Chris from ever telling anyone about the transformation into monsters is a brilliant move. She locked away these secrets to protect Ain. They make her understand that this concerns the rest, and pretending to be the queen is a very bold move. Kudama basically says, "I'm the boss here, don't forget." Bowing and accepting the order, Chris felt relief and admiration. Kedama is playing 4D chess here to protect her family. When she admits that she is doing it for her cheeky nephew, it is clear that she really cares, and we at Sundir love finding out who is doing everything behind the scenes. Washing hands and admiring the magical sink is such a relatable, close moment. Even a prince can rejoice at cool technology. Returning to the room and immediately hearing Chris scream and apologize is pure comedy, and the poor girl will remember that pillow on her lap for weeks. Waking up after a long night spent with a pile of papers, our guy Ain finally looks in the mirror and wonders if he has enough courage for the day. When Chris comes in to check honestly, waking up to a top-class waifu is the only way to start a fantasy adventure. Sitting at the table, Chris explains that Ain shouldn't overwork himself too much. Even if the investigation is heating up, we are officially diving into the mystery of the girl in the alley, so grab a snack because it's going to get hot. Wondering where the rest of the squad went, Ain realizes. For now, he is left here alone with Chris. It turns out the cat girl Kamu is currently being dragged through the streets like a true victim of her shopaholism. And then suddenly a notification appears on his communicator. Ain sees a touching message from Clon from home. She worries that he won't catch a cold in the Isht climate, and once again proves that she is the best girl. While finishing the message, Grandpa Clownmulsion is working nearby and asks Ain to say hello if they meet, and Ain feels the warmth of this distant support honestly. Such sincere energy is just cinematic. Setting off for the city of Isht, the two immediately realize there is simply a crush of tourists here. The place buzzes with life, and looking for clues in this crowd will be a real nightmare. Deciding to take a shortcut through the back streets, Chris warns Ain not to stray, because these alleys are a real labyrinth. Of course, they get completely lost within 5 minutes because that's how the plot works. Wandering through the tangled corridors, they suddenly heard a loud commotion further down the passage. Chris was already beginning to regret letting Ain lead, but someone's desperate cries for help instantly changed the whole mood. Peeking around the corner, they see a young girl running with all her might, escaping from a bunch of nasty lowlife scoundrels. This is not just a random chase. They seem to be hunting for money. Grabbing the poor girl by the hair, the main bandit shows his villainous nature, and she screams for help. Watching these NPCs trying to act like their bosses, honestly, makes you want them to be completely smashed. But lifting her as if she were nothing, the giant laughs that he finally caught his prey. He has that classic expression of a petty villain, the look of someone about to be sent away, and whom we all love to hate. Discussing her market price, the bandits decided to return her to the van unharmed, without a single bruise. These guys are clearly from the human trafficking ring, and their luck ended as soon as they entered this alley. Appearing out of nowhere, like the goddess of death herself, Chris stood over the unconscious bodies of the bandits. Even before they realized what had struck them, she didn't just win the fight, she passed through their lives at speedrun pace. Approaching her from behind, Ain notices that Chris is still swiftly twisting the scoundrels. She was simply shocked, looking at her rescuers as if they had just fallen from the sky. Ain picks up the girl, who has fainted from incredible exhaustion, and realizes that she has used up all her strength. Chris is on alert, but it's clear this child survived a real nightmare before finding them. Noticing her torn clothes, the two immediately guessed that she was probably one of the orphans from the local slums, so they decided to take her to a hotel so she could recover a bit and finally eat properly. Having laid her in a warm bed, they wait for the sunset while she recovers from what she experienced. It is a quiet moment, but the silence before the storm is felt. The mystery only deepens. Opening her eyes and seeing an unfamiliar ceiling, the girl is clearly confused and frightened. Waking up in a luxurious room after being chased by monsters in human skin must be a huge shock. Smiling, Ain tries to calm her down and calls Chris to bring drinks. Perfectly plays the role of the Chad protagonist, letting her understand that now she is finally safe. Bringing a tray with food, Chris prepares a dish that for a person from the street probably looks like a real feast, and the girl looks at the sandwiches as if they were made of pure gold. Allowing her to eat, Ain showed that higher kindness through which waifus cannot help but admire him. He tells her that everything was prepared just for her. This is simply the peak of sincere kindness. Breaking into tears, the girl finally lets go of all the emotional storm she had been holding back, and this is a truly heart-wrenching moment when she realizes that someone really cares about how she feels. She devours food as if her life depends on it and thanks them after every bite. Watching her finally achieve victory after all this suffering is the content we live for. She bowed her head in deep gratitude and sincerely thanks them for treating her with such kindness, and Ayn tells her to calm down, although he himself is already preparing to ask the real questions why she was being persecuted. But explaining this terrible story, she said that those men came to her house when she was not there. When she returned, the nightmare had already begun, and she had no choice but to run away. Crying over her missing sister, she explains that the bandits had already taken her before she could do anything. Ayn clenches his fist, because seeing a child in such despair is enough to fill anyone with rage. On her knees, she begs Zane, "Please, save my sister from these scoundrels." She places all her hope on a stranger, and this is one of the most emotional scenes in the series. Ayn takes her hands and swears to save the sister. There is a fire burning in his eyes, and the one who took that girl will soon find out why it is not worth messing with the main hero's sense of justice. Chris, watching from the side, is clearly impressed by Ayn's determination. She explains that former commoners often end up in the slums, but this kidnapping is a completely different, much darker matter. Returning from his investigation, Dill enters with a face as if carrying bad news. He interrogated the captured thugs, and it turned out that the rabbit hole is much deeper than they thought. Dill explains that those men were actually hired adventurers, just low-level henchmen, and the real organizer is hiding behind several layers of intermediaries so that his identity remains completely secret. Dropping a real bombshell, Dill said that a witness saw a carriage heading straight to the Tower of Wisdom, and Ayn and Chris were in complete shock. This tower was supposed to be the pinnacle of knowledge, not a den of criminals. When Ayn realized that high-ranking officials might be involved in child trafficking, the mood in the room instantly soured. Looking out the window at that huge tower, she knew that things would become very suspicious from now on. The next day, the squad rests in Akai, trying to digest all the gathered information. Ayn looks as if he hasn't slept a wink, probably spent the whole night thinking about those children. Suggesting handing the bandits over to the authorities, Chris tries to lighten the mood a bit and change the pace. She wants to go to the monster arena for a visit to clear his head. Agreeing to the plan, Ayn decides that a little distraction might just help them notice what they missed. Isht is famous for its arena, and seeing a few high-level monsters, there might be exactly what they need. But when you enter this huge arena, the scale is simply stunning. The place is like crazy. It resembles the Roman Colosseum, but inside it is full of magical beasts that would drive an ordinary person insane. And looking at the showcases, we see truly cursed creatures, including a giant worm that looks like it's from a horror movie, and Ayn is just enjoying it, probably wondering if any of them are tasty. Standing in the stands and gazing at the view, I am simply amazed. From winged beasts to giants shaking the earth, this place resembles a zoo for real warriors. Seeing a green wyvern, Chris was fascinated and showed it to Ayn, a cool creature, but Ayn calmly recalled that last time he ate a magic stone from one of those. It tasted simply disgusting. Suddenly the ground shook as a huge, muscular wyvern stepped onto the stage. It is built like a brick house and has more muscles than any bodybuilder in the gym on maximum protein. Towering over ordinary wyverns, this massive muscular beast makes every other monster in the arena tremble with fear. It is clearly the alpha of the pack, and the crowd goes wild from its grandeur and strength. Deciding to get closer, Ayn and Chris descend to the arena floor. Chris tells him that everything will be fine as long as they don't provoke it, but we all know Ayn's very presence is already a provocation. Looking into the beast's eyes, the wyvern seems ready to tear the world to pieces, and the power radiating from it is so strong that it becomes the main star of the entire complex. Striking the ground with its claws, the wyvern seems about to roar, but suddenly freezes and starts trembling like a leaf, looking straight at Ayn and appearing as if it just saw its own funeral. Standing there completely calm, Ayn understands that the monster is afraid of him, and Chris realized. The creature senses the hidden power of the sea dragon within him, and that's a total bluff. Approaching the scene, the wyvern's owner, Viscount Seiji, is puzzled and doesn't understand why his summoned animal behaves like a coward. He is a fat, arrogant aristocrat who cares more about his investment than the animal itself. Losing his temper, the Viscount starts beating the wyvern right in front of everyone to make the creature work. He is a true nobleman, and watching him abuse a being that is already afraid for its life is disgusting. Suspecting treachery, he decided that someone had drugged his monster to frame him, and noticing Aina nearby, immediately rushed to shift the blame onto her. Pointing with his finger, the Viscount calls them suspicious and orders his guards to tear off their masks. He clearly enjoys power and thinks he can pressure anyone not dressed royally. Chris effortlessly stops the guard's hand, approaches, and says he will not allow anyone to touch Aina. She has that "don't you dare touch my boyfriend" energy, and her deadly gaze is legendary. The Viscount, looking at his lips like a true scoundrel, began to scrutinize Chris closely and told them to go with him to his tavern to talk. This guy ticked all the boxes of a villain in record time. Aina decisively orders them to stop, approaches, and firmly tells the nobleman that Chris is incredibly important to her. He not only protects her, he makes it clear, anyone who dares to touch her will get a ticket to the other world. Chris looks at Aina with a blush. Then after that protective speech he is clearly enchanted, and Aina's eyes turn icy when he says they were just watching, and the pressure coming from him makes that nobleman sweat. But retreating like a true coward, the Viscount grabs a pathetic excuse about barrack courage and flees. He understands he won't win this fight, but it's already clear he will cause more trouble later. Grabbing Chris by the hand, Aina decides they have seen enough and leads her away from the arena. This defenseless hand-holding simply drives one crazy with pure romance. Looking at Aina's profile, Chris beams as if he just won the lottery. She is completely in love, and honestly, who can blame her? Our guy just challenged the nobleman and declared her his right in front of everyone. Walking through the streets, they shared a quiet moment, and when Chris finally let go of her hand, he pouted. She definitely wanted that walk to last another 3 hours. Returning to detective mode, Aina realizes something is clearly wrong with the Viscount's finances. Feeding a wyvern and a kraken costs a fortune, and the impoverished nobleman cannot afford it without a secret patron. Looking up at the Tower of Wisdom blooming in the sky with aurora, Aina begins to piece everything together. These beautiful lights only distract from the dark secrets hidden inside that huge structure. Discussing the secret, they suddenly realized the Viscount has a direct path to the tower through his predecessor's laboratory, and the carriage, the kidnapped children, and the ruined nobleman all lead to one place. When they catch that someone inside the Tower of Wisdom is involved, they get chills. This is not a minor matter, but a high-level conspiracy involving the elite. Abruptly, we move to the dark truth. Before us is a room filled with cages and crying children. The kidnapped are kept like animals, and this makes your blood boil. The little girl we saw earlier calls out for her sister. She is trapped in darkness, without any hope. This cliffhanger is cruel, and you know that Aina is going to trick John Wick to get these children back. Hey, we're back in the game with cunning plans. Chapter 33 starts in the Tower of Wisdom, and Aina together with our favorite cat girl Katama look like they are about to pull off a heist. Look, Katama walks as if she is the mistress here, and Aina is stuck with bags like a total simp. Her self-satisfaction is off the charts, but when you have the charm of a royal kitty, you do whatever you want. Drinking tea while planning a heist, the nastiest thing I've seen this week. Katama suspiciously looks at the tower because something clearly smells suspicious there, and it's definitely not her lunch. Our guy Aina really asked if he could just wave the royal badge and walk through the front entrance. Kema has to immediately shut down this idea because it's a direct path to a server ban. Sneaking in quietly is the only chance if you don't want the guards to completely roast you. Katama skillfully teaches us how to be a phantom thief here, and Aina barely keeps up with him. Pulling out blueprints like a pro gamer before a raid and pointing out security nodes, no way around it, because we're not here for a fair fight, but to win. Turned out that the whole tower is powered by this giant magical stone furnace hidden in the basement. Damage the power network and the entire security system will immediately shut down. Aina really suggested just blowing everything up like playing Minecraft. Katama loses her mind because this would basically throw everyone in the city into the lobby. Leaning over the secret sauce, Katama whispers the real plan, which will not lead to a war crime, and Aina's face tells me it's either brilliant or completely insane. Next, look at the architecture of this place. It looks like the dungeon of the final boss, and right now we are moving from the planning stage to the real deal. Moving on to the girl in distress. She just found out that her sister is held in that suspicious tower, and a genuine shock froze on her face. She realizes the family is in great trouble. Trying to stay calm while her world is falling apart, Verla is just one bad day away from a breakdown. Kadama remains professional and asks for a name so they can actually do their job. When they learned that the missing sister is only 6 years old, it became clear this is definitely a mission for the chat. Verla burns with curiosity about who these mysterious people helping her really are. Without unnecessary words, Aina stays modest, while Katama explodes because she was called a cat. Don't call Kate Sit just a cat if you don't want to get your hands slapped. Leaving the hard work to others, Aina decides it's time to set off and start the infiltration. The energy of the main character is boiling inside him now. Pleading for the truth, Vela only wants to know the name of the one who is about to risk everything for her. Despair is visible in her eyes. She hopes for a savior. Finally, she drops a bombshell. They say, with the surname Ishtalak, they are royal blood. Kadama says this confidently and fearlessly because he knows they are the pinnacle of this world. When you come to the realization that you were just chatting with the royal family, anyone's brain can freeze. Verla completely froze, trying to recover from the thought that it was the heir to the throne who saved her. They put on hoods for that classic assassin look and step toward Danger Aina, and Chris looked like a powerful pair ready to smash corruption. While he was walking up the stairs as if on a fashion show, everyone confirmed, "This is a prince," and the stakes suddenly jumped from 0 to 100. Getting down to business, Kadama organizes a support team near the base. She exudes the energy of a true boss lady. She makes sure no detail is overlooked. Complaining that Ain is too soft-hearted is pure Kadama. Knowing he is Chad is not enough. He needs to start thinking 3 moves ahead if he wants to survive. They listed the entire organization like a police report. Who, what healers, because the real mission requires not only swords. And it turns out, a lot of clothes are needed too. A bit of strange showing off, but let it be. Begging to be taken, Dill is ready to throw himself into the fight for the cause. Loyal subordinate Grimeset works at full capacity. He wants to prove his worth to the royal family. She smiles slyly because everything is going exactly according to her calculations. Kedama is an unparalleled strategist and knows that everyone dances to her tune. The paperwork was entrusted to Dill. Someone had to organize the papers while the heroes go into battle. Writing letters for the Gleiser family is a high-stakes task in itself. The chariot sets off. The team is finally on the road to the tower, and as they leave the safe city behind, tension is felt in the air. Doubting the sanity of the mission, the Count begins to wonder if Ain has really gone mad. Entering a highly guarded tower is a bold move, even for a prince with all stats maxed out. Saying this is a trifle compared to fighting a sea dragon is a real boast from our guy. Chris just sits and sighs, knowing she will have to watch over this chaotic prince. They discussed expanding the business of the company, August, as a cover for their infiltration. Using trade routes to sneak into the Forbidden Tower is a move worthy of a genius. Hiding in the delivery of magical stones is a classic Trojan trick. They go straight to the basement to cut the power, like true legends. To protect her own, Chris offers to go alone so the prince won't get hurt. She is a loyal knight to the end, but Ain is not going to stand aside. Not retreating, Ain makes that stern expression that says someone is about to get it full force. Forgiving those who hurt children is not in his plans today, and that's incredibly cool. Remembering those scoundrels who kidnap children and destroy families, Ain felt, this is no longer just a mission, it has become personal, and she is ready to crash their party. Clenching his fists so tightly that you can almost hear the bones crunch, anger rises, and when this prince is angry, it's real cinema. Proclaiming that as the heir to the throne his duty is to protect his people from such evil, he finally stops hesitating and leads, and this character growth is exactly what we love to see. Accepting the prince's determination, the older generation steps back, so the young lion can roar. It's clear they respect the fire in his eyes. Promising to be his shield, Chris accepts that they are doing this together, teamwork at its peak, and the hype around this raid is off the charts. Arriving at the tower under the cover of night, the moment has come, officially time to act. This place is huge and seems to hide a bunch of dark and sinister secrets. Returning to the manor, where Celia feels lonely and checks messages. She looks at the phone like a girl waiting for a reply from her crush, a real mood. Feeling the distance, she fears that Ain will be gone too long. The anxiety of separation hit with full force, and she looks completely depressed. The idea of Ain and Chris spending time together fuels her jealousy, and the fact that they are on a mission does not calm her heart. It somersaults with anxiety. She tosses and turns in bed. It's clear she is hurting because of the prince, and all she is thinking about now is being close to him. She's confused and doesn't know what message to send him at all. She overthinks every word, as if polishing the perfect reply to a 2 a.m. text. It's so familiar. She looks completely shattered because of her own feelings. How hard it is to be the one left behind while the main characters set off on an adventure. She finally admits to herself that these feelings can no longer be held back. Celia looks out the window like a tragic heroine. Today she is truly in her feelings. She praises her former self for holding on so long, but the dam has finally burst. The thirst is real, and she is about to let everything out. She goes through all their moments in her memory, like a real movie montage. Every smile and every touch return to her and haunt her, but in the best way. She reaches out into the empty air because she misses him so much. This is the peak of missing the beloved, and honestly, it's a bit cute. She suddenly realizes that loneliness attacks her much more easily than she thought. Admitting that she is crazy about the prince is probably the first step to recovery. Suddenly she froze in the middle of a monologue and thought, what am I even talking about? The noise from the communication device hinted that everything was about to get awkward. Panic at full throttle, the device shows transmission complete. Celia just broadcast all her thirsty thoughts directly into Ain's ear. She hid her face from sincere shame. After her worst blunder, she won't be able to look him in the eyes when he hears the whole, I miss you, conversation. They blame him for everything because he didn't come home earlier. Classic, when you embarrass yourself, just blame the guy you got hooked on. Starting with a huge shot of the secret base, we dive right into the beast's core in Chapter 34. While the guards patrol and casually think everything is quiet, they have no idea that two real villains are already inside. Our Guy and the strongest knight of the kingdom, Chris, have already sent the guards to the foyer and didn't even break a sweat. It seems they decided to resort to the classic solid snake tactic, hiding together in a cramped wooden box, and honestly, that's a huge victory for Ein. Looking at this underground stone magical furnace, it's immediately clear that no expense was spared on this sinister lair. Seeing the scale of this place, you realize what they are brewing here is definitely illegal. When asked if they are sticking to the plan, Chris looked like he was about to pass out as soon as something went wrong. Unveiling the magical science behind this, we learn that they need to stir the magical pool to generate enough energy to overheat the turbine. Ein, gathering all his might, looks like he's about to unleash the most powerful final strike of the season. Watching the water swirl, you feel the energy start to ripple throughout the entire room. Summoning a whole whirlpool with the power of a sea dragon, now that's real cinema. Activating the skill ocean, our hero essentially behaves like a god, controlling the power supply of the entire structure. Ein pushes the turbine beyond its endurance, pouring so much mana into the system that everything around starts to scream. Sensing that something went wrong, the two of them realize the reaction is becoming much harsher than they expected. And watching as giant clouds of steam fly out of the ventilation openings, it seems that the whole furnace is about to explode. Understanding that the entire pool literally froze, while overheating is the height of fantastic logic, which only happens when you have too much riz. They rushed straight up while the security was in panic and decided to track down evidence of the kidnapping. Rushing past the 27th floor, they speed through the tower as if they have a timer set for a record. Standing before the door of the final boss, you just know what's behind it will be blown to smithereens. After asking Ein to step back, Chris decides it's time to show why she is the goat with a sword. She cuts through the air with full confidence, like the coolest dude, and unleashes a flurry of strikes that any samurai would envy. Breaking the door to pieces, she bursts in as if shouting, "Your free trial period of life is over." And finding a secret laboratory filled with monsters in test tubes, they realized this place is essentially a magical version of Resident Evil. Seeing that those creatures are on that magical protein, Ein notices that they were abnormally pumped up in experiments. Inspecting the back room, they come across another door, the one leading to the villain's private chambers. You enter a bedroom resembling a dungeon. Chains and collars hang on the wall. It's clear the villain is completely immersed in the worst desires. Ein felt the pervasive creepiness of the atmosphere and clearly despised the amount of desires that filled the room. Discovering a cage full of innocent girls, that moment when the story stops being a fun heist and becomes a real mission of revenge. Understanding that she must step back, Ein allows Chris to take charge of the rescue. These poor girls are too scared of men. Flipping through the notebooks of pure evil, Ein stumbles upon real records of money earned from human trafficking. When our guys saw the evidence that they even started kidnapping boys, their patience ran out. Clenching her teeth in pure rage, Ein officially stopped playing with this worthless scum. Chris gives the girls lab coats to cover up, proving she's not just powerful, she is a real mommy. Little May promises that she will soon see her sister, and the two of them prepare to get everyone out of this nightmare. The sound of breaking glass rang out, the atmosphere instantly changed, and the laboratory began to collapse. Watching the test subjects break free, we see that the pumped-up monsters have finally escaped their cages and are already looking for something to snack on. Standing opposite the person behind this madness, Ein peers down the corridor, and finally the culprit shows their face. Seeing Viscount Saikyou with that face of his, which just begs to be punched, it's immediately clear this guy is the very embodiment of a mid-tier villain. Listen, when you hear this clown say that he defended the girls, that's such gaslighting that he should be beaten up immediately. Sending monsters to their doom, Saikyou without hesitation orders his pets to kill those who invaded. Exploding in a fountain of blood, the monsters were completely torn apart before they could even take a step. Looking with cold eyes at the villain, our pair didn't even flinch, and those beasts turned into sushi. Realizing that his subordinates are useless, Saikyou starts yelling at his guards to do their job while trembling in his boots. Seeing fear in their eyes, the guards understand. Their swords broke like toothpicks. Pressing the blade right to his throat, Chris makes the Viscount understand he is only a step away from meeting his maker. Resolutely demanding answers from the vile nobleman, Chris reminds him that pointing a sword at the wrong person is a direct path to execution. Throwing a sneaky trick with a smoke bomb, the coward fled as soon as it got hot. Exploding into a huge cloud of gas, Saikyou took advantage of the confusion and made a grand escape. Watching the thugs choke on the poison, it becomes clear the Viscount doesn't care about his people as long as he survives. Trying to neutralize the poisonous gas, the character desperately focuses on saving everyone still left in the room while the villain escapes. When I saw the giant wyvern break through the wall, the scale of this escape instantly jumped from 0 to 100. Finding themselves in the crossflow of debris from the collapsing building, everyone had to duck and hide while the ceiling was falling. Looking up as the villain flies away on his dragon, Ein can only helplessly watch the target slip from his fingers into the night sky. But swearing that this is not the end yet, our heroes remain among the rubble, and the real hunt for the Viscount is just beginning. Enthilifeluth run with all their might, as if their life depends on it, because if they miss this train, the whole series will essentially end before the real heat begins. Look at my guy Ein and that blonde bandit. They are rushing away, as if dodging the toxic X flying at everyone. Finally on board, we see our favorite cat girl Kadama completely exhausted, while the butler serves drinks like a real macho. Honestly, travel and luxury are the only ways the future king has to handle his affairs. While everyone relaxes, Ein delivers serious lore and says he had to put the hunt for Seiji first. Ordering the Knights of Ishta to take care of it, he acts like a true leader, though still a bit green. Being the heir to the throne means your words really carry weight, and Ein realized. It's not always worth doing everything yourself. Sometimes you have to let subordinates take on the hard work and just look cool yourself. Shouting to the squad, they say the kidnapped children are being sent to the capital, thanks to the hard work of Kyoma and Dila. Warm and sincere moments prevail in the carriage, and finally everyone feels good moods. I peek at Verly and May. These two are just destroying the bread. While the team discusses hiring them as maids, the author really throws us the coolest waifu content we deserve, and I am totally thrilled. Having literally pulled out a box of problems, Ein showed off one of the magical stones of the red fox that they managed to snatch. Kadama has every right to panic, but as long as that seal holds, we won't get roasted today. Smoothly gliding over the giant bridge, the train looks like it's straight out of an expensive fantasy movie, and they don't even suspect that these peaceful moods are about to be completely shattered. Thinking about his clone girlfriend, he realizes that she would just explode with rage if she found out he sneaked into the Tower of Wisdom. At that moment, he remembers the missed message. He reads the message and understands that he is an absolute riz. The clone says she is lonely and misses Hay more than she thought. This is pure cinema, and my boyfriend is definitely winning the romantic game right now. Digesting the fact that the top wife just confessed her feelings, Ein looks like he saw a ghost. The guy is just frozen in real time. He, panicking like a true main character, blushes redder than a tomato and tries to understand if she is just teasing him. His heart does a somersault, and honestly the extra embarrassment is palpable. Suddenly everything exploded into chaos. The window shattered into pieces because the train braked sharply. What a mood killer. Someone really decided to interrupt his romantic moment with a literal attack. Rushing to the door to understand what is going on, Chris and the butler see Ein staring at a real nightmare in the sky. Something gigantic is circling above them, and it definitely didn't come here to talk. Giant wyvern hovers in front of the moon like a final boss, spreading its wings and looking for the next prey. It looks like it could swallow entire villages for breakfast. Ein, realizing that this might be Seiji's pet, involuntarily wonders, aren't they the actual target of this flying menace? Chris is already ready for battle. She feels that the real heat is about to begin. Panic spreads through the train like fire through dry grass when the conductor says that they are stuck because the monster is literally standing on the tracks. Guys, you can't honk at a dragon and expect it to move. The screams of children in the background make Ein's blood boil. He understands that he will not let these people get hurt. Bro has already locked in, and someone is about to be sent to the lobby. Ein does not allow Chris to take everything on himself. He says that the monster is hunting exactly the two of them, and will not let his knight take the full blow while he himself hides under the seat. And grabbing her hand like a real macho, he says that everything will be fine as long as they work together. If you still don't root for their couple, you are watching the wrong show. Jumping straight out of the broken window, the two ignore the conductor's screams of horror. They radiate the same energy as the main character, which seems to say, I have plot armor, and I'm not afraid to use it. Standing on the edge and looking at the horizon, Ein prepares to meet his fate. The passengers finally realize that their hero is the heir to the throne himself. Barking orders at Dill to protect the girls, Ein proves he holds the title of prince. He is the one giving commands while the world around them collapses. Climbing onto the roof of the train hanging over a deadly abyss, the two prepare for an aerial duel. The scale of the battle becomes insane, and the bridge turns into a terrifying arena. Roaring so loudly that the whole valley trembles, the wyvern prepares to dive, while Chris and Aindra with blades in hand look as if ready to turn this lizard into land. Noticing that the beast is even bigger than in the Colosseum, Ein realizes, this is definitely not a walk in the park. Now the stakes are simply off the charts. Watching from afar, we see a mysterious carriage parked on a hill above the bloody massacre. In such situations, there is always a puppeteer pulling the strings. Relaxed in a chair as if at a private screening, this fat noble villain enjoys the show. Surely he released Sigi, and I already want him to be roasted. Lunging to finish off, the wyvern lashes out with claws that could cut steel, but Chris does not back down, facing the beast head-on without any fear. Cutting through the air, Chris lands a heavy blow that should have ended the fight. She has that elite knight speed that makes her a true nightmare on the battlefield. Shocking everyone watching, the wyvern's wound literally smoked and healed within seconds. Chris tried to tear off an entire leg, but this monster has an infinite health bug enabled. Realizing they are dealing with a super-fast regenerator, the two know a battle of attrition is a loss. They must kill with one strike, otherwise they will simply run out of strength. Searching for a weak spot, Ain concludes that he needs to break the magic stone in its body to stop the healing, and is already aiming at the target, preparing to use all his tricks. Ain activates the skill Thick Fog and creates a smoke screen to confuse the beast and find its core. This is a truly brilliant move, using the surrounding environment to tip the scales in his favor. Merging from the fog, black energy spikes or tentacles began striking the dragon. Ain really resorts to dark magic to hold this creature in place. But although he fights with the beast's strength, under colossal pressure he does not hold out, but it is clear how he has grown. This is no longer the same boy from the first chapter. Shouting that he has already fought opponents much stronger than this huge lizard, Ain prepares his last move. Confidence simply drips from him now. Tearing through the monster's defenses, energy attacks began to cause real damage. That its healing power cannot keep up with this is a total rampage in the middle of the sky. Seeing the glowing stone right on the beast's forehead, Ain shouts to Chris, "Shoot, this is the moment of truth. Defeat is not an option." Without hesitation for a moment, Chris leaps into the air and confirms that she has the target in her sights, looking like a true angel of death descending to deliver the final verdict. Cutting through the air with a blinding flash, the blade hits the target with surgical precision. This is what we call absolute cinema, guys. The twist was instantly completely destroyed. Its head simply disappeared. Chris really said, "Stay down," and meant it. Apologizing to the fading beast, Chris shows that she still has a heart even after the brutal killing. Ain steps back, catching her breath after that crazy, adrenaline-filled fight. We already thought it was finally over when suddenly, the water below exploded. Huge tentacles rushed to the bridge, and in 5 seconds we went from fighting a dragon to a kraken attack. Ain stands on the roof and looks down in horror. The bridge begins to groan under the weight of the new rival. Now it's certain the moment of "oh damn." Wrapping the wagons with its tentacles, the kraken seems to be pulling the entire train to the bottom. This villain really brought a whole zoo to the fight. Laughing out loud, the fat nobleman thinks he has a kraken under his heel. He sincerely considers himself the main hero, but he will soon be reminded of what reality is. I watch as the water erupts again. A new wave of monsters bursts into the kraken and begins tearing it to pieces. There is a real mosh pit in the river now. Now realizing that he recognizes these newcomers, Ain looks distrustfully as the sea dragons he previously saved appear and join the party. What a boost for the buddies. Their names scream, Alanel work at full capacity, turning the crack into a real seafood buffet. These little ones have truly grown into giants. Feeling this love, Ain realizes that they truly returned to repay the debt and save his skin, and a tear wells up in his eye. Seeing friends come to the rescue in the toughest moment is very touching. Discovering this funny truth, Chris smiled and said that the sea dragons simply adored eating krakens as their favorite snack, so maybe it wasn't pure devotion, but what can you do? A win is a win. Smiling, Anya cannot even get angry about this coincidence. Sometimes the universe simply presents you victory on a silver platter. Laughter laughs uncontrollably on the roof of the train. Our guy is just glad to be alive. They were saved by a pair of hungry dragons, and honestly, that's incredibly cool. Recalling Clon's words that the creature he helps might return to help him, Ain realizes she was right all along. She is a true genius, predicted it. Clenching the communication stone in his hand, he feels a powerful surge of motivation. He must return to the capital and finally see his beloved. Hard work never stops, but the reward is definitely worth it. Looking at the moon and sending a message into the void, Ain admits that he also misses her very much. We end on a high note, and I can't wait to see what chaos unfolds next. That clown Seiji is running away as if playing a high-stakes game of tag. The carriage is broken, and the atmosphere is already stale. And look at this guy's face. He's sweating more than a Discord moderator at the gym, because he finally realized that the consequences of his actions are catching up with him. Bro stumbled and fell to the ground in the most pathetic way, proving that no status will save you from being a clumsy loser. Emerging from the shadows like absolute cool guys, our guy Ain and the best girl Chris are here to send this dude straight to the forehead. He shouts that he is a viscount, as if anyone cares. Seiji is really trying to use his title as a get out of jail free card. But stepping into the light with this, for you, energy, it's all over. Ain lets silence speak, and this noble clown is still babbling. Doubting whether this man really thinks he can escape justice, Ain is about to drop such a truth that will shatter his ego to pieces. Seeing that unwavering power in Ain's eyes, Seiji finally realized he was talking to royalty and trembled like a leaf. He falls to his knees, the pressure is just unbearable. This is the perfect definition of how a teenager completely destroys you. Demanding a full confession about all those shady dealings, Ain is no longer joking, she wants the names of everyone involved. Not believing that someone could stoop so low, Ain asks the million-dollar question, why did he even kidnap people? Lowering his gaze and with a face full of regret, or maybe pure madness, Seiji prepares to expose the one hiding behind the screen. Suddenly he becomes completely terrifying. His eyes bulge like in a cartoon. He starts coughing up black slime and shouting about that person's desire. Realizing he was used as a disposable tool, he tries to grab the promised reward a moment before his body starts to fail. Exploding like a fountain of ink, like a broken printer, that guy falls silent. His own boss silenced him before he could tell the gossip. Frozen over the scattered mess on the floor, Ain and Chris remain guessing what dark magic just erased their only clue. And feeling the bitterness of a missed chance, Aang grits his teeth. He knows this rabbit hole goes much deeper. They look at the moon as if in a dramatic anime finale, and our pair realizes the real battle is just beginning. The crew rushes to repair the bridge and desperately tries to get the train back on the tracks. Meanwhile, the intrigue only intensifies. Collapsing on the bed after an exhausting day with crazy cultists, Ain just wants to shut off his brain for 5 minutes. Thinking about the red fox and the mess she left, he realizes that with all these heavy legends in his head, he can't fall asleep. Deciding that drinking is the only way to cope with this stress, he goes out to find something refreshing and maybe a bit of peace of mind. But when Ain sees Chris in the bar in that dress, she looks like a true goddess, and Ain once again understands why we all obsess over the best girl. Trying to explain that it was the only pure thing left, Chris is clearly embarrassed, but honestly she just looks stunning in this. Rolling a simple compliment to her, Ain says she looks wonderful and instantly turns her face into a ripe tomato. Settling next to her to vent from shared anxiety, they both realized Seiji's death was too suspicious to just brush off. Discussing how the main villain cuts off Seiji like a lizard shedding its tail, they understand they are dealing with someone truly cold-blooded. And blaming the red fox, Ain is focused and ready to track down the one pulling the strings. Recalling legends about the red fox who controls monsters, we felt the stakes for our group are now simply off the charts. He decided to focus all his energy on this investigation and already shows determination by taking the burden upon himself. Learning that evolution actually won't erase his personality, Chris looks as if the heaviest burden has been lifted from her shoulders. Pressing her hand to her chest in relief, she was simply happy that her beloved prince would not turn into a brainless beast. At first telling Chris how glad he is that he went on this trip, Ain here acts like a sincere macho and wins her heart again. Recalling all the chaos they went through together, the bond between them becomes a full-on movie. Comparing Ain to the first king, Chris basically calls him the best of all, while trying to pretend to be indifferent. A smile that could cure depression, and Chris is officially the most valuable waifu of the entire series. When she suggests going out together again in the future, it's basically a date request and we're totally in. Clinking glasses to seal the deal, finally a flawless atmosphere reigns after a day of pure horror. Taking a sip and enjoying the moment, they deserve this little break before the next disaster strikes. Promising to move only forward, our couple is stronger than ever and ready for anything the red fox throws at them. Ending the night in high spirits, they laugh together while the world outside the window is still full of mysteries. In the mysterious tower, someone holds a glowing stone and talks to his father like a complete weirdo. This new villain mumbles some nonsense about justice and punishment. He clearly lives in his delusional world. He calls the heir worthy and gallant, but this guy has a strange obsession with Ain, and honestly, it makes me uneasy. Licking the magical stone, he set fire to a giant lollipop. This man is finished. He needs to be watched immediately. This villain almost lost his mind. Imagining Ain's distorted face, he is completely broken and in the worst state. As soon as someone knocks on the door, he instantly pulls himself together and hides his distorted thoughts behind a fake professional mask. As if just greeting the night with a stone face, and no one would guess that just 2 seconds ago, he was acting like a maniac. Having told them that he would come to the office tomorrow, he flawlessly plays the role of a friendly scientist while secretly weaving a treacherous plan. Suddenly, he revealed himself as Professor Oz. The man we considered our brother turned out to be none other than Susie Baka herself. Ending on a sharp moment, his peaceful smile hides a literal ocean of madness. Real chaos lies ahead. For the left verse, look at this peak cover that gives cozy feelings before the chaos begins. We dive into chapter 37, and the aesthetic is already completely different. Seeing our beloved little maid May in action again, with a basket full of treats, is exactly the soothing sight we have been missing so much. Sitting in a luxurious car and gazing into the distance, our hero Ain and his first-class companion notice that the bridge is finally visible. Diving into memories, they recall how long it has been since they last passed through this place. When you remember that absolute crazy adventure with the water train 6 months ago, you realize how much fire this guy has already been through. Ain is only 11 but stands proudly and looks like a true young Chad when spring begins. Arriving at the reopening ceremony, the crowd simply loses their heads over the royal arrival. When you see the Eid clone Ain in all her beauty, it's impossible not to recall that she is the youngest prodigy who has ever done it. Getting a perfect score and becoming the youngest assistant in history to the heir to the throne now, that's the real energy of the main heroine. Boasting a new carriage model from the company August, they make it clear, the royal budget is counted to the penny. When you listen to how Clon explains how she bargained the best deal, you realize she is not just beautiful, but a true financial genius. Preparing to go out, Ain realizes the pressure of public attention is about to overwhelm her. Touching the cloak to adjust the slanted clasp, the clone shows the attentiveness of an S-rank waifu that we all wish to have. But watching Ain try to appear calm while being pampered by a brilliant beauty, honestly, a true pinnacle of fantasy. You step onto the stage, a huge bridge stands as proof that the kingdom has come alive. Drawing a sword at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, our guy seems already ready to lead a new generation. Hearing the applause of the people, and this confirms, Ain's reputation is approaching legendary. The next day, Ain lets out a huge sigh. School life has started again. When they met with the guys, Leonardo, Roland, and Bats are surprised why he looks so broken after the excursion. When he realized that the social studies school excursion was happening right in his home, he felt it was just a decorated home visit. He sat down in despair while his friends were delighted by the view of the castle well, such a mood. When Dill appears as the official guide, finally such a necessary order returns to this chaotic group of students. Reminding everyone within the castle walls to address Ain as Your Majesty is the most powerful move of authority. Walking through the corridors, the boys see the royal armory and training grounds with bated breath. Watching the duel of knights with shields and swords, the Bats and the team simply froze. The difference in strength was staggering. Going to the dining hall for a break, Ain is already planning his tactical strike for the second serving. When the friends notice the difference between their world and Ain's world, they realize that their comrade lives a completely different life. Recalling the grace and power of the knights, the squad begins to feel the burden of their own weakness. When the boys saw that Ain did not even flinch from the highest level training, they understood he is not like everyone else. Looking at the ceiling, Betts admits that today his confidence in his own strength was seriously shaken. Smiling resolutely, the mood instantly changes. Instead of depression comes absolute motivation. Bats vows to work even harder so as not to lose to his friend, a true shonen spirit. They agreed to become stronger together so as not to shame their royal buddy, and this is a huge win for their company. Turning back to the table with a plate piled so high it would be enough for a small village, Ain shows he is the king of generous portions. Interrupting the feast, Marta runs in and says that he has an important meeting in the afternoon that cannot be missed. Begging for just one more piece while being pulled away from the second portion, Ain has never been so recognizable. Passing by that hardworking maid in the corridor, you see the whole castle is in a state of constant work. When May was sent to the dining hall as part of the special education program, it became clear the staff know how to care for and nurture talents. Praising her for how she has grown up, Ain notices that she has become much more mature than when they were in Ishti. You watch her bow and hurry to work and suddenly realize even episodic characters also flourish. Visiting Verlu at the treatment center, it is immediately clear she is already gaining a reputation as one of the best among the knights. Feeling the fire under his feet, Ain decides to catch the same enthusiasm that everyone who works hard nearby feels. Entering the negotiation room, the air seems to tighten. Real plot twists take the stage. Sitting next to the king, the conversation smoothly shifted to official matters in the adventurer's town of Baltic. First and foremost, this mission is to investigate the Red Fox and unravel the mystery of the transformation into monsters. As soon as they heard that the late Viscount Seiji often visited the Baltic, everyone understood a deep conspiracy is hidden here. When it was confirmed that the Red Fox was probably behind this kidnapping, everyone in the room held their breath. Rummaging through dusty volumes in search of clues about unknown technologies is the only way to stay one step ahead. When the king asks Ain to take care of himself, while the knights carry the heaviest burden, it shows his protective nature. When it was confirmed that Clon would go with him as his official assistant, the mission became much more interesting. You see how she presses the rose to her chest, and it's clear she has been waiting for this moment her whole life. If you recall the dangers they went through together, it immediately becomes clear their bond is unbreakable. Announcing that she is his assistant with such confidence, that's a true boss move. His heart suddenly stopped. Ain realizes that his feelings for the assistant are not just professional. Planning the travel schedule, Lloyd and Dill are a true dream team for this investigation. When he notices that someone is missing, Ain asks the forbidden question, why isn't Chris going with them? Feeling that awkward silence in the room, it immediately became clear some people are not at all thrilled about the travel plans. Suddenly we switch to Chris, who is now on the verge of a nervous breakdown because he was left at home. She is sobbing in the corner because everyone is leaving her behind. This is just top-notch comedy. He grabbed her hands to calm her down. His look said, the capital needs her marshal. Seeing tears in her eyes as she looks at him is enough to break any man's heart. Shocked by how strongly she reacted, our guy is lost searching for the right words. Asking why she has to stay behind when she looks so cute is like a cheat code. And his heart aches from the ruthless emotional damage Chris inflicts for Ain. This is a real trial. Giving in to the pressure, she finally understands her duty and promises to protect the capital. Straightening up and with fire in his eyes again, Chris swears to guard the home while he is away. The legendary head pat and promise of souvenirs in Chris is simply head over heels for our prince. Showing a $1 million smile, Ain knows he is the most reliable support in the entire kingdom. The scene shifts to icy, jagged mountains, and the mood suddenly becomes gloomy and icy. Approaching the huge, ruined fortress buried in snow, we realized we were no longer in the capital. A mysterious voice sounded on the wind, proclaiming, soon will come the one with the legendary weapon. A figure appears, dressed in knight and shining high-tech armor. We see a true machine of destruction. Walking with heavy steps, this mysterious warrior had waited hundreds of years for this moment. At the moment when the three-eyed monster tried to scare him, the knight did not even blink. Declaring that for what is to come, beasts are not needed, he prepares to instantly put an end to this clash with one move. With a lunge forward, the giant monster throws itself to turn the armored invader into its lunch. Cutting through the monster like a hot knife through butter, the knight shows that he is on a completely different level. Completing the mission is the only thing on his mind as he draws his blade. Waiting for the return of his master, no matter how long it takes. This is true cinema to end the chapter. Let's start with a vibe check. We arrive in the snowy town of Baltic, where our Guyane travels in style. Look at that cover. Clon in winter gear looks simply stunning. At the station, the crowd goes wild. Either a prince is in town, or just a rumor about a new waifu in the neighborhood has spread. It becomes too cozy in the carriage. Clown begins to wipe the face of our boy, like a gentle wife. If you're not virile madly in love and the one who brings you iced tea while you sweat, then I really don't know what to say. She is the embodiment of Chad Aid. Before the real work begins, she makes sure her boyfriend drinks and is well cared for. Realizing that the knights are all in another car, Clown throws out the signature phrase that they are completely alone. Look at her face, she literally pulls him into the field of her charm, and Ain is completely defenseless against this. But to tell him directly that no one else is needed here, that's a cool move. And honestly, dude is definitely lost if she keeps going like this. Blushing more than the heroine of a romantic comedy, our hero admits that he is truly the happiest simp in the kingdom. We move to the landscape. Over the mountains flies this huge contraption, a bird with 4 wings. Ain goes crazy over a pigeon with extra DLC, and Clon just tries to peacefully read his book. He seriously acts as if he is seeing a monster for the first time, although he literally eats them for breakfast. Clown sharply brings her back to reality and begins to list all of Ain's reckless antics lately, from jumping into explosions to lonely fights with sea dragons, essentially asking her to stop pretending to be the main heroine even for 5 minutes. Ain pretends she wants to be like the first king, a true pioneer, and there are also ancient legends that the kingdom was built on the old lands of the Demon Lord. Flipping through old chronicles, people whisper that this land hides secrets since the very first days of its founding, and this place was either stormed or attacked immediately after the kings settled here. Look at the royal coat of arms, and you immediately understand that these guys were never joking. Scientists still argue about the details, but one thing is clear: this lineage is a real mess. Peering into the family tree of the royal family, they discuss that the nobility of this land is a complete mix of different races. Ain calls it the royal gacha system, and it's the coolest description of a genealogy I've ever heard. It seems that mixing with other races in the lands of the Demon Lord is the secret of their blood. Monsters and other races have magical stones living in their bodies, but fortunately these creatures do not harm people. Ein understands that the race of the first king's wife was never recorded in history. It is a secret buried by generations. Perhaps the clone Monson, the first king's wife, had a pixie, so it's no wonder that genetics in this show is complete chaos. Ein already imagines what his future children will look like, and that's a real flex. Blushing over thoughts about the future is one thing, but Ein realizes that he is incredibly lucky to have such an amazing partner. He gazes into his drink and tries to hide how much he values her. Realizing how much work she carries, he finally praises her for managing the entire schedule. Clon is essentially the brain of the operation, and he is the muscles. Under the moonlight, writing in her diary, she wonders why she chose this path. Being an assistant is hard, but she does it for the person she loves. She smiles at him and says she is happy as long as she is by his side, and that's a true waifu peak. Suddenly the whole train shook, like a failed bass drop at a rave, and Ein and Clon were thrown off their feet as the entire carriage slammed with a powerful impact. Night bursts in with news of an earthquake, and you instantly know the peaceful travel arc is about to be in trouble. Ein and Clon look scared because after a sudden tremor in the mountains, nothing good ever happens. You look at the snow and feel that the atmosphere has completely changed. From above, the city of Baltic looks like a huge fortified settlement, girdled with ice like a fortress built to keep something very dangerous out. Stepping out into the frost, the snow crunches under their boots. Finally, they have arrived. Our guy is trembling like a phone on silent mode because he forgot his thermal underwear. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the company stand there like real giants, as if they don't feel the frost at all. As soon as they arrived in Baltic, the group immediately felt the climate here is completely different from the capital. Just half a day ago, they were enjoying the heat, and now it's as if they ended up in a freezer. Lloyd tells the team that they can be themselves. There are no outsiders here to judge them. Dill, however, looks as if he is about to faint from tension because a royal person is nearby. Passing through the gates, the group holds their breath and prepares to find out what this town lives by. Looking around, I see a city dotted with shops, and above the gates hangs a huge skull for the city. This is a wild atmosphere, but probably exactly what you expect from an adventurer's refuge. Here is the heart of the icy north, and the clock tower proudly rises against the winter sky. Clon, surprised to notice the absence of a welcome party, asks if Ein is not welcome here. Lloyd looks puzzled. He knows that in these parts his reputation is high. Although they were told the prince would come, there is not a soul at the gates, no one to meet him. An unusually quiet entrance for a hero who walks alone to the sea dragon. Lloyd explains that although Ein is a hero, these guys are actually mostly rough adventurers. He starts laughing out loud. The locals don't even guess who Ein is because they don't want to read reports. Lloyd, pointing at the mountain, shows Ein a giant skull embedded in ice, a huge skull with a horn that looks like it belonged to a real titan. Turned out to be an ogre that the first king defeated after an attack on a human village. The area itself was wounded by the battle, and its scars showed with what furious power they fought here. If you look closely at the skull, you will see a huge crack right in the middle. The first king split both the skull and the magic stone with one blow, a true Chad. Ein froze speechless, looking at the incredible size of the beast his ancestor had slain. Lloyd laughed and said it was just like when Ein defeated the sea dragon. Everyone was elated, but you could see that the knights were always on alert. They head to the tavern for a long-awaited rest and suddenly notice that the sun has already set. The city under the moonlight seems even more mysterious. Even on the roof of the inn, a giant skeleton is displayed like a special signboard for this hunter town. Standing on the balcony, Ein and Clown froze for a moment in awe, gazing at the view. The architecture here is incredible, and the scale of the city finally dawns on them. Catching sight of the aurora borealis, they witnessed a moment of pure cinema. The sky shines within magic, and the entire icy wasteland looks like a dream. Ein calls it a miracle. Clown wonders if the demon lord built his castle nearby just to admire this view. Thinking about the mysterious girl from the portrait, Ein cannot get rid of the thought. Could she really have been the ruler of demons? And if the giant bat from the series turns out to be the top waifu, the plot is about to become incredibly interesting. Deep under the snow, a mysterious magical stone begins to pulse with energy. Standing over the silvery snowy plain, a group of mysterious figures watches the city from afar, and it seems they are ready to seriously harm our heroes. Planning the next day, in the clones' mansions, they awaited a meeting with the local lord. She scheduled everything for noon so they could take a little nap after the long journey. Ein tells her, "Come in before you catch a cold," showing her protective side. They return to the warmth of the tavern to prepare for the upcoming trials. The next morning, during a meeting with the feudal lord, they were introduced to EXILED Baltic. He bows low before the prince and looks like a true experienced nobleman. Ein greets him with a smile. It is clear he has learned how to behave in such official situations. They enthusiastically discuss the town's fame as a refuge for blacksmiths. Ein wants to peek into the local workshops to see what kind of equipment they can forge here. The Count sincerely thanks Ein for taking care of his brother in the capital. It seems the royal family quietly helped the Baltic house. Ein asks the brother's name, completely unaware of the answer he will receive. Dropping a real bombshell, the Count announces that his brother is none other than Kaisel, and the brother is shocked because he never suspected that his mentor was of royal blood. When Ein finally understood why Kaisel was so unpredictable, it became clear why he abandoned noble life for adventures. The Count reassures him, "Don't pay attention, my brother has always been an eccentric." Recalling the letter he received from Kaisel a year ago, the Count realized with surprise that his brother really did something worthwhile, while Ein just sits and tries to comprehend that his combat instructor is a high-ranking nobleman. It's classic, the guy is too sincere on himself to work at a desk. Changing the conversation to the investigation, Ein says they are heading to the lands of the old demon lord, and the letter of introduction from Kaisel will ensure full cooperation from the local guild. The Count hands over a document with the latest reconnaissance, routes exactly what they need to navigate the dangerous lands ahead. Ein sincerely thanks him for the help, knowing that this information is worth its weight in gold. In handing over the last gift, the Count takes out a letter from Professor Oz. Ein's eyes widen, because he knows that the professor usually has some crazy theories. It seems the professor was in town just a few days ago and surveyed the local outskirts. He was upset that he missed the prince's arrival. Reading the letter, Ein learns that the professor wants him to personally go to the territory of the demon lord. There is a theory that the monsters inside it will react to the area and reveal something incredible. Lloyd is worried. Their recent investigations uncovered traces of a very powerful monster, and if they are not careful, going there might turn out to be a suicide mission. Asking who this beast is, Ein prepares for the worst. Learning that the monster has lived there since the founding of the country is truly an alarming sign. Supposedly, this creature is as powerful as a sea dragon and even fought the first king. Recent earthquakes disturbed the local wildlife, and rumors whisper that the beast has finally emerged from hiding. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the building, windows shattered, and everyone panicked. The ground trembles more strongly than before, and cries come from the street. Instantly drawing his sword, Lloyd breaks the remaining windows to get a clear view, is not going to stand and wait to become a target. Ein and Clon rushed to the edge and looked at the chaos unfolding in the city. Fragments fly everywhere. Something gigantic is breaking through the defense. Looking out from the balcony, they see that the rails are completely destroyed, the wall is crumbling, and the whole town is under siege by something terrible. Emerging from the smoke like a real nightmare, the icy dragon Upaskamai finally burst into the chat. This is the legendary monster they were just talking about, and he is already tearing everything around apart. Hovering over the city and looking with a cold, predatory eye, the dragon seemed ready to send everyone to the kingdom of shadows. Our boy Ein will definitely have to earn his dinner this time. With pomp, heavy artillery takes the stage, because it will soon get truly hot. This title page is only a hint of the absolute chaos we are about to see. Look how the guys are loading big cannons as if preparing for a world war. Our main Eminane is just sitting on the bench, looking as if the weight of the whole world is on his shoulders, while everyone else nervously fusses over the boss fight. At the Elders' headquarters, there is a heated debate about whether 10 magical cannons will be enough to send this monster back to the foyer. Count Baltic is sweating profusely because the prince wants to handle this legendary beast alone instead of staying in the safe zone. Lloyd-san is standing here trying to explain. The prince actually said "I'd win" and took the initiative himself. Panic is visible in their eyes. Losing the royal means a one-way ticket, after which the king will simply prepare you. Commanding like a true boss, Count Baltic Aintella orders to stay and defend the city while he takes on the hardest work himself, then in a much warmer mood spends the last moments of peace on a bench with his cloned waifu. Clone leaned closer, showing off her top charm, and harshly mocks the first king for not finishing the job honestly. Her hate for the legendary ancestor is a truly cool move. She squeezes his hand because she is terribly worried about his safety and complains that he shouldn't risk his life like that. Look at the anxiety in her eyes. She is definitely his biggest fan. Instead of stirring up drama, Ein asks her the most ridiculous, completely inappropriate question: how does that magical monster stone taste? While bro literally thinks about his next meal as a catastrophe-level threat knocks on the door. Look at her face. She's simply stunned that this man is currently concerned about flavor nuances. Imagine, your man is about to fight a dragon and asks if it tastes like wagyu. Winking like a true Chad, he promises to win and come back home without a scratch. Such confidence is either legendary or he is about to fly to the gulag. Giggling at his nonsense, the clone finally gives in and jokes that it probably tastes like chicken. Seeing her blush is a real movie, and it's clear she's trying to keep a light mood. Laughter fills the air. They joke that the scary monster is actually just a giant bucket of KFC. Honestly, seeing them enjoy themselves like this before a life or death fight is the pinnacle of cuteness. But when Arduo imagines the beast as a giant chicken, the whole situation becomes much less scary for him. They are having a hero moment here, while the soldiers are probably trembling in their boots. Reality knocks on the door. A soldier interrupts the date and reports that artillery is in position. There's no more time to flirt, it's time to go and earn XP. Entrusting her to watch over everything, Ein casts one last glance at his girlfriend before stepping out into the cold. Here the background music kicks in, getting everyone pumped. With a roar on his lips, Ein led the squad forward, calling them to meet their fate. Determination in his eyes, ready to turn that monster into a 5-course feast. The camera slowly glides over the snowy landscape, the calm before the raging storm about to strike. You just know, behind those trees hides something colossal. Marching through thick snow, the soldiers are like a line of ants against the backdrop of the relentless force of nature. Every step is a struggle, but the mission comes above all. Complaining about the weather is almost a duty of every soldier during a winter mission, and Lloyd-san is already thinking of adding snow training to the program as soon as they survive this. Raising a serious conversation again, Lloyd-san asks Ain if he will really keep his promise because he doesn't want the prince to risk his life for glory. Honestly, Ain says that if the monster is not targeting him specifically, he will behave cautiously, but deep down we all know that plot armor will still attract that beast right to him. Noticing a pattern in the chaos, our host realizes that all these troubles seem to be aimed exactly at him. He has the same main character energy that attracts trouble like a magnet. Returning to the memory of the earthquake during the beast's first appearance, it becomes clear this was not a random encounter. Upaskamui is offended, and it's personal. Destroying the tracks was a calculated move to keep the prince trapped in this territory. This monster is not just strong, it actually thinks and sets traps. Seeing a lamprey rabbit in the wild is like finding a rare spawn in an RPG. They are cute, but don't be fooled by the fluff. They are as fast as lightning. Praising the meat like a true chef, Lloyd explains how tasty and rare these rabbits are, and the guy is really trying to turn this suicidal mission into a walk in the store. Holding back the urge to go hunting, Ain decides to focus on something more important for now. He promises to stock up on that gourmet meat once the boss is dead. Before you can blink, the rabbit is already gone, rushing so fast that even Sonic would be jealous. If small enemies are this agile, imagine how crazy the main boss will be. Everything starts shaking as if the earth itself is convulsing, and the atmosphere instantly shifts from a nature walk to a horror movie. Knights look back in confusion, not understanding why the ground seems to be dancing tango, and even veterans begin to feel that something huge is hiding right beneath them. Lloyd-san shouts at the top of his lungs for everyone to immediately move away from the splash zone. The ground literally explodes. A real threat emerges. Emerging from the depths, Upa's Kamui looks like a real icy behemoth, full of hatred. This is pure cinema. Guys, look at the scale of this beast. Avoiding flying debris like in an action movie, soldiers hurriedly seek cover. One wrong step, and they will be crushed like pancakes. Letting out a roar that would probably shatter windows for miles, the dragon showed its terrible maw. This creature is definitely no longer on the tastes like chicken list. Looking at the monster's wounds, Ein realizes this is the very one the first king fought long ago. One eye shattered, wing broken, but it still stands like a threat. Seeing that the monster is already wounded, Ein finally has the motivation to stay and fight. He knows this is his chance to finish what his ancestor started. He still stumbles in the snow like a typical minor character, putting himself right in the crosshairs. You don't want to see this, but someone always has to be the damsel in distress. Deciding to be a hero, Dill stays behind to buy time and let others escape. Bro is either a complete fool or about to become the first victim of the day. Standing before a real mountain of scales, Dill looks like a toothpick about to be broken. The difference in scale here is just blatantly unfair. Ein desperately screams as he sees his comrade about to be eaten. This is usually the moment when the power of friendship kicks in. Blocking a huge claw with just one sword, Lloyd-san proves why he is the coolest. You have to have some serious strength to parry a strike from something that big. Tensing every muscle of his body, Lloyd-san lets out a battle cry any Viking would be proud of, and literally holds back the dragon to save his subordinate. Sparks fly as steel clashes with the dragon's icy claws. This kind of wild fight is exactly what we live for in these tales. Everyone goes crazy. Lloyd-san blocked the boss's attack with one hand, and Ein looks at him as if he were a true god of war. Even in the middle of the fight, Lloyd-san lectures the guy and orders him to run as if saying, "You're just in the way." He has that "I'm not angry, I'm just a designated dad" vibe. Realizing he is outmatched, Dill finally catches the hint and bolts away, while Lloyd-san stands like an immovable wall. Lloyd-san challenges the beast directly and understands. The dragon is interested only in the prince, as if telling the monster, "You have to get through me first." Drawing his sword with deadly intent, Lloyd-san prepares to show this oversized lizard why humans are at the top of the food chain. He's so cool here, it's just unfair. Locking eyes with the monster, we see only cruel malice in its pupils. This is not just a hunt, but a duel of revenge between two eras. Roaring at full power, the monster prepares to crush the tiny human standing before it. It seems the ground trembles just from the sound alone. Swords and claws clash in a furious whirlwind of motion, so fast the eye can't keep up. Lloyd-san dodges and weaves, as if fighting a Dark Souls boss on SL1. Pushing himself to the limit, our silver-haired Chad does not ease the pressure. Delivering merciless blows, he puts his whole soul into every sword swing. Barely dodging a huge bite by a hair, he continues to dance around the monster's attacks, a true masterclass in swordsmanship. Delivering a powerful blow, Lloyd-san managed to chip off a piece of the monster's icy shell, even if it's just a scratch. It proves that it can bleed. Realizing that his sword is starting to dull against the dragon's scales, Lloyd-san pauses for a moment to devise a plan he knows he won't last in a grueling battle with such a monster. As if lunging forward with renewed fury, the dragon breaks through the ice to reach its prey. It begins to get angry because a mere human is causing it so much trouble. Without hesitation, Ein steps forward and distracts the beast with shouts and waving arms. He makes himself bait to drive the dragon into the perfect zone for a deadly strike. Leaping at the prince, the monster completely falls for the trap, so blinded by rage that it doesn't notice the ambush. Ein signals the fire and watches as the dragon enters the designated zone. This is the moment when all the planning finally pays off. Boom, the magical cannons fired a beam of pure energy that lit up the entire forest. This is the firepower that Baltic had praised earlier. Direct hit to the face, the monster was thrown back with incredible force. It seems they really have a chance to finish this right now. Now the beast, screaming in pain, barely stands on its feet after that powerful explosion. But Ein doesn't stop yet, he has one more move. Activating his skill, Ocean Current, the prince drags the monster into a swirling water vortex. He literally controls the battlefield like a pro gamer. Freezing the monster in place, Ein suddenly realizes this is their golden chance to finish it off. The dragon stands completely still and ready for the final blow. Reloading the cannons for another volley, the soldiers prepare to turn this dragon into a memory. With such a legendary threat, there are no jokes. Announcing that this is the result of centuries of human wisdom, Lloyd-san prepares to unleash hell. They may not have the strength of the first king, but they have technology. They say to the beast, "Try to survive." The squad simultaneously opens fire with everything they have, and the screen is practically white from the intensity of the magic. Several beams of light simply burn the dragon. It disappears, as if erased from reality. This is the very get-wrecked moment in the industry. A huge explosion shook the entire area as the combined firepower of the cannons hit the target. If it survives this, I will call cheats. Without lowering the pressure, Lloyd orders his men to keep shooting until there is nothing left but dust. He knows how resilient these ancient monsters can be. The smoke cleared, and in the place where the dragon proudly stood just recently, there remained a huge crater. It seems the human squad achieved a complete victory. Cheering and giving high fives, the knights celebrate their hard-won victory over the legend. For a moment they truly felt like the main heroes. Falling to the ground from exhaustion, Ian catches his breath, and Lloyd-san credits him with all the glory. It was the prince's plan, after all, that saved the day. They stood and looked at the body floating in the water, hesitating whether to go out and confirm the kill or not, but without a boat, it was just a guess. Deciding to return and celebrate, the team begins packing their things. In movies, this is usually the moment when everything goes horribly wrong. Stopping in place, Ain hears a strange crack that chills to the bone, and his spider sense sharpens. This is definitely not a good sign. Seeing the surface of the lake instantly covered with ice, the team felt, the fight is not over yet. This is not ordinary ice, but something much more sinister. Some knights still stubbornly deny, as if only the sunset is responsible for the temperature drop, but Ain's gaze says he knows the truth. Ice spikes grow out of the water, like deadly sharp teeth. The freezing speed is completely abnormal and approaches them like the plague. Shouting for everyone to prepare, Ein realizes that the boss has just entered the second phase. He celebrated too early, and now they will have to pay for it. Emerging from the icy depths, Yupis Kamui shows that he is still alive, and insanely Angrido not underestimate the monster who survived the king, because the real battle is just beginning. It starts with a classic shot. Our Chris stands by the window, like in an emo video from the mid-2000s, lost in thought and looking at the city below. It's clear she's just waiting for her beloved to return from the war or something no less dramatic. Look at that face is completely out of her mind, and the author doesn't even try to hide it. But suddenly you hear the click-clack of very determined boots on the floor. Someone is on a mission, or just very badly hiding their anxiety. Chris walks the corridors as if she is the mistress here, and doesn't even notice how the guards and maids look at her, as if she has gone mad. Bro, the side characters are judging her in 4K right now. For a respectable lady to pace back and forth in front of the door like a loading screen stuck at 99 looks simply crazy. The maid beside her looks at her with complete astonishment, probably wondering whether to call a doctor or a priest. Just when it seemed that things couldn't get more awkward, Olivia herself appears, always watching how this chaos unfolds, and on her face is the expression as if she exactly knows why Chris is acting like a total sycophant. And now the truth finally comes out. You can't hide such thirst forever. Chris receives a devastating blow of reality when the maid tells her that she is too fussy and has to go feed the twins. Look at that reaction. She is in complete shock that her secret was revealed. Caught like a lost puppy in Ain's favorite places, she instantly panics and already wonders if she has gone crazy because she is completely hooked on the main character. When the maid, carrying buckets of fish, walks away, she confirms the rumors as if on the palm of her hand. Chris looks at Ain with those same special eyes. Bro, the gossip in this mansion is just boiling today. It seems our girl can no longer underestimate the power of gossip. She is completely overwhelmed by emotions, and there is no turning back. To clear her thoughts, she goes to visit the twins, and they turn out to be two huge sea dragons lazing in the water channel. Imagine, giant lizards as pets that just keep you company while you have a broken heart. Chris feeds the dragon fish as if trying to win a prize at a carnival, and thinks deeply. These dragons grow huge, and honestly, they are probably the only ones who can withstand her emotional outpouring right now. When Ain thinks about this, she is overwhelmed by a montage of his best moments, and her face instantly turns red as a tomato. She literally hides inside herself, and the dragons just watch her struggle. One of the dragons decides to gently rub her nose, probably sensing that their feeder is gruet, and it is quite touching if you don't pay attention to the fact that they could swallow her whole in one bite. Realizing they are trying to comfort her, she strokes their heads and shows off. Look, I am a future beast tamer. Ask them to pray for her so she can join the next investigation as a high-level move. Tell how devoted she is to this tedious routine, enduring everything just to see her husband. To celebrate the support, she simply pours out the rest of the bucket and orders everyone to eat their fill. It's a fish buffet and everyone is invited. She is in such a mood that not even splashes of water can spoil it because she finally feels a little better. Looking at the mountains, she silently prays for Ain to be safe and does not even suspect that real hell will soon break out on the front line. We move to action. Ain screams because the boss is not dead yet. Yupus Kamui is still in the game, and he has the energy of the second phase, A. The ice monster bursts out from under the ground like a sudden jump from a horror movie, huge, covered with spikes, and as if it wants to instantly send everyone back to the lobby. A powerful shockwave throws soldiers into the air, and their screams are heard. This is no longer a fight, this is a massacre. Ain and the commander realized they were in big trouble. This monster freezes as if playing unfairly, and the magical guns are completely frozen with ice, so their long-range support has practically disappeared. But the beast rises like a mountain of ice and bad energy. If I saw it rushing at me, I would press Alt F4 and close everything. Protecting Einsam is the highest priority, but next to that creature, these guards look like ants, and yet they show absolute dedication, ready to give their lives for the cause. The monster let out a roar that probably shattered every eardrum within a 5-mile radius, and now the game begins. The host's chances look quite mediocre. The guards are falling like flies, while Ain prepares his secret weapon. He pulls out shadow tentacles, and now there will be a full movie when the dark forces come out. He unleashes a colossal burst of shadow energy, as if straight from an expensive anime. The guy really puts his whole soul into this attack. But wait, the monster's skin is too thick. The shadow ropes barely leave a dent, and Ain realizes his DPS is simply not enough to finish the job. Shock pierces him as the monster pushes back in response, showing that defeating it will not be so easy. Seeing everyone thrown like dolls, Ain panics. If he doesn't find a way to break through that armor, they will all be destroyed in 30 seconds. But he tells himself, think surrendering is for losers. He is a leader. He needs a brilliant move right now. He needs something big, something sharp, and something that will hit like a truck essentially, a weapon that is not currently in his inventory. The monster stood close to his face, and pure malice was red in its eyes. This is exactly the look of you're finished, if I have ever seen one. And suddenly he sees it, a huge skull-like structure with a horn, as if made for killing dragons. Here it is. The perfect deadly trap of nature stands right before him and waits. He tells the commander that he has found the winning move and asks him to do something important. The commander, wait, what? But listens. Ain simply asks, "Carry me after the victory, because I will have no mana left." This is about how to plan a post-game sleep in a legendary way. The commander does not understand why he was chosen for this, but Ain simply gives him the sincerest, kindly Chetty smile. He tells him that he can give himself fully because he trusts he will be there. This is the true maximum of brotherly energy, honestly. The commander is so moved that he is ready to run through a brick wall for Ain. He promises to carry him anywhere, and this is really a cool response. The plan is ready. Ain lures the monster like a pro, shouts, "Come at me," and runs straight to the trap. The monster bursts into attack, and the commander just stands and watches, impressed by the absolute audacity of this guy. An explosion of ice and fog covers everything around, and the beast misses. Now there is a complete white haze here, exactly what a stealthy shadow user needs. Ain swings on his shadow ropes among the trees. Like Spider-Man in the middle of a blizzard, he gains momentum and flies straight at the big skull. He clears the forest and takes off into the air, looking like a real boss. The monster is still trying to find him in the fog. He sees his target, the monster roars again, and still doesn't realize that it is being lured into a trap. Ain is playing 4D chess here, and the monster only plays checkers. The fog is so thick that the beast sees nothing, and Ain only teases it from the shadows. "Where are you looking?" he asks while the monster just snaps in the air. This is pure disrespect. The monster rushes blindly. Right where Ain wants to lead it, it falls for the oldest trick in the book. Ain circles around the columns of the ancient structure and takes the perfect position. The shadow ropes have already wrapped around the giant horn. "This is my victory," he says with the confidence of a man who already knows the script, and at that moment the music theme begins to build. The monster's neck lies exactly under the teeth of the skull. One jerk and this whole career will be over. The skull begins to tilt, and the monster realizes too late that it is about to be crushed. The scale of this attack is simply insane. The impact was heavy. The ground literally shook from the weight of the falling ancient skull. Blood splashes everywhere as the horn pierces the monster's neck. Ain lands gracefully, as if he just didn't drop a mountain on someone. The roar of the beast ceases when it is pressed to the ground. Complete destruction, thanks to the encirclement, and it is incredible. Ain stands on the skull and looks down at the fallen enemy. This is a 5-star meal that is about to be ready. The monster struggles a little more, but it is practically over. The wound is too deep. Ain squeezes the shadow ropes tightly once more to make sure the job is done. He does not take risks, no chances for the third phase. "Fall," he shouts, and the horn breaks through the rest of the monster's skull. Now that's a real headache. The final blow is a true bloody massacre. Shadow energy and monster juice fly everywhere, and the monster is officially done for and sent to the lobby. The finish was chaotic, but a victory is a victory. The beast finally lies motionless. Ain is exhausted, leaning on the skull and catching his breath. He really put everything he had into that strike. He notices something glowing in the monster's chest, a magic stone. This is exactly the part he was waiting for, a literal dessert after the fight. He crawls forward, whispering that the real end will come as soon as he grabs that stone. He is already ready for the feast. Shadow tentacles reach out and grab the stone, pulling it closer. Anticipation is clear on his face. He is hungry after all that work. He swallowed the stone and immediately felt himself being drained. He wheezed and gasped, but the enhancement was gained. His last thoughts are about what it tastes like and how to tell the clone about it. Bro is really walking around here and judging monster stones like a food critic. And as predicted, he loses all strength and begins to fall. He truly spent every last drop of mana on this killing. Fortunately, the commander is right nearby and catches him, keeping his word like a true brother. Ain sleeps like the dead, like a baby, after having defeated a real monster of god level, and he truly deserved this sleep. An ancient skull sits on a dead beast, an eternal monument to the true solo triumph that Ain has just achieved. The guards carry him back down the stairs, heading home after a long day when the main thing was just not to die. What a legendary finale for this crazy fight. Begins with a snowy atmosphere. Our guy Aina is carried back after a simply epic fight. Look at the team all so serious, and the main hero is carried like valuable cargo. The title peeking through the snow gives that cinematic charm as if the journey itself is a small break, and bro definitely earned this dose after carrying the whole team on his shoulders. Staring at the ceiling, which was definitely not a cave, he finally felt comfort return to him. The realization that he was no longer in filth was probably the best feeling in the world. Waking up in a soft bed feels like a real cheat code after nearly burning in the mountains. Bro looks so calm that you forget he just fought legendary monsters. Rubbing his eyes, Ain realized that the tavern was actually safe. Dill had finally taken on the hard work, and the subordinates did something useful for once while the king dozed off a bit. Right there sits the queen herself, a clone, incredibly attractive, reading and looking like a real treat, Imagine waking up and next to you is a top waifu just waiting for you to stop being a sleepyhead. Teasing our guy with the question of whether he still dreams, she moves closer than any ultimate in hand-to-hand combat, and he is already noticeably sweating. This closeness crosses into the critical zone. Getting a kiss on the cheek is the highest reward for nearly dying, and honestly, dude, he has a hidden charm. It's pure cinema, and I'm definitely not sitting like a lovesick fool watching this unfold. Pressing him tightly to herself, she makes it clear how much he scared her, and from this comes simply sincere, kind warmth. Seeing how his voluptuous wife reacts tenderly is enough to make a grown man cry. Apologizing for his reckless antics, Ein realizes being a hero means making girls worry too much, so he could use calming down for at least 5 minutes so her heart can rest a bit. After delivering the letter from the king, she decisively steers the conversation back to business before everything flares up. Even in fantasy, you can't escape paperwork. Learning that the king is actually a true alpha who won't punish him was the best news of the day. It turns out being a strongman gives you a pass for impunity for your recklessness. Finally got the green light to scout the territory of the former demon lord, exactly what our guy was waiting for. Time to venture into the danger zone and see what loot we can find. The report shows Clon is basically the brain of this operation, and Ein provides the muscles, and every Chad needs a smart queen so the kingdom doesn't fall apart. I checked the status bam, a new skill Ice Dragon, and everyone knows it will be just broken. This dude collects skills like Pokémon cards. Scrolling through the list, you can see how many crazy abilities this guy accumulates like a pro gamer. If he gets buffed even more, the author will have to nerf him to keep things fair. Switching to the topic of the magic stone, Ein is about to launch a gastronomic review nobody asked for. Apparently, he has an unusually picky taste for monster parts. Saying that the core of a legendary monster tastes like a quality steak is the most primitive thing he's ever said. The dude acts like boss fights are a walk in a 5-star restaurant. Laughing at his ridiculous energy, Clon is simply happy her boyfriend has become that funny self again, and it's clear that she is crazy about his chaotic nature. Jumping 2 days ahead, the weather still behaves exactly like in the Ice Age itself, but the daily routine doesn't stop even when the thermometer shows 0. They march through thick snow, and the whole night team looks ready for a fight. You realize it's serious here when everyone is wrapped in winter gear. Showing off muscles, Ein says he is ready right here and now to fight a sea dragon, and this guy's confidence already reaches the level of pure chat energy. Speaking about the Count's reaction, everyone is shocked at how quickly this guy is growing into a legend. They understand they are guarding not just a prince, but a future god. Watching silently, Lloyd seems to be calculating how monstrous this student is becoming. The old man knows the power scale is about to explode. Veterans notice that Ein's aura has become much more complex, and a shift of forces was felt in the air. Bro literally helps the main hero. His energy is so powerful it blinds. Feeling the weight of expectations, the atmosphere became heavier for a split second. The path to the top is never easy, even with broken skills. There are rumors that he might even surpass the first king. This is a real heavy lore that was just thrown at us, and he is not just following history, he is going to rewrite the whole book. Look, the knights, laughing at the pressure, all jumped on Ein's hype train because they know he is real. Morale in the squad is just off the charts now. Seeing a giant rabbit in the bushes, he instantly forgets about the crown and thinks only about dinner. His priorities are always in place when it comes to tasty food. When the rabbit rushed into the forest, our guy looked as if in pure despair he just lost the last brain cell. Watching your dinner run away is the most painful betrayal. Dill promised to find him later and saved the situation, and in Ein's eyes the stars literally shone because the real treasure is in a loyal subordinate who knows your stomach is the most valuable. Setting out to the demon lord's domain, the squad is on the rise. They are ready for any madness that awaits them. The adventure finally reaches its hottest part. Seeing the children playing happily, Lloyd just quietly chuckled. The atmosphere is simply magical despite the danger, and sometimes it's worth just enjoying the walk before the boss music starts. They froze in place. The whole group feels that someone from the shadows is watching them. In these forests, laughter instantly turns into horror. Looking around the trees, they realize what is hiding there keeps its distance but carefully evaluates them. Being stalked by unknown creatures is just a usual Tuesday for this team. Watching the presence disappear, Ein wonders, is it just a local monster or something much more sinister? In any case, the danger level has jumped several notches. We have reached the edge of the forbidden land. The air feels different. The tension is off the charts. We officially enter the final zone where the weak burn instantly. Peeking over the ridge, they finally see the place that has been off limits for centuries, and at that very moment, legends cover them like a heavy bass in a club. You see the ruins of the city and that giant fortress in the distance, and you feel as if you are right in Absinma. The scale of this place makes everything they have seen so far look like a regular training level. Noticing that the architecture is strangely familiar, the mystery deepens as they step into the ghost town, as if looking into a mirror and seeing their own home, and it is incredibly eerie. Feeling the warmth in the air, he realizes that in this strange place time seems frozen. No snow, no wind, just a quiet city waiting for its master's return. Looking closely at the castle, our guy turned pale. He sees something absolutely impossible, as if a glitch in the matrix is staring him right in the face. As soon as they noticed that the design was an exact copy of the royal capital's castle, the mystery exploded. Someone had seriously copied the royal blueprints. A huge gate loomed over them like a silent witness to a history we do not yet know, and the scale of this discovery could break the internet. Clutching his chest, Ain suddenly feels a wave of emotions that do not even belong to him. Something in his DNA responds to this place like a long-lost memory. Flashes of mysterious figures flicker in his mind, and from this joy and sadness break his heart. Bro is experiencing a full existential crisis right before the whole team's eyes. And when the voice offered to lend him a mouth, the spirit world was clearly making a move on our guy. This is possession of the highest level, which usually ends in transformation. And darkness suddenly took over Ain's eyes. It momentarily scared his guards to the core, and the aura changed so quickly that I thought the final boss had finally appeared. Taking a deep breath, the atmosphere seemed to change, as if the true master of this land had finally returned, and everyone felt that something ancient had awakened inside him. He said, "I'm home," in a voice that sounded too old, and everyone got goosebumps down their spines. This was a missed plot twist, and Bro just dropped it as if nothing had happened. Standing among the ghosts of the past, our guy finally becomes part of a legacy greater than life itself, and the visual presentation here is simply at its peak, no exaggeration. Feeling the wind suddenly pick up, the stagnant air of this territory finally began to move again, as if the world itself was waiting for him to say those words. You watch life return to the dead land. Birds start chirping, sprouts emerge like magic. Bro literally breathed life back into the wasteland just by standing there. Seeing the ancient castle gates open for the first time in hundreds of years is a true global event. The security system recognized the boss and let the homies in. Staring in disbelief, Lloyd realizes Ain has just done what a human could not do. The power scale has broken, and there is no way back. Setting up camp in the city, they prepare to survive a long night in this creepy but amazingly beautiful ruin. At least now, with the gates open, the feeling has become a bit calmer. Lying in a high-tech magical tent, Ain enjoys luxury even in the middle of a real ghost city. This kind of camping suits me. They think about what they will find behind those inner gates tomorrow. The excitement before the next mission is already boiling, and Bro is probably already dreaming of even bigger legendary stakes. When a dull clang of heavy armor came from outside, he thought it was just the guards on patrol, but he had no idea that the guest list for this party had just been updated. Hearing a loud knock right by his tent, our guy jumps up, ready to catch something random. Someone or something just burst in very loudly. Finding two giant dead rabbits on the doorstep, he realized it was as if someone had just delivered a fantasy version of Uber Eats, and whoever it was a real badass with wild hunting skills. Recognizing them as the same rabbits from before, it's immediately clear they have a secret mirror that knows the way to Ain's heart. Now that's a true gift from the shadows. The campfires tremble at night, emphasizing the mystery who is really watching them. Tension hangs in the air, but the stomach is already starting to growl. Examining the clean cuts on the necks, Lloyd is stunned by the incredible precision of the unknown hunter. This was not a monster attack. It was the work of a professional. He smiles because he thinks the local ghosts are just friendly. This overly sincere kindness even harms him. Most people would have run away, but he only sees free food. The rabbits were hung to prepare them. The squad decided that free food is the best in demon lands, so it's time to turn this secret into a barbecue. Grilling meat over the fire, the whole camp feasts like kings in the middle of a cemetery. The fighting spirit just jumped to the maximum from fear in a matter of moments. Biting into a juicy rabbit leg, Ain is definitely in his happy place right now. Nothing compares to a midnight snack after a long day when he was breaking ancient seals. Dissolving into the night darkness, the feast comes to an end. The fire dies down, leaving only embers. The city quiets again, but this silence is no longer so hostile. They are now sound asleep and don't even suspect that the real madness is just carrying this inside that castle. This is the calm before the absolute storm. Ain dreams in his sleep of being full, and his face has an expression as if he just won the lottery and got a lifetime supply of steaks. Bro is living the best life even in his sleep. Suddenly waking up, he realizes that the bed he is lying in is too luxurious for a tent in the middle of ruins. Someone definitely renovated his room while he was unconscious. Looking around the room full of swords and shields, our guy was truly confused. This is no longer a camp, but a real royal suite. Trying to remember how he ended up here, the last thing he remembers is the rabbit dinner, and then complete emptiness. The guy was teleported while he was out after eating. Entering with a tray of tea, literally an empty knight's armor appeared at the door to serve him breakfast. This is the pinnacle of non-lackey energy, and I am totally thrilled. Apologizing for forcibly kidnapping me, the living armor turned out to be surprisingly polite for an undead soldier. Honestly, the service in this castle is 5-star. He introduced himself as Marco, deputy captain of the Dark Knights, and we just met the coolest character in the whole series, whose design is simply icy. Bro turned out to be undead living armor. He is the aura itself, and I am ready to see what he can do. This is real cinema, and the lore just got 10 times cooler. Waking up and seeing a giant armored unit in the room is just the pinnacle of skill failure. Ein looks like he's about to see the game over screen. The tutorial hasn't even finished yet. When you realize you've been kidnapped, and your buddies were standing right there, that's a serious failure for the gang. Lloyd and the guys really let some boss monster just walk in and grab the main character. Looking at this huge machine, Ein understands he's dealing with a different breed of threat. This knight is not just a crowd. It has that aura that says, I will end your entire career. Trapped in a castle with no way out, our guy seems to be waiting for the inevitable. When those heavy boots stomped closer and closer, anyone would want to press Alt F4 and exit life. Suddenly, this giant instantly becomes domestic, setting the table as if about to have a mukbang. Not at all what we expected, but honestly, it's just the height of hospitality. Watching a user with the nickname Legendary Knight arrange a tea set with more grace than a Victorian maid, that's top-tier comedy, because bro here really looks cool and pours drinks at the same time. Inviting your victim for tea is a level of charm I never even imagined. Marco is really trying to become the most polite kidnapper in history. Sitting down to drink tea with a monster is a real vibe check. Ein looks completely confused, but if the tea is free, why not enjoy the moment? Showing off tea leaves from a 1,000-year-old tree is a mega display of wealth. Marco treats our guy like a king, and honestly we like seeing such respect. Asking for answers is the right move, but Marco wants him to finish his drink first. Bro really says tea time is sacred, so don't rush the lore reveal. Taking a sip of this luxurious drink, Ein realizes he's actually drinking fire. The poison doesn't even touch him, so he just enjoys the taste, and Marco looks at him like a proud father. Throwing heavy warnings, Marco tells him that his ship is basically a time bomb, and that using those phantom hands in this zone is like a one-way ticket to get roasted. Finding out that your core can summon a Lord Demon and cause a nuclear explosion is not the kind of news you want to hear during a midday snack. The tension in the room instantly jumped from 0 to full cinematic intensity. We talk about the curse of the beasts. On Mark's backpacks, it seems like the burden of the whole world lies. This legend becomes deeper than the late-night debates on Discord at 3 a.m. The mention of the red foxes touches something deep in his firmware. It is clear how Ein begins to connect the facts, and Marco behaves a little suspiciously. Seeing a giant knight start to tremble, as if about to glitch, is never a good sign. Something about those foxes definitely hits him right in the sore spot. Clinging to his own hand to avoid falling apart, Mark explains that the curse literally prevents him from pronouncing their names, such toxic relationships with one's own magic. Learning that tea actually blocks debuff, Marco becomes a real Ched. He really kidnapped the child just to make sure she wouldn't catch a random curse. When Ein finds out that this gigantic tank is actually on his side, he feels immense relief. Our guy finally understands that today he won't be sent to the lobby. Leading him out like a personal bodyguard, Marco officially became the coolest mentor Ein never asked for. This walk of shame turns into a walk of legends. Pointing to the castle's architecture, Marco tells him to go to the gym and pump up his vessel before returning, essentially a temporary obstacle until he gains more experience points. The thought that she must be a vessel probably makes Ein feel like a piece of machinery, but he just wants to eat some magic stones and rest, not be a vessel for cosmic horror. Asking the giant knight if he is lonely is such a warm gesture from the host. Marco just brushed it off with the classic, I have a mission, like a true hero. Standing proudly against the sky, Marco looks like a character from a top gacha banner, and his dedication to grinding is truly inspiring. The knight advises heading south. There is more knowledge about monsters there, and essentially, that is the next quest marker on the screen. The description of how the beasts set sail after the war makes them resemble some ancient pirate gang, and Ein is stunned by how much history he is missing. Calling them cunning and clenching his fist, Marco clearly holds a grudge against them. The story about the couple becomes juicier, and that's exactly why we're here. But when he started stuttering and glitching again, Marco looked as if he was fighting inside his own head. The curse is really trying to take over the stream. Exploding with dark energy, Marco suddenly found himself surrounded by shadowy hands, like in a horror manga. This is definitely not the tea party we signed up for. Screams of pain, and Ein watches in horror. This is a complete change of atmosphere. Marco is fighting for his life against what is corrupting his mind. When Marco tries to warn Ein about the women of that kind, he sounds like he's about to reveal some forbidden secret. These creatures are not just monsters, they seem to be something much scarier. At the peak of madness, Marco screams how wonderful they are. This is a completely different, disgustingly low level of behavior, even for a cursed knight. Shouting wonderful species at the top of his lungs is total madness. Marco has completely lost his mind and become a full simp for the enemy. Standing confused, Ein tries to remind him that these women literally destroyed the world, but Marco is already completely drowned in his waifus and not listening. Proclaiming his love to them, lunging forward, the most chaotic thing I've seen this week. The guy is really ready to risk everything for a few fox girls. Drawing his blade to avoid going full berserk, that's a truly cool move. He is literally fighting his thirst with cold steel. To stab oneself in the leg with a knife to come to one's senses, that is the most radical way to stay grounded. Marco really inflicts pain on himself just to keep his loyalty under control. Roaring to the sky as the dark energy fades, Marco finally regains consciousness and returns to the game, barely succumbing to the simp side of the force. Collapsing from exhaustion after a real war in the head, that's harsh, and Rash is nearby because he knows his best friend has just been through this. Explaining that the curse turns them into brainless simps, the most recognizable lore. Marco is gasping for air as if he just ran a marathon of bad decisions. Warn Ein to be careful, this curse is no joke. If it can break even such a strong knight, our hero must be on guard. Silhouettes of beasts with glowing eyes, pure nightmare. They are waiting for the return of the royal family to finish them off. He throws mysterious lines about inevitability, while Ein tries to help him stand. This is the peak of the manga, and Marco is truly suffering for his art right now. Looking back at the castle, Ein realizes that the world is much more complicated than he thought, and that the history between the nobility and the foxes is truly tangled. Standing together on the edge of the ruins, they look like a couple who could overcome anything. It's just a pity that one of them is a cursed knight stuck in the past. Giving a mysterious box as a farewell gift, that's a classic reward for a quest. Marco really cares about the guy, even after nearly losing his mind. When he is told that from what is inside, a legendary sword can be forged, it's just an explosion of emotions. Ein essentially gets a legendary drop just for surviving tea time. We all want to ask one big question: why is he so eager to help? Ein finally realizes that serious royal patrons stand behind him. When Marco looks through the visor, his silence speaks 1,000 words. In it is the restrained energy found only in the best heroes. To say that the Knight Crown is the natural order of things is damn cool. Marco is genuine. He follows his code even in a ruined world. Question: why did he spare the investigation? Shows that Ein actually thinks, and Marco's mercy turns out to be part of a much bigger plan. The fact that he promised to protect everyone is the highest expression of heroism, and Marco here is like a guardian angel in heavy armor. A flashback to the mysterious girl with ribbons gives us a glimpse of what drives the man. This is where true feelings begin to awaken. Just the mention of a simple goal to get along with everyone made the grown man cry, and it turns out the demon lord was quite sweet. Seeing a giant knight and a little girl together is pure, incredible cuteness. This flashback is real cinema, and I don't want to hear otherwise. When Ein learned that it was the demon lord himself who sought peace, it was a complete surprise to him. Our guy is stunned by the true story of this place. Laughing, Ein finally catches the mood and understands why Marco is so devoted. Preserving the legacy of kindness is a true mission worth it. He waves goodbye, returns to his squad, and looks like he just found a lifelong ally. Marco stands there like a proud monument watching him leave. Shouting back thank you for the rabbit meat is simply the most fitting thing in the world. Brilly puts his stomach first even during a dramatic exit. Standing alone among the ruins, Marco looks like the loneliest Chad in the world. He did his part. Now it's up to the next generation not to mess it all up. Seeing Lloyd and the guards burst in as if they were late for a meeting is just ridiculous. They really missed the entire meeting with the boss at the tea party. Pretending that he was kidnapped by a monster is technically true, but he keeps quiet about the tea and cookies, and the guards simply lose their heads from anxiety. Watching elite guards beg to be punished for letting the main character be kidnapped is pure comedic gold, while Ein just stands as if nothing happened while they throw a tantrum. Asking everyone to be wary of the monster. What irony, the very same monster has just received a gift. Misunderstanding between Ein and his guards reaches its peak. Remembering what a knight Marco was, Ein realizes monsters can be more humane than people, and this boy is growing up too fast. Standing before the towering castle, Ein feels a strange connection to the past, as if he is finally finding his place in this crazy world. Later, having shown the box to Clon, our guy is already ready to find out what legendary material he got, and Clon looks worried, probably thinking it's some cursed thing. Opening the box and seeing an old helmet there, Marquette was a real shock. Ein initially thought it was a severed head, and this perfectly matches the mood of this episode. Conversation about how to make a sword from a helmet is already masterful crafting logic. Clon is one step ahead. He has a letter with a recommendation for the master blacksmith. The news about the legendary blacksmith named Matin in the Holy Land of Blacksmiths is a real reason to embark on an adventure, and Clon is truly the best support bro can count on. We rush straight to the shop because our hero is not going to wait for better weapons at all. Look at that dragon skull on the roof. You can immediately tell this guy is serious. I peer at the shop signet. Looks like it was carved by a drunken ogre. If it is that rough, then the blacksmith is definitely a real beast. When you see random pieces of meat hanging near the blacksmith's workshop, that's a huge red flag. Is he forging swords or having a barbecue? Honestly, I'm for both. Standing in front of the most chaotic building in the city, the team definitely questions their life choices. This place has 0 reviews on Yelp, and not without reason. Doubting whether this is really the place is the smartest reaction. Ain looks like she's about to fall into a trap, but the plot demands moving forward. Lloyd and Dill prepare to storm the door, as if it's a SWAT raid, real guards on a mission. They will no longer allow Ain's safety to be risked. Ain, like a true curious pagan, is the first to look inside and sees something that defies all logic, while screams from there sound like real madness. Watching a man yell at his apprentice for swinging a hammer with his feet, now that's true blacksmithing. This is not a workshop, it's a circus with fire. Meeting Master Smith and his bird-like apprentice is the most chaotic introduction yet, and the bro looks like he hasn't slept since the Great War and is ready to fight anyone who comes in. We start powerfully, the title page with our Amami, who looks like she's already ready to craft legendary gear. This bird girl literally carries the whole atmosphere of the workshop on her back. Look at the details of this hammer. Now they will show top-level craftsmanship. It really gets serious when the mangaka makes a close-up of the working tools. Ain enters this dusty workshop, and honestly, there's just a special atmosphere here despite the mess. The guy is as modest as ever and doesn't even worry about the disorder. Meet the team, blacksmith Matin and his apprentice who, it turns out, waited a whole 3 years for a client bro. Their business must be totally messed up if they're so happy to see a living soul. Matin is the real deal. He only takes work if the materials are truly worth his time. He's not here to forge some mediocre iron daggers for beginners. Look at these eyes. Mouton becomes a witness to something that is about to turn his entire career upside down. A helmet made of living armor dropped, and bro is just going crazy. This is not just metal. This is a real top-tier drop from a monster. The realization that this belonged to Marco adds another layer of emotional pain and respect. Ein is really carrying the legacy of the coolest guys, packed in a box. The material made of living armor turns out to be a true national treasure. These monsters molt only once in their lifetime, and Matin behaves as if he just pulled a legendary item from a gacha pool. Accepting the job is one thing, but the price will be simply devilish. He needs a special magical stone furnace just to withstand the heat required for this material. Ein sits and thinks that 5 million is affordable, as if he is not a teenager with a royal bank account. Probably nice to have a prince's budget right. Just kidding, actually, it comes out to 70 million because on top there is a service fee of 20 million. Ein literally looks like he is about to see God upon hearing this amount. Clon just stands and takes notes as if buying groceries, while Ein whispers in her ear about how crazy all this is. Our guy is nervous, and the waifu remains calm. Reminding him that 70 million is nothing compared to how much he is really worth is the highest level of devotion. She knows her man is the best of all time and deserves the best gear. Why stop at the helmet when the handle can also be made from sea dragon material? They are literally forging an Excalibur for our guy Ein. The best materials lie in the capital, so Lloyd suggests just sending them here. The logistics of royal life, honestly, even thinking about it is exhausting. Matin does not tolerate this. A true artist must choose the materials himself. He is a bit picky, but when you forge so skillfully, you are forgiven. Clon devises a cunning plan because she definitely knows how to deal with these stubborn masters. She has a business charm that you can't learn. Saying we will move everything to the capital is a pure show of strength. Why wait for delivery when you can just transport the whole business? They dropped a bomb. She is the granddaughter of the head of the company August, so everything became clear. She is so cool and really offers to pay for the entire relocation project. Mouton is seriously considering it because the opportunity to select the best materials from the capital is a dream for any blacksmith, and for his career, it's a real blockbuster. Ein finally realizes that his assistant is not just beautiful, but literally a shark in the meeting room. She provides money for the family business and simultaneously takes care of her husband. They look at her as if she were a goddess because, honestly, a talented woman is the coolest flex, and because of this, Clon is officially an S-level waifu. Mountain hands over the blueprints and officially transfers all the details onto the young lady's shoulders. The deal is done, and the excitement only grows. He already imagines his new home in the capital with a brand new boiler. It's like retiring in luxury, but he still continues doing what he loves. Is insanely happy to leave this ghost town. Years without clients were a huge defeat, and finally, they are rising up. The world promised to be created by the best sword of all time. That's exactly the energy we need. Ein is about to become the most stylish warrior in the entire kingdom. Watching them pack their things and close the shop feels like seeing the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. It's a quick transition, but it's so nice to see everything moving forward. Lloyd and Ein just stand, amazed at how quickly Motten makes decisions. When you are Chad, you don't hesitate. When they check the final bill, both look as if they have just seen a ghost. Even for the royal 70 million plus moving expenses, that's too many zeros. They leave the shop sign behind, heading to the capital. This amount of money is truly legendary, and everyone feels its weight. We move under the night sky because we are heading to the next big event, and the air changes, from a dusty forge to refined high society life. Looking down at the capital at night, it is clear ahead of us await luxurious royal affairs. The city shines, and so does the future of our boy. Ein is finally in the parade. He looks like a true prince, his style impeccable, and he is ready to maneuver among the snakes in the ballroom. King Ishtalika delivers a great, sincere speech, thanking the heir to the throne, and the knights celebrating their huge victory over the monsters. Aristocrats swarm Ein like a celebrity, praising him for his courage because he defeated the sea dragon. He is literally the main hero, and everyone knows it. Ein is the best. He remains humble and gives all credit to Lloyd and the guards. He does not chase hype, he is simply genuine. We raise our glasses for a toast because tonight is a wonderful night for the kingdom. Long live Ishtalika, long live the prince's feast. Mom enters the room in that dress and looks incredibly confident and attractive. She reminds Aim that he deserves this award after all his efforts, teasing him by saying that dad will be unhappy if they don't throw a party. Well, that's such a mom thing. She definitely knows how to handle him. Just a quick shot of our boy trying to stay calm amid all this high society madness. He does everything not to look confused. I notice how the elven waifu Chris hides behind a pillar, as if playing hide and seek. She is too nervous to approach him because she is madly in love with him. But Mom tells him, go talk to her, she feels everything. Chris has been waiting too long for his return from the expedition. Giving him decisive advice is the maximum mom support in the role of his wingman. She wants her son to finally stop being a simp and become a Chad. And then Ein approaches and invites her to the terrace to cool down. Here is the classic move, to take her away from the crowd to be alone for a while. Looking at the city under the moonlight creates the perfect atmosphere for romance, and the manga is clearly setting the stage for something big. Standing together on the balcony, the tension was so thick you could cut it with a sea dragon's tooth. Ein finally makes her move. Seeing Chris with her hair down is a real rarity. She looks simply incredible, and the elven ears only enhance this charm. Throwing the phrase "it suits her" is a natural risk. Ein finally spoke in the language of the main heroine. She blushes so hard it seems her face is about to explode. Chris is definitely lost. She can't handle the compliments. They try to look calm, chatting about the weather and twins, but we all know, in reality, both are thinking about something completely different. Now it's all about emotions. Things are about to get serious. The light chatter is over. Sincere conversation begins. You look into her eyes and see the sadness she was hiding. She carried a lot while he was far away. She clenches her fist, irritated with herself. She's not just a knight, she is the one who truly cares about him. To admit that the only thing missing while he was gone was, this is a hard confession to spill on the terrace at night. She was worried sick the whole time he was fighting for his life there. How hard it is to be the one left behind when your most beloved person is in danger. Ein listens carefully and suddenly realizes how dear he is to her. Finally, he sees the depth of her feelings. Scenes flash in memory of all those crazy battles he has endured recently, from the sea dragons to the bomb riots. Our guy went through a real meat grinder. Chris hated herself for being unable to do anything while he was far away. She wants to be his shield, not just a spectator. Seeing tears welling up in her eyes is painful because we know how much she respects and loves him. She breaks down right before his eyes. To say that it breaks the heart is an understatement. This is the moment when the cool night image completely disappears. Looking at him with those big, emotion-filled eyes, she is completely defenseless. Ein must act now, or he will be considered a fraud. But Chris-san can barely find words through her tears. She tries to hold on to her dignity, but it is a lost battle. She shouts that she wants to protect him, even though formally he is above her. She rejects the rules for the sake of her heart. She apologizes for being selfish and tries to wipe away her tears. She thinks she is a burden, but we all know better. She raises her head in surprise. Ein does not let her go, and the moment changes from sad to legendary. He grabs her by the hand and pulls her back, showing that he will not let her suffer alone. This is real cinema, people. Chris tries to break free, but Ein holds on tightly. He finally listens to his mother's advice. Locked in a gaze that says more than any words, this is the climax of this chapter. Holding her hand firmly, he lets her understand that he hears her and does not intend to go anywhere. His charisma levels are off the charts. He realizes that the marshal's position restrains her. He begins to piece together the reasons why she hesitated for so long. Recalling the words of his mother and the clone about awards and achievements, he processes all the advice he received today in his head. He puts on a serious face because he is about to propose an unapproved way to solve this. Our guy is going against the rules for his girl. Standing under the moon, he looked like a real boss, ready to take what is his and finally please himself. Deciding to take the accumulated awards is the coolest thing he has ever said. Ein is officially in the Chad era. Look at that castle shining in the moonlight like pure swagger. Something big is about to happen in the throne room, and the atmosphere is already perfect. Our Ein stands before the king, ready to take his deserved loot, and the grandfather looks unwavering, but you can see that secretly he is proud of how the boy has grown. Look at Kreese in the background. She is all scared while the big shots are chatting, probably thinking whether royal intrigues will burn her or if her career is at stake. Bringing the best girl into the spotlight is a powerful move by our hero, and Ein asks permission for her to stand next to him like a true Chad. The king begins to inquire what Ein wants as a reward for his legendary efforts, and the old man doesn't even suspect. Ein is about to drop a logical bomb that will shake the whole room. Naming Lloyd Gleeser immediately is a bold move no one expected. Ein is not chasing fame or titles because he is busy taking care of his buddies. Remembering how Lloyd held the defense during the furious attack of the Sea Dragon is very important for this argument. Without his skills, the whole kingdom would have fallen into the lobby much earlier. The goal is to make him marshal again, and everyone's jaws just dropped to the floor and froze. Look at those, seriously. Faces of the council members, they are completely stunned. Grandpa throws the argument, but Kreese now has a job in his face to silence him, thinking he has cornered our guy in a zero-sum game, but Ein is 3 steps ahead. The realization that someone has to step back for another to rise makes the situation incredibly spicy, and Ein just stands with closed eyes and invents the perfect solution to please everyone. He puts everything on one move. Ein announces that he will use every reward he earned in his missions. This is pure cinema, and I am insanely enjoying such audacity. Demanding Crispy, returning to his personal cell with bars, made a move at the 500 IQ level. He seems to say he wants his beloved voluptuous waifu to be by his side around the clock without any distractions. When you see the king's hand clench into a fist, you understand how much this request tests his royal patience. High-ranking military positions are not shuffled like a deck of cards at a student party. They question whether Ein considers the combat position just a toy, a typical old man's trick to show strength. The king tries to demonstrate his power to silence the conversation before he loses control. Throne, stop talking nonsense, sounds like a heavy blow to put the boy in his place. The king's aura darkens and presses, seeking to intimidate our young hero into submission. Old Warren tries to intervene and act as a peacemaker before a conflict erupts among the royal family members. He smells a quarrel and wants to cool the stove before the whole kitchen catches fire. Turning off the advisor and saying, "Wait until I finish," is the coolest thing I've seen all week. Ain's eyes literally glow with that main character energy that says, now he is the boss here. Feeling the fierce pressure, Warren realizes that Ain is already at the level of a true king. Even the monarch himself looks a bit stunned by the audacity and unwavering composure of this boy. Not backing down, Ain says that this is not just a whim, it is for the good of the entire nation, and the king literally jumped out of his chair in shock as the logic began to reach him. Breaking down Lloyd and Chris's skills, it is clear Ain really prepared. Lloyd is made to lead huge armies, and Chris is the perfect protector for important persons. Putting everyone in their ideal role, that's how a winning team is created that cannot be stopped. Ain is playing 4D chess with the future of the kingdom, while everyone else is still playing checkers. Admitting that the argument is truly convincing, the king finally calms down and begins to listen to common sense. He gradually realizes that his grandson can become a real tactical genius. Queen Mother intervenes with that soft, let him act energy to support her son's vision. Having the most beautiful woman in the room on your side is a huge plus in any dispute. Sighing in defeat, the king understood. With flawless logic and a well-thought-out plan, you can't argue the child outsmarted him, and there is no turning back. The order to start processing the papers means the deal is done and the reward paid. Chris stands there looking as if he just won the lottery and received a lifetime supply of happiness. Appointing her as the personal bodyguard of Ain and Olivia is exactly what we have been waiting for. Look at that stunned but happy expression on her face as she realizes she will stay close to her favorite person. When the king tells her that he is counting on her, it is his way of passing the baton and showing trust. He finally acknowledges that Ain knows what he is doing when it comes to choosing his team. Bowing deeply, Chris accepts the new role with the grace and loyalty of a true knight, and the mood in the room instantly jumps from 0 to 100. The tension dissipates. Throwing her a smug little smile, Ain celebrates his huge political victory. He definitely knew how to spin the situation to get what he always wanted. They wandered the corridors late at night, finally alone after that royal drama. Chris is still trembling from the shock of the whole situation and the magnitude of the sacrifice. She apologizes for making him waste all the rewards. This precisely shows how simple and humble she is. She fears being a burden, but she has no idea how much our guy Ain values her presence. Ain smiles with a sincere, warm smile and tells her that it's okay because this is exactly what he truly wanted. Chris blushes so hard that it's just incredibly cute, and I totally ship them. This montage where she watches him grow up poignantly touches longtime viewers. She has been there from the very beginning, and now the little boy is simply becoming a man right before her eyes. When she notices the difference in height, it becomes clear to her how much he has changed physically. He is no longer the tiny kid she used to carry in her arms, and this realization hits her right in the heart. Ain teases her by saying he will soon be taller. This shows his confidence. He is growing up fast and wants her to notice that he is becoming a real man. Comparing their heights side by side, it is clear that he is almost at her eye level, and the tension in the air is so thick it could be cut with a knife, and the chemistry between them is off the charts. Panicking because he got too close, this is peak waifu behavior that we all adore. She says she doesn't hate it, but her heart is probably beating at 200 beats per minute, and her brain is just melting. Close-up of her face red with embarrassment, exactly what the fans wanted to see to be sure of her feelings. She is completely smitten with our guy, and her reaction is the cutest thing in this chapter. Asking for one more favor, pressing her hand to her chest, this keeps the viewers in immense suspense. What could she want after he just spent all his rewards on her? Shouting for him to just call her Cress, this is the sweetest and warmest thing there is. She wants to drop the formalities and just be closer to him, on a personal level. Seeing her start to cry from sheer shame, this is just the mood for anyone who has ever been in love. Ain stands confused and wonders why her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Agreeing to the request, Ain remains calm and relaxed, like a natural master of flirting, and doesn't even realize how much he is conquering hearts right now. Looking forward to working with her Chris makes her heart pound and her face shine. That smile is a deadly weapon that can slay a dragon without even trying. She stands as if in a fog and can't believe he just called her by her name, without all those formal addresses. The girl is on cloud 9 and probably won't be able to sleep for a week. And she burst out with the happiest laugh you've ever seen. It was a true soul cleansing for the viewers, that huge W she deserved after all the stress of the battle stance. The hype is off the charts. She screams his name out of pure joy. Look at those legs and that silhouette. The author definitely knows what culture wants. They laugh together like a pair of best friends. This is the very sweet scene that makes us adore these retellings. They have the best chemistry in the whole series, and it's not even rivalry. She runs off into the distance like a love-struck schoolgirl. Such a look perfectly suits our favorite knight, and she literally jumps off the stage because she's insanely happy about the name change. Watching her leave, Ain has the same victorious look of someone who just successfully completed a risky mission. Luck is on his side. Everything is coming together for the hero, who is securing his future next to his beloved. 3 months later, the capital shines more splendidly and in more detail than ever, and this leap in time brought new gear, new skills, and even scarier threats on the horizon. You enter the smithy. On the roof towers a gigantic dragon skull, which looks completely metallic, and you know, what is forged there will become a legendary addition to his equipment. Gathered as a team, Ain eagerly awaits to see the result of all the hard work. Even the bunny girl and other waifus are here to witness the masterpiece finally being revealed. In the chest lies the greatest masterpiece of the smith's entire professional life. The sword seems to have been forged in the heart of a dying star and polished with dragon tears. When Ain lifted his new partner, he looked as if he had just found his literally kindred soul in the form of a weapon. The blade's design is simply incredible, perfectly fitting his royal image. It trembles with devotion. The sword responds to Ain's touch as if it has its own mind. It is not just a weapon, but a living piece of proud metal connected to his soul. Making a few training swings, Ain marvels at how light and perfectly balanced it is in his hand. It moves through the air like a hot knife through butter, making no sound at all. Feeling that the sword is an extension of his own is the most powerful enhancement for any swordsman. It is no longer just equipment, but part of his body and fighting style. Praise from the girls is the cherry on top of an already incredible day for our guy. Chris thinks he looks elegant with it, and honestly, she speaks for all of us. Testing the sharpness on the spine of a sea dragon is the true ultimate test of strength for this new blade, as if it is even harder than the armor of huge royal warships. When placed next to the strongest materials known to humanity, the stakes rise to the sky if it fails here. It is a huge loss for the smith and a waste of rare materials. Because he fears for the blade, Ein is really nervous that he will break his brand new toy on the very first try. He does not want to ruin this masterpiece before the first real battle. Lightly touching the blade to the bone, it began to enter without any effort, as if it wasn't there at all, as if the legendary dragon's spine itself was made of wet cardboard or soft cheese. Cut through everything, not even trying. This is a true Hood classic moment. Everyone's eyes popped out from the pure, unrelenting power of this sword. God, even the blacksmith, screaming in surprise, doesn't understand how he managed to craft something so broken. Officially, this is the most broken weapon in the game, and Ain owns it. Realizing that the sword needs a name is the next big step on its path to legend. A legendary blade without a worthy name is like a Chad without his signature riz. Ain decided to wait for Marco to name it, showing how much respect and love he feels for his friend. He can't wait for their next meeting to celebrate this victory together. When the scene shifts to a dark and gloomy place, it usually means serious trouble is brewing. The atmosphere just sharply fell into shadow, and I'm increasingly worried about our guy. Groaning in pain, we see a knight struggling on the floor of a cold, damp chamber somewhere in the wilderness. The situation looks extremely grim for the one trapped under that heavy armor. Constantly repeating how great someone is to me, that sounds like outright madness or extreme obsession. This guy is either head over heels in love or completely losing his mind under some dark influence. Laughing like a maniac and smashing things in the room, he has clearly lost his mind. There's something dark and supernatural here, and we need to figure it out as soon as possible. Hundreds of years fighting the beast within this is a story from another world that turns everything upside down. He barely holds on to his humanity, and every breath is a constant struggle. The thought of Ein is the only thing keeping his soul from being completely consumed by darkness, and he won't stop until that special person returns to this land to save him. Reaching out into the darkness, he boasts to himself, stood firm against the night again. Marco is experiencing this in that chamber, and we need to see his rescue squad as soon as possible. Standing by the window, he thanks that wonderful person one last time before the shadows return. Loyalty is true, but the situation gets worse with every second. He slides down to the wall and feels his soul creak, a heavy, emotional end to the chapter. Before us is a great mystery, and for Ein the stakes have never been higher. Look at my guy Ein, he looks like a real macho in his royal look. He thinks about the future, where he is the alpha, and everyone must respect Riz. He relaxes in the library, probably looking for some forbidden scrolls or just a quiet place to hide. Suddenly I notice Chris. He behaves suspiciously and nervously, and without any reason at all. She's going crazy because she thinks Ein is about to pull a clever trick and suck out her magic stone, and it sounds much more suggestive than it should. I remember that time when Kamasan got tangled in some suspicious roots. Mom says that putting down roots means being officially grown up, and it's a wild way to enter puberty. Someone is struggling with a bunch of very confusing feelings, and Ein is just trying to finish his homework. Lloyd interrupted, bringing a letter from the king, probably not a birthday invitation. Finding out that it is the anniversary of the previous king's death, a real mood killer. He thoughtfully feels the heavy burden of being the future king, and yet looks overly dramatic. Walking through the rustling greenery, he headed to the most precious cemetery in the kingdom. We are driving up to the cemetery with the grandpa king, who looks like a real boss. I stand among the graves of previous kings of Ishtalica, so much history, it's hard to digest. I stand before the massive tombstone of King Jael, the very one who started it all. I follow Grandpa because today is the anniversary of the previous king's death. I hone the royal ritual to pay tribute to the ancestors. I pressed the sword to my chest and bowed like a true knight of the kingdom. I watched as the sword ignited like a gamer keyboard. It reacts to human bones. They laugh it off because at least now they definitely know Grandpa is really in the ground. I threw a heavy, stone-like question: what does it really take to be a king? We wonder how real this king is because our guy wants to be cool, not banal. Seeing Grandpa suddenly become a philosopher because Ein is finally growing up. He recalled all those crazy adventures that had happened so far and realized how far he had come. Accepting the cold, harsh truth that the king must decide who lives and who dies. Felt the weight of those words hit me like a truck. Being a king is not just a crown. Staring at the royal coat of arms, he felt that this path was no joke. to learn that being selfish is the fastest way to end up in history textbooks with disgrace. Clenching my fist because the pressure is real and doubts are slowly creeping in. He is advised not to rush and to think everything through carefully. This is the best bro advice. Quickly back inside so they don't catch a cold and end up in the infirmary. Watching the moon rise over the castle, and it sets the mood for late-night reflections. Standing alone in the throne room, he seemed tiny before the fate that awaited him. He stared intently at that throne as if it were the final boss in his life. He kept replaying his grandfather's warning in his head again and again, don't be selfish. He honestly admitted to himself that he is still very far from being a true Chad. And looking back at all his battles, he thoughtfully asked himself whether he did all this for the right reasons. I am gnawed by the thought that he might turn out to be just self-absorbed, and that is a huge defeat. Chris saves me. She appears like a true goddess with top waifu proportions. He heard her footsteps. She is approaching to pull him out of this gloomy mood. I watch as she reaches out her hand. She knows her boy is struggling and needs support. Observing the absolute peak of this chapter, when she offers him her magic stone in the most intimate way. I am in panic. She just placed his hand right on her breasts, and our guy is officially overwhelmed by this elven ritual. He asks if he can touch the other side too, because Aina is not restrained at all when it comes to thick Wi-Fis. Learning that this is an ancient elven ritual of trust, I realize this is the best excuse I have ever heard in manga. Showing absolute trust and tenderness through a few very tactical touches. Hearing her promise to be with him forever now, that is the perfect Riz move. He moves, looks into her eyes, and suddenly realizes in this royal hustle, he is not alone. And the feeling of that connection only grows stronger because Chris is real. He will always have your back. They tease us because she always saves us, but oh well, we take such sweet victories. I smile, dark thoughts have dissipated, and motivation is back at full strength. I realized that Grandpa and Lloyd were lurking in the shadows like real scoundrels, watching all this. I listen as Grandpa enthusiastically praises Chris for being the perfect bodyguard and a reliable waifu choice. I laugh at how she arranged a marriage ritual to cheer him up. This is real cinema. Ain was nicknamed the prematurely grown little prince because he already behaves like a real pro with girls. I jump to the training ground where the knights devote themselves to daily training. Seeing Lloyd, he decided time for a little sparring to test his new resolve. He boasts that radiant expression our guy is enjoying himself after the elven ritual. Asking Lloyd to be his partner and not holding back a bold move for someone who was crying just 5 minutes ago. Preparing to see what Ain is really capable of when he finally stops holding back and unleashes the beast. He announces that it's time to show all his power, and you definitely know, the animation budget is about to explode. He unleashed a devastating nuclear bomb attack that looked like real cinema on every level. He sends shockwaves throughout the district like a walking natural disaster. He slammed so hard that Lloyd began to doubt everything, his career and possibly his life choices. He breaks the ground and the very air around because our guy is just not like the others. Watching the dust settle after a maneuver that probably cost the kingdom a fortune to repair the training grounds. The other knights just froze. They had just witnessed a literal god during training. Feeling the tremor from a power that is clearly on a completely different level than all the others. When the smoke cleared, Ain stood there like the main hero he was born to be, barely catching his breath after showing everyone why he is the future king of this whole world. The world thanks Lloyd for his help, and Lloyd just smiles and tries to make sense of his experience after nearly dying. Apologized for destroying the training ground, then casually turned away and left, as if barefoot. Seeing Lloyd literally trembling because he realized how much power Ain was hiding behind that smile. Calling is no longer scary in this manga. The power buildup simply got out of control. And we watch as our guy rushes into the future, ready to become the strongest and coolest king ever. We go straight to chapter 46, titled Beloved Homeland, and immediately feel the true energy of the main character. Look at our guy Ain walking through the palace with a giant bouquet of flowers, as if about to enchant the entire kingdom. All the guards and maids bow because they know who the real master is here. Striding through these huge columns, Ain looks focused and ready for the deep secrets of the world's history. Suddenly, the king himself appears with that majestic beard, a true macho, and asks if Ain understands what it means to be of royal caliber. Looking back without any hesitation, Ain firmly tells his grandfather that he is on the right path and fully committed to daily hard work. Grandfather understands that the first king still remains the highest goal for Ain, and honestly that's right, because you have to aim for the very top. In a rare moment of vulnerability, the king honestly admitted, actually, once he envied that ruler because his achievements were simply of a different caliber. Looking at Ein's face, the old man saw in our guy a real chance to reach those legendary heights. Before parting, the king gave one last piece of advice: watch your manners. Stepping into the light, Ein sets off to the final resting place of legends. You enter this huge mausoleum, and it feels like being in a movie. Giant tombstones, probably bigger than a small town. Kneeling to pay respects, Ein lays flowers and prepares to have a heart-to-heart with the dead. Focusing his thoughts, he is ready to pour out his soul right here. Before his eyes appeared all who supported him, especially those waifus Clon and Olivia, and Ein realized he could no longer be just a fanboy. Shouting his true intentions into the wind, he says he doesn't just want to follow the first king, he aims to surpass him. After dropping that powerful phrase, our guy stands proudly and looks like a true main hero. Saying goodbye to the tomb, he thinks his work here is done for today. Walking away from the graves, suddenly something clicked in his head and he froze in place. Ein realized something was very wrong and immediately started sweating. The atmosphere suddenly became unpleasant. Remembering how his sword had reacted before, he recalled, it should ignite as soon as it is near the king's remains. He turned around with a face of pure shock and slowly begins to realize, probably he was deceived. Looking at the huge monument, the silence is simply deafening. Quickly rushing to the grave of the first king, he had to make sure his eyes were not deceiving him. Raising the sword, he sees the icy, bitter truth. The blade does not glow at all, so the remains of the first king have simply disappeared. He scans the surroundings with his eyes like a detective, trying to understand how someone could just lose the king himself. Looking down at the empty spot where the body was supposed to lie, Ein completely loses his mind. This is clearly a high-level conspiracy. Thinking about his grandfather, he realizes that the old man probably does not even suspect that the tomb is actually an empty shell. Touching the inscription that says he is buried in his beloved homeland, Ein begins to piece together the puzzle in his head. Putting together the rules of the first king and the demon lord, he feels a connection, and honestly, it's a bit frightening. Standing up, he rattles his equipment, and the mystery officially begins. Looking at the castle towers, he suddenly thinks, maybe that beloved homeland from the inscription on the grave is somewhere else entirely. Drowning in the night, the palace seems calm, but we know the intrigue is getting wildly thicker. Late that night in the library, Ein buried himself in books, ceaselessly searching for the truth. To the delight of our eyes, Clon enters like a true angel and asks if our boy is tired of all that reading. Discussing official matters regarding the former holdings of Viscount Seiji, they say that now the royal family seems to be watching over that land like a nanny. And looking a bit sad, Clon mentions she cannot go with him because she is busy helping Olivia with other royal affairs. Asking exactly where this territory is, Ein begins to forge a plan in his head. Hearing that it is right between East and Baltic and that you have to take a night train there, Ein catches that look in his eyes. I'm about to do something illegal. Thinking that this is the perfect opportunity, he is definitely going to abandon his official duties for a secret mission. He lightly tousled Clon's hair like a true master of charm and asked her to look after his mother while he was gone. Arriving at the territory on the first day, the area seemed too calm for a place where a robbery was about to take place. Walking through the village, the locals go crazy over the prince, and Ein just looks at his watch. You get on the night magical train, and at first glance, everything seems completely ordinary. Handing the royal letter to his guard Dill, he sharply orders, make sure the driver receives it immediately. Pretends to be completely innocent, tells Dill that it is very important, and then brushes him off in a bossy manner. Closing the door behind him, he finally set the trap. The train starts with a screech, but it is clearly going not where it should. Dill rushes down the corridor in panic, suddenly realizes the train is going the wrong way, and loudly demands to know what was in that letter. Sitting like a cold-blooded villain, Ein calmly drops the bombs are actually heading to the Baltic. Explaining that he has royal matters to investigate, he basically tells Dill to figure it out himself. Sighing in defeat, Dill understands. This train cannot be stopped, and tells Ein to at least rest a little. When our guy is looked at with the expression, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed, Dill realizes. Now he is stuck in this mess. Smirking slyly cause he knows Dill is genuine. Ein feels on top of the world because of the robbery. They burst out laughing together like two buddies. Tension finally eased. When Ein tells Dill she is glad he agreed to go with her, she sincerely thanks him for the evening. Under the moonlight, the train rushes over a giant bridge into the unknown. Ein slept like a stone until a mysterious voice whispered to him, "Wake up." The sword's sheath struck him in the face. He woke up sharply and wondered if they were already at the place. In front of him stands a tall, mysterious guy with long hair, as if a boss fight is about to start. Looking to the side, we see a truly cool girl with powerful motherly energy who tells him she will train him. He, gasping from complete shock, realizes exactly whom he is seeing. Bro is literally face to face with Dullahan and the old lick, and if this isn't pure cinema, I don't know what is. Suddenly we find ourselves in a dream world, where Ain stands face to face with literally the hand of a doula and an ancient lick. Imagine waking up and seeing both of them above you, as if you owe them money for lunch. The tension is off the charts. Meet Misty and Ramza, two legendary beings who today decided to ruin Ain's sleep mode. Misty is a true temptress with those curves, and Ramza just stands and radiates the energy of I am the one. Misty, assuring that they did not kidnap his body at all, tries to calm him down before everything ignites. In this mental reality, there is no time, so we must immediately get to the main point why he is here. Ramza snaps his fingers, and a full set of legendary armor materializes from the air, just to show off his power, while Ain stands like a puzzled NPC as his outfit instantly and radically levels up. Realizing that this is the same Dullahan armor he fought with earlier, Ain could not believe he was actually going to borrow it. Defense decides everything when a true legend in swordsmanship is about to teach you. Calling Ain's sword a child's toy, Ramza proudly declares that he doesn't even need armor for this fight. Such audacity is the true peak of Cheta, and Ain stands stunned by such disrespect. Clenching the sword with all his might, Ain decides, it's time to show this long-haired legend what he is really made of. Never underestimate a hero who has just been told that his sword is just a toothpick. Rushing forward with a powerful strike, Ain tries to catch the knight off guard with his speed. This is exactly the risky, intense action we live for, even if it all happens only in the boy's head. Returning to the real world, we see our favorite catgirl scientist conducting suspicious experiments at midnight. A messy room, cluttered with scrolls and a large cage, never promises anything good for the local ecosystem. Holding a glowing magical stone in her hands, she's about to test a theory that could change everything for our boy Ain. If it works, the power scale in the series will explode and soar into another dimension. Watching as the monster in the cage swallows the stone in one bite, the catgirl realizes her assumption was correct. Just a crunch and everything is clear. This creature does not joke with its food. And right before our eyes, literal evolution. From the smoke emerges a giant bee king, like a terrible secret boss. It's like Pokemon evolution, but with much higher stakes and way more material for nightmares. Rejoicing in victory, the catgirl puts the giant beetle to sleep before it can turn her into a light snack. She is definitely the smartest in the room, even if she talks to a giant bee with a stinger as long as a sword. Recording the results in a notebook, she confirms that eating high-grade magical stones is the secret ingredient of monster evolution. Ain has been eating these things like candy all his life, so you already know. It's time for him to transform. Realizing that Ain might soon turn into something else, she looks a bit worried. Being a magical stone eater brings wild side effects that no one prepared this poor kid for. Shouting into the night, she scolds her nephew for the bad timing. He is just on duty. The tags Mothercon and Magic Stone Eater are just wild, and the author is clearly having too much fun teasing the main character. Returning to the battle in the dream, we see Ain being completely smashed and thrown across the field like a doll, while Ramza is so fast he seems like a cheat code, and our boy looks like a total amateur in front of his waifu. Coughing up dust and lying on the ground, Ain realizes there is a huge chasm of power between them that cannot be overcome by effort alone. Misty stands aside and just watches, as if enjoying a 5-star movie with tea. Ramza fires the harshest phrase of the year. He tells Ain straight to his face that he has zero talent for swordsmanship. Imagine, a ghost humiliates you in your own dream, and that's a whole different level of emotional trauma. Explaining that he got this far not only through effort, Ramza advises him to fight like a monster. Those illusory hands sound way cooler than simple sword swings, so it's worth showing your freaky side. And hoping that Ain will finally learn to win by technique rather than brute force, Ramza looks at him with his cold eyes. This is the ultimate, become better speech from a legendary master who has seen it all. Interrupting at the tea table, Misty sharply tells her husband, stop being so vague and finally give the kids concrete, real advice, because every legendary mentor needs someone who keeps him in check and reminds him to be useful. Lifting Ain by the collar as if he were literally a kid, Ramza emphasizes even more, you're just a child. Ain rages at such treatment, but arguing is pointless when this guy can lift your entire existence with sheer strength. Starting the real training, Ramza adjusts Ain's grip and tells him to relax before he breaks something. This is exactly the erase the wax signal moment when real progress finally begins for our hero. Ramza shares with him a secret trick on how to engage in battle with an opponent and explains the difference between fighting like a weakling and fighting like a king. Ain finally begins to feel the rhythm of the fight instead of just swinging blindly. Wondering if this is what it feels like to have a father, Aang suddenly gets touched in the middle of training. It's a strangely warm moment amid all this chaotic sword swinging and dreamlike logic. Smiling and watching them bond, Misty looks like a proud mom watching her husband teach their child to stand up for himself. and this whole dream suddenly turns into a strangely touching family walk in the afterlife. Announcing that the main training is finally starting, Brahms ignores the fact that Ain is already gasping for air. No one rests when striving to become the strongest devourer of magical stones in history. Warning him to remember the next technique, Ramza takes such a serious stance that it seems to scream, "Now you will see God." If Ain doesn't pay attention right now, the next move will just scramble his brain. Moving at dazzling speed, the knight unleashes an attack that almost cuts off Ain's head before he can blink. This is real cinema. The frames literally blur from the speed of this legendary technique. Following the movements with his eyes, Ain barely manages to parry the next strike with his blade, and it is clear that he is learning there is real potential hidden in the main character. Blades clash incessantly, and Ain feels. The strikes are completely different, softer than those he is used to. Ramza growls for him to be quiet and keep fighting, because the lesson is not over yet. Ain realizes that the stance of this knight impresses more than anyone he has met in Ishtalak, and it truly inspires him. Every swing of Ramzes' sword is like a masterclass on how to be a real macho on the battlefield. He tries to turn the tide of the battle in his favor, and responds with all the techniques he has learned so far. He knows he cannot lower his guard for a moment, otherwise it's straight back to the forehead. Forcing himself to control the course of the fight, Ain finally begins to look like a true warrior. This is a turning point. He stops being a victim of fate and becomes a real threat. Exchanging blows in a whirlwind of steel, the tension of the duel reaches its peak, as if sparks fly from the pages when they fight face to face in this duel of minds. During the clash, their gazes locked, a moment of mutual respect between master and student. This is what the peak of shonen training looks like, ladies and gentlemen, pure hype and eye contact. Suddenly the session is interrupted, and the dream world begins to fade, because the time of our little meeting is running out. Just as everything was heating up, the cold alarm clock of reality rang in Ain's ears. Disappearing into the light, Ramza and Ain stand together one last time before the dream world completely collapses. It was a wild adventure, but our guy returns to the real world with powerful enhancements. Thanking both for the strange but valuable experience, Ains felt fresher than in recent weeks, and Misty even removed the fatigue from his real body, a perfect gesture of support from the waifu. Recalling the last favor, Bramza looks serious as he gives Ain one last mission. You know that a request from the legendary Dullahan will turn into difficult quests in the future. Without hesitation taking on the task, Ain is ready to do whatever it takes to repay his new mentors. Our guy officially leveled up his riz and determination in just one nap. Having warned him about anyone who might use the same sword technique again, Ramza leaves a cold warning. If Ain meets another master of this style, it will be a fight to the death. Looking into Ain's eyes, the legendary knight says farewell for the last time, and the whole vision fades into white. This is the end of training, and for the prince, the real game is just beginning. The sleepy world dims and dissolves into nothingness, and Ain remains alone with his thoughts for a moment longer. The air is heavy with the weight of secrets and the power he has just acquired. But waking up in his bed, Ain hears someone calling his name as he slowly returns to the world of the living. In a second, he realizes that the crazy training session in the dream was not just an ordinary nightmare. Learning that they are already in the Baltic region, the companion greets Ain as he shakes off sleep. The mission is back on, and there is no time to waste lying in bed. Clenching his fist, Ain still feels the power and lessons from that dream pulsing through his veins. He is fully focused and ready to deal with anyone who stands in his way on this journey. Standing upright preparing to leave, Ain looks as if 5 years have been added to him overnight of training. His bow is flawless, and the energy emanating from him is purely businesslike. From now on, everything is serious. Looking at the snow-covered mountains, the beauty is breathtaking, but the unprepared face deadly danger here, a perfect place for a large-scale clash or a secret meeting with a mysterious ally. Walking through deep snow, Ain's companion worries that if they stray too far from the city, monsters will appear. He has no idea that at this moment Ain is effectively a monster-slaying machine. Assuring his friend that everything will be fine, Ain says their guide should appear any moment. He has that same "I know" smile that only the main hero can afford. Noticing a figure leaning against a tree in the distance, it seems someone was waiting for them in the freezing cold, and the mystery grows, the air heavy with anticipation. A nostalgic loyal knight appears, standing under the falling snow. Excitement is off the charts. This armor is familiar, and the warrior's figure is incredibly majestic. At the end, they throw the name Marco as the last shock. The chapter ends with a giant cliffhanger that leaves us hungry for more. This is pure cinema, and the return of this character will turn everything upside down. Just when it seemed that things couldn't get any stranger, we fall right into the forest, where our Gaian and his loyal partner Dill stumble upon the very machine Marco the Knight, standing like a final boss who wandered into the wrong territory, but apparently isn't ready to send them to the lobby yet. Dill behaves like a protective younger brother, drawing his sword because he trusts no one without a face, while Marco just raises his hand like a relaxed bro, saying I'm literally just an Uber driver today. Realizing that no one is about to attack them, Ein and Dill exchange a look that said, either they make a legendary move now, or they will be completely destroyed. Ein decides to take a risk and asks this walking armor to become their guide. It's basically the same as asking the Terminator for directions to the nearest Starbucks. Marco is clearly stunned by the enormity of Ein's stones, noticing that the young prince has finally gathered his courage for what is to come. And then it turned out that the destination is the castle of the Demon Lord, but they are not on a raid, but at a funeral, and Dill just loses his mind, who goes on a tour to the most dangerous place on the planet just to say hello to a tombstone. Aim drops a lore bomb. They are heading to the very heart of the domain, where the royal family slumbers, once again proving that our hero is not like the others at all. Marco just quietly nods. This is Nightspeak 4-bit, let's go earn. Passing through the forest becomes very easy. Marco's very presence makes the local monsters run away anywhere, so the guys fly through the danger zone as if with a VIP pass. It gets tense when they see purple smoke rising from the poisonous swamp, which even the strongest mages avoid, and Marco just tells them, watch your step, as if it's just a regular puddle in a supermarket. Ein stares at that toxicity, probably wondering if the author was hinting at how his comment section looks when he chooses the wrong waifu. Finally reaching the huge gates, the scale of this place is like a real movie, and the guys looked like ants entering a giant's refrigerator. You go inside, the architecture immediately breathes gothic, and you know for sure, a serious intrigue is about to unfold in these halls. They stop in front of huge double doors leading to a tomb, and the tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Marco pauses and throws out a last warning about some special room, arranged by some wonderful people, and to me, that sounds like a huge red flag. He tells Ein to be careful, practically calling him Chabe, while assuring that the prince definitely won't lose because of what awaits behind door number 1. The brain works at full capacity. I keep thinking why this night is so strange and what twisted games are being played in this castle. Ein decides to act alone, tells Dill to stay in the corridor and wait until Marco goes to handle nighttime business, leaving our guy alone with his fate. Dill looks like he's about to lose his mind from tension, and Ein just sighs as if he's going to pay taxes, not step into a possible deadly trap. He reassures his friend that he won't do anything reckless, a complete lie. He always tells Ein and prepares to enter. He pushed the heavy doors, said he'd be back soon, but we all know this is an international signal that everything is about to go wrong. Inside a dark, dried-up corridor that seems not to have seen a janitor since the times when the first king ran around in diapers. Suddenly a strange smell hit the nose, and the darkness was torn by the clatter of chains, a bad sign, unless you like some very specific kinds of manga. Turning the corner, he sees a girl chained to the wall, and his heroic instincts instantly flare up to the fullest. Look at this girl. Bro, the author really outdid himself with this design. The image of a distressed waifu gives such vibes that viewers instantly go crazy. Ein rushes here. He is a real macho, disgusted by how someone is treated so cruelly, and she quietly whispers, come closer. He reaches out to her, and the air around becomes so heavy, as if it itself whispers to him, turn around and run. Promising to release her, and whispering that everything is fine now, he rushed to save her with all determination. As soon as he touched the chains, the whole mood instantly flipped from a rescue mission to a horror movie. The girl grabbed his face with a creepy expression and screamed, love me. At that moment, Ein realized he was deceived by a hallucination. Suddenly returning to reality, he found himself in an empty, dusty room. No chained waifu was visible, only a row of closed doors before him. He gasps for air, not understanding what kind of genjutsu he just fell into. Realizing it was only a hallucination, he tries to calm his heart so it doesn't jump out of his chest. Though he is exhausted and feels the weight of the curse, he clenches his fist. A true king will not let some minor emotional trauma stop his progress. Approaching the real entrance to the tomb, he places his hand on the handle, ready to see what really hides behind the curtain. The door creaked and opened, blinding light poured out, promising something completely different from the horror basement he had just left. Squinting from the dazzling glow, Ein steps over and finds himself in a place that seems like a real patch of paradise, hidden in a dark castle. It is a huge cemetery under a glass dome, with beautiful columns and a view that is simply pure cinema. Standing mesmerized, he realizes that the contrast between the disgusting corridor and this peaceful refuge is simply insane. He takes out the flowers he brought and notices that the one who built this place was obsessed with making it perfect. Approaching the tomb of the first king, he held his breath and prepared to pay tribute to the legend from which it all began. He draws his sword, looking sternly. His suspicions about the family history are confirmed. Reading the inscription on the next grave, he sees the name Jael von Esthalica, the second king, and the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. Realizing who the first king really was, a ghostly image of the demon lord Ashi appears before him, and God, she is an absolute top-tier waifu. She stands there majestic and mysterious, as if confirming, history textbooks probably missed a few chapters. Ian looks at the other graves and sees how the spirits of the past hang in the air, like a family reunion from beyond the veil. Misty and Ramza seem to have just stepped out of a legendary epic. It is clear that their lives were filled with great risks and high stakes. Ain realizes with horror, the second king was forced to kill his own family. This is a tragedy on the level of Sparirian. Seeing all the spirits gathered together is a moment of pure beauty, showing that despite all the blood and war, there is still a bond between them. Ain smiles, knowing that they do not really hate each other, and that returning here was the right move. Approaching the queen's tombstone, he saw that her maiden name was erased. When he bent down to read it, his face turned completely pale. When that surname was spoken, a shockwave passed through him, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost even scarier than those he had just met. Outside the castle walls, the wind howls, picking up the storm that is already growing over Ain't Head. Finally, he leaves the room a completely different person, while Dill still stands guard like a faithful dog, which he truly is. Ain tells him that he has learned everything he wanted to know, but his mood is incredibly gloomy right now. He looks Dill straight in the eyes and says, whatever happens next, he must not interrupt. This is the face of a man who has just learned the truth and is ready to tear the whole system apart. Marco stands in the hall and impatiently asks if the prince has already dealt with his business at the cemetery. Ong says succinctly, Dawn, we return back to Baltic, but you feel smoke coming from him. When they set off, Ain's eyes darken, and you know he is just waiting for the right moment to drop a verbal tactical nuclear bomb. Marco, pretending to be important, asks how he liked the room that those wonderful people created. And he begins to praise the creators, saying that for a prince it must have been an incredible and sacred place. Ain clenches his fist so hard that the glove is about to tear. It is clear he could strike at any moment. He turns and fires the coldest line of the series, addressing Marco. It was nothing amazing. This is the worst place I have ever seen. Then Marco's helmet began to glow with an ominous light, and the air became so heavy it could crush an ordinary person. The knight starts to fidget nervously, saying that worst is not the right answer and that Ain is probably sick to say such a thing. He starts anxiously babbling about the medicine and drugs he takes to keep from going crazy, and this proves this guy has officially lost his mind. Ain's eyes blaze with a wild fury we have not seen before, ready to face any monster hiding under that armor. Suddenly Marco exploded with a powerful aura of dark energy, shouting that this is all for Ain's own good, and the whole hall began to tremble. Officially, it is time for the boss battle. Our guy stands firm against a true shadow demon, and we are hanging on the edge of the abyss. We start in the castle, where the air smells of rot. Our guy Ain looks threateningly at Marco, the most loyal of knights, and everything looks very shaky. Dill sweats as if in poker for high stakes because Marco is simply losing his head. Ain asks him to sit down, because the main character is about to start cooking. Grabbing the sword as if his life depends on it, Ain focuses. He knows this is not just a random fight with a crowd, this is personal. Shouting that he must decide this himself, our hero is ready for a fight. Look at this determination. The animation budget here is definitely at its peak. When the camera zooms in on that weapon, you feel it is filled with such magic that it can level an entire village. Marco is not joking today. Rushing forward without any fear, Marco is a real walking tank. He invites Ain to his home for treatment, but I don't think he means tea and cookies. Blades clash so fiercely that sparks probably blind everyone within a 5-mile radius. This is not just a duel, this is a full-fledged heavy metal concert with swords. Staring into each other's abyssal eyes, the tension was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. One wrong move and someone will fly straight into the realm of shadows. They move so fast that only blurred spots remain on the page. The exchange of blows is a true peak of imagination. Blink and you'll miss 3 different moments when Ain was almost cut. Dill stands, simply stunned by the insane speed of these two monsters. Bro realizes that he is just a spectator in the world of absolute beasts. Noticing that Marco's swordsmanship style is an exact copy of what he dreams about, Ain begins to piece the puzzle together. The legend finally lures the guys. Groaning in pain, Marco clung to his fighting spirit with a deadly grip. Even completely broken, he has more ribs than all the secondary characters combined. Changing stance and making a calculated step forward, Ain plays 4D chess with this clash. He doesn't just swing, he analyzes every frame. Lunges for the finishing blow movements smooth and deadly, and you can almost hear how the boss's music switches to the second phase. Staggering and gasping, Marco finally felt the full weight of the fight. Bro is officially kaput, and the lobby is already calling him by name. Wondering how his sword could be parried, Marco experiences a midlife crisis in the middle of the battle. He thinks his faith will be enough, but honestly he's just fighting the main character. Shouting about his loyalty like a true crown sycophant, Marco is already on the edge. Ein just stands there as if it's an ordinary Tuesday. An explosion tears off Marco's arm. It flies into the sunset. This is definitely a serious durability problem. Someone check his warranty. Looking at the severed limb as if it's a minor inconvenience, Marco still tries to talk about loyalty, while Dill and Ein stand in complete horror. Glimmer shines from under the visor. It seems a tiny spark of a true knight still smolders within him, and he is already fighting his program code. Suddenly snapping back to reality, it seems the knight has come to his senses for a moment. Don't give us such hope, Authorkin. Again asking to be treated at home, the poor guy is stuck in a vicious circle. Ein knows this is bad, and the mood is officially tragic. Begging Marco to come to his senses, Ein tries to pull him back from the edge, but the knight has gone too far into madness. Refusing to listen and just screaming, no, Marco has effectively turned into a corrupted save file, and Ein prepares to put an end to his suffering. Fading into white emptiness, a mysterious voice whispers to Ein that enough is enough. It's time to end this prolonged nightmare. Appearing like a majestic ghost, the captain himself places his hand on Ein's shoulder. He seems to give the green light to send Marco into eternal sleep. Laughter echoes through the hall. Marco loses the last scraps of his mind, and Ein gathers himself for the final clash. The knight laughs like a villain and looks like a broken toy, an empty shell of his former self. This is pure, absolute cinema. Stepping forward in heavy boots, Ein declared that he would be the last opponent. The excitement is simply off the charts. Just his appearance shakes the entire castle. Ein begins to overflow with power, and it's like an earthquake, but the epicenter here is his colossal energy. Clashing one last time, the force of the blow literally tears the floor. This is the fight with the final boss. Gathering all the potential that Marco noticed in him, Ein reaches a new level of evolution. He grows right before our eyes, and I'm not just talking about his power level. Dill looks with a dropped jaw. The kid he knew simply disappeared, and Ein blooms so much that even a K-pop idol would be jealous. Emerging from the smoke with long flowing hair and a physique like a Greek god, Ein officially became an adult. This is an absolute transformation into a Chad, no exaggeration. Looking into those burning, sharp eyes, it's immediately clear he is no longer that boy. He is ready to put an end to an entire career. Moving with the grace of a deadly dancer, Ein slipped past Marco's guards as if she didn't exist. The speed gap is simply unfair. Screaming in pain as the last blow landed, Marco finally feels that this is the end. That's it. The long, faithful night shift is over. Taking the blow like a champion, the knight finally slows down. The magic holding him together begins to fail, and for the guys, this is a bittersweet moment. Standing proudly as the opponent disintegrates before their eyes, Ein looks like the true king he was destined to be. The visual presentation here is simply perfect. Announcing that this is the last one, the screen fades to black for maximum drama, and you already know, now it will be truly emotional. Raising his eyes to his killer, Marco finally recognizes the face of his old captain from Ein. Finally peace, and tears are already welling up. With a trembling hand, the knight reaches out in search of the last connection, and Ein stands nearby looking like a true legend. Confirming his identity with a gentle smile, Ein finally gives the knight the closure he has waited for hundreds of years. This is the true peak of the drive. In a close-up on the broken visor, the face of the man who has finally fulfilled his duty is visible. Now he can exit the system forever. Touching Ein's face with what remains of his hand, Marco is simply happy to see how far his potages reach. These feelings hit harder than a truck. Praising Ein for becoming stronger, the knight accepts his fate with a smile. He is pierced by a spear, but he has never been happier. Marco begs Ein not to worry about the magic stones or healing. He knows the time has passed. He has lost most memories, but remembers the most important. Admitting that being cut by his captain's technology is enough for him, Marco exits like a true boss, wild respect for his persistence. Ordering him to listen one last time, Ein tries to use his power, but you can't command a person to stay when their soul is already halfway out the door. Begging to give some rest after hundreds of years of service, Knight is finally leaving work. Even heroes need a vacation, dude. Ein, closing his eyes for the last time, feels the weight of this moment quiet, sad, and at the same time beautiful. Whispering the last message to Marco, Ein makes sure the knight knows his sacrifice was not in vain. We are all swooning over this bromance right now. Accepting the order with his last breath, Marco finally rested. The armor crumbles, and the legend has ended. The ghost of the captain and the ghost of Marco are finally together again in the afterlife. Thank you, soldier, for all your hard work. Looking back on the mission that lasted hundreds of years, you realize Marco was the true MVP, a one-man army who defended the capital. Shattering into a million fragments, the knight's physical form finally disappears. There is no greater gift than peace after a long war. When the knight asked his name for the last time, he finally heard the answer Ein Vanish Talaka. Write down the name, people, it is going down in history. Fading completely, the knight thought it sounded noble, and just like that Mo disappeared, scattered by the wind. Looking at the endless world outside, the castle now seems much emptier. The sun sets on the legend. Praying that the name will echo until the end of time, the last wish of the knight is dedicated to the glory of Ein. This is a true loyal partner, even in death. Watching the dust settle, Ein remains alone in the hall. Let there be honor and let there be colossal reinforcement. Picking up a mysterious shining stone from the ashes, Ein found the most valuable trophy. It is not just a pebble, but pure, concentrated power. Clutching the stone to his chest, our guy bathes in energy. With every second, he looks more and more like the main hero. Ein stumbled upon a dusty scroll, and now he faces a historical lesson he did not ask for, what is hidden in these ancient papers. Having read the order to guard the capital for hundreds of years, he finally understood the scale of Marco's devotion. This man was literally a saint among the guards. In Marco's memories, he did everything himself from fighting monsters to watering flowers. He was a true warrior gardener. Accepting all these feelings through the scroll, Ein now carries the burden of an entire legacy. One feather falls like a sign of the end of an era. He walked the corridors, birds flying behind him. Marco really was a gentle soul in iron armor. Rest in peace, you are the absolute king. Dill approaches and barely recognizes the tall, handsome man standing there, and says in amazement, Ein-sama, is that really you, or did you hire a double? Laughing, Ein admits he is a bit taller than Dill, and after the statement of the century, Bro suddenly went from a high school teenager to a runway model. Promising to explain the details later, Ein is already looking toward the next goal, and Dill just follows, completely bewildered by this sudden leap in development. Noticing purple smoke somewhere in the distance, you realize the adventure is not over yet. Trouble is coming, and it smells of poison. Standing on a stone like a true boss, Ein gazes into the poisonous fog. It radiates the aura of the main hero. They warn Dila not to approach this swamp is simply deadly, but Ein doesn't care. Poison is now just a strong drink for him. He extends his hand, says the poison is quite dangerous, and yet he looks completely calm. Riz level is off the charts. Pointing right into the heart of the mist, Ein noticed something interesting. He is like a hound dog for rare prey. He comments on the floral scent coming from the literal poisonous swamp. Only this guy could consider a swamp refreshing. Splashing into the water, Ein calmly goes where mortals should not step. He is literally different. I tell Dila just shout if you want to join the mission. Meanwhile, Ein is enjoying the toxic puddle as if it were a spa. Finding a sakura-colored blue fiery rose right in the middle of this slimy filth, that's an item with a 0-1 drop chance, if I've ever seen one. Leaning down to examine the source of the poison, Ein realizes this flower is a mutation, and he again thinks of using his powers to do something crazy. Turning on his magic, he made the flower glow like a neon sign. The legendary crafting session is about to begin. Ein with those dreamy eyes looks at the sky and sinks into thought, probably wondering how much this rose could fetch at auction. He succeeded. He created a sakura-colored star crystal. Look how it shines. It's worth more than a small country. Returning to sort out the goods, Ein is already ready to go home. Thanks for waiting, bro. Just had to pick a few flowers. The view slides over the huge city walls as they turn around. The capital seems cozy compared to that nightmarish castle. Sitting on the train, I tell Dill, rest a bit. Our guy, even after literally becoming a god, remains a caring boss. Walking down the train corridor, Dill looks depressed. He is probably thinking about how useless he was in battle. He clicked his boots on the floor. The only sound in this silence was his footsteps. Existential horror begins to overwhelm him. Memories take him back to the fight, where he just stood like a real NPC. Dill torments himself for not being able to protect his master. Leaning against the wall and trembling, the man is on the verge of a complete nervous breakdown. Being a partner in a world of monsters is truly hard. Cursing his weakness, Dill fights with himself and falls even lower. That classic moment when he needs a training arc. Hiding his face in his palm from irritation, now he is officially in a miserable state. But hey, at least now he has motivation. Squeezing his hand and looking through tears with determination, he is about to dive into such a grind that any Dark Souls player would sweat. He declared that he must become stronger even than his father. That's right, Dill, go and level up. Returning to Ein, he sits relaxed in his room, looking at the status card, and seems to be waiting for a small stat increase. Reading the card, his jaw dropped in pure shock, saying bad is too mild for what he sees. He was screaming, grabbing his hair in complete panic. He felt it would happen, but seeing it written down is a completely different matter. He remembered the words of his cat friend about him being a small fish. Well, she will soon have to eat her words with a portion of the pie of modesty. You look at the real status card, wow, what skills. He has everything, from the Lord of Demons to the Ice Dragon. The camera zooms in on the job title, Lord of Demons, and our guy has just accidentally become the final boss of his own story, Absolute Cinema. Check out these waffles on the cover, the author is already making them, and when you jump into the 50th chapter, you can see that the heir to the throne has finally leveled up his risk. Seeing the two of them together is already a victory for culture, and they promise to stay by his side, no matter what form he takes. In the palace, the girls are just going crazy. Ain still hasn't returned. The king is being interrogated like a cheap steak on the grill because the prince is officially considered missing. Grandfather King is doing everything to control the situation and prevent everyone from going mad. He tells them to calm down, while he himself is in a cold sweat. Turns out the prince left a note saying he is going on a side quest to Baltica and asks to keep it a secret. He really just abandoned the whole family for a few extra XP. Suddenly a maid runs in as if she saw a ghost and screams that Ainsama has finally returned. Everyone turns around expecting the little one they remembered, but they were in for a shock. The tension in the room is such that it could light up a small town, while everyone waits for him to pass through those doors. Look at their faces. They are definitely not ready for this incredible transformation. Out comes this real macho with long hair and a height any basketball player would envy, and he indifferently says he has grown a bit, as if he hadn't just gone through a huge teenage growth spurt. The men in the room look at him as if he were a completely different creature. Their brains are simply fritzy, are unable to comprehend this change. Meanwhile, the girls literally have stars in their eyes, and they are probably completely losing their heads, and this Riz went from 0 to 100 in one frame. The shock is so loud that it seems to be heard echoing off the castle walls and soaring into the night sky, and no wonder because real witchcraft is here. Grandpa King understands that this is a real disaster for his reputation. He kicks everyone out of the room to talk alone, sitting and looking like he urgently needs a strong drink to digest it. Ain just smiles and says she will deal with the chaos later, showing the same calm confidence of the main character. King does not hesitate. He demands to know what the hell happened to his body and what happened in Baltic. Collected and ready for Lord Dump, he prepares for the worst. Sitting by the window like a tragic hero, Ain begins to pour out all the juicy details of his adventure. Whatever he says, the king's face passes through all 5 stages of grief in 5 seconds. It dawned on them, their entire history might be a lie, and the first king actually turned out to be the same demon lord they thought they had defeated. It's just a movie, guys. The grandfather admits that he had no idea at all that the tomb of the first king had been empty all this time. Imagine what a huge hole that was in the royal legends. The conversations are already unfolding. How much does Dill really know? After all, he saw the fight with Marco, but Ain remains silent and keeps his most secret secrets to himself. The king orders him to shut up and returns again to the most important question. Why is he suddenly so burly, like a Greek god in? Instead of explanations, Ain simply slides his status card across the table, as if activating a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Grandpa felt a terrible premonition even before reading it, and his eyes seemed about to pop out of his skull. Bro literally collapses into the chair, thinking, what kind of sick joke is this? Obviously, he can't handle such stress. Grandpa shouts, asking if he's dreaming, because his grandson literally just became the Lord of Demons. Imagine a king finding out his heir is the final boss. While the king is having a heart attack, Ain just complains that his clothes are too tight and he needs a new wardrobe. Priorities, people. King finally sighed, looked at his grandson and realized, despite all the power, before him is still the same boy. Just kidding, he gives him a powerful kick on the head for taking the situation so lightly. After the domestic violence, he sternly tells Ain to go and bring him proper clothes so he stops looking like he's in children's attire. They invented a legend. Supposedly, he absorbed a magical stone and instantly grew up. Honestly, in this world, people will believe anything if you say it with the right confidence. Since he is already an adult, the king decided that people will just say, that's some strange thing from teenage years, modern problems, modern solutions. Ain decides to consult Katama about his new Lord Demon skills. Even he himself doesn't yet know what he is capable of now. And here is Ain in a robe, thanks to the maid Marta, relaxing comfortably and finally feeling at ease in his new skin. Behind the door, the girls hung around as if waiting to meet a celebrity. Ain tells them to stop being shy and just come in. They peek in with the sweetest nervous expressions you've ever seen, and it's clear they've gone crazy for this new look. Slowly sneaking up to the sofa, they behave as if approaching a wild beast that might bite. Asking for permission to come closer, well, that's the pinnacle of girlish behavior, right here. Bang, total heart his victory as both stick to his sides. That's a dream, guys, take note. These girls literally start sniffing him to make sure it's really him. that's a whole other level of devotion to his scent. Now, looking at each other in complete shock, they confirm the results of the sniff test. Without a doubt, this handsome guy is definitely their target. The method of confirmation is a bit suspicious, but for the sake of the story, we'll overlook it. Stroking his long hair and comparing it to Olivia herself, they clearly enjoy this texture. For long hair fans in the chat, this is a real triumph. Ein wants to cut it because it's in the way, but the girls won't allow it. They're ready to riot if he touches even a single strand. And inventing different hairstyles as if he were a giant doll, they completely invade his personal space. Just look at how they pamper him, and he even complains that it tickles. Bro lives life to the fullest and doesn't even realize how cool he is. The moon appeared over the sky, as if putting a period at the end of this overly long and chaotic day for the royal family. Mama Olivia peeks in to visit her boy and sees the sweetest, most touching scene in the world. Throwing an aura, she shows that she definitely understands everything. Her maternal risk is off the charts, and it all ended with the three of them falling asleep on the couch. In one big tangle of hugs, you can see that his appearance has changed, but their feelings will not change. Absolute cinema. It begins with heavy emotions. We see the back of the family holding hands, as if this is their main memory. This is the beginning of their journey, and you already know that the real movie is about to start. They stand together like a real squad, swearing to be a family forever. This would make even an adult cry, but we are here for the story, not for tears. Dark screen and a creepy atmosphere cover because bro wakes up in literal emptiness and asks himself the deepest questions. Where is he and why is he here? The fear of meaning is off the charts. Suddenly the scene changes, a huge collapse, and below the rubble a tiny figure. Here is the harsh start of Tuesday. Looking at his hands, bro realizes this is not just a bad hair day. He doesn't even have skin, and realizing that you are a skeleton sitting in dirt is an epic fail. Look at this skeleton dude just chilling in the dark with no memories, just a bag of bones, asking himself who he is. And honestly, after a long weekend, I feel the same. And out of nowhere appears a wild waifu with a staff, looking at the skeleton and wondering if he was a former slave or just cooked by miasma, and with the same energy as the main heroine, she is actually kind to the monster. She called herself a true child, calls him Little Skeleton Kun, and treats him like a lost puppy. If some lush sorceress found me in a cave, I would also immediately melt. Bro is just trembling because he still can't even speak. The lonely days are over because she is so gentle and tells him that now everything is fine. She put her hand into the bag, pulled out some mysterious snacks, and said to him, "Eat." Maybe they were not ordinary chips, but for him it turned out to be a real gourmet meal. Crunching that stone like a lollipop, our skeleton friend is simply happy to be taken into the company. Enjoy, friend. The stones began to fall. There are absolutely no safety standards in this cave, and it is about to collapse. Realizing they had to escape before being crushed, the mage panicked and looked up. She kicked with her foot, stretched out her hand like a true queen, and calls him to go with her. Being the partner of a wife who is much better than being a lonely pile of calcium. To make it official, she announces her full name, Misty Sylvia. With such charm and sincere kindness, she is the undisputed leader of the team. Since he has no name, she decides to immediately call him Ramza. Good choice, much better than Skullface or Calcium Chan. Welcome to the team. Ramzu was adopted by the best mage in the game, and this is just a huge win. And so, stepping into the light, Misty already looks like a legendary leader. Her walk is such as if she is about to change the world. Ramza walks just behind, probably thinking about where to get his next lunch. Just an ordinary person, or just a simple skeleton. Rewind the travel montage, and here they are already exploring the world together. Conquering mountains in the forest like a true team of travelers, they create the best content. Just look at this landscape. It's like bro is playing a super high-detail RPG and living life to the fullest right in the wild nature. Stop, who is this silver-haired Ched? Brahmza has wildly improved and now looks like a top husbando. Making your way through snowy peaks, you feel their true devotion. They are truly different. Stop the press. They found a tiny girl who is just devouring an apple, eating as if she hasn't seen food for 3 working days, and completely immersed in her task. And Misty is trying to figure out what race she is, looking for clues if she's not a succubus. Brahmza just stands nearby, looking cool and a bit confused. But this little brat has serious confidence. She says she has huge potential and will grow in a moment, and also walks around with that "don't talk to me, I am the alpha" attitude. Turned out she was abandoned because she has neither a tail nor wings. Her birth mother left her to die. It's just unbelievably cruel. Misty and Ramses exchanged a look that said they are about to take in another stray. Parental instincts are awakening in our pair. They offer her a place in the squad and ask if she wants to join the little succubus froze. She finally found her true ones. Time for the second part of the naming ceremony. Misty believes the child should be named the same way she named Ramses, so she takes matters into her own hands. When Misty decides to name her Asha, she gives her a warm smile. Heartfelt content is at its peak right now. Look at that face, ashen, but insanely happy. Finally has a name and a family that won't throw her into the forest. That's a real flex. They walk into the sunset, and this trio already looks like a real family. Asha shouts that she really likes it, and the mood is perfect. Ramza carries heavy bags like a true Chad, because being the support of this operation is hard work. Turn on the action music, the squad is already here. They kill dragons and three-headed dogs, and preparing every monster that crosses their path is a trivial matter for them. Saving villages of beast folk and hearing them praise you like gods for us, it's just an ordinary Tuesday. Look at those happy dog folk, they are definitely fans of the squad. And suddenly they have a whole army of followers. Gathering all the losers and outcasts into one huge main community is the move of a true pro. Building an entire town in the mountains is a truly leveled-up city-building achievement. Turning from homeless people into homeowners in such a time is pure legend. Asha is hiding behind a pillow here because everyone wants her to be the boss, but she avoids responsibilities like a tax bill. Misty couldn't stand this and gave her the same Arara eyes. When the older sister starts looking so scary, it's immediately clear. You're doomed, that's the universal truth. Grahamsa says they are the strongest, and those they saved want them to lead. It seems that in this world, being a demon lord is just a career option. She looks at the floor, feeling insecure she is just a succubus, and she thinks that next to her more developed brothers and sisters, she is not cool enough for the throne. Sha admits that family is the only thing holding her together, and strong emotions overwhelm her. The thought that she might lose the will to live if they start hating her is a real moment of despair. She clutched that pillow as if for salvation. It's clear she is stressed out, and the pressure of leadership hits her with full force. Winking at her, Misty says that they are family, so there is no need to worry because she is the true big sister who will solve everything. Misty is already ready to renounce the title Sylvia. She says they need a new family name, and now their new mission is to find a name that would embody everyone. Ramza and Ashi are completely for this idea to change the image of the whole team. Now that's a move. Mixing the name of the continent with the word family in the language of God, they start looking for ideas and stubbornly work to launch this huge lord drop. Look at these three, such a cute family of elite monsters who have come a long way from that dusty cave and finally returned home. It's decided their surname is Ishtalaka. This is the beginning of a legend, and this is real cinema. Just dressed in that royal outfit, our Guyane looks like a true legend, and looking in the mirror, it's clear. This outfit was made for the future king. Adjusting his collar, he confidently convinces himself that the tailoring is top class and fits him perfectly. This is not just a suit, this is the gear of a man ready to take on serious matters. Suddenly, the perfect waifu Olivia enters, and she is already losing her mind over how much her baby has grown. Watching her eyes shine is pure comedy, because she is clearly his biggest fan. When he finally became taller than her, Olivia was overwhelmed with emotions as if we hadn't seen her for 10 chapters. Standing next to him, it's clear where Ance's beauty comes from. His mom is simply a bomb. Today they are deciding business matters. Magna was added to the schedule due to the official duties of the prince, and even during planning, Olivia can't hold back a smile. Her son finally looks like a worthy leader. Looking simply incredible, Olivia asks her son to be her personal escort, and honestly, who would say no to such a face? She has true maternal charisma that keeps the whole palace in check. Accepting the challenge with the confidence of a true Chad, Ain vows to protect his mother with everything he has. The palace is now filled with warm, heartfelt hours, but you know this peace will not last forever. Stepping onto the training ground, we suddenly see our guy is testing new techniques while the cat girl researcher Sylvia watches. Standing in the middle of the yard, he tries to touch the hidden power he has not yet learned to control. Testing the new familiar skill gave absolutely nothing, and for a second everything became a bit awkward. Sylvia is just sitting with a notebook and probably thinking, is our guy already ready, or just warming up? Imagining the power of legends from his dreams, Ain wonders if he can really bring these legendary figures into the real world. The idea of summoning a whole army of Chads sounds crazy, but for now it is just a dream. And he activated Manifesting Pure Hype, a massive armored gauntlet of the Dark Knight Dullahan suddenly materialized on his hand, and Sylvia in the background simply lost her mind. She had never before seen Mana materialize real armor. Confirming that he can actually reproduce the legendary armor from memory, our guy officially enters his final build. Feeling the weight of the glove, he realizes if he really focused, he could probably manifest the entire set. Since one reinforcement is not enough, Sylvia suggests he connect to the energy of the ice dragon, and Ain is always up for experiments even if it means turning the training ground into a real freezer. Concentrating all that mana into one point, The air became colder than my ex's heart, and balls of icy energy swirled around his hands, clearly showing that the power of the ice dragon is no joke. When two ice dragons appear out of nowhere, it's pure cinnamon. You can see how broken Manipul Ain is. Sylvia seems about to faint with delight because she is witnessing magic of the highest level. The catgirl stood with her mouth open, unable to believe that he simply created ice sculptures of the highest level. As a hobby, these were not just beautiful statues. They radiated such cold that anyone else would be sent straight to the lobby. Losing control for a fraction of a second, the dragons shatter into a million fragments. Holding such power is a real challenge, and even for the prince, maintaining the form of a calamity-class monster cruelly drains energy. Sylvia, like a true botany nerd, writes everything down and is simply obsessed with those fragments, while Ein catches his breath. She will probably spend the next week studying every ice crystal he just dropped. Looking at the fragments, even the tiny stones seemed to radiate fierce magical pressure, and the ground was strewn with frozen shards that would not melt, a clear sign that its mana was of the highest grade. When they realized that this was not simple ice magic, but the power of a true monster of catastrophe level, the stakes instantly rose. The cold hanging in the room was incomparable to anything an ordinary mage could ever create. Ending the session early, grandfather calls Ain. Sylvia is left in her research madness. She literally vibrates with excitement, but our guy has royal drama he needs to deal with. Walking through the corridors, the maids literally cling to him, but our guy is focused on the oppressive atmosphere waiting ahead. Even a little maid waves to him, unaware that the mood in the throne room is about to turn poisonous. Approaching the huge doors, we feel dark energy leaking from the cracks. It's clear someone is about to burn. The guards stand, looking as if they've seen a ghost, and in fantasy, that's never a good sign. Peeking inside as if looking for monsters under the bed, Ain asks the guards why it feels like a funeral here. They can't even answer, just stand trembling in their boots. I see the king on the throne sitting and looking damn tense. Next to him are his two most loyal offspring. When the three of them are together, it usually means serious business, but today they look like they're about to start a war. Staring into the distance with a face silently saying, "I'm too old for this." The king doesn't even notice Ain at first. He's stuck in his head, and probably counting how many people he'll have to escort to the lobby. Greeting his grandson with a tired smile, the king finally breaks the silence. As Ain approaches the throne, it's clear he's holding on for the child's sake, but the news he's about to deliver definitely won't be pleasant. Praising the new drip, because even in crisis you have to acknowledge Riz, the advisor stands nearby with a serious expression, and the king pauses for a moment to notice that his grandson looks like a real prince. Like thunder, the king exploded with the news. The kingdom of Haim has effectively declared war with a preemptive strike. This is a rude and massive violation of the rules, and Aang is clearly boiling under that calm mask. Bit panicked, Aang reminded everyone. The first king literally forbade starting such fights, and Haim seems not to have read the instructions, went their own way, ruining everyone's weekend. In learning the details, our guy wants to know exactly what kind of audacity this is from those Haimlers. He won't allow some secondary royal figures from abroad to disrespect his kingdom. Showing the letter slipped into the report, the king angrily says that there were definitely bribes here. These guys from Haim play dirty. They even infiltrated the communication lines. Handing over the letter, the king tells Ain to read it himself and prepare to lose his temper, while Oi takes the paper with a worried look, knowing that it is pure poison. Reading this, Ain literally boils with anger. The level of disrespect is off the charts. He lets off steam like a real dragon, and it is clear that his patience has finally run out. Realizing that they accuse his country of kidnapping and insult his mother, Ain is officially ready for a showdown. The letter even contains complaints about him personally, and this is a one-way ticket to total destruction. Regretting his life mistakes, Warren realized, showing the king such a poisonous letter was not the best move. He is sweating because he knows the king's anger is about to explode. Assuring the king that everything will be resolved, the advisors try their best to cool his anger before he decides to wipe Haim off the map. With a nuclear strike, they know they must act cunningly, even if the enemies behave like real clowns. Clenching his fist, Lloyd is ready to show these clowns from Haim why they shouldn't have provoked the bear. He promises to show his power within the old rules, but in a way that makes them understand it's the end for them. Discovering that the third prince of Haim is strangely obsessed with the clone, the king closely watches Ain's reaction. It turns out the enemy prince is obsessed with our guy's girl, and this is the best way to drive the macho crazy. With complete disgust on his face, Ain is not going to allow some random prince to suck up to his girl. Just the thought that that guy will call the clone his wife makes him want to just erase his life. Proposing to resolve this once and for all, Ain suggests a conference. Instead of simply throwing them into orbit with a nuclear strike, he wants to look them in the eyes and directly tell them why they are losers, and this is pure show of strength. Agreeing that this nuisance must end, Warren is ready for debates that will leave Haim in the dust. They are tired of constant annoyances, and want to end this drama once and for all. He returns in his thoughts to all the sweet moments with the clone and knows exactly what he must do. We are shown a montage of their best scenes, reminding us why they are the top ship of this series. Recalling that wink that probably saved him from depression, our guy is now burning with pure motivation. He is not doing it for politics, is doing it for the girl who has been by his side from the very beginning. Declaring that the clone belongs to him, Ain fires the strongest phrase of the chapter, without a shadow of a doubt. This is peak Jed energy, and it is clear that he is 100 serious about protecting what belongs to him. Everyone in the hall froze with elders, could not believe that their little prince so assertively declared you his wife, and their faces were priceless because they had no idea he hid so much charisma. Starting to giggle quietly, the king realizes that his grandson is a true boss in the making, and sincerely feels proud seeing how Ain stood up to defend his girl like a real man, even though it took everyone by surprise. Blushing and retreating like a true pro, Ain tries to call her an assistant, but it's already happened. Everyone heard him clearly, and the king will never let him forget it. Having decided to join, the king announced that he himself was heading to the conference to see how the drama would unfold. An ordinary meeting suddenly turned into a tense royal confrontation with the very top. Ignoring safety warnings, the king essentially says that he is different and not afraid of some petty killers of Hema, is tired of hiding behind walls. He wants to deal with it himself. Ordering to prepare his legendary white ship, the king told Ain that they would deal with this Tojdar, is taking the fleet's best ship to show off before Haim and demonstrate what true power looks like. Exchanging glances with the guards, Ain realized that his life had just become much more complicated. The advisors are worried, but it is clear that they are also thrilled. Finally, the king is entering the field. Standing next to their grandfather, they look confident and dangerous as if with a single step they could destroy an entire kingdom, a true legendary father and son, and Haim is definitely not ready for what is coming. Switching to Haim Royal Castle compared to the Ain house, everything looks terribly mediocre. The moon is in the sky, but the atmosphere is gloomy because everyone understands that they seriously messed up. The camera zooms in on Elena's office, Clon's mother. She's drowning in papers and bad news, looking at an old family photo and probably longing for the days when her life was not a complete mess. Boiling with anger over Sir Tigray's foolish decisions, Elena wonders how her country could end up in such a mess. She does not believe that the people she has to work with every day are so incompetent. When there was a knock at the door, she barely lifted her eyes. Her personal maid entered the room, and she was so consumed by stress that she did not notice how the surrounding atmosphere became dangerous. Thanking Lily for the documents, Elena was so exhausted that she did not notice. Her devoted servant might be hiding a secret. Lily looked like an ordinary sweet maid, but in this world, sweet maid usually means ninja. Noticing that her lady was completely broken, Lily asks what happened, holding a perfectly polite mask on her face. Elena has no idea that she is pouring out her soul to someone who might be more dangerous than the enemy army. Explaining the situation with the letter, Elena suddenly realizes they were simply outsmarted by Esthalica. She's clearly smarter, and the fact that Tigray acted on his own only adds to the humiliation. Asking Lily about how the fish catches are changing, Elena tests her knowledge about the port towns, and unexpectedly it turns out that Esthalica understands the economy of Hema better than the royal family itself. Clenching her teeth, Elena understands. Esthalica even pointed out tax frauds that her people missed, and this is incredibly humiliating because the enemy is effectively doing her job better than she does. Realizing that the enemy chancellor is a true genius, Elena feels the burden of the country's helplessness on her shoulders and already clearly understands. The upcoming conference will be a complete failure for her side. Staring out the window, she begins to suspect that there is a traitor among them who is passing information to the enemy, and her eyes narrow as the pieces of the puzzle start to come together. Suddenly turning with a piercing look, she asks Lily how she even found out that the letter was officially from the chancellor. It was a slip of the tongue, and now the servant is under strict scrutiny. When a look appeared on her face that clearly did not suit a devoted servant, Lily's eyes became icy. The mask begins to slip, and instead of the sweet image of a servant, something much more predatory emerges. Looking at the lower part of her face, we see how the expression completely changed to something terrifying. The innocent servant we knew is gone. In her place stands a professional assassin. Confirming her suspicions, Lily admits that she knew. Alana would sooner or later find out the truth, and she even smiles because of it, and this smile is the most terrifying thing in this situation. In the blink of an eye, the maid pulls out a knife and reveals the truth. She is actually a high-level spy working for Warren, and Elena is completely unprepared when the person she trusted the most puts the blade to her throat. Explaining that she was signaled to return, Lily tears off her mask and confesses. She is an operative of Esthalica. She has led a double life for years, and now it is finally time to go home. Lily asks Elena to calm down and explains that she has no right to kill her, she only has to secure her own exit. She's strangely polite about all this kidnapping and betrayal, but that is a completely typical spy manner. Smiling at the thought of the guards, the spy seems to tell Elena that no knight in this castle could even touch her. She has that highest grade confidence that only a truly dangerous person in the room possesses. Elena, realizing that she is completely cornered, is forced to submit to the girl who served her for years. It is bitter to swallow, but she knows she cannot stand against a true professional. Complaining about her misfortune, Elena notices that Lily's character is actually very similar to the character of her daughter Clans. Both are stubborn and unpredictable, and this seems to be a common trait of the women in Ein's life. Extending her hand, the spy offers an unexpected choice that could change the course of the entire war. She is not just leaving, she is giving Elena a chance to escape before everything burns down. They ask Elena if she wants to switch sides and go see her daughter in the safe arms of Astalica. This is an attempt to offer her to abandon the sinking ship Haim and be with the family she misses so much again. Promising her family, Lily makes a last attempt to save her former mistress from the approaching war. During her undercover service, she sincerely grew attached to Elena, and this adds depth to her character. With a heavy heart refusing the offer, Elena decides to stay and try to save her sinking country. She still loves Haim, even if the royal family are complete idiots who ruin everything. Accepting the answer, Lily prepares for a spectacular exit and throws the last warning. She drops makeup, a sign that her time in Haim is officially over and she is once again at Warren's disposal. Standing on the windowsill, she tells Elena to stop the royal family before they force the mother to fight her own child. It's a chilling reminder that if Haim doesn't back down, it will be very bloody. Jumping into the night with a final farewell, the spy disappeared as if she had never been there. Elena rushed to the window and saw only air where her faithful servant had stood before. Looking down at the empty street, Elena stood alone with sorrow and her duty. The castle suddenly seemed much bigger and much colder, because now she knew she was truly alone. Admitting that she really likes the girl, Olna clenches her fist and prepares for the storm. It's a pity it ended this way, but now she will have to save the kingdom from itself. She walked the corridors with a new purpose, resolutely demanding an immediate meeting with Prince Tiger, while the guards looked confused at her sudden zeal, but knew it was better not to stand in her way now. Determined to act, Elena realizes there is no time to cry over the betrayal of her beloved servant. She must rise and become the leader her country needs before they all get sent to the lobby. The bride's mother swore to do everything in her power and is ready to confront Astalica on her own terms. The conference is approaching, and it is Elena who will decide whether Haim survives or is destroyed. Starting with that lineup on this cover, our guy Ein stands next to the clone of the best girl and looks just like a real monster. Wasting no time, we immediately dive into Chapter 53. The atmosphere here is incredible, and the stakes for the ship, Sea Dragon, are higher than ever. Looking at this giant shipyard, it is immediately clear. The budget of the Astalica fleet is practically limitless. This is a true fortress of industry. Entering the giant hangar, the squad carefully inspects every corner, searching for the place where royal magic is truly born. Ein, noticing that they are right near the capital, was stunned to realize he never knew this historic place hid such a grand show-off. Finding out that there is a real epidemic in the city completely kills the mood, but the mission is more important. They are already approaching the final point. Look at the absolute pinnacle of engineering, because this ship is a real monster, created to dominate the waves. Check out the Sea Dragon ship, Leviathan, a vessel so huge that everything else seems like a toy boat. Compared to the White King, this battleship is like a different breed. It is made differently and, they say, has so much firepower that it can end entire careers. Seeing something strange on the lower levels, Ein suddenly froze in the crowd. He recognized a familiar face. Turns out his old school friend Roland and the legendary Professor Rook are working double shifts down there on the technology. Ein was stunned. These guys are actually so famous that his circle of acquaintances turns out to be practically the Avengers of magical engineering. Seeing Roland completely focused is pure Chad, proving that everyone here raises their level in their own way. Choosing to be a humble king, Ein decides not to interfere, lets the process go, and allows his guys to finish the masterpiece. Here the move is to wait until the ship is 100 ready, because a big discovery always impresses more than an intermediate hello. Remembering all his buddies like Batson Leonard, Ein realizes everyone has found their own path while he was carrying the kingdom on his shoulders. Feeling that the main hero's motivation hit like a truck, Arbau decided to do everything possible to maintain this momentum. The shot shifts to a sleek train, cutting through rural landscapes. We are moving away from the industrial noise and diving into political drama. Hot tea is served to soothe the soul, and the air becomes cozy. The team settles in and prepares for a long-distance conversation. During the discussion of the upcoming meeting with the Kingdom of Heim, we learn that the Great Confrontation is scheduled for summer. Planning a meeting on a deserted island is the height of drama, especially when the kings of both countries lead entire armies for security. The fact that Heim suddenly behaves too enthusiastically looks very suspicious. Even Clon feels that something is wrong here. Blushing like a complete simp, Ein recalls the time he called Clon his own, and honestly we can't even blame the man for good taste. And the understanding that Logos will definitely come to this meeting makes the family gathering incredibly awkward. Even more fuel was added to the fire by the revelation that his younger brother is also going as a servant to the third prince. Frozen in a serious gaze, Ein says he's tired of running. He's ready to put an end to these toxic relations with Heim once and for all. Sharp transition to Heimcastle under the moonlight, the air heavy with that same classic villain energy. Dressing young Grint, the leadership is clearly plotting something, and it will make life unbearable for everyone. Flipping through a provocative letter from Ishtalaka, Sir Tiger looks visibly embarrassed by how neat the handwriting is. A strange flex, but okay. Doubting the ability of the Crown Prince's assistant, the royal family Heim tries to cope with the fact that huge allies constantly fall upon them. As soon as they mention that Ein Solo is the sea dragon, the tension in the room instantly rises to the ceiling, because no one wants to admit that he is a legend. Brushing it off, saying it's just an exaggeration, Grint is completely broken and stubbornly does not believe that his brother has truly reached the level of a god. Calling Ain a talentless man when he is right now saving the world is pure hate, and honestly, it's just shameful. We ask Elena, and it turns out that the spy Lily simply vanished into thin air, and the Kingdom of Heim looks like complete clowns. They suggest sending their spies to Ishtalaka, a bold move, but to outsmart Ain's guards, they will need a miracle. It was clear to them, Elena's face is too recognizable to hide, so the team got stuck searching for a candidate who is not yet on the wanted poster. Breaking through the door as if he owns the place, Sir Leifun bursts in to remind everyone that the first prince is here again. Admitting that he spent the whole day having fun with women from the town near the castle is a level of debauchery only a true member of the royal family is capable of. Leifun, fixing a terrifying gaze on his subordinates, asks if anyone is actually against his lifestyle. Demanding to be told about the secret meeting, this burly prince is ready to throw a little chaos into the plan. Looking at the frightened faces of Elena and Tiger, it is immediately clear. When this guy is involved, it is usually a recipe for disaster. A short breath in this luxurious room, and the silence is so deafening as they prepare to tell the big boss about the spy mission. Calling his team a bunch of fools, Leifun laughs at their simple plans and suggests sneaking across the border on a trading ship. Shocked and not believing her eyes, Elena realizes that the prince might actually be more than just the guy wandering around the city all day. Pointing directly at us with a sly smile, Leifun insists he has the perfect people for this mission, and you immediately understand things are about to heat up. We start with a heavy lorne atmosphere, diving into the 54th chapter of this true masterpiece, and when memories of the father from the distant past surface, our Guy is clearly troubled by his tangled lineage. Looking at his younger self with a sword, you truly feel how far this Chad has come from his humble beginnings. And now we see an angelic beauty in a white coat, caring for the wounded. She is a true waifu, and the way she runs the medical ward radiates absolute top quality. She gives herself fully to the patients and finishes the job excellently. Even the burly guy on the bed is a bit embarrassed by her presence. Gaining courage, the poor guy invites her to dinner, and at that very moment, a knock on the door completely ruins his game. That's when fate itself sets him up. Ein enters the room with the energy of the main character to check what's going on, and everyone is immediately shocked. Seeing royalty here is so rare. Without unnecessary words, Ein confirms, an epidemic is spreading here. Look at all those potions on the shelf, the medics are clearly working overtime. The news that Clon and Chris got sick hit the team like thunder. They hid in the back of the complex and are trying to recover from some unknown spreading disease. When he realizes that his friends are not in formation, it becomes clear he will not be able to go with him to Magna. The nurse must tell him the bitter truth. They need several weeks of rest to fully recover. Thinking he can just enter his cheats, Ain suggests using his skill to instantly heal them. This guy really thinks he's playing a video game where you can press a button and fix everything. The nurse immediately rejects this idea. Natural immunity is what is needed. If he simply cures them with magic, the same disease will most likely strike them down again. Taking the advice of a professional, Ain realizes that now they will have to rely on Dill in official matters, and Dill acts like a true boss, promising to do everything possible on their behalf while they recover. He straightens up because stress begins to press. Fatigue is visible on his face. Our hero feels the burden of duties, as lately he has been carrying too many tasks on himself. Looking into the distance, Ain thinks about his brother and the princes and hopes that someone will hold them back before they make mistakes. Thoughts about his former father bring a completely different level of tension into the room. Just look at his stern face, it's clear he was a real headache. Supporting each other through shared trauma, the nurse admits that she too went through hard times because of her father, a true brotherly moment that makes the atmosphere much warmer. Watching her father just walk away and say, "I've lost interest," is simply crazy behavior. Imagine, your dad went out for milk and literally admits that he is just tired of family life. She is filled with gratitude to thank Ain for the rescue and for giving her a chance to live, the opportunity not to worry about food or a roof over her head, a huge DW, and she never takes it for granted. Having given her that warm smile of the main character, Ain sincerely rejoices that his actions truly change something. This is the pure, sincere, and heartfelt content we love to see. Laughing together, they understand that all the efforts invested in Isht were completely worth it. The chemistry here is subtle but undeniably palpable. The camera moves to the kingdom of Haim. Before us is the port town of Roundheart. The architecture impresses with its clarity, and the mood clearly shifts into a political drama. Standing on the pier at night, two figures gaze at a giant ship in the harbor. When people meet in the dark like this, you immediately know something suspicious is about to happen. Recognizing the vessel as a merchant ship from Birdland, they noticed its business has been collapsing lately. Accumulating debts is the fastest way to end up in a dead end. When they remembered the president's daughter, they chatted that aristocrats from everywhere had proposed to her. Then we see this huge guy surrounded by girls. He seems to live life to the fullest, but at the same time is building a cunning plan. The redhead calls his actions contemptible and is clearly not thrilled about how Leifin uses other people's debts to achieve his goals. This guy is basically playing 4D chess with people's lives. You watch as the crowd flows through the docks, and you feel the tension in the air. Something is brewing, and people don't even realize that they are just pawns in someone else's much bigger game. When you read the details about people who lost their citizenship, the scale of corruption becomes clear. These are exactly the people mentioned, essentially refugees with nowhere else to go. Not sure if Leifin will keep his word at all, they discuss how wives and daughters are taken and held as collateral. It's such a dark affair that you want the villains to get what they deserve. They are suddenly interrupted by a hooded messenger. He brought news that they finally caught the one they were hunting. The intrigue intensifies. The operation moves to the next phase. Ordering the ship owner to come to the estate, the plan clearly moves forward, and Elena takes the helm and entrusts the rest to her subordinates. With that winking smile like, "I have a plan," she says she wants to talk business for a bit, and you feel, whatever she says, it will turn the game upside down for everyone. Arriving at Augusta Estate, I froze. The scale of this place is simply huge. It looks as if all secrets are hidden deep in the basement. When you descend into the underground room, the air becomes unbearably heavy. Madame is at home, and she is ready to deal with those guests waiting in the darkness. Pointing at the prisoner behind bars, the guards stand ready, prepared for anything. This is not just some random prisoner, but someone truly important. When he sees the knight tied with ropes, he finally realizes who he is talking to, and although bound, the knight tries to keep himself together like a true warrior. Recognizing her as the mother of Clon, the knight from Ishtalika looks at her with obvious surprise on his face. Is the same expression of a man who knows he is in trouble but will not back down. The fact that her private army took so many hits just to capture him clearly shows how dangerous he really is. He did not fall without a fight, that's for sure. But letting the guards go to talk to him alone, that is quite a bold move. The guards are tense, but she literally radiates, "I know what I am doing." Offering a deal, looking through the bars, she tries to understand if this knight will turn upside down. This is a classic moment to make an offer he cannot refuse. They stubbornly look each other in the eyes, the tension so thick it could be cut with a blade. Neither blinks in this risky game of anticipation. Laughing at the very thought of a deal, the knightess is clearly offended by the proposal. Then her face suddenly becomes stone. She is preparing to announce shocking news. Boasting knightly pride, the prisoner tells her not to underestimate him. Even bound, a wild aura emanates from him. Feeling unbearable pressure, she realized that in the ranks of Ishtalika there are truly extremely powerful warriors, and if all their knights are like this, the kingdom faces great danger. Pulling out a document, she throws it in his face. "Will you still refuse after seeing what's there?" He pretends nothing will change his decision, but we all know how this will end. She extends the paper and says, "Read this if you are truly devoted," and the knight's eyes widen as he begins to realize what is written there. Looking completely stunned, he asks what this is even about, and she just stands with a smug, quiet smile. She knows she has won. The female knight doubts her sanity and is absolutely shocked by the information she just revealed. Olna plays psychological games here that would even stump a therapist. A few days later, we find ourselves in the port city of Magna in Ishtalika, a city full of life, and seemingly ready for a big celebration. When the crowd's shouts are heard, the carriage rolls through the streets, and people go wild as if a rock star has arrived in the city. They explain that it is their official duty to publicly plant a tree in the central square, a symbolic gesture in honor of the hero who saved the town. Calling her the Holy Mother, Aine is a bit embarrassed by all the praise, but look at Olivia in that dress, she's simply stunning, voluptuous in all the right places. Laughing at her son's reaction, she clearly enjoys the moment. Dill just looks in the background as if trying hard not to be the third wheel. You step onto the stage, the crowd is just huge, and you feel the excitement bursting from the pages as everyone prepares for the ceremony. Holding hands while they step forward, the hero and the saint in the spotlight, Olivia simply shines, and the crowd goes wild over this couple. So as soon as the sprout is passed to the wave, the ceremony officially begins. It was supposed to be a simple planting, but for this manga, there are no simple things. People getting to work plant the seedling together in the ground. It is a warm family moment that is about to become very strange. Carefully watering the plant, Olivia looks like the very embodiment of grace, and the flowers on her dress perfectly resonate with the atmosphere of the entire event. Suddenly the ground shone, and the plant began to glow. At that moment, you realize that the magical system is about to do something crazy. Caressing the plant and telling it to grow big, Aine doesn't even suspect that he is about to cause a real miracle. Everyone thinks it's over, but the earth has its own plans. Hearing a powerful glup underfoot is probably the last thing you want when planting trees, as if the earth itself is thirsty for even greater power. Looking around in confusion, I never asked Dill if he just drank something. The complete silence before the storm, a real movie moment. The earth trembles, and on their faces flashes a priceless expression of realization. They understand. Either something is very wrong, or, on the contrary, everything is exactly as it should be, depending on how you look at it. Watching the tree audibly swallow moisture is scary. Aang grabs his mom and runs outside just at the moment when the sprout suddenly begins to grow rapidly. In a matter of seconds, it exploded into a giant tree. The wave-like sprout became a real giant, and leafy fruits fall from it, like a divine blessing. Standing stunned before the giant trunk, Aine realizes that his padding was probably a bit too strong. The scale of this thing is just ridiculously huge. Looking at the shocked faces of the crowd, they can hardly believe their eyes. You don't see a twig turn into a skyscraper every day in 5 seconds. Declaring him the embodiment of the first king, the crowd immediately began to worship him. To give such a blessing of nature is essentially an instant start for the chosen one. Aine, acknowledging that this far exceeded his expectations, simply tries to digest the thought that now he is a living legend, while his mom takes it lightly, as if to say, "Yeah, my son." Telling him to respond to those who support them, Olivia grabs his hand and leads him forward. It's time to take on the role of the hero, even though he doesn't like it. Waving to the crowd, chanting his name, their image by the huge tree became iconic. These are exactly the moments written about in history books. Turning the gaze back to the sea, we see a ship approaching the horizon. Joyful shouts from the town are probably audible for miles. The chapter ends with Elena arriving at the port and throwing back her hood with a determined look. The real drama is just beginning, and I'm here for it. Hey Swender, welcome back to the channel where waifus are abundant and MCs are simply incredible. We start in the huge port city Magna, and believe me, everything here looks like a real movie. Our girl Elena sees the incredible scale of this vast country and, stepping off the boat, looks completely shocked. This place is the gateway to Ashtalaka, and honestly, the architecture here just screams, I am the main character. Look at the port town Magna, it literally shines, as if a costly filter has been applied to it. Comparing this city to Roundheart is like comparing a local burger joint to a 5-star steakhouse, and Elena's face shows it all. Suddenly her bodyguard appears nearby and reminds her that she is still a VIP, so she must stay alert. Turns out that during the voyage the ship was simply fried. The storm shredded it so badly that it will take several days of repairs before they can set off again. Looks like it just survived a tough one-on-one in the lobby, and here comes some guy with a bandage on his face to say goodbye. Handing over a recommendation letter for a skilled master, he tries to act like a cool macho before going his own way. He sets off immediately. He has big matters to attend to, leaving Elena standing as if she is waiting for the cutscene to end. Chatting about some mysterious guys and heading to the royal capital, the team makes it clear that things will heat up next. Like a true skeptic, the guard questions the plan and wonders, is following Leifun really cool or just a huge failure? A quick flashback shows that some villains were spraying poisonous fog and, like true scoundrels, targeting peaceful people. Elena has only faith in the team. She knows for sure that they will bring victory. Realizing they are stuck in this town for a while longer, she decides to go on a side adventure while the ship is being repaired. We get juicy details about Leifun. He tried to simp for the president's daughter, hiding behind a debt, but Alina quickly put an end to it. For these masters playing four-dimensional chess, negotiating so that the king is satisfied is just another Tuesday. So deciding to find a tavern, Alina pulled out a magical item she's too famous to go without a disguise. Watch this transition, bro, because it's smoother than a freshly opened jar of peanut butter. Quickly putting on glasses and letting her hair down, she is finally ready to blend in with all the NPCs. She takes off the hood, revealing her new look now officially undercover and looking like a top waifu. Explaining that this high-tech magical device definitely wasn't cheap, she said goodbye to the team for today. Walking through the market, she looks for a place to stay for the night, but it's so crowded and cramped here that there is no comfort at all. But some street food vendor tells her that the city is packed. 2 VIP persons from the capital have arrived to celebrate. She checks all the lodgings in the area and constantly runs into signs saying, "No vacancies," as if trying to buy a video card during a shortage. Sitting on a bench and sighing as if her life is over, she realizes the title of aristocrat is worth nothing when there is nowhere to take shelter. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure in a hood approaches her, and you already know the tension is about to skyrocket. She admits that she got a bit into trouble and quietly tries not to make a big deal out of it while the stranger listens to her problems. Grateful that he doesn't act like a complete weirdo and doesn't meddle in her affairs, she surprisingly accepts his offer to find a place for her. The stranger under the hood, smiling crookedly, says that his aunt told him about a place where there is always a free room for guests. Arriving at this incredibly luxurious building, it immediately became clear they are clearly not interested in some cheap motel on the outskirts. The manager, who looks like his heart is about to jump out of his chest, says that they have a room, but it is not for ordinary travelers. It seems this room is intended for some noble person, and the price is so high that even a whale would cry. Alina tries to retreat, but the hooded stranger stops her. He says money is an easy matter for him and boasts about his wallet. Encountering a worker carrying boxes, the hood of the stranger slipped a bit, and for a moment his face was revealed. Just one look at that hair and eye color, and the manager's brain instantly freezes in shock. He throws off the hood. It turns out this is Argyle. He impresses them with a shift, like a secret agent on a mission. Stunned with surprise, the workers began nodding their heads like frozen robots, because literally a prince just entered. Ordering them to immediately give the guest a room, Ein doesn't even care about the sky-high price tag. The giant pays for 3 days in advance like a true macho, and tells Alina, "Don't worry about anything." Leaving that luxurious building, our guy smiled, the mission accomplished, and he heads back to the street. Sighing with relief, he is probably just glad that he wasn't flooded by a crowd of screaming fans. Suddenly, Lily jumped out of the bushes, like a scarecrow from a horror game, to surprise him. She laughs, remembering how Ein found his cute ex-boss in a cheap disguise, and will definitely tease him about it forever. Planning to bypass the stalls and enjoy the festival, these two are ready to live life to the fullest and eat well. The building towers in the background and remains silent, while the plot thickens like a bowl of cold oatmeal. Lily burns the name as if it were a bomb. Olna must be happy to be talking to Prince Ein. The chapter ends with Ein savoring street food. He looks like the most relaxed member of the royal family in history. Oh, fragrant, starting with chapter 56. Our guy Ein pulls up under this huge villain Magna, as if it's his domain. Look at that look. Bro definitely dreams of rest and relaxation after all that chaos. Entering inside, the atmosphere is just perfect. They say they will stay here for a few days while handling matters, but the royal villa won't be an ordinary place for rest. It feels like something is about to happen. Immediately, our hero notices a door that looks too suspicious and asks what's behind it, and he gets the classic answer. It's just a basement, as if that's not the most obvious plot hook in history. Turns out these doors are truly legendary. No one in all history has been able to open them. Even Grandpa failed, so they're waiting for our host to show his magic. Ein starts overthinking everything, imagining it was deliberately sealed by some ancient power. Just admit it, you want to see if there's some secret loot or hidden waifu inside. Because he's a prince and basically a cool guy, Warren gives him the green light to go check it out later, and they act like it's just a walk, not a huge plot twist about to happen. First, Ein decides he feels a bit sleepy because earlier he had a real feast at those strudel stalls. Totally relatable. He'd also rather choose a food coma than crawl through a scary basement. Night has fallen on the villa and everything seems calm, but we all know how it goes. The guy is wrapped in a blanket trying to doze off, and the plot armor is already itching. Baki absolutely cannot fall asleep. An evening nap is the worst mistake for the sleep schedule. Look at his eyes, he is completely shattered and knows that tonight he won't enter the land of dreams. Realizing he has no better things to do, his brain immediately returned to that basement door that can be opened. Why go for a walk on the beach when you can break into an ancient vault? Sneaking through the corridors with a flashlight, like in a horror game, Ein truly lives. He tries to be quiet, but we all hear the adventure music building up. Finally reaching the bottom, he raises the light, and for the first time clearly sees the obstacle. The tension is tearing me apart. I bet you $5 it will open as soon as he touches it. Just look at the details of this thing. It almost screams, "Do not enter," in several languages. These are the legendary unopenable doors, and Ein is about to test that name. He notices there is no keyhole and remembers how his grandfather once opened a treasury. Broly launches his two-word, IQ, moves to solve the magical mechanism, while we would just start kicking it. Suddenly the door lights up like in a movie, and the seal begins to break. Probably unopenable just meant, wait until the main hero appears. The sounds go wild, the heavy door finally gives way, and Ein stands in complete thought, as if, seriously, it turned out to be so easy for me. Dust flies everywhere as the secret room opens. After who knows how many years, this is the peak of world building. You just know some juicy legend is hiding in the darkness. Our guy is really shocked he succeeded, while everyone else failed. He looks into the room as if he just found the secret ending of his favorite game. I go inside and it's by no means a dusty dungeon, but a huge, incredibly beautiful library hidden under the house. Honestly, if I had such a secret study, I would never leave it. In the middle of the room stands a table with one open book, as if it's just waiting to be read. What a dramatic setup. Whoever left this clearly is a fan of theatrical effects. Ain approaches the table and feels, this is not just a book, but something deeply personal. The tension rises, and I am already ready for a huge flow of information. Flipping through the pages, he realizes that the story inside is unfinished and full of secrets. He puts down the lantern to see better, and we immediately dive into the past. They give us a glimpse of antiquity. Clans followed that mysterious new or older sister. Everything was rapidly rolling into the abyss, and the mood was clearly not good. The illustration here is powerful, the city in ruins, and the book's narrator worries about his parents. It is a complete tragedy, and Ein absorbs it all. Stunned to the core, he realizes that he is holding the real diary of the first king of Ishtalica. This is not just a book. It is a piece of history that can change everything. The text tells how many friends died in the conflict, and every word presses like a stone on the chest. It gets dark very quickly, and our guy feels the pressure. Flashes of battle with the giant serpent monster flicker, and the king agonizes over the thought. Was there any other option besides fighting his own sister? The pages begin to whiten and empty, always a bad sign and a true mystery. Close-up of a desperate eye realization strikes the heart. This is the moment when the hero will have to do the unthinkable. The text reveals a harsh truth. He actually killed his sister to end the war. This is a huge failure for the royal family, and it breaks the heart. Look at this panel. The king holds his sister's body and sobs, apologizing again and again. This proves that being a Chad ruler has a heavy price. It turned out that some shadowy lady cast a curse of loneliness to manipulate the sister and push her into destructive rage. Imagine being so broken by loneliness that because of it, you destroy an entire kingdom. The king tried to kill the manipulator, but a whole horde of familiars blocked his way and she escaped. He was so close to the goal, but the plot demanded continuation. Before leaving, the woman cursed him, saying that he would never be forgiven and would never find happiness. This is true top-tier hater energy. She crossed the sea and disappeared, leaving the king with the duty to rebuild the broken nation, and chasing after her at that moment was almost impossible, so he had to focus on hard daily work. A year later, they built a brand new Talica, and the king decided to stop investigating the Red Fox. He tries to move on, but you know evil does not disappear for long. He decided to seal the room and the diary, hoping that after abdicating the throne he would someday use them again, and that is how we got those doors that cannot be opened. The sound of the closed room echoes through time talk about a heavy end to the diary entry. Ain just stands and tries to realize how hard it was for his ancestors. Now only he knows the truth, and this burden is too great for one teenager. He mumbles about the power of the Red Fox and about that curse of loneliness. You just know this will be the final boss of the series. The phrase curse of loneliness hangs in the air like an ominous omen. It really gives me the creeps. The next morning, sunlight gently falls on the villa. Birds chirp, such a peaceful contrast to the dark secrets we just learned. Elena wakes up as if hit by a truck, and that's exactly how I feel every Monday. She needs some tea and a plan to check Estoka herself. Suddenly, the maid Lily appears with freshly brewed tea in a teapot and a wide smile, and Elena freezes. She was supposed to be in disguise. Her girl panics because she thought her disguise was flawless even in her sleep. Lily just stands and looks as if saying, "I see you, girl," and this tension is just funny. Lily mercilessly tore her apart. Did she really think that this cheap mask would pass in a country known for magical devices? Absolute cruelty from the servants. She explains that Ishtalika has special devices specifically to detect counterfeits, while Elena is completely grilled by the local technician. Realizing she was cornered, Elena begins to sweat as Lily approaches closer. It is time to stop pretending and answer for her actions. Elena finally takes off her glasses and reveals her true form. She is a certified waifu, but looks like she is ready for battle. She asks if they are grabbing her, but Lily just waved it off and laughed. If they wanted to throw her behind bars, she would already be sitting, and this is a kind of quiet brag. The maid remains calm. It is clear that she is the one in charge here. She exudes, "I know what you do not know." Lily leans closer with a mysterious smile, both sweet and eerie at the same time. She says she came with a very specific purpose. Surprisingly, she wants to show Elena this whole place. Elena's face is full of confusion. She did not expect such hospitality at all. The frame slid under the beautiful sky above the port. A wonderful day for walks and a bit of political intimidation. Lily leads her through the city, saying she cannot take her to the bosses themselves, but will show her something she will like. "I have a bad feeling." They reached the destination, and Lily had a huge, proud smile on her face, while Olna looked as if she had just seen a ghost. They stand before a huge military port filled with giant battleships, and Ishtalik boasts of his naval power as if it were a trifle. Elena suspiciously asks why she is being shown all this classified weaponry, while Lily just shrugs as if it were an ordinary tourist attraction. She admits that she has a personal permit from Chancellor Warren himself to show her everything, and Elena feels she is being used but cannot take her eyes off those huge guns. Elena decides to take the bait and look around, and Lily smiles inwardly. The plan is working perfectly. This is real chess at the highest level. Look at her standing there tiny against the backdrop of this giant machinery. Ishtalaka is clearly playing on another level. We see a flashback. Warren tells Lily to show her around the premises. He scares not with words, but with a display. He wants her to see the difference in their power, so she advises a peaceful resolution. This is a move of a true Chad to prevent war simply by showing off big guns. Warren is a master manipulator. He believes that if Elena reports this, her own country might treat her coldly, so he plays both sides to always come out a winner. He considers Olna the only real threat in her country, and that is a huge compliment, if you think about it. The old man knows who the real MVPs are here. Now they are sitting relaxed in a fancy cafe by the water, like two friends at lunch. The contrast between the weapons of war and this peaceful meal is simply striking. Elena looks worried, realizing the huge gap in power between their peoples. Lily pretends to be fine, but we all know she is dying inside. Lily says that by their calculations, 2 ships would need 2 days to capture Elena's home port. Elena thinks it's a joke, but the maid is not laughing at all. 20 minutes, bro, this disrespect is just insane. Lily just dropped the harshest phrase of the entire chapter and did it with a stone face. Elena calls it nonsense, defending the pride of her native port. You see doubt beginning to creep into her eyes. Lily tells her that she has 2 options, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes incredibly serious. The time of choice has come for our favorite spy. She can either stay and live in Ishtalika or get on a livestock transport ship again. Calling the ships of her native country livestock ships is a truly top-tier insulting joke. Elena is offended by the remark about livestock, but Lily only insists. She says that sailing across the sea on such a ship is almost a wish to die. Despite the offense, Elena decides that it's time to return home. Her face shows a firm, determined expression, even though she knows a hard road lies ahead. Olnar admits that she will miss Lily. Her new assistant is much worse, and Lily pouts because she is so stubborn. A close-up of a genuine smile, it is clear that there is a strange but sincere bond between them, almost cute, if not for the looming threat of total war. Lily teases her, saying that she is lonely without her, and finally they seem to relax. Just 2 girls drinking tea while their countries aim weapons at each other. They laugh together in one of the most touching panels of the chapter. This is the calm before the storm, guys. A huge cargo ship is ready to depart. In the port it looks like a real behemoth. Olna is really doing it. She is returning to the front line. Standing on the pier, Elena looks back one last time. Lily is nearby to see her off, but the warm, friendly atmosphere quickly fades. Lily drops a bombshell. As soon as Olna returns to Euro, they will officially be enemies again. Their friendship was only a temporary truce. I will have to kill you. My soul just left the body. Lily in a second transformed from a sweet servant into a cold-blooded killer. Olna didn't even flinch. She just walks up the ramp. She knows the rules of the game they're playing. She turns around and thanks for everything one last time, even for being let go. This is a typical refined gesture of a top-class character. Lily bows on behalf of the Chancellor, politely wished her a comfortable journey. The mask is back on the face, and the professional distance between them is restored. The ship sails into the distance. Lily stands on the shore and watches. The shot is so cinematic that I almost hear the emotional final melody. Alone in her little house, Olna sips tea and turns Lily's words over in her head. She still has a lot to comprehend before she gets home. She realizes that the power gap is real, but is not ready to give up yet. It is not yet decided that I will lose, she tells herself. We end on this absolutely fiery shot of Olna. She looks like a real boss, not a weak woman at all, and Ishtalika better prepare for what she plans next. Yo, what's up, my kings? We're back and starting with top waifu energy. Just look at Chris-san. She is relaxed, though she is feverish, and looks incredibly thoughtful, probably thinking about how to carry the next story arc on her shoulders like a true queen. Even the chapter title screams, "A new stage, so get ready." Our girl will soon get heated because she grips the sword as if ready to fight even with the sheets. We move into the atmosphere of worldly glamour. We see Prince Ain sitting down for a brief conversation in a room that probably costs more than my entire life. Realizing he is not alone, Ain prepares to meet a mysterious guest. Professor Oz appears the same cool teacher who, honestly, turns a blind eye to homework, but behind those glasses definitely hide dark secrets. Discussing the madness that happened in Baltica, these two play it cool like real dudes. Ain keeps herself together, and the professor looks like he's about to spill some forbidden truth. Oz acts like a proud dad, losing his head over how the kid has grown, while Ain just shrugs for her. It's just another workday. Explaining his presence in the city, the professor says he's here only to check a few precise details because, it turns out, even in a fantasy world, gadgets need quality control. Look at this man, he's insanely obsessed with a small metal ring, as if it's the ring from Sauron himself. He's completely lost in his excitement. When Oz openly says that research is practically his entire identity, he proves he's a true scientist. It's both a hobby and a job, at the same time a dream for any researcher. Throwing a powerful hook, he admits he has a secret hobby, collecting old stories that aren't in textbooks. Ain is basically us right now, leaning forward because she knows a legendary lore dump is about to happen. Leaning back in his chair, he offers to tell one of these hidden stories. It's real cinema being born right before our eyes, and we're here for every second of it. We dive into the past and start the story about a legendary leader whose 3 subordinates were a true dream team for any crew. Imagine a squad with a nerdy researcher obsessed with parents, a spear expert who lived for drama, and a strategist, a real bookworm who dragged his childhood friend just to read together. And honestly, that's the highest level of nerdy behavior. Traveling the world in search of trouble, this gang finally stumbled upon a country full of real NPCs who needed a lesson. Without any fear, the leader charged at the villains and showed them why she's the boss. She simply crushed the resistance and liberated the entire district like a whole squad. As if in an instant, she became a heroine, befriended all the tribes she encountered on her way, and basically became the main heroine of the story. Understanding that the continuous struggle would never end, the leader decided to move to other lands to seek new villains to defeat, but 2 of her friends declared that they had enough of adventures and wanted to settle down. While the explorer stayed due to family reasons, the strategist lingered here because of a much worse, desperate reason. Turned out the strategist was madly in love with the local queen and decided to dedicate his entire life to her. Although he lacked charisma and chances to win her over, he watched her from the shadows like a loyal guardian, but his love never came true. Adding even more layers of tragedy, his childhood friends also stayed only to watch him gaze at the queen, creating a circle of sorrow that would make a K-drama look like a comedy. Sailing away to seek more smoke, the leader and the spear expert left their friends behind, and each went their own way, while meanwhile the corporate research fan stayed in the laboratory, probably trying to invent something for the love life of the friends. Having devoted his whole life to the queen's country, the strategist vowed to protect her legacy at any cost and spent days buried in books so the kingdom would not fall. Heartbreaking finale, the strategist stands over the queen's grave and cries after her death. He stayed in the country until the very end and defended it, even when the one he loved was no longer there. Oz thus concludes the story with a kind of "that's how it is" energy, and the air in the room becomes very heavy. He thanks the guys for listening to his rambling like a true gentleman. Ain calls it a touching story. It really moved him, although he probably thinks it's just a myth. Oz just smiles and says there are many such stories, keeping his cards close to his chest. Suddenly glancing at the clock, the professor realizes he still has a little time before the tavern slams its doors in front of him. It's a pity the meeting must end, but duty calls. Exchanging handshakes and a few pleasant words, these 2 look like friends who have just shared a deep conversation over a cup of tea. They hope to meet again, but the atmosphere between them is clearly changing. Take a look at Oz's face. As he leaves, that smile is downright suspicious, and I would bet my last dollar that he knows more than he says. Empty cups are replaced with fresh tea. Dill tries to lift the mood, but Ain freezes in a trance. He is deeply immersed in thoughts and tries to understand why that story seemed so familiar to him. Matching the puzzle pieces about the strategist and the queen, gears turn at full speed in his head, and he wonders why exactly that old story clung to him like a catchy song. Suddenly realization hits him like a truck, and he lets out a scream that probably woke the whole neighborhood. The puzzle pieces finally come together. When the tombstone he saw on the demon lord's territory flashes in his memory, Ein recalls one specific maiden surname. He breaks out in sweat, because this connection is too crazy to be a coincidence. Reading the name Ravi Laverne stand on the grave, everything becomes clear. Bro understands that the queen in the story has exactly the same surname as Chris San, and this is a huge lore drop. Staring into the abyss, Ein literally shudders to the bone trying to digest this information. It overturns everything we thought we knew about genealogies in this series. Unable to just sit still, Ein tells Dill that he must interrogate Chris about her origins as soon as she stands on her feet. Dill urgently needs answers. Jumping to the Roundheart estate, we see that Heim Capital looks peaceful, but we know better. Something is always brewing in these luxurious houses. Shannon looks like the most delicate waifu imaginable when talking to Grint. She perfectly plays the blessed woman card, and Grint clearly catches these vibes and behaves like a true gentleman while she thanks him for his time. Setting off on a journey, Grint promises to bring souvenirs to win over Thatcher Reese. He leaves tomorrow morning, but already dreams that she will like them. Shannon asks a small favor: could he pass a message to an acquaintance in Euro? She says this person has helped them before and wants to count on her help again soon. Grint throws himself into the task like a hungry dog, tells her she can rely on him for everything, and asks who this mysterious person is, completely unaware of the danger. Scratching his head, Grint tries to recall whom he knows in Euro, with whom Shannon might have spoken. He has no idea at all, and the tension begins to rise. Coming up close, Shannon enters his personal space and makes the poor guy's heart skip a beat. In her eyes, you can almost read a look: something big is about to happen. She whispers a message into his ear, and you realize that this is by no means romantic nonsense. When she speaks, the air turns cold. The message sounds, prepare for a new stage, but it seems like a code. Everything will soon burn to the ground. This is the sharpest cliffhanger. Walking away, Shannon has completely transformed. Her face became cold and detached. It was clear that the image of a sweet girl was just a huge disguise. Grint stands bewildered, while the real villain reveals her true colors. Waving a farewell smile that would scare even a demon, Shannon says she will wait. The narrator says the day of the meeting is approaching, and it will be pure chaos. Look at this team, ready to go hand to hand for the throne. Everyone here looks like a true alpha, and the tension is already off the charts. On the other side, Heimcrew is as sour as ever, and you know for sure, they are about to be smashed, either a plot armor or someone's huge power revelation. Under the sails, the fleet crosses the ocean and heads to the most important meeting of the century. The sight of the warships in formation is a real movie for anyone who enjoys military pomp. Look at the size of this absolute behemoth battleship. The author drew every detail to make it clear. Ishtalika is not joking. Suddenly, our waifus bow and apologize for the inconvenience. Seeing them so submissive is rare, and honestly, those fans who are down bad probably just devour this. Olivia looks like a real treat here and talks about some legendary fruit. Ripple, this snack was so incredible that it instantly restored everyone. Glancing at Ange's face, it is clear that he is simply happy the girls feel better. The atmosphere is perfect now, but we all know this calm will not last forever. Throwing a super secret, Olivia utters a name that immediately confuses our guy. It is in quiet moments that the true story comes out. In the flashback, it turns out that one night he behaved like a real clown, trying to escape his duties. Watching him hide under the bed like a coward is exactly the comedic gold this series needs. Learning that elves are extremely resistant to paralytics is a true pro-gamer move. Even after being pumped with drugs, this girl was still ready to fight. Ainge shifts the conversation to the surname of the Wernstein family, sensing that something deeper is hidden here. Asking about the origin of the lineage is the surest way to trigger an avalanche of old legends. Finding out that his ancestors might have been pixies is a real what the moment for our guy, and if pixie blood runs in his veins, his magical stats will probably soon skyrocket to the moon. Knock on the door broke the coziness and made it clear that it was time to get back to business. Their faces show the vacation is officially over. Stepping into the sun, the team felt they had finally reached the legendary location. For discussion, this place looks like a top-level DLC. Looking at the horizon, I begin to grasp the scale of this island, a perfect neutral place where two mighty forces can either shake hands or start a world war. Standing on the balcony and admiring the view, Ainge cannot contain his admiration for the architecture, and our guy lives like a prince. His life seems like a dream, while we are stuck in the comments. Just 6 months ago, this was an abandoned island, and this is real proof of how cool the builders are. They literally turned a wasteland into a palace in record time. Pointing at Hama's ship, the girl reminds Ainge that the opposition has already officially landed, and from here, above, the elders feel their firm determination. When they mentioned his mother Elena, the conversation turned towards a political minefield they still had to enter. Mom at a meeting where everything is at stake, either a blessing or a total disaster. Holding hands on the balcony, these two give us maximum romance, and her gaze at him can drive any simp crazy. In flashing a confident smile, Ein is ready to handle whatever Heim throws at him, the face of a man who knows the best girl is by his side. Thinking about the goals of each side, the girl begins to reveal the real reason for their gathering. It's not just about peace, it's about power and compensation. Heim basically appears with outstretched hands, demanding the return of his elders for a fat stack of money, while the prince just wants to get his wife back, like a complete degenerate. Departing from the prince's plan, Lady Olna is probably playing her own game. Never trust a noble lady when she says she has a plan. Caution is her main game. Even the legendary Warren watches her closely, and in a verbal duel she is like the final boss. Ishtalaka has one goal: to break ties and lure out apologies, and they absolutely do not accept no. Our guy is all for cutting off these losers once and for all. But when Heim's team lands on the pier, everything on the waterfront starts to look a bit chaotic. A clash of pride and mustached power is about to begin. Seeing Logus in person is a real rarity, and he constantly looks like he's having a bad day forever, and that mustache deserves its own villainous arc. Using his damaged superhearing, Ein decides to eavesdrop on the conversation downstairs. Why bother with a spy network when you can just listen to the wind? And suddenly two huge sea dragons appear, scaring Heim's soldiers to death. The best moment of the chapter, when you see these guys panic over the prince's favorites. Logus is drenched in drops of sweat. Upon seeing these giant beasts guarding the docks, he instantly realizes that Heim's military show-off is nothing compared to these dragons. Calling out the names El and Al, the soldiers understand that these dragons are actually under the prince's control. Imagine having a sea monster as a bodyguard. That's a real Chad move. They move, making cute sounds while simultaneously instilling terror, a strange combination, but these dragons manage it. They are essentially giant scaly golden retrievers. Dill approaches and explains that these magical creatures are completely calm as long as you don't start misbehaving. He is simultaneously babysitting both dragons and diplomats here. Recognizing Dill from the previous battle, Heim's soldiers began recalling how badly they were beaten. Disdain was palpable in the air. Standing straight, Dill is completely unshaken under these looks, a true pro who knows. If things escalate, he will pin these guys down. Arguing over who will be the first to disembark the ship is the height of pettiness. These Heim royals just love to make a scene over trivial matters. Tension boiled over both sides, stubbornly stare at each other. The air here could be cut with a butter knife. Showering insults on the arrogant heir right on his island is a risky move. We'll see if it works in their favor or if they get sent back to the lobby. Suddenly stopping, Dill will definitely not allow the question of his honor to go unanswered. Even in a secondary role, he radiates the energy of the main character. Turning with an icy gaze, Dill is about to show these aristocrats how things really work here in Ishtalaka, and Logus with his hideouts is about to get a harsh truth. Asking if Olivia is here is playing with fire when dealing with Dill. You don't ask about the royal family as if ordering a burger. Correcting them for lack of manners, Dill reminds that they are speaking to a royal person. Respectful address is not an option here when dealing with the Ishtalaka elite. Refusing to meet, Dill stands his ground like an unshakable giant. He knows exactly in whose hands the power lies here. Asking for just one word is a desperate act for an allegedly high-ranking noble. Heim looks weaker with every second. Calling Ain without a title is the last straw for our guy Dill, and you can see the dark aura beginning to flare around him. Clenching the sword hilt, Dill is just a second away from making this meeting very short. The sounds of heartbeat are like a countdown to a funeral. He slowly exhaled and managed to keep calm, but the message was loud and clear. Do not test the patience of a person who serves the heir to the throne. Declaring Ainsome their honored leader is a real flex, and Dill essentially says, "No, your place is trash," without saying it directly. Teaching them once again how to address properly is simply the height of meanness. He does it deliberately so they feel every drop of that contempt. Indeed, leaving without answering a single question is the coldest way to end a conversation. Dill is definitely the MVP of this chapter. Looking from the balcony at all this drama, Ain and the girl just stand stunned as if watching a reality show, only with many more swords and dragons. Sweating a little from the insane tension of his own subordinates, Ain realized, this meeting will be a wild ride. Being a boss is hard when you have such a reckless team. To say the meeting will be dangerous is an understatement. With dragons' secret plans and terrible mustaches, we are in for a real movie in the next few chapters. End the day with the dragon spitting water on the ship, the perfect final touch. Even the hime of the animal is fully in it. VRAV, we start with the brightest tropical moods our Guyine and the best girl Clon are walking. The chapter is called Her Worth, and you already know. Now you will see a real queen in action. For a moment inhaling the salty sea air before the political scandal explodes, Clon looks incredibly attractive here, and Ein pretends he doesn't care at all. Blushing as if holding a secret, Clune admits that the walk actually had no special reason. Our guy is a bit dumb, but even he now feels the tension in the air. When she realized that her mom would be in the same room with her boyfriend, she had some strange feeling. Ein is actually glad that she is worried because it means he is constantly in her thoughts. She already starts throwing names and says that the real headache here is the presence of the prince, and in general her mother worries her much less than that annoying prince. Expecting the worst, they discussed how the prince might make some reckless, mediocre move to get her back, and sure enough, Bro will crash the party without any charm. Grandpa Warren is already 10 steps ahead. He says that if they start misbehaving, he will really leave the ruins of Gaiman. You love to see a first-class advisor who is not afraid to use force for his team. Offering a real power move, Clon tells Ein to simply declare her his during the meeting. Look at our guy's face. He is just shocked by such audacity. Leaning in with maximum waifu energy, she asks if he will really say it for her. The tension here on the sand already reaches a cinematic peak. Putting her hand right on his chest, she clearly made it known what she wants to hear. If Ein doesn't give in now, he officially loses the right to be a leader. They look into each other's eyes, and the world seems to disappear for a second. The way they look at each other is pure, sincere peak. Approaching the climax, it seems we will finally get that legendary kiss. My heart is racing now. Just hope no one ruins this. A random dash, the worst mood killer. Just when the romance was at its peak, some clown interrupted and spoiled the moment. Hiding behind the trees as if on a secret mission while the prince and his thug pass by, Ain's raised a finger to say SHH, because if they get caught now, it will be very awkward. Splashing in the water and grumbling about Ishtalika like a real offended loser. Prince Glint here sounds like a hater who was just thrown back into the lobby. I overhear them starting to badmouth the heir's assistant, and they don't even realize that the very one they are shaming is watching them from the bushes. Complaining about those overly refined and polished letters is a total slap in the face to oneself. This guy got so angry over simple manners that he literally threw a tantrum on the beach. Claude is now worried about her handwriting. She looks so cute and anxious. She really thinks her handwriting is a problem, although the prince is just nitpicking. Calming her with a smile, Ein tries to soothe his sulky queen. Look at that legendary sulk, that's 10-10 culture. You move on to the first day of discussion and already feel the weight of this hall pressing down. The very architecture suggests that this is where boyish decisions are made. You look at this huge conference table and feel a verbal fight is about to start. Everyone in suits, ready to fight for the future of their countries. King Garland von Heim sits with an expression as if he just ate a lemon, already annoyed that they arrived first. What a strange reason to be angry. Entering the room with all the grace of a final boss, the Ishtalak team appears. King Heim is already losing patience, and we haven't even started yet. Meet Warren Lark, Chancellor of Ishtalika. He looks like he has seen everything in the world, and this old man has so much wisdom that he can make the entire kingdom of Haim tremble. Leading with full confidence, Warren prepares the stage for the main event. You can see Heimerol sweating just by looking at him. Look at that absolute charisma of the king of Ishtalaka. As he sits down, his presence makes the entire hall freeze. Swallowing fear, Glint realizes he is standing before a true legend, and the difference in aura between these two kings is simply humiliating. When King Chaim inquires about the heir, he is clearly eager to see who he is dealing with. He has no idea that he will soon be hit with a harsh lesson in reality. Elena sits hesitating, thinking about her daughter's beloved. Her face shows an inner struggle as she prepares to reveal everything. Noticing that she is upset, Logus anxiously asks if something is bothering her. These two are definitely not ready for the bomb that is about to explode. Acknowledging that his heart is far from calm, Logus shows a rare vulnerability. The tension in this room is so thick it could be cut with a sword. The arrival of the heir to the throne is announced. The doors burst open before the main hero, and everyone turns their heads to see the one they have all been waiting for. Apologizing for the delay, Warren has that smug expression as if he knows something you don't, and the girl to the right is already giggling because she definitely knows what is about to happen. He enters as if he owns an entire continent. Ain solemnly appears with Clon nearby, and this is a pure display of power if I have ever seen one. Our guy drops the microphone and calls himself Ain von Ishtalaka. The shocked faces in the background are priceless. They are completely stunned. Recognizing that voice and that posture, Logus realized he had seen this boy before, and when it dawned on him that this random boy was actually the heir to the throne, it was pure gold for him. The old man, recalling that time in the city, suddenly everything fell into place in the minds of the officials of Haim. They really allowed the future king of Ishtalaka to pass right under their noses. Logus looks, not believing his eyes. He cannot comprehend how powerful an aura this boy is filled with. He is only a year older than Glint, but the difference in their characters is like an endless ocean. Losing his head, Glint points at Clown and shouts her name like a complete simp. He cannot believe she is standing there in the Ushtalak squad. She introduced herself with full sophistication. The clone confirmed that she is the assistant to the crown prince. She is not joking and stands her ground, and Glint is simply boiling with rage. The prince, claiming she was kidnapped, tries to come to terms with the fact that she left him, but the clone immediately puts an end to it, saying it was her own choice. When Glenn asks why she did not contact him, he looks more and more desperate with every second, and this guy right here is pleading for attention in the middle of an important and tense meeting. Smirking maliciously, the clone tells him that she wrote every one of those letters. Remember how he said her handwriting was unpleasant? It turned out he set himself up. I was struck by the most powerful moment of it was me. Glint looks like he is about to short-circuit. The realization that he offended the girl he is obsessed with is the absolute peak of comedy. Calling it his revenge for yesterday's commotion, Clown goes all out. Even Ein thinks she is going a bit too far with the poor guy. Laughing like a madman, King Haim pretends that it is all just a big joke and believes he can simply demand her back, and everything will be like before again. When asked what exactly he meant, King Ishtalaka is not at all pleased, and as the real negotiations begin, you can feel the air around everyone grow cold. They demand to return the daughter of the August family right now. King Haim really thinks he has trump cards here, but honestly, it's just nonsense. Now pretending to be a fool for a moment, Warren corrects him. She is a lady of the August family, and the audacity in his feigned ignorance is a real pleasure to watch. King James' patience is at its limit, is already tired of verbal games, wants results, but is talking with the game masters. With that calm, grandfatherly energy, he clarifies the situation. Warren is about to pull out a financial bomb that will destroy this man's career. They clearly state that they have no intention of giving her away at all. Warren's look says everything you need to know about who is in charge here. Everyone is shocked. Haim royals just realized they were told no in the most professional way, and Glint looks like he's about to burst with rage. Its value was measured in decades, or even centuries of their national budget. Warren literally says it is more valuable than the bank account of their entire country. To ask if they even have such money is pure bluff. He knows their treasuries are empty and mercilessly rubs it in their faces. Furious, King Haim behaves as if someone dared to laugh at him. The disrespect has risen to a level that usually leads to full-scale war. Glint shouts about insolence and loses control, while Warren stands calmly and indifferently. You can't negotiate when you're considered unreliable, and Warren shows it clearly. Having told the prince to retreat, Logus realizes it is becoming dangerous. He senses a murderous intent from the other side of the table. Under that sharp, deadly gaze sits a monster right opposite them, just waiting for a reason to draw its blade. They announce that Marshal Ishtalaka's sword is already within reach. This is a literal threat of instant death if anyone makes a wrong move. When Glint realizes that Ishtalaka is truly ready for war, it is a loud alarm signal for him. He thought it was just a chat, but in reality, he is standing in the middle of a battlefield. They are forced to admit that the chasm between their peoples is now huge. They are no longer just neighbors, but on completely different levels of power. Calling them enemies is the last nail in the coffin of any friendly talks. Elena watches from the side and probably already understands how badly Chaim has failed. Warren wants firm assurances, not reconciliation. He does not seek friendship. He needs to be sure that Chaim will stay within his boundaries. He points out contradictions, as if he is really doing something. King Haim clings to a straw while his entire position crumbles around him. Instantly silencing him, Warren says there is no contradiction anywhere near. This man is a real wall of logic that King Haim simply cannot climb over. They ask, are these the true words of the nation, or just the Chancellor's babble? Olna finally steps forward to probe the ground and clearly shows that on the other side she is the only one with a head. After a moment of silence, Warren lets the question hang in the air. The tension is so great that you can hear a pin drop in the hall. Elena, looking at Ein, anxiously tries to read the boy who has captured her daughter's heart. Our guy just sits calmly and collectedly, like a true king. He throws a barely noticeable, confident smile that says he is fully in control of the situation. Ein doesn't even have to speak to show he is the one who controls everything. We end the meeting for today. Everyone is clearly already tired, and the Heimside leave, tail between their legs. Smiling to herself, Elena seems to have stumbled upon something interesting in this mess. She is definitely plotting something, and it will probably be legendary. The clone, surprised by his mother's reaction, stands confused and does not understand what is happening. The mystery only deepens as the first day comes to an end. They walked side by side, the Malchin's clone, and this is so typical of her mother. Ayn doubts whether she chose the right path, but the clone looks completely confident. Marshall, embarrassed by Elena's behavior, wonders why she handed the discussion over to the kings. She is their ace, yet barely uttered a word the whole time. Watching the behavior of the Estalica side, that's what really interested her. She was here not for talks, but to gather information about a potential son-in-law. Suspecting a conspiracy, Warren knows that Elena is not someone to be underestimated. It's essentially a chess game between the two smartest people in the room. They ask to conduct negotiations personally. Tomorrow, Warren wants to go face-to-face with the woman who raised the clone to understand who she really is. Proving the plan without any hesitation, he fully trusts his advisor because he knows Warren is the best in the mind game when it comes to psychological warfare at high stakes. Putting everything on Warren's shoulders, the king blesses the next round. The stage is set for an epic confrontation between the brain of Estalica and the ace of Haim. Achieving success in this discussion is the only goal left. Warren's face froze like stone, and he will not let anything stand in his way. They ended the chapter on such a cliffhanger that we are all sweating what intrigue will flare up at the next meeting. We'll have to wait, but you know, it will be a real show. Alright guys, get ready, because the 60th chapter of Magic Stone Gourmet is coming out, and the political heavyweights have finally clashed on the second day of debates. You look at this landscape and understand that the tension is in the air. Both nations are preparing first to throw words and then swords. Elena looks incredible, staring intently at the Chancellor, radiating top-tier waifu energy, while the wisdom of two peoples is about to collide. Sitting at the table for big boys, the Chancellor is lonely today. He proudly declares that all matters rest only on his old wrinkled shoulders. Noticing the absence of the clone, the third prince already looks a bit worried, and Elena confirms that she is the one holding the bag on her side. And straight to the point, the Chancellor, with that classic, "I'm about to ruin your career" smile, wants to know where Elena's family stands in Estalica. Elena answered without hesitation that her daughter is currently the assistant to the crown prince, and they came here voluntarily. Calling them exiles with a cold look, the Chancellor sets a trap that would make even an experienced gamer sweat. She responded to him only with a smug little smile. Elena is clearly playing 4D chess, while everyone else is playing checkers. Confirming that in the eyes of Estalica they may be exiles, the Chancellor admits, now they are citizens of his country, essentially saying finders keepers. Looking calm and mysterious, the old man pretends he understands everything, but you know a cunning plan is brewing in his bald head. Slamming his hand on the table like a complete loser, Prince Leifun exploded. He can't stand talks about broken families. Shouting at the top of his lungs, the prince says that for Elena it's like her family was stolen, and Elena just looks at him as if to say, "Dude, you're embarrassing us." Saying that families must stay together under any circumstances, the prince seems to plunge into emptiness, while the Chancellor watches with pure satisfaction. Troublesome matters cannot be ignored, says our talkative prince, who is clearly overdoing it now. It seems Elena is already completely tired of his nonsense, and is probably wondering why she has to carry this whole team on her shoulders. Rejoicing that he and the third prince think alike, the Chancellor pretends to be the sweetest, good-natured grandfather to lure him into a trap. He says what a strange coincidence others in his country have also lost their families. The old man is preparing to drop a real bombshell of truth. Like a hammer blow, he proclaims the truth. The real kidnapper is Haim, leaving Leif standing pale as if he just saw a ghost. They say the first Prince Haim bathes in luxury, holding innocent families hostage. The Chancellor is the very corruption of this royal family. Realizing that his brothers, convenient people, are actually kidnapped citizens, Leifuna is currently being utterly destroyed in real time. Someone hinted that to save his people, it might be necessary to strike first. The Chancellor is effectively threatening to wipe Haim off the face of the earth. Elena, like a true Chad, boldly steps forward, admits she knew nothing about this, and promises to investigate personally to prevent a full-scale war. They ask if they can request something from Ishtalak in return for these exiles. The Chancellor proves he is a true master of negotiations. Declaring his own father-in-law and daughter serious criminals, Elena makes a move of a true pro and keeps them under Ishtalika's protection. Leaving the native land without informing the kings is treason, so she demands that they be tried here and now for crimes. Elena will make only one decision, to send the families back to Estalaku, and she firmly reminds them not to go against the words of the first king. Accepting the conditions with a simple, "okay," the Chancellor finally relieved the tension in the room. Panicking because without the older brother, he cannot make a decision. Leifun thereby shows that he is not yet ready for the big stage. Telling him to be silent so as not to give the enemy a chance to strike, Elena proves that she is the true MVP of this meeting. Clenching his teeth in irritation, the prince realizes that everyone in the room has completely outsmarted him. Apologizing for his brother's actions, the third prince finally bows his head, a sign that Haim has officially taken on the burden. Looking at Elena one last time, you see that beneath the surface there is still a lot of unspoken drama boiling. Leifin leaves the room as if defeated and leaves the rest of the papers to the adults. Deciding to handle it herself, Elena prepares to sign the papers that will change the fate of both kingdoms. Putting the pen on the paper, the two geniuses finally sealed the agreement, which for now leaves this matter in their hands. Laughing at the smart approach chosen by Elena, the Chancellor admits that he used everything he had to snatch victory. Reviewing details about exiles and women behind bars, the scale of crimes of the first prince is simply disgusting. Holding the fate of Haim in her hands, Elena suddenly realizes that she was the one who leaked this information to silence corrupt officials. Believing that the Chancellor will handle it properly, Elena shows that she actually has some respect for the old man's intellect. Catching his intentions, the Chancellor could not help but be interested. It is strange that Ishtalak demanded a clear guarantee in exchange for breaking ties. Looking for a just cause at the moment, when Haim will finally make a move, this strategy is just pure cinema. Giving Ishtalak a reason to act, Elena essentially set a trap for the future. Praising her as a person with a brilliant mind, the Chancellor finally acknowledges her merits. You raise your eyes to the magnificent architecture of the hall, and it feels like you sense the weight of history being made here. The seal dropped on the document. The agreement is sealed forever. There is no turning back. Settling matters peacefully is already a victory in itself, even if during the discussion they failed to win every point. Showing off the signed agreement, Elena looks as if she just hit the biggest jackpot of her life. Praise from the Chancellor is a rare honor, but Elena accepts it with grace, like the queen she truly is. Understanding that the document is not the end yet, Olna knows, the Chancellor desires one more thing. Wanting to obtain not just a pretext, the Chancellor's true goal finally comes to light. Smiling as if he knows a secret that could destroy the world, the old man now looks insanely cool. Elena breaks out in a cold sweat and realizes that the game is not over yet. Returning to the main table, the atmosphere became even heavier than before as the kings rejoined the conversation. Demanding an apology, King Haima seems about to lose his temper. Not bowing his head like a king, he shows his true face, an old stubborn fool. Submitting a new document for consideration, the Chancellor is about to deliver the final deadly blow to Haim's pride. The map with support indicators loudly says, people are dissatisfied with their current leadership. Cross-referencing words with data, the Chancellor announces that AIN support is simply off the charts. In some cities, his support has reached over 90, and this is practically a mandate for him to take power. Conducting a poll on whether to accelerate AIN's accession to the throne is a bold move that shook everyone. Thinking about abdicating the throne to finally enjoy a quiet old age, the King of Italica is ready to pass the torch to the host. Glancing at Ein, the Chancellor threw him a look that said, "Get ready, boy, your turn." The old man smiles with pure satisfaction. He knows his plan is coming together perfectly. The King of Haim, insisting that breaking the secret agreement is no reason for a strike, desperately clings to straws. Believing that the judgment of Ishtalica could have been different, Olna reminds them that military force is not the only way to win a war. Before praising her for her sharp mind, the Chancellor was preparing to put an end to this whole circus. Realizing that their actions could have caused deep offense, the Haim royals finally felt the full weight of the situation. Like a true demon, the King of Ishtalica shows his power, and it terrifies. Clenching his fist in fear, the King of Haima finally understands that he is completely outmatched. Bowing and delivering a formal apology, the king of this country was forced to humble himself before those who stood above him. Accepting the apology with a cold, detached look, the King of Ishtalaka shows no mercy to the weak. Sighing with relief, the princes realized they had barely escaped alive. The discussion ended, and the group is preparing to disperse and head in their own directions. Chasing after Clon, the third prince is clearly not ready to let go of his hopeless love. Asking if she will really never return to Haim, the prince looks terribly broken. Telling him to forget about her, Clown delivers the harshest rejection in manga history. She leaves without looking back, leaving the prince standing there in the dust. Standing alone in the grand corridor, the prince realizes, against a macho like Ain, he never had a chance. Declaring that she cannot become his wife, the clone officially buries the prince's last hope. The prince looks completely shattered. His face says it all. Bro is going through it right now. When she makes it clear that her heart belongs only to him, the chapter ends with a complete victory for our guy Ain and his harem. At the beginning of chapter 61, we are given a clear shot of two brothers whose lives have taken completely different paths. One is heading for greatness, and the other is stuck in his own head, and the tension is already palpable. After an important meeting, Glint tries to appear calm, walking alongside Elena, as if the weight of the whole world rests on their shoulders, but they hold on and maintain professionalism for the sake of the mission. Noticing how carefree people behaved during the banquet on the last night, Glint couldn't help but feel a bit offended, watch the fireworks as if they personally humiliated him, while everyone else was just trying to have a good time. When Elena says she is letting Clon go, Glint's brain seems to short-circuit. He can't understand how she can be so calm after everything that happened to the prince. Boiling with jealousy like a true hater, Glint admits he can't accept that Clon puts that man above everyone else. He's currently in I'm a good guy mode, and honestly, it's hard to watch. To downplay the prince's risk, he says that although the guy has some wit, betrayal is obvious. He's just trying to come to terms with the fact that in this drama, he is not the main character. Comparing him to some dude named Tiger is a huge exaggeration, especially when he starts calling the prince's achievements at least questionable. This man is so deep in denial that he practically swims in it. Descending upside down like a true ninja waifu, Lily decides to scare these two to death. She won't let Glint keep throwing dirt on the boss without showing who's really in charge here. Landing with cat-like grace, she mocks Glint for his dramatic reaction, and Elena just sighs over this chaos. Lily lives for drama, and honestly, we adore her for it. With a smile that screams, I know something you don't know, she offers to show them the true sword mastery of Einsam. She is about to throw Glint's entire worldview into a blender and hit the pulse button. The stage is set for the main event of the night. Torches blaze, the moon is high in the sky, the perfect atmosphere for a legendary brawl or a big show-off. Peeking over the hill, Glint sees that the match is already underway, and his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He realizes that the man he mocked is about to do something absolutely crazy. Steel clashes against steel, sparks blind the night. Because the showy duel is in full swing just by the sound, it's clear they are not joking. Watching the fight, the girls explain that the current duel is between Lloyd Sama and Dill. Dill is fighting for his life here, and everyone else is just watching indifferently. With a huge grin, mocking the poor guy, Lloyd tells Dill that retreating won't earn him any medals. He's a real tank, and treats this as an easy warm-up. Shouting from the edge of the ring, the cat girl is going crazy, trying to coach Dill from her seat in the audience sector. She has more energy than the fighters themselves, and it's just funny. Glint was stunned by the insane speed of exchanges. He realizes that his own skills don't measure up, and every clash of swords reminds him that he is not yet at this level. Calling him son right before a powerful blow, Lloyd showed, even family ties won't save from a world-class brawl. The look on his face is pure dominance. With one powerful strike that shook the entire arena, Lloyd shows why he is the Marshal of Ishtalika. This is not just a fight, but a complete demolition of Dill's floor and spirit. The blow threw Dill into the air like a doll. The power of that swing was pure cinema. The guy ended up in the lobby with no return ticket. Gasping on the ground and covered in dust, Dill finally understands. He has been completely finished off. He fought honorably, but sometimes you have to admit that you were simply outmatched. Now yielding to his father is the only sensible move, because the difference in strength between them is a literal chasm. The crowd is going wild, and Dill is just trying to remember which planet he is on. Standing in complete silence on the ridge, Glint and the others tried to comprehend that incredible machine they had just seen. One thing is to hear about a monster, quite another to see it in action. Glint is in panic. He sees a real monster in human form and loses his composure, while the cat girl meanwhile prepares her secret weapon with a mischievous look that foretells trouble for everyone around. Pushing Ain into the ring as if bringing him as a sacrifice, she tells him to go avenge his subordinate. Ain looks as if he was just told about an unexpected math test in front of the whole school. Standing opposite the marshal, with a giant crack in the ground between them, the atmosphere is simply incredible. This is the confrontation we have all been waiting for, and the excitement is off the charts. Lloyd laughs as if he just found his favorite toy. He is thrilled and wildly wants to see what the prince is really capable of. He has been waiting for this moment, and is not going to hold back even a little. Again standing aside and criticizing maliciously, Glint says the fight will end in an instant. He still clings to the thought that his brother is a loser, and this is pure self-deception of the highest level. Recalling childhood, we see a flashback. Ain barely manages with a wooden sword, and their father stands and watches. Glint was always the golden boy, and Ain was considered the family's biggest mistake. Abandoned by his own father for being deemed unfit, Ain grew up with a severe trauma. No wonder he is now so withdrawn and focused. He has a whole life of contempt behind him, for which he will have to answer. Meanwhile, from the stands, the waifu wildly cheers him on, giving Ain the love he never had at home, and the cat girl still screams at the top of her lungs it's just her thing. Elena looks with a gentle smile, finally beginning to see the man Ein has become. Her support is so warm and sincere, but the cruelty itself is about to begin. Grabbing Elena's hand and pulling her along, Lily decided they needed seats in the front row. She won't let anyone miss that incredible drama that is about to start. Moving so fast that the background turns into continuous motion lines, Lily is almost a human cheat code. At this moment, Elena is just trying to keep her lunch down. I shout to her, "Don't let go, otherwise she'll throw you into another time zone." Lily goes all out. This girl is the embodiment of chaotic neutral, and I'm here for it. Glint looks in complete astonishment. It's hard for him to comprehend the speed he sees. It's as if he just saw a ghost, but in reality, it's just his brother's hidden talent. Clashing blades with Marshall, Ein finally shows the fruits of all that secret training. The strike is so powerful that waves emanate from it, felt even through the page. They exchange blows so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice the fight becomes a blurred ribbon of white, molten metal. This is what happens when two cool guys stop pretending to be polite and start being real. Realizing that these two no longer resemble humans, Elena finally understands the huge chasm between Ein and everyone else. The deal was good, but this is a completely different league. They laugh, saying that Ein's innate skill is just sewing. The irony is striking because they have no idea that this supposedly useless skill was only the foundation for something much more terrifying. Glint stands like someone who just lost their favorite toy in the sandbox. His whole world is falling apart because the brother he despised is now literally a god on the battlefield. And suddenly a memory surfaced. The parents' eyes shone because they had the skill of the Holy Knight. While Ein's poisoning skill was called trash, the level of favoritism in this family was simply disgusting. When voices from the past hailed him as unmatched, it now only hurts Glint more. He realizes he was a big fish in a very small, biased pond. And smiling in battle, Ein seems to have finally found his place. He is not just surviving, he is thriving in the hell of combat and looks like a true boss. He bites his lip so hard it's a miracle he isn't bleeding. Glint drowns in envy and can't stand that his loser brother is the one everyone is looking at now. Fleeing in a fit of rage and frustration, Glint proves that emotionally he is still like a child. Lily just laughs at him, mocking haters is her second favorite hobby. When the annoying escort finally leaves, Ein behaves like a true gentleman. He asks Elena what she wants now and gives her a chance to finally have the meeting she was avoiding. Elena tries to be restrained like a true citizen of Heim, but her emotions clearly take over. She thinks this is their last farewell, but the universe has other plans. When you remember that she was still a baby, you feel how deeply family quarrels have taken root. It's incredible how much history these silent panels contain. When she sees memories of a happy family, the current separation seems even more tragic. It's clear she truly misses how things were before everything got complicated. Clenching her fist, Elena finally decides to stop running from her past. She is ready to face whatever awaits her in those woods. Lily teases her for being as stubborn as Alanis, leads to an unexpected reunion, and plays the role of a chaotic matchmaker, and does it brilliantly. Standing in the moonlight, the clone looks like a true vision of grace and beauty. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, and the mood here is off the charts. Elena's face says it all. The woman she considered her mother stands right before her. The shock is real, and tears are about to fall. Embracing in the middle of a field of feelings, these two finally close the distance created by years of politics and drama, and if this doesn't move you, you probably have no heart. Tears of joy roll down the face of the Tushalina clone, proving their bond is unbreakable. Lily stands aside, probably rubbing her back, proud of a job well done. Remembering how Ilana once threw away the marriage papers like trash, we glimpse into her wild youth. She was always stubborn, but even she had a weakness for some people. Clown teases her, asking if she would throw away the papers about Ain, and Elena her absolutely not, was the most sincere thing she said all day. The ship sails full, the wind blows at full strength. Believing she would find him even in a pile of hundreds of papers, the clone shows how strongly she believes in their bond. This is true destiny energy. When the smiling face of Ain appears in her mind, Olna finally admits to herself that he was always the one, and the blush on her cheeks is proof that she is head over heels in love with our guy. Elena sighs and wonders who she looks like, but has already returned to her usual self with a much lighter burden, and it's so good to see her finally relax and laugh with someone she trusts. Laughing together under the stars, these two finally get what they deserve. It's such a kind, heartfelt story that makes us come back again and again. Watching from the top of the hill, and giving them space like a true king, knowing when to intervene and when to give the ladies their moment. Meanwhile, at the banquet table, the adults realize the meeting went great, and Warren and the others are happy finally. The family drama is starting to be resolved. At first, deciding not to force a last farewell, they make a plan to keep the family in Ishtalika. This is a huge victory for the good guys and a devastating failure for the haters in Haim. Sailing towards the sunrise, the fleet looks majestic, heading to its next destination. The drawings in this series are simply stunning. They skillfully convey the scale of this journey. Sitting down to talk with the king, Ein looks as if he has finally gotten used to the role of prince. They talk about affairs, but there is a sincere mutual respect between them. When they started talking about the transformation of the demon lord, the conversation became very serious. They discussed unresolved problems, and it seems that Ein holds within himself a colossal power that could overturn everything. The mention of a group called the Red Fox, burning with hatred for the royal family, suddenly raises the stakes higher than ever. They sound like villains who don't play by the rules. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, the ground shook with a powerful shock. The king and Ein froze in surprise. Something big is happening, and it is definitely not a friendly visit. Looking out the window and seeing the port town Magna completely engulfed in flames, this is a real nightmare. The town seems baked, and we stand on the threshold of a great war. Watching from afar as the city burns, the chapter ends at the most intense moment. Our heroes barely managed a sincere reunion, and the next moment they found themselves in a fiery hell, and I can't wait to see how they handle it. Running back and forth, Chapter 62 starts with a cool title, but the city is currently losing badly. Everything around is burning. Monsters appear as if this is a top-level raid, and the local guards on the streets are simply being torn apart. Look at this poor guy trying to hold back the literal king of lizards with just a toothpick and a dream. Give sharp orders, drive civilians to the warehouse, because the atmosphere on the streets is currently at zero. Out of nowhere, this fluffy nightmare bursts through the wall, like Cullidman from hell, to pounce on a mother and her child. At the very moment when everything could go awry, someone bursts in and at the last second saves the situation, sending that monster straight back into the hall. Blood splashes everywhere. Our hero, do everything to keep this family safe from the absolute threat. Stands there like a true Chad, finally visible, who is carrying this entire defense mission on their shoulders. Everyone loses their heads. The heir to the throne, Ein, appeared with that legendary aura. Ein here is a true caring king, watching over the children, while the main commander approaches to receive a report. Turns out these monsters didn't just pass through the front entrance. Someone definitely sold the city for quick profit. They report that the late emperor's estate is surrounded, so the intrigue thickens faster than a bowl of oatmeal. Thinking about the culprit, Ein's gaze sharpened. He knows that behind all these antics stands the Red Fox. Ein is not going to waste time at the committee meeting. He tells the knights that he is heading straight to the estate. Even the experienced commander looks a bit stunned by how much the prince has recently become a true force. Their burning gaze says it all. This is not just a skirmish, this is a real war for survival. Throwing himself into the heat of battle, Ein leaves the city in their hands and sets off to solve the real problem. Racing through the burning streets, our guy searches for everything that needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. A whole squad of grotesque monsters blocks the way, as if they just broke out of a terrible, feverish nightmare. Ein simply tells them to disperse before he starts handing out free one-way tickets to the afterlife. One powerful strike and these enemies scatter like confetti, but the guys keep moving forward. Reaching the place, Ein's gaze said it all. It's even worse than he expected. The entire estate is devoured by flames that seem to feed on pure malice. Dill rushes inside like a complete bot, but Ein restrains him. The danger level just jumped into the red zone. Explosions of black miasma burst from the ground like some demonic oil fountain. Watching the building literally collapse under the pressure of that dark energy is pure cinema. Warning his friend to retreat, he realizes that this miasma is too poisonous for any ordinary person. As if gravity itself gave up, pieces of earth break off and rise into the sky. Everything is drawn into the whirlpool of corruption, and two stand at the edge of the abyss and watch. Wondering why this filth comes out of the emperor's estate, Ein's blood boiled with righteous anger. Seeing the dragon soaring over the burning city, our hero can no longer endure. While the knights are still fighting for their lives against the endless horde, the real boss battle is about to begin. Looking at the crying children in the shelter, Ein decided enough games with these villains. He challenges everyone who wants his head to his enemies. He says, "Come and take it if you consider yourself fast enough." Magical power swirls around him, so powerful that the air around begins to tremble. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he is ready to unleash such power that it will reboot the entire map. A giant pillar of light shoots into the sky as the prince decides to drop the final magical nuclear bomb. Waves of ice begin to freeze the ocean itself as the temperature instantly drops to absolute zero. Every nearby monster is instantly swallowed by the icy wave. It freezes like a lollipop on a stick before it can even blink. Even great dragons are turned into statues by this insane domination of the elements. Snow begins to fall on the burning city, and the fires literally suffocate from the cold. Everyone raised their eyes in admiration as the hellish world turned into a winter fairy tale in seconds. Above the city loomed a literary tree of ice, boasting a power that should not be possible for a mortal. People point fingers and stare wide-eyed because they know their prince has just performed a literal miracle. Holding the sword by his side, Ain looks as if he has just finished the most exhausting training of his life. With one last word, he commands evil to perish, and the magic completes its work. Honestly, there is nothing more pleasant than watching the flames flicker and fade under the falling snow. Finally, peace reigns on the streets, and people understand the nightmare is finally over, at least for now. Rumors spread instantly, as if the crown prince himself is a god walking among people. Kneeling on one knee, Ain admits he is a bit exhausted because he spent his reserves of politeness like a madman. Dill begs him to rest, but the prince is in no days off mode and stubbornly refuses to stop. Though exhausted, he rushed forward to search for the last monsters because the matter is not yet finished. Standing under a huge icy tree, we notice a mysterious man who stands relaxed, as if he is the master here. This guy starts laughing like a typical anime villain who is waiting for this exact moment. He is fanatical about the fact that Ain's power turned out to be much higher than anyone expected. The guy literally licks the snow because he desperately wants magical power, and honestly, that's very cursed. Talking about cutting the prince's body for research, this guy is officially a weirdo. Each of his creepy thoughts increasingly shows that he himself is the real threat going forward. The traitor pleadingly asks him to fulfill his part of the deal, looking like a complete sycophant for his own skin. Looking at the back of this villain in glasses, you instantly realize he has not a gram of compassion. Smiling as if he is a true good guy, he thanks the traitor for being such a useful tool in his plan. Saying that the deal is essentially invalid, he warned, the merchant's family is definitely not safe. Revealing that he is the legendary researcher Oz himself, he shows that trust in him was just a masterfully woven lie. Approaching closely, Oz explains that pacts end when one side stops breathing, and this is a huge warning sign. Grabbing the man by the head, the researcher begins to do something that looks incredibly painful and messy. Screams tear through the air as dark energy literally starts melting the boy's face, proving that Oz is a real threat. Oz turned away and stepped back while the boy melted into a puddle of slime, coldly saying goodbye as if it were an ordinary Tuesday. Walking through the grass, this mad scientist is already preparing his next move against our heroes. Telling his twisted story, he says there is another chapter ahead that is yet to unfold. Flashes of memories about his bloody curiosity reveal the truth. This man has been a monster for a very, very long time. Building towers of wisdom and creating his own kingdom, he has been playing the long game all along. Moving to the final reveal, the narrator hints that his true self is even crazier. Finally back with the prince, Oz eagerly awaits the absolute chaos that is about to unfold. It is hinted that the boss lady will soon join the chat. The hype around the next waifu is already off the charts. Oz throws one last creepy smile and leaves us on the edge of a cliff. I'm already sweating in anticipation of the next chapter. Rebuilding an entire town from scratch is practically the perfect medieval grind, and after that crazy incident, these guys are putting all their strength into this task. Watching people come together is true warmth, but we all know, in such stories, peace never lasts. Deep in the heart of the Shining Forest, we find ourselves before the majestic elven nobility. Meditating in a room that screams high-budget fantasy, this elven elder is clearly preparing something big behind those closed eyes. Look at this, the author definitely knew what they were doing when they gave her this perfect image. A heavy bomb of ancient secrets drops. A secret letter from the king confirms that the beasts are finally making their move. Summoning his granddaughter Shira, the elder prepares to send her on a mission that will change everything. Being a royal envoy is no joke, especially when you are sent to the villa of the very first king. Bound by a debt older than most civilizations, these elves take their sacred duties very seriously. Handing over a secret invitation, the elder reveals that this message is addressed to none other than our heir prince. As soon as Shira realized this was not just an ordinary meeting, she could not believe her ears. Inviting a person into the most secret corners of their land almost never happens, and Shira's facial expression says it all. She suspiciously asks if they really are going to open a shelter, but she is instantly silenced. Grandmother's word is law here. Completely confused and worried, the poor girl understands there is no turning back from this risky delivery. Accepting her fate like a true champion, she prepares to leave the forest for the first time in many years. Watching her leave, the old man raises his eyes to the moon, and in his gaze I feel things are about to heat up. Praying to the king named Jail for protection is complete madness, but in this world anything can happen. We move on to the royal capital. A whole month has passed since that drama in Magni. Burying himself in papers like a real office worker, Ein looks as if he is about to faint from the sheer boredom of being a ruler. Learning that the restoration will take 2 years is a real failure, but at least there were few casualties thanks to his quick reaction. Blaming himself for the dead is a typical move of the main hero, but Bro needs to understand that he is already doing everything he can. Realizing that his presence actually saved the city from total destruction could help him sleep at night. And seeing that her husband fell into despair, the clone bursts into action with top-tier waifu energy. Offering the legendary pillow on her lap is a move only a true queen can make. She looks at him stubbornly until he gives up. She knows exactly how to deal with the nervous prince. Landing in paradise, Ein can finally turn off her brain and enjoy the view from the best spot in the house. Feeling all the stress melt away, he admits, being with her is the only thing that truly gives him peace. Looking at him with those eyes, Claude proves why she is the best girl in this whole series. She smiles because she knows she has one, and sincerely invites him to stay as long as he needs. Approaching the training ground, we see the knights are still sweaty, intensely honing their skills. Seeing Chris with a face full of anxiety because of the letter, Ein decides to visit him on his favorite night. Frightened by the sudden appearance of the prince, she tries to hide what worries her, but she lies poorly. Asking what is in the letter is a bold step, but Ein is naturally curious. Blushing hard, she finally admits her childhood friend will come to the capital. Coming all the way from the elven forest just to see her is a big deal, and Ein knows it. Suspecting that an elven elder is behind this sudden trip, Chris explains how rarely her people leave the forest. She is afraid that the meeting after so many years will be awkward, so she is clearly overthinking everything in her head. She already imagines that her friend will come in full formal attire, and just the thought of the whole spectacle already exhausts her. She immediately brightens up when Ein invites her to breakfast, and she is again that sweet little knight we love so much. Fast-forwarding a week ahead, the big day at the royal palace has finally arrived. Ein enters Grandpa's study and immediately sees Grandpa is much more serious today than usual. Someone whispers that the elves will arrive any moment. The king wants to talk to him alone before the chaos begins. When the elves' movement started to seem suspicious, the king confesses, a few months ago he sent a letter to their elder. The inquiry about the territory of the old Lord of Demons could have been a powerful move, but it turns out it was simply ignored. Explaining old legends, the king glanced at Ein and asked how much he actually knows about the legendary elder of the elves. Like thunder out of a clear sky, he reveals a shocking truth. She actually stood beside the first king. Living for over 5 centuries is simply incredible longevity, which makes her one of the most powerful among the living. When Ein realizes that she might know the location of the first king's tomb, it finally becomes clear to her why this meeting is so important. The king is clearly irritated. She ignored his letter and then suddenly appeared, so he feels a bit humiliated. And with the title of Grand Duke, she is the only one in the entire country whom the king truly cannot command. And doubting that the elves will ever unite with the Red Fox, Ein stubbornly tries to believe in their intentions. Under the protection of the sanctuary that repels any threat, the elven village has effectively turned into an impregnable fortress. Yes, hearing the doors open, it is time to find out whether these elves are friends or foes. Standing upright as the doors swing wide open, the king and Ein prepare for the decisive meeting. Wondering if she knows the secrets of the Red Fox, the king remains on guard. Clutching his cloak, Ein knows that the next few minutes will decide the future of the kingdom. Marching through the huge hall, the tension was so thick it could be cut with a sword. Now Ein has only one goal: to figure out their true intentions. The gates of the throne room solemnly open finally. The grand entrance takes place. Walking under the fluttering banners, the elven procession looks like a scene from a movie. Walking down the corridor and tapping, the elves show their highest sophistication. When the author shows the emissary Shira, he gives us that incredible image with a bare stomach that we have all been waiting for. Having confused the king and his guards, she does not keep the usual distance at all. Paying no attention to the throne, she goes straight to our Ein. She stops right in front of him, and the whole room freezes, waiting for her move. She bows not to the king, but to Ein, and this arranges the biggest plot twist of the season. Calling him the most honored, she confirms that he has that legendary charm that even the elves cannot ignore. So guys, we're back in the throne room, and everything immediately gets hot. Without wasting a second, our new elf Shira falls to her knees and bows not to the king, but to Ein. Look at the audacity of this girl. She bows to the prince, even though the king himself is sitting right there. Ein looks at her as if saying, "Bro, why are you doing this to me?" And Shira responds with that deathly serious elven gaze. Trying to save his own skin from an awkward political mess, Ain Strato asks why she is bowing to him in the presence of his majesty. My man is just trying not to fall out of favor today. From the side, the other elves just sit relaxed, while Shira prepares to tell some lore. She treats Ain with such reverence as if he is some kind of god, and honestly, can you blame her for that? Bursting with truth, she says that all this respect is because Ain has dryad blood. Yes, our guy is now officially half a nature spirit, and the elves are simply delighted by this. It seems that for elves who live in harmony with nature, dryad blood is almost the holy grail of lineages, and Ain stands completely bewildered because he just realized that he had accidentally been walking next to the highest level elf Riz all this time. Although they swore allegiance to the first king forever, their reverence for that royal line is unmatched. Meanwhile, look at Kreese behind it. Seems she is about to lose her mind because of this obvious favoritism. Proving he is a real macho, Ain tells her directly that he does not want any special favors if she cannot show respect to the king, then he is not interested in the goodwill the elves offer. Realizing that she might have crossed a line, Cher instantly turns around and apologizes if she made anyone uncomfortable. The king just sits on the throne and probably thinks, yes, this is my grandson as cool as always. Telling her not to think about it anymore, Ain makes it clear. The king is the one who must be placed above all else. Shira finally decides to properly introduce herself. Until now she had behaved somewhat mysteriously. Turns out she is Shara, the granddaughter of the elf chief, acting as his envoy. Ain's look said it all. This girl is not some random messenger, she herself is elf nobility. She asked the king to forgive her, and finally showed the same boldness she lacked before. The king behaved fraternally, and said that these formalities concerned him less than Ain. To push things forward, the king asked if she had brought what she was sent for. Ain stepped aside, letting the big guys handle the diplomatic fuss for a minute. Putting his hand into his robes, Cher pulls out a letter from the chief that was supposed to explain everything, and the king does not even wait for the advisors. He wants to see this note here and now himself. Taking the letter, the king began to read, and from the expression on his face it is clear. This is not just a shopping list. What is on those pages is serious business for the future kingdom. Standing next to him is Ain, trying to sneak a glance inside, probably wondering whether it is an invitation to a party or a declaration of war. The tension in the room is so thick it could be cut with a sword. After finishing the letter, the king said he would respond after talking with the crown prince, asked how long they would stay here, and Shara quietly replied that they have only 2 days in the capital, then they will head back. Having ordered his advisor Warren to prepare the rooms for the guests, the king solemnly rolled out the red carpet. It seems the diplomatic mission was successful, at least for now. He sighed deeply with relief. Ain is simply glad that the elves are not going to invade and turn everyone into compost. He is safe for one more day, but the mystery of that letter still lingers in his mind and does not let him rest. Just as he was about to ask about the letter, he suddenly realized he would have to wait until his grandfather called him. He is hiding his sword, probably decided to practice a bit while waiting. Let's move to the next day. The elven ambassadors are looking at the training ground with noticeable interest. You know something cool is about to start when even those in the background begin to look impressed. Bro is sparring so wildly that sparks fly from the blows. Ain moves like a blurred silhouette, and the elves sit in the front row to see why this guy is the main character. Look at this hit frame. The power of these swings is just crazy, and it clearly proves that our guy hasn't missed a day at the gym. Suddenly a loud crack, and the sword seems to give in. Ain looks at the hilt as if asking himself, did I do this? And his sparring partner stands there confused. Is he fighting a man or a bulldozer? And it became clear that ordinary swords could no longer withstand Ain's pure strength. The knight told him straight that better equipment was needed. Training in regular gear is practically useless when you are this powerful. The whole crowd bursts into applause. They know they have just witnessed a real show. Ain just stands modestly, probably thinking about how much it will cost to replace all these broken blades. The atmosphere is perfect. The knight laughs out loud. The whole team is pumped up, and how cool it is to show your strength in front of foreigners and let them understand that it's better not to mess with you. The knight showers great praise and says that soon Ain will completely surpass him in sword fighting. Ain is genuinely shocked. He thought he was still far from becoming a true master. The knight, feeling his techniques fading, bitterly realizes that he can no longer teach the boy anything, and memories of legendary sword mastery from someone in the past come alive in his mind. When they mentioned Chris's older sister, the knight became so serious that it was clear she was in a completely different league. Ain's ears perked up, because any mention of a top wife with divine skills is a real victory for him. Winking, recalling a vivid meeting with a certain person, Ain pretends to be calm, not revealing where he got this information. Look at that wink. In the flashback, that man lives life to the fullest. When the knight spoke about Chris's sister, Celestia Nadono, he admitted, she's the only swordswoman he never managed to land a single blow on. Just imagine being so cool that the best knight in the kingdom can't even touch you. Look at this figure, she looks like a real beast who can knock anyone out in an instant. As soon as she misses, the next moment she covers you with an avalanche of strikes from all sides. He says outright, even 100 like him wouldn't be able to handle her. After such bravado, he tells Ein to go wash up and rest before his afternoon duties. Coming out of the bath fresh and clean, Ein doesn't know how to spend his free time. As soon as he runs into Clon, compliments fly from all sides after all, both look stunning. Suddenly he hears panicked voices from behind the door. Shira, Clon, and Chris. He is tormented by the question of what secrets are hidden there, and honestly, his curiosity is eating him up. He knocks on the door like a polite gentleman, asks what they are doing there, and doesn't even suspect that he is about to get into something that will make his heart skip a beat. While Clon gladly invites him in, Chris screams no in the background, and that's a classic sign something legendary is about to happen. The door begins to creak and open. Sticking her head out, Shira tells him to ignore Chris, she's just shy, and smiling as if to say, "Get ready, brother," invites him to come in. While Clon and Chris are standing in traditional elven robes and look simply stunning, exposed waist, style, pure elegance, it seems the author is now preparing from 5-star ingredients. Just look at the details of these costumes, they truly embraced elven aesthetics, and this kind of fan service keeps viewers subscribed. I'm not complaining at all. Our guy ain't completely disappeared. He stands with a face as red as a tomato, completely speechless. He just realized that right now he is the happiest guy in the kingdom. He barely utters that those are elven robes, stating the obvious, because his mind seems to have a short circuit. Can you blame him? Look at that view. Approaching him with that top-notch flirt, Clown asks if this outfit suits her, and she perfectly knows how to melt the heart of our poor protagonist. Looking away because he can't handle direct contact, Aintel's or she looks wonderful. The stammering is real, guys, he's done for. Clown giggles. His reaction turned out to be more than enough to satisfy her. Ain tries to divert attention by asking Shira to give Clown a coat, probably to avoid fainting. Now everything finally falls into place. It's clear why Chris was so against his appearance. Somewhere in this room, she is probably dying of embarrassment. Looking around, Ain finally asks the million-dollar question. Where is Chris? He knows she is hiding somewhere and is determined to see her in that very outfit. Peekaboo, Chris is hiding behind the curtains like a complete silly. Looks so cute. She is so embarrassed she can barely say hello, and it's just the cutest thing. Shira, the unbreakable partner, pulls the curtains back while Chris is fighting for her life. No need to hide now, says Shira, and we all agree with her. Chris panics as Shira moves closer and shouts, "Why are you doing this?" Shira simply says, "Don't mind me, I'm just closing the curtain," but actually secretly doing God's work for Ain. Even Clon joins in, winking at Ain and asking for his help. The girls really band together to expose Chris, and Ain finds himself in the middle of this crazy chaos. Threatening to resort to magic if she doesn't cooperate and stop treating this like a game, Chris loses control, but it's already too late. The curtain falls, even though she doesn't want it to. Finally, Ein enters and pulls back the curtain, revealing Chris in all her elven beauty. She seems about to vanish from embarrassment, but God, how stunning she is. Ein smiles as if she has won and tells her that everything is fine and she looks wonderful. Oh, here is genuine, sincere content, seasoned with just the right dose of chaos. Look once again at this detailed shot. The outfit is simply 10 out of 10. You can see that the artist had a lot of fun drawing this chapter. Chris finally gives in and quietly says, yes, while Cher in the background purrs, "Erara, the ship is sailing at full speed today, guys." Finally, everyone sits down to rest. The mood is perfect again, like a little respite from everyday life amidst all that heavy political drama. Look how they laugh and have fun. This is exactly what we live for. Chris is still a bit embarrassed, but enjoys this moment with friends. Chris finally decides that she is tired of being the center of attention and goes to change. Ein and Shara remain alone for a moment, and things get a bit more serious between them. Standing by the door, they pause in silence for a moment and dive into their thoughts. Shira has become a real gift to the cast, bringing legends, skills, and the perfect partner. I noticed that since they were in the throne room, Shira has spoken differently. She admitted that she just wanted to bring a little joy and show that she is genuine for her childhood friend. Turned out that Shira in the audience hall was actually quite confused. Although she looked calm on the outside, he was not so surprised because he thought she was handling the pressure like a pro. She even admits that stress covered her neck with cold sweat. This is a pleasant reminder that even seemingly perfect characters have their difficulties. Shara hands him a letter. It is an invitation from the elven leader, who sincerely wishes to meet Ain in the elven village Sitmir. Ain is a little confused. Why is he being called to Sitmir right now? The king's response is also delayed, so clearly something is wrong here. Shara, apologizing for the leader's mistake, explained that he simply did not know how to react to that situation, because you don't deal with a prince with dried blood every day. With a heavy heart, she delivers the sad news. The leader's health is weakening, and she can no longer embark on long journeys, probably why the meeting must take place on her land. Aang adopts that thoughtful expression, weighing the risks and benefits of venturing deep into the territory of the elves. This is a serious step, but he knows he cannot simply dismiss such an invitation. Noticing his doubts, Shira tells him that she has been entrusted with a special certified message just for him, and this is where the plot truly begins to thicken. It seems this message reveals that the leader knows about the mysterious past of the royal capital. Finally, we are getting to that deep secret teased since the first chapter. And now the highlight. This also concerns the red fox. Whatever it is, it sounds like a final level threat we should beware of. Ain is clearly shocked by the news, and Shira admits that she was only entrusted to deliver the message and does not know all the details. The secret reaches its peak. Having made up her mind, Ain agrees, takes the letter and invitation. Shira adds, "If you set out on the road, be sure to take Kreese with you." She explains that elves are very secretive, and only Ain and Kreese could get into their village. That's a real closed club. There is one more reason why Kreese must come. She has to lead him to the sanctuary. The chief really wants Ain to step into that holy place for some reason. This land is sealed with powerful seals, and according to Shira, only 3 people have ever set foot there throughout history. It is a truly legendary, extremely restricted zone. These 3 lucky ones are the leader herself, Kreese, and her legendary older sister, Celestina. Ain officially follows in the footsteps of giants. He wonders why those 2 were even allowed in, and even the other elves don't understand either. It's a mystery wrapped in secrecy, seasoned with a pinch of elven magic. Connecting all the dots, Ain suddenly feels, between the 2 sisters with the surname of the first queen, there is a deep bond, and he tells Shari that before the final answer, he will talk to the king. Although he has not yet given a direct answer, we all know our guy will go. In fact, there is no other way. If he wants to find the truth, he will have to move forward. The next stop is the elven village Sitmir. Ain, together with Kreese, sets out in search of the truth that awaits ahead, and you know it will be a real movie. Let's start. Our guy Ain visits Kreese at her home, because it's time to go on a tour to the elven village. Don't forget to press the subscribe button if you're ready for top waifu content. The title page looks neat, but the real action begins behind the doors. Don't miss it. Riz is about to become legendary. Ain knocks as if he is the police. He can't wait to see his favorite elf. Bro really can't calm down when it comes to travel plans. Martha the maid gave him the green light because she felt that quiet, silent charisma of Ain. Honestly, she is a true heroine for letting him in. Learning that Kreese is busy deep in her chambers, our host decides to call her himself. That's the audacity of a true main character. Then, pushing the door aside like a real macho, Ain enters without even thinking. This man is either brave or just completely clueless. The sound of approaching footsteps is heard. Someone shouts that they are coming. I bet you already guessed what fan service is about to hit us. Sweat drips because Ainu's spider sense trembled. There's something around that corner, and his face says it all. Guys. Oh god, look at the screen. It's a classic trope with the guy's shirt, and Kreese looks just like a goddess. This is the pinnacle of fantasy, no exaggeration. Bro just broke down, turn away faster than the speedrunner, because he's hopelessly fallen for those legs. We've all been through this. Hang in there. Begging him to wait, Kreese blushes redder than a tomato and promises to change. She is clearly as embarrassed as he is. Later, sitting on the couch, there was such an awkward tension between them that it could be cut with a sword. They both were releasing steam like 2 radiators. Remembering the time he let her borrow his clothes, Ainu tries to act indifferent. It's a classic romantic trope, but I still melt from it. He throws the highest compliment, tells her she's incredible, and honestly, his charisma is off the charts. Look at that smile. He definitely knows what he's doing. She blushed as if she saw a ghost. Kreese is completely flustered by the sudden wave of charm and can barely form a sentence now. Switching to business, Ainu announces the plan to head to the elven lands of Sitmir. He is ready to leave castle life for a short time. When she heard she could become his personal guide and companion, Kreese just soared to the heavens. This is her dream come true, guys. When you remember their deep conversations on the water train, nostalgia hits with full force. From those first days, they have come a long way. All those knights who prayed for his safety, while he was outside performing heroic deeds, finally received their reward. This time she will not be left behind. Clenching her fists from a sincere impulse, she understands that she no longer has to stay behind. The determination is genuine. Guys, seeing that smile is like balm for the soul, and Kreese is happier than ever. Admiring her, Ain surely realizes that he is the happiest guy in the world. He is completely enchanted. Laughing together like a truly powerful couple, they are ready to conquer the world. This is sincerity in its purest form. Fast forward to the day of departure. The castle looks majestic as always, and from now on the adventure officially begins. According to the secret mission protocol, Ain literally has to jump into a wooden chest, as if playing Metal Gear Solid for the prince. It's a bit funny, but it works. As if memories of Ist surged, the two again realize that in a stealth game some things never change, and on Chris's face you can see everything. She is tired of life in a box. Stay in the shadows, this is mandatory. The red fox is still lurking, so safety above all when you are a valuable target. The squad quietly departs in carriages. They watch carefully so that no one traces their path. Look, in this fantasy world, there are real steam engines, and it's just like a movie. I enjoy it when magic and technology collide. Having exchanged the box for several cloaks, the team prepares for the last leg of the journey. Now they look like a group of mysterious travelers. They pass by a cozy, seemingly friendly town at night. They are almost at the finish. The atmosphere is so relaxed and pleasant. Setting out into the wild area, the whole group looks like a top-level team. They have both horses and appropriate cloaks. When you enter the forest of columnar trees, they are so huge that skyscrapers seem like toothpicks. The scale is just insane. Bowing before the grandeur of nature, Ein is sincerely impressed by the scale of this place. Chris is simply happy to be home. After setting up camp, the guards stay to level up, and the main pair moves ahead. It's time for a private tour. They explain that due to the mana of the reserve, postal birds simply won't make it. The guide is 100% sure they are officially off the grid. And now they enter the deep thicket. Now only Ein and Chris are here, exactly what we wanted to see. The forest atmosphere is just crazy. Sun rays breaking through the tree crowns turn this place into a real paradise. Honestly, the atmosphere here is incredible. Crossing bridges and making their way through giant ferns, the views are simply breathtaking. They are making good progress. Filled with excitement, Chris tells him that they are actually on the threshold of the elven homeland. Everything is going according to plan. Magical fruits and water plants glowing with mana. This forest is like a cheat code for energy, and Ein feels charged just from one breath. Joking that she will move here forever, Ein is clearly enjoying the nature. Chris just smiles. She knows he is serious. It gets dark as they go deeper through the thicket, and the shadows stretch long. Noticing the destination in the distance, excitement reached its peak. They were almost there. Ein hears mysterious giggles from the shadows and wonders. Did he just imagine it? Surely, the spirit of cuteness has settled here. Tree spirits emerge, and apparently, seeing them is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ein is simply made differently. She finds them like no one else. Check out this village discovery, absolutely wonderful, built right into huge trees. You can feel the truly high-budget animation here. Walking along the stream into the very heart of the settlement, the architecture here is top-notch, a true elven aesthetic in all its beauty. A whole squad of elf women comes out to greet the hero. Ein really found himself in paradise. The elves bow respectfully. They know Ein is a true legend, and hospitality here is on a completely different level. Meeting with Shira, the warmest greeting possible, and Ein is ready to rest a bit. Feeling that something big is about to happen, Ein stays vigilant, while the spirits just chuckle. Something tells me real madness is about to begin. Switching to the kingdom of Haim at the August estate, things have gotten much more serious. The mood has turned 180 degrees. Elena returned home, but looks much more tired than a student during exams. Balancing work and personal life is clearly hard for her. Checking the mail, her brother holds a letter from Clon, a letter that should have been good news. At least something is finally going well. Sat down to read. Family warmth became a pleasant break from political drama. They just want to spend a quiet, peaceful evening. They are hoping for a meeting. They just want the whole team to be together again. It is a warm, sincere moment in this dark world. Through a bombshell report on the table, Olna uncovered a new case that shook the kingdom. This article did not last long. The 8th victim was kidnapped. This time, it is the Count's son. The kidnapper moves like a ghost. Accusing Ishtalika of this mess, the local nobility clearly lives in great self-deception. They are just looking for a scapegoat. Wondering how Prince Tiger is holding up, they discuss the tangled political situation. Everyone is on edge. The elder, looking at the royal brothers, sees one is a complete degenerate who prowls brothels, and the other is a staunch homebody, so the future of Haima looks quite doomed. The main contender for the throne is Tiger, but even he looks like he has completely lost his mind from stress. The crown is a heavy burden, apparently. The silence is broken by knocking. Someone bangs on the door as if it is a real emergency, and the tension is off the charts. Shouting the news, the messenger exclaimed that the second prince was killed, such a shocking turn that will throw the whole kingdom into chaos. We start with home comfort. A sweet girl cooks fully, and the boy watches mesmerized. This stew seems to taste especially good on a cold night, and the coziness here is simply off the charts. Boom, a sharp transition to a nightlock here. The royal family is definitely not in the mood for coziness. Look at this funeral entourage. They really went all out for the deceased prince, who was just sent to the lobby. Learning that his child was boiled right in her own room, the king literally sobs and goes insane. Seeing the brothers so irritated and depressed, it immediately becomes clear how much this situation is a real disaster. Mustached Chad Logus approaches to ask what the guards are doing, but the news turns out to be even worse than we could imagine. In the memories, it is seen that the squad was wiped out to the last man, not a single witness remained. Digesting the defeat, Logus and Chris are completely on edge because of this huge security failure. Racking his brains, Chris wonders why the agents went after the second prince, and not the king or stronger heirs. The king, desperately looking for the guilty one, points a finger at Ishtalaku, but Chris immediately stops him. Logus acted like a typical Chad and swears by his name that he will find the one who did it. Clinging to his most reliable knight, the king looks completely confused, trying to come up with the next move. Asking the most important question, Logus wants to know how they should respond if another state is behind this strike. The villain's eyes flared up completely as the king prepared to make the most aggressive decision of his life. Turning on full demonic mode, he orders the complete destruction of the enemy nation without any mercy. Handing over the keys to the entire army, he says to Logus, "Go there and take your revenge." With the swift support of the Bluino family, the hunt for the guilty officially began. Finally feeling hope, the king relies on his best men may they bring back a few heads. Meanwhile, we move to a much quieter corner and find ourselves in a cozy little hobbit hut in the forest. Entering the hut with Chris, our guy froze with delight how clean it is here after such a long absence. Talking about magical technologies, Chris, with a glow in his voice, demonstrates a device that cleans the air and drives away dust. They pooled their first salaries together to buy this for their sister, and honestly, it's the warmest thing I've seen today. Just look at this table, it makes your mouth water. The author really knows how to make fantastic food incredibly appetizing. Staying in the hut, not in the chief's dwelling, is a smart move to remain unnoticed. Chris admitted that she can hardly cook, so she sighed with relief. There were ready meals that just needed to be heated so they wouldn't get hungry. Having caught his royal style, the host finally looks exactly like the heir to the throne he was born to be. They approach the huge forest sanctuary. The group is tensely preparing for a meeting that could change everything. At the entrance, two elves are on guard. It is clear they take their job way too seriously. The big guard says the chief is waiting, but it is obvious he is about to become hostile. Approaching Chris without any calm, Cyrus conducts a real mood check right at the threshold. Such audacity in Cyrus, demanding the heir to the throne's weapon even before letting them in. Not intending to back down, Chris tells him straight, the rules for ordinary people do not apply to the main hero. Boasting royal status, she reminds everyone, only the king can give orders to our guy. Step down cut the tension, it seems a fight is about to break out in the corridor. Shira intervenes to stop this madness and tells Cyrus directly that imposing his traditions on the royal family looks bad. Realizing that if he keeps resisting, he will just be cooked, Cyrus finally gave in and let them pass. Walking through the mansion, the architecture seemed to shout, "This is true epic fantasy." Apologizing for this awkwardness, Shira tries to smooth over the situation, while Chris remains on guard. They fall silent as they enter the inner chambers, and the excitement around this meeting is already on the verge of boiling over. To break the ice, Shira starts a light small talk and enthusiastically says how wonderful the wood smells in the manor. Enjoying the forest atmosphere, our hero smiled in such a way that probably both girls melted. Finally reaching the last door, the group froze, preparing for the big reveal. The girls stayed on watch by the entrance and allowed the heir to the throne to handle this on his own. Placing his hand on the door, our guy is ready to step out to meet the chieftain and see what is really going on. "Yo, what's up? My generators were back with that lore that's truly worth your time, so get ready. This chapter is the real pinnacle of fantasy. Look at this elf girl. Guys, she's a true top waifu. If you're not crazy about long ears and that royal aesthetic, then I don't know what to say." Our guy stands like a real Chad, and the elder clearly sees a ghost or something. Realizing that something serious is happening here, she starts trembling as if she just pulled a legendary prize in a gacha game. Confused by the sudden tension, the main character just stands and wonders if he accidentally used his hidden riz. Wasting no time, they sit down for tea to spill the truth. This is no joke. He wants all the tea about the red fox and that mysterious name, Vernstand, that keeps popping up. Seeing the elder hesitate, the host pressed he wants the truth. Why is the name on the royal tombstone connected to our girl Chris? The elder remembered Christina-san, said she was always a shy girl who tried her best, and that's a sweet moment, but we are here for juicy secrets, not a school report. Paraphrasing the question, because he is a smart king, he asks about the connection between the tombstone and Chris, and you feel the matter is serious when everything sparkles in the background and becomes dramatic, like a scene from a movie. When they spoke about the former capital, the elder nodded and whispered, the real secrets are hidden in the royal crypt, and it turns out she's the only one who still remembers this place by its true name. Understanding the full weight of this conversation, the elder instantly covered us with a barrier of silence. Like a true pro, this is the most secret state-level information, and I give it to you just like that. They check how Mark Asama is doing. The elder sighs with relief, hearing that the old man is still on his feet. Seeing how these legends respect each other, these are exactly the world-building details we adore. Diving into the past, we see her in the times when she helped rebuild the country after the war. Even on the construction site, she was a real badass, honestly. Having received a message from Queen Riviola herself, she had to urgently ride to the Demon Lord's castle. Back then, there were no water trains, only horsepower and long, exhausting journeys. Arriving at the palace, she sees the queen waiting, and Marco stands guard like a true steadfast sentinel. They head straight to the royal crypt, and it all sounds like the beginning of a dark fantasy horror. Walking through the halls, they reach the royal vault. The atmosphere is heavy. Just know that a huge layer of history is about to fall on us. The mention of the cursed chamber causes serious PTSD flashbacks for our host. That room was completely destroyed, filled with bad vibes and memories of the beast that twisted everything around. Entering the sanctuary, the elder explains how the barrier protects the people of the former capital. It is a holy place, but inside it is by no means calm. Reaching the crypt, they find the fresh coffin of King Jail, known as the First King. The world thinks he has a public grave, but the real king is hidden secretly, like a true legend. When you see the elder crying over the grave, your heart tightens. They hid the truth from everyone, even from the king's own heir, and honestly, this is a conspiracy of the highest level. Returning to the hall after the funeral, the queen steps out for a moment and comes back with a big surprise. She is holding a real baby, and the plot thickened faster than a bowl of oatmeal. The queen, frightened for the baby's life in the fragile kingdom, desperately pleads with the elder. She wants this child to live a simple, peaceful life as a commoner, far from royal dramas and the target on his back. Giving the second child to the elder is a huge risk for the future, and our host is completely shocked because he realized that the royal family had been hiding an entire branch of the lineage all this time. Explaining how elves with fairy blood work, it turns out they are practically eternally young. Little Wilfred Wernstein lived for 3 centuries and still looked insanely attractive while everyone else aged. Finding love in his later years, Wilfred finally opened his heart to a devoted elf who loved him for his nerdy nature. They started something, and honestly, seeing this reserved gentleman finally win, it's just cool. Expanding the family tree, they had 2 daughters whom you might recognize. The Eldrups are a real bomb. Their blood is actually purer than the blood of the current royal family. Connecting all the dots, the MC finally understands the truth that had been right in front of him for so long. Chris is not just a talented knight with a cool name, she is truly the great-granddaughter of the first king. They started with a huge lore drop. The elf leader just dropped a nuclear bomb on our guy, and it turns out Chris is not just a random girl, but the great-granddaughter of the very first king. Look at the main character's face, brother. He is just stunned by this revelation. The chief looks serious and refined, probably thinking about how much trouble this secret costs. Bowing deeply, the elf explains that she promised Princess Ravioli to take this secret to the grave, and breaking the promise for our main character, that's a true main character move. She begs him to be silent, implores him not to spill the sauce to the whole world, but the bro just sits and absorbs the full weight of this huge burden. Remembering his grandfather, our guy realizes that he probably has to tell him, but the mood is too heavy. Decisions are boiling in his head, and they are by no means simple. Respecting the wishes of the princess and the chief, the main character places his hand on his chest like a true macho and promises to keep it a secret. He is a man of his word. It's nice to see that. Relieved that he won't snitch, the chief cast him a glance as if whispering, "Thank God you're not a fraud," and the tension in the room finally eases a bit. In Christina's letters, it is mentioned that the girl used to be shy and reserved, but with the arrival of our guy, she seemed to bloom. It seems his presence cures her of seclusion. Interested in what is really in those letters, MC looks ready for an investigation, probably hoping to find juicy details about how crazy Kreese is about him. Laughing at his curiosity, the chief seemed to say, "I would tell you, but then I'd have to kill you," and the dude froze with a drop of sweat on his temple and completely lost his tea. Turning the conversation back to the secret, the main character anxiously asks if anyone else knows besides those already mentioned. The chief recalls 2 more companions, people who actually formed his inner circle. Looking at these silhouettes, you immediately feel these were true legends of their time. One a male advisor, practically the king's right hand, and the other a devoted servant. It would be logical to ask their names, but it turned out they simply had no names. It seems that once, if you were from a foreign land, you just existed without a label. Focusing on the most important detail, the main character asks the miller a question, what race they were. The tension in this scene is incredible. You could cut it with a butter knife. Preparing to drop another bomb of legends, the chiefess seems about to reveal the secret of the universe, and our MC just stands and waits for the beat to drop. As soon as someone with a stone-faced expression utters, "Red Fox," shockwaves run throughout the kingdom. This is a true stop-what moment for everyone following this story. Looks like he just saw a ghost or guy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, because the discovery is so shocking that he can't accept reality. Screamers saying it's impossible, the main heroine is completely panicking, while the chief is as calm as a cucumber, and explains that these two foxes are arranged differently and actually betrayed their own to fight for humans. Remembering that even Marco worked side by side with them, she proves these foxes were real pros. It turns out history textbooks might have skipped a few pages of continuous cinema. Offering to tell even more about their clan, the chieftainess raises her eyes to the moon as if narrating an epic film, while our boy kneels, ready to absorb every drop of knowledge. She admits that she is too young for real trenches, but still promises to tell him everything she knows. Even second-hand information is better than nothing when dealing with Fox's people. Turning his thoughts to that old book the first prince bought, MC suddenly realizes the puzzle pieces are finally starting to come together, and for the team, this is a true eureka moment. Flipping through the pages of the book, we see a mysterious woman leader of the Red Foxes, and the chief warns him that this lady may not be the only threat they should worry about. She speculates about someone leading foxes. She quotes the very first king. This is already the level of deep state conspiracy, honestly, guys. The protagonist is intensely thinking about this hidden genius. It looks like he is solving a 500 IQ puzzle. The chief admits that it is just a theory, but in this world, theories usually turn out to be 100% true. Thinking whether the author of the book is a real leader, our guy throws out one wild guess after another, and then the boss names a name he knows all too well. The fact that Wilfred Sama turned out to be the real author is the plot twist of the century. Look at this guy, all majestic with a book radiating absolute chat energy. Realizing why the book was so detailed, the dots finally connect between the past and the present, as if you find out that your favorite YouTuber has been a spy all along. The chief says that the book ended up in the hands of a rich man, as if by fate supposedly. It was the princess who was meant to find it. It seems fate truly drives the whole plot here. Promising to keep the author's name a secret, the main character says he will tell Aunt Katine to treat the book as a shrine. This man is a true guardian of all secrets. After a long day of pouring out a bunch of legends, MC Bose left. The chief coughed a little. Probably he babbled nonstop for 5 hours straight. Planning to stay a few more days, MC sincerely hopes they will soon be able to heather chat. The chief is already planning to visit the library to dig up even more dirt on those cunning foxes. Waking up in the kingdom of Haim now is a real nightmare because everything is rapidly going topsy-turvy. Looking through the papers, our Elena realizes the missing nobles are just the tip of the iceberg, and the kingdom is preparing to deploy troops at full strength. Dropping a real bombshell, the messenger blurted out that General Logos's mother was just beheaded in the most brutal way possible. Thinking that this is too clean for some random bandits, Elena begins to doubt whether they should trust the people from Euro at all. Writing a letter seems like the move that holds back the explosion, but it's clear she doesn't like it at all. Watching that courier run away is like a car crash in slow motion, because the investigators are actually an undercover army. We move deeper into the castle and see how the atmosphere becomes simply poisonous. Look at those guys in the crowd. They crave blood and shout about revenge, like in the lobby of Call of Duty. Realizing that the nation's patriotism has been turned into a weapon, Elena sees how right before her eyes a path to war is being paved. Thinking about when exactly Haim failed so badly, she looks back to the moment when their secret pact with Ishtalika shattered into pieces. Returning to the golden days, we see the heir to the throne, and Olivia Sama. They really were the most powerful couple in power until everything went wrong. When you see a family with round hearts in the very center of this chaos, it immediately becomes clear Haim and Talaka are now officially ops. You look at the map and it's immediately clear. Haim is making himself the main hero to rule the entire continent. But when these two kings face each other, they are about to turn the whole world into a huge death battle. Counting the blows, Elinor Hale Isis realized no ordinary group of assassins could have done this without being noticed even once. Suddenly it clicked in her head, her eyes widened, and the pieces began to fall into place. Recalling that particular tournament, she remembers, there was one real monster who perfectly fit the description of a god-level assassin. Defeating the general several times is a feat that only one man can boast of, and he is not even from this kingdom. Standing proudly with that legendary aura, Edward from Euro bursts into the chat as the prime suspect. For a moment doubting her theory, Elena tries to console herself with the thought that it is just a wild coincidence. Recalling the conversation with Prince Tigray, she again sees Lady Shen too interested in sending a message to Euro. From all these intrigues, our girl has a headache, and she begins to understand. Betrayal can come from inside the house. Linking Shen'an with the Roundheart family, the whole matter immediately looks like a large-scale setup. Knowing that the king is a complete talker who cannot keep secrets, she decides that she cannot trust anyone in the throne room. Looking out the window at Prince Tigger, she knew it was time to have a serious talk with the only one in the royal family who is not a complete mediocrity. Catching the prince lounging on the sofa like a real macho, she interrupts his nap because she has an urgent matter. Demanding his full attention, Alina spills the truth about how rotten the kingdom really is. Agreeing that the logic is sound, Tigray suddenly realizes, around are only snakes and false friends. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, Alina announced that she would go to Euro herself to personally deliver the message. Smiling in a way that read in her smile, "I am different," she tells the prince that she will handle the danger, though he protests. Showing off to the fullest, Tiger declares that he will not let her go alone and will bring personal guards with him. Alana protests that for someone from the royal family this is too risky, but she is sharply cut off. The prince is tired of playing it safe. Understanding something important, Tiger instantly got rid of the frivolous expression. His face became deadly serious. His father's voice spoke in his head, and he suddenly remembers. Right after his brother was taken out, someone whispered a name to him. It floats in the darkness of his memory. The name Shenandoah confirms all their worst fears. Clenching his fist in pure rage, Tigger finally sees the true face of the enemy. They ask what really happened to their home. The prince is preparing to leave, because a shadow darker than ever looms over Haim. I'm again with the Guyane, and the waifu vibes are just off the charts. The clone stands here, waiting for his turn and examining the luxurious vases, as if about to start a channel about home decor. Don't even start about the aesthetics of this room. I have much more important things to do. Seriously, look at this setting. It's basically an Isekai episode for HDTV just being born. Waking up to the chirping of birds is the true energy of the main character. It looks like he farmed loot all night, but in reality, he was just meeting with the village elder. Chris appears the one who always runs to the kitchen, and while preparing a snack looks like a real treat. If my morning doesn't start with my top wife asking if I slept well, I just go back to bed and start the day over. They chat about how far they walked yesterday. Sounds like a code to a huge side quest. But look at that bread. The details about carbohydrates just whet my appetite. With that gentle smile, he gives everything to the maximum charm, and Ain knows he lives the dream, just sitting and soaking in the moment like a true handsome guy. He starts obsessing over legends because he suspects that royal blood flows in Chris. He is already connecting all the dots, while she is just thinking about whether to add more butter to the toast. Chris throws him the idea to visit the shelter, and you know the plot is about to twist. She is way too sweet here. Honestly, this should be forbidden. Turns out this place is only for VIPs for the Elder and the Vernstein sisters, and Ein doubts whether he even has an invitation, but the Elder has already given him permission to enter the sanctuary. Breakfast is over, time to get ready for the road. Both of them are energized, and honestly, if this soulful, warm atmosphere holds, I will probably cry. When you step into the foggy forest, it is a universal signal. Something crazy is about to happen. This is not just a walk in the park. This is the entrance to the finale. The fog thickens so much that Ein can barely see his own hands in front of his face, and Chris warns, this is basically the main entrance to the shelter. Be on guard. The brother asks what she and her sister used to do here, and Chris looks like she was just caught red-handed. That expression is pure gold. She is definitely hiding some childhood pranks. She blushes redder than a tomato. There are almost no entertainments in this town, so curiosity kills the cat, and Ein leans in to hear all the spicy details. Turned out they just wandered here and played explorers, like real rascals with wooden swords. This is true cuteness overload watching little waifus train. Chris is dying of embarrassment, literally squatting on the ground as if she wants the earth to swallow her. Ein just laughs at this, probably thinking how cool her childhood was. Suddenly something rushed past them, and Chris switched to full personal guard mode. She orders Ein to retreat, as if about to deliver a boss combo to whatever just moved. Just kidding, these are only two hyperactive fairies screaming about how everything is amazing. These little ones can't calm down at all and radiate pure chaotic energy. Ein and Kree stood completely bewildered. They had never seen such forest spirits. Legends are confused, and these creatures turned out to be exactly what they expected. The little twins start doing gymnastics in the air and stubbornly insist that they are fairies, not forest spirits, introduce themselves as sisters, and honestly their energy is too crazy for a Monday morning. These fairies took it personally that Ein did not believe them immediately. Doubt was readable in their eyes, and they were about to prove their greatness. One of them flew straight into Ein's face and looked at him intently. She is looking for something specific, and it is clear that she caught the aura of the main character in him. They start happily walking in circles, having found a rare creature in the wild, while Ian stands like a confused NPC as everyone celebrates their great find. These fairies shamelessly began to ask if his parents are as strange as he is, and a vein popped out on Brode's forehead because they really targeted his family. Ian tries to pretend to be calm, saying that only his father is strange and his mother is a graceful dryad, and a frightening smile appears on his face, as if saying, "Keep talking, you'll see what happens." The fairies go crazy and call him a liar because his biological mother was not a dryad. They shout at the top of their lungs and cause a real hysteria right in the air. It hit Ian like a truck, memories of his previous life before reincarnation surfaced, and he begins to realize that these little gremlins might know more about his soul than he does himself. They decide that enough of his lies and fly away, throwing him a souvenir as a keepsake before disappearing in the light, as if they had just dropped a huge informational bomb on our guy. Ian stands with a real nut in his hand and wonders what just happened to his day, a tiny reward for a mountain of emotional trauma. Priest says that it is actually a sign of affection. The souls really loved him. The guy was just enchanted by some flying forest spirits. It's nice to see. Finally, they reach the very entrance to the sanctuary. It is like a real wall of light. Here the most serious part begins, and the atmosphere becomes heavy. Chris shows him the invisible boundary that separates ordinary people from the chosen. She steps over it as if it were nothing, proving that she has that special status. According to the rules, only those deemed worthy can pass through this wall. Chris still wonders why she and her sister were given a pass, but does not complain. Ein begins to weave a theory. The whole matter is in the Vernstein family, as if they are descendants of the first king, and with that serious detective expression on his face, he tries to solve this royal mystery. Now it's Aina's time to find out if he is truly different, or if he simply won't be let in. He extends his hand, ready to check if the shelter will accept his energy. Without blinking an eye, his hand passed through the barrier as if through water. Chris was in complete shock, her jaw practically on the floor, seeing how he passed the vibe check. She starts teasing him, jokingly asking if they might be of the same blood. Ein is sweating inside, still cannot tell her the truth about his secret identity. They walk together, and the world around them begins to warp. This is the transition to the secret level, and excitement is already boiling. The fog gradually disperses and reveals the true face of the sanctuary, and from Ain's look, it is clear that he was completely unprepared for what was hidden behind door number 1. Suddenly, the colors begin to leak out of the world, as if someone turned on a black and white filter. Everything turns dull white, and Bro sincerely worries about his sight. Look at this incredible landscape. There are huge waterfalls, ancient pillars, and a bridge that looks as if it was built by the gods themselves. This is real cinema. The background artist really gave it their all. They stand in a black and white world and look up at the enormous scale of the sanctuary. This is the peak of the arch, and I desperately want to find out what secret awaits them at the top. Look at this huge cliff. Bro, our guy Ein, and his night wife Chris are driving right into the heart of the sanctuary, as if they own the place. Chris wants to start from the bottom, probably just to spend more time with his beloved. Seeing that he has no choice but to be a gentleman, Ein suggests taking the scenic route, as if it's a date. This girl really just said she will find him anywhere in the world. Her devotion is off the charts, but wait until you hear with what audacity she plans to do it. Ein is understandably skeptical, because it sounds like the main character's tricks, like being asked to reveal some secret ingredient, and he sees that Chris is too proud of himself. Bro, she literally said that she is guided by his scent. She's totally hooked, tracking him like a hunting dog. This is the real peak of internet culture. This girl is so confident that she gives him 3 minutes to hide while she closes her eyes. Embarrassed that he is being tracked by scent, Ein still accepts the challenge. He wants to check if she is real. Standing on the bridge, our hero tries to figure out where to hide from his pursuer. At first, he thinks about the bottom, but suddenly notices a height and instantly changes his plan. Forget about stairs. Like a normal person, he climbs straight up the rock wall, pulls out his shadow tail, and climbs the wall like in Assassin's Creed. Using his powers to just bypass the whole map, that's really a cool move. Glitching through the level, he looks for the perfect place to fool her. Finally reaching the top, he stumbles upon a fancy terrace, like from a 5-star restaurant. Waiting here seems like the way to spend his 3 minutes of freedom. Check out this view. The background graphics are just cinematic. Ein is just chilling by the waterfall and probably thinking how lucky he is that a cute knight is following him by his scent. Deep story emerges. He starts guessing about the first king and why this place was even built. Realizing that it is not only for monsters, he feels somewhere in the background a real mystery is brewing. Sitting like a real boss, she thinks it will take her 10 minutes to find him. Obviously, he underestimates the woman led by her nose. Boom, she's already there. Chris literally crouched on the railing behind him, as if about to perform a hidden finishing move, like in Warzone. Realizing he was found in record time, Ayn shuddered to the bone. She shortened the path because she knows this map like a pro gamer, proving she has real tracking riz. He lost the bet, so Ayn says he will do whatever she asks to apologize. Look at her face. She knows she scored a big win and is probably already planning the wedding. Postponing this favor is a masterstroke. She's playing the long game. That smile says it all. She definitely has something spicy planned for our guy. Enough flirting, it's time to go to the shrine and see what all the fuss is about. And as they walk toward the main goal, they look like a truly powerful couple. Approaching this huge dome, it's immediately clear insane money was spent on the shrine. Everything around is quiet, which usually means the intrigue is about to thicken. Inside, the architecture impresses. Those arches and columns are so sharp. Exploring the dark and deep bowels of the shrine, they search for legendary loot. Descending into the basement, they look for an entrance walled up since ancient times. Knowing something legendary hides behind these walls, the excitement becomes real. Finally, they reach the boss door, huge and covered with intricate carvings. Looking at the shrine's entrance, it's clear. A high-level key is needed. Chris says she and her sister tried everything, but couldn't budge these doors. They're locked tighter than a Discord moderator's basement and have remained a mystery for years. Noticing suspicious pillars on the side, Ayn is ready to activate his protagonist brain, and Chris steps on a pressure plate to visually demonstrate how this puzzle works. The white column caught fire, as if it had just raised the level. The effect is cool, but it seems this is only half the clue to this ancient riddle. Chris skillfully demonstrates the mechanics. The left side always responds to it, while the right is a complete void and never does anything. Ayn steps onto the black tile to check if he has that same special trick, and Chris, looking at him with distrust, is already expecting another failure, as in all previous times. No, the black pillar lit up because Ayn is simply different. He is literally the missing puzzle piece, proving he is the chosen one. They tell Chris to return to her plate. He is already ready to synchronize and complete this quest. Stepping on the triggers simultaneously, they wait for the magic to happen. The ground begins to tremble, and the ancient mechanisms finally awaken from their slumber. Something big is being created, and I say this not only about my excitement. The huge doors finally slid aside, revealing a dazzling light, as if they had just found paradise. A real movie. The mystery is finally revealed, and I am here for this. But standing there in shock, they cannot believe they really succeeded. The dust settles, and the path forward is finally clear for our pair to explore. Wait, the sanctuary suddenly starts making crazy sounds and vibrates, like a phone on silent mode. Ayn is on alert. Old temples usually hide treacherous traps for uninvited guests. The rumbling subsides, and Ayn breathes a sigh of relief. It seems the house has not collapsed on them yet, and that is a huge plus. To avoid risk, they decided to return and talk to the elder before going further. A boring decision, but probably better than getting fried by some ancient curse on the first day. He glances back at the doors, and the hero Ayn feels his senses sharpen. Something in the fog makes him wonder if they are really alone. Thinking that it is just his imagination, he follows Chris outside, and in manga it is clear, if a character thinks they saw something, it means they definitely saw it. Look at those open doors, as if they are waiting for them to return and reveal their secrets. What legendary treasure or terrible boss awaits our guy there? We start with a vibe check. Our guy Ayn and the Queen Chris herself are strolling. Look at how they walk, as if they own this place, a real movie from the first moment. They approach the house and are greeted by Shira, who is probably wondering why they are asked when they go to sleep. Homagirl here really asks if they spent the whole day in the shrine, as if she is their mom. Shira throws an invitation, lunch with the elder tomorrow, and you already know Ayn will not refuse a free lunch. Bro tries to look cool and says he has a question, but we all know he is here just for the plot. You watch her walk away and feel that pre-storm calm too peaceful, and in manga that means everything is about to go wrong. Chris behaves like the perfect waifu and offers to help with dinner because she is just that cool. Look at that moon in the sky, it gives strong vibes, but at the same time seems to scream that something is definitely wrong here. They woke up under the sun beating on the trees. At first glance an ordinary day, but they have no idea that the simulation is about to fail. Suddenly Chris screams Ayn's name as if the world is about to end, and her face says it all. If your girlfriend woke you up with such a stressed look, get ready, you are done for. Rubbing his eyes and wondering what is going on, Ayn is clearly not a morning person, and Chris practically drags him out of bed. She saw something that definitely was not on the menu. Everything around lost color, and Ayn stands staring at the walls like a frame from an old black and white film. There is a strong feeling of a shrine here, and it is by no means that pleasant. Will you go on a date with me? Mood. Running outside to inspect the ruins, they don't even wait to put on proper shoes. Chris is already reaching for her sword. She is always armed and ready for any smoke coming their way. Having stepped into the forest, the whole world seemed to turn into a magical, feverish dream. Butterflies and strange lights glow, and it seems as if the sanctuary itself decided to expand its boundaries without asking for permission. Clenching his weapon, our guy stands ready to protect both the girl and his own life. Tension is readable in every movement of his. He is preparing for a fight with the boss, which hasn't even started yet. But seeing the locals completely frozen in time is a real nightmare. These poor elves are stuck mid-step, and even the fish in the water stand motionless, as if playing the mannequin challenge with very high stakes. The realization hits them like a truck when they see that time has literally stopped for everyone else. Only Aang and Chris move, and that means they have the same main character energy that protects them from lag. Recalling how he opened the shelter door, Aang asks himself if he broke this world, while Bro is meanwhile in a complete crisis of meaning as everything around him literally falls apart. Understanding that only the Elder might have the answers, Aang points the way like a true leader, and Chris walks beside him a loyal queen, but it is clear that the royal capital worries her. Approaching the Elder's house, the air was so tense it could be cut with a butter knife. They hope the old man is still breathing, but the silence is deafening. Finding the Elder frozen with a book in his hands is a true tragedy. Even the mightiest in this forest could not break free from this global pause button. Chris decides that it's time to run and immediately return to the capital. She is troubled by the overall picture. She yells at Aang to move, but Bro hesitates. He doesn't want to just leave everyone here. Standing his ground, Aang reminds her that he is the heir to the throne and cannot simply abandon his people when everything is escalating. He tries to look like a typical Chad, but Chris just tries not to let him be exiled. Grabbing his hand, Chris tries to force the issue, but Aang stands firm. This is the classic safety or duty argument, and honestly, the drama is at its peak now. Looking at the massive trees surrounding them, you suddenly realize how truly trapped they are. Nature is beautiful, but right now it feels like a giant cage. Every attempt to leave the zone is stopped by a real wall of fog that doesn't let them go further, and although the shelter is open, the exit is blocked. They are officially stuck in this glitch. Suggesting to return to the sanctuary, Aang is confident that the answer lies in the very source of the problem. Chris fears for her safety, but our guy is determined to fix the server. Reminding her of all the crazy adventures they have experienced together, Aang pulls out his most powerful riz. Extending his hand like a true Chad, he tells her that as long as they are together, they cannot lose. When her face turned red, it became clear. Chris has completely lost her head over this man. She tries to keep herself together, but the main character Riz is too strong for her to resist. Taking away her resolve, Chris slaps her on the cheeks to wake her up and bring her back to the game. She stops being a simp, even for 5 seconds, to finally help save the world. They loudly shout that they are ready. This dude looks like they are about to release the hardest album of the year. They return to that giant structure on the mound to finish what they started. Reaching the huge gates, they see that they look exactly the same as yesterday, and this is a bit suspicious. The gates are just standing, waiting for them to step into the unknown. Noticing that the door doesn't even close, Aang touches the column to check if it reacts and feels. The only way to solve this is to dive even deeper into the rabbit hole. Holding hands as they prepare to cross the threshold, Aang doesn't let her go alone. This is the true peak of romance and courage, and I love it. You step into the light, the transition is so smooth, like on butter, and you can almost hear the boss music starting to build in the background. Wide-eyed, he sees something that completely throws him off. What is beyond that light is not at all what he expected. They come across a huge glowing hall, as if torn from the palace of the gods. The size of this place is just insane. Our heroes look like tiny ants there. Noticing that the colors have finally returned, Chris smiled with relief, as if he no longer had to live in the north, and as if they had just stepped back into a world in high definition. Finding the spiral stairs stretching into infinity, Aang marvels at how deep this dungeon really is, and there are not even any monsters here yet, which, to be honest, is scarier than a horde of goblins. Looking into the abyss, the two understood they have a long way ahead, such architecture that just looking at it makes their legs ache. Reaching another door below, Aang froze at the sight. Instead of a basement, a landscape opened before him, like the edge of the world. Before them opens a huge bridge in the sky. The view looks like a real movie frame. They walk along the path to the giant gates hovering among the clouds. Standing on the platform, they are enveloped by such emptiness around that it takes their breath away, as if they are standing on the very edge of existence. Aang, looking down, suddenly realizes they are no longer even on the ground, and he is wildly confused because they were just inside a sanctuary and now almost in orbit. Seeing the entire continent of Ishtar spread below is incredible. Suddenly his vision begins to blur, and you feel a flashback will hit him like a freight train. He is struck by a vision of the past. He sees a man talking about building a new capital, as if watching the history of the world on a 4K monitor right in his brain. Seeing a weeping elf woman who thanks the one who saved them is the most powerful blow to the heart. This vision reveals to him deep secrets that most people would kill to know. Immersed in scenes of power and might, Ain tries to digest all this information before his eyes unfold conversations and battles that took place centuries ago, and he sees them as if here and now. Watching a war flare up between different races, the question arises, why are they even fighting? It is a classic tragedy of history repeating itself, and Ain just helplessly watches. Finding himself in a huge library, he froze. In front of him stood a man astonishingly similar to him. This is Villa Magna, and the secrets hidden here could destroy the whole world. When you hear a man say he has no choice but to fight her, that's a crazy cliffhanger. Who is she, and why does this bro look so broken? Everything exploded, a full-scale war scene, blood and chaos everywhere. This is no longer a game, this is a brutal fight for survival. Ain screams in horror. Watching the slaughter, she sees the worst in people and monsters, and the scale of the battle is such that anyone could have a panic attack. Facing literally an army of monsters, the knights look like they are about to be torn apart. These creatures look like they came straight out of a nightmare to ruin everyone's day. Looking at the soldiers fighting, you see despair in their eyes as they realize they are vastly outnumbered. This is about to turn into a complete massacre, and Ain is forced to watch it every second. Monsters break through the ranks, and so complete chaos, the battlefield has turned into a pile of swords, claws, and screams, and the defensive line begins to collapse. Suddenly, a hero rides in on a horse, cutting through the chaos like a hot knife through butter. People shout, "He's here." And you know, the legend just entered the chat. Ordering everyone to raise their swords, he restores the completely lost fighting spirit. This man is a true alpha, commanding an entire army with a few words. Raising his sword, he prepares to lead a counterattack that will change the course of history, and behind him are knights ready to give their lives for the cause, because his aura is simply insane. Shouting for everyone to move as one, the leader charges straight into the jaws of danger. This is holding the line, and honestly, it's incredibly inspiring. Facing the monsters, people finally start to fight back. The battle is fierce, spears and swords everywhere, every strike a desperate attempt to snatch victory. Seeing the vision, Ain stretches out his hand as if he can stop the violence. He is completely lost in the past, while the real world still waits for him. Ain recognized the person in his vision and froze speechless. He begins to piece together the facts, and the picture that emerges is simply insane. Suddenly turning back to reality, our guy looks as if he just saw a ghost, is all sweaty and gasping, trying to understand if he is still sane after that mental journey. Chris instantly rushed to him and asked if everything was all right. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She had not seen the madness he had just experienced, so she remained completely in the dark. Ain, wondering why only he saw those scenes, looks at Chris with a puzzled expression, as if the sanctuary has a special message just for our main hero. Forcing himself to smile, he tells her that everything is fine so she doesn't worry too much. We all know he lies without batting an eye, but that's how Chad deals with it. Hurrying forward to finally see what awaits at the end of the bridge, they prepare for any secret that comes next. Answers are already waiting, and you know a wild adventure awaits us in the next chapter. Trusting each other to have each other's backs is the coolest flex, and she looks truly confident with that sword at her side. Walking towards the giant gates that look like they are from a Final Fantasy raid, you immediately understand behind them hides legendary loot or a world-class boss, and standing before its tall white golden decorations, the scale of this place is simply insane. Opening these doors should not be so easy, but Ain simply pushes them as if he were the master here, and notices that the patterns match his equipment. Entering this huge hall, the atmosphere immediately shifted from a cool, adventurous mood to a feeling of we're probably doomed. This place is empty and enormous, like a cave, and honestly, if I were in their place, I would check for traps every 2 steps. Artifacts and magical stones stand in a row, like in a distorted museum, and the light emits a strong feeling of you don't belong here. Chris feels that the atmosphere has completely changed, and her face says it all. This is no longer just a building, rather like an elite cemetery for legends, not a shrine. Around them are the weapons and armor of fallen warriors, so this room resembles a large grave for the goats of the past. Ain cannot help but wonder if these items belong to soldiers who died on that legendary battlefield, and dark memories of war and chaos flood her again. Just imagine that your gear is displayed simply, so some future hero centuries later will pass by it. Reaching the end of the corridor, a blinding light pours inside and signals, the real trial is finally here. Look at the real cinema of these stained glass windows, letting in the holy light. The hall is huge, and it's clear the author really wanted to show off their skill in drawing architecture. Climbing the stairs to the central pedestal, they suddenly realize they are on the lowest level of this huge complex. Realizing there is no other way, they focus on the only thing in the room, the singord stuck in the stone. This is a complete dead end, and in manga that means one thing: get ready to fight for your life. If the sword, standing there alone and rusty, looks as if it hasn't been touched since the beginning of time. Looking closely at the blade, you see dirt and traces of centuries, but it still emits a hidden aura. This is not just some random piece of metal, but a legendary artifact waiting for a worthy hand. Warning A not to pull it out, Chris feels danger, but the sword begins to spark lightning. Even before they touch it, something is clearly awakening, and it is not at all happy to be disturbed. Exploding with light and electricity, a mysterious figure suddenly appears atop the pedestal, like a secret boss from Elden Ring. Our Boyan is shocked as the rusty blade transforms into a shining weapon of mass destruction. Standing proudly, cloak billowing in the mystical wind, this new opponent looks like they are about to send our heroes back to the lobby. Clenching the sword with a steel grip, the figure looks at them without any emotion. Its very presence makes anyone want to press Alt F4 and run away from here. Recognizing the weapon, Chris loses his head. This blade is too famous to be in the hands of some random ghost. Innocence is on her face, as if we have returned, but at the same time are dead. Instead, demanding to see their strength, the figure raises the sword high up, as if about to drop a tactical nuclear bomb, and he himself is sharper than the blade in his hands. Roaring through the entire temple, the power bursting from him begins to crack the very foundation of the room. It gets loud, everything shakes, and the excitement just skyrockets. Darkness swirled and began to engulf the light, turning the majestic hall into a void of pure shadow. Our pair looks tiny next to that colossus standing on the stairs. Confused by the sudden blackout, Ein tries to track the enemy, but he moves faster than a lag-free server. The figure instantly appears behind Ein, proving he has a real teleportation charm. The classic, nothing personal, kid, and Ein barely manages to react. Swinging to kill, the Ghost King lets out a loud roar as his blade clashes with Ein's sword. The strike is so heavy, you almost feel the vibration through the page. Only at the last moment, parrying the blow, Ein realizes, before him is a true demon of speed. Sparks fly everywhere as the ancient sword grates against his blade. Shouting for Ein to stop, Chris realizes, fighting this man is a one-way ticket to another world. She is terribly worried because she knows exactly who is hiding behind that mask. Doubting whether this sword belongs to the first king, Ein, gasping, begins to piece together the picture in his head, and if he is right, they are fighting not just a guardian, but the very founder of the entire kingdom. Confirming the nightmare, Chris explains that the sword perfectly matches the descriptions in old legends, and although it was rusty before, now its glow is unmistakable. Chris looks for a way out and with horror notices. The entrance through which they came simply vanished into thin air. Now they are trapped in a cage duel with the legendary king, and no one will judge to stop this fight. Throwing himself forward again, the king gives them not a second to breathe or plan. Chris can only watch in horror as the lightning-fast strikes continue. Again and again the clangs of steel ring out, their sound cutting through the void, while Ein tries to keep up with the king's insane pace. Our guy is sweating bullets but holds his position like a true cool dude. Realizing there is no choice, win or die, Chris and Aintel stay aside and prepare to give everything. He plays around but is already set for the final round. Staring into the darkness, Ain's determination became as hard as a diamond. He knows exactly what he must do to protect his girl. Declaring that he will not hesitate to fight even a god or a king if they threaten his loved ones, Ainsura ignites. This is the moment when the main hero finally stops holding back. Releasing hidden power, dark wings or growth sprouted from Ain's back, and he fully surrendered to his monstrous side. He loves Alu demonic, and honestly, it seems the first king is now finished. Now walking fearlessly toward the legend, Ain himself radiates the energy of the final boss. This is pure cinema, and the real battle is just beginning. They spun around. Yo, we're back in the trenches, and the atmosphere here is just stale. Look at this confrontation. Our guy Ain stares directly at a true ghost from the past in a room screaming, "Final boss." Examining the opponent, Ain realized, this is not some mid-tier guy who can just be humiliated. Waves of, "I will destroy your entire career" radiate from the guy opposite. Trying to pass himself off as a diplomat, like a true Chad, Ain starts babbling that the body of the first king should lie in a grave somewhere else, essentially exposing this imposter as completely out of lore. As a polite guy, Ain extends a hand of peace and asks the man to remove the toothpick. Apologizing for entering without permission, Royal Riz shows he is always on guard, even before a legend. Instead of talking, the hero king decides to resort to force and rushes forward like a heat-seeking missile. Ain barely manages to block the blow and instantly realizes, if he retreats even for a second, he will immediately be sent to the lobby. Moving so fast that the camera can barely keep up, the old man begins to dance across the battlefield. Look at that footwork. He literally glides on pure energy fueled by hatred for our MC. Releasing a huge shockwave that shattered the floor, the hero king made it clear. He is the one holding the controller here, while Ain stands completely stunned, not understanding how a dead man can have such power. Standing there like a true giant, the hero king doesn't even look tired after that clash. This is what peak form looks like. Guys, take notes on how to become a real threat. Ain is pushed to the edge, coughing up blood and looking like he's about to be grilled. The difference in strength here is huge, bigger than the distance between a Discord moderator and a shower. Realizing that his full power is being treated like a minor convenience, that's a real blow to our guy's self-esteem, while the Hero King just waved off attacks like annoying flies at a summer barbecue. Having fired the name of the century, Ain finally admits that he is fighting the legendary Hero King. That's the moment when boss music plays in your head and anyone would give up. When everything seemed hopeless, our favorite blonde waifu Chris bursts in like a tactical nuclear bomb and saves her guy from turning into kebab. That's the coolest move. Clashing blades with the legend herself, Chris shows why she is the best girl in the series, and such sharp moves prove her determination is harder than diamond, and she definitely didn't come to play. Caught in a powerful explosion, the two flew into the ruins. Ain is badly beaten, but when you have a top-level wife who covered you, that's a truly cool way to survive an explosion. Asking if she's okay, Ain notices in Chris's eyes that dark, serious composure that means business lock is already in mode and ready to tear apart anyone who dares threaten her prince. Flashback to the moment she moved. Chris admits that her body just saved him on its own. If that's not an example of someone willing to do anything for another's safety, then I don't know what is. Rising without any hesitation, Chris radiates the energy of the main heroine, having ended the role of a damsel in distress. She is ready to prove why she is the deputy of the captain of the Royal Knights. Introducing herself again with her full title, she makes the Hero King understand who will soon come for him. Christina Bernstein is officially here, and this disrespect does not please her at all. Declaring that she will not forgive anyone who points a sword at Einsam, Chris simply switches to full girl boss mode. This is pure cinema, and the hype before the next exchange is already off the charts. Seeing the fire in her eyes, Ain finally gathered his strength and realized, if they become a team, they have a real chance. Forget the power of friendship, this is the power of having your ride-or-die waifu by your side. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two prepare for a battle that could literally be their last. Dying together, honestly, the coolest way to go, and they do not back down an inch. Ending the chapter with a vow of absolute devotion, Chris says she could ask for nothing more than to die beside him. Bro, if you marry her after this, the entombment section will come for you.